They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Walking into the building for the first time after the shooting, it was crippling, but it had to be preserved.
In response to the Pulse nightclub shooting that affected the LGBTQ community, Barbara Poma, owner of Pulse, founded the One Pulse Foundation to honor Pulse victims and survivors.
If you're an ally of this community, speak out. There are more of us together than apart. It is the power of love in its rawest form.
Join the fight for LGBTQ acceptance. Learn how at lovehasnolabels.com. Brought to you by Love Has No Labels and the Ad Council.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
Hey, it's Dan Dibley. Picture this. It's game night at Chase Center. Instead of sitting in bumper-to-bumper traffic, you're already on your way, cruising up the peninsula on Caltrain. No stress, no parking hunt, just an easy ride straight into San Francisco. You can catch up on scores, chat with friends, or just sit back and enjoy the ride. And when the game is over, Caltrain's ready to take you home safely and comfortably, making getting there part of the fun. Take Caltrain to Chase Center, your ride to what matters.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans. Get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose. Hey, it's Willard. Let's play Underdog. Football playoffs are back. Underdog, best place to play on all the gridiron action. You can make picks and win money right now in California. You know playing on Underdog is easy. You pick if your favorite players are going higher or lower on stats, touchdowns, rushing yards, whatever it is. You get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, and I apologize, but I'm looking at the Niner-Eagle game, and I'm going Jalen Hurts lower than 0.5 interceptions. Come on, the Niner defense is hampered. So what are you waiting for? Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
San Jose, sunny skies today, going up to 55.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $120 off HP Smart Tank printers. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 131. Right.
Melton tipped it and comes back and gets the ball. Curry's got it. And Doc Rivers says, let him go. Buzzer sounds, game over. Doc Rivers and Steve Kerr hug it out. And the Warriors come away with a 7-point win, 120-113. Who would your electrifying player of the game would be? I think I've got my answer.
Go ahead.
DeAnthony Melton, I thought, helped change the game tonight.
Yeah, I like that call.
I like it too, Tim Roy and Tom Tolbert on the call last night right here on 95.7 The Game. Not only did the Golden State Warriors win by 7 points, Joe, they've won 7 of their last 10 and back to 2 games over 500. They beat the Greek Freak and co. Old Warrior Ryan Rollins. Did not have his revenge game this time around. And it was refreshing to see this team get it done after what was an ugly loss in Milwaukee just a couple months ago when they didn't have Giannis Antetokounmpo. Good morning to you, Carter, Lubman, all you lovely people just getting off work, getting ready for work, getting ready for school, whatever you're doing. We appreciate you joining us here, whether it's on YouTube, where we are streaming, or the free Odyssey app. Big win for the Warriors last night. We will dive into that a little bit, but the big story is this Sunday in Philadelphia between the 49ers and Eagles, and there is a lot to dive into there. Hurts, Purdy, Sirianni, Shanahan, those Eagle fans, all of it. And trust me, we will do that. But we'll start with the Dubs. Good win last night. It was good.
Yeah, we'll be short and sweet with the Golden State Warriors because it's the playoffs.
It is.
I mean, it's the playoffs. We're still in a holding pattern It's Niners-Eagles. So just give me a couple of minutes here on the Warriors, and then we'll get right into football. I promise you. Today is football heavy. Why did I get the feeling that it felt like, to me, Draymond Green was fighting to showcase why he belonged on this team and shouldn't be traded for Giannis Antetokounmpo?
You think that's what he was doing?
It really felt like that to me.
You came into the studio today, and that was the first thing you said. And I wanted to laugh and say you're crazy, but also there's a part of me where Draymond does hear all the noise, so I wouldn't put it past him. But he plays hard for the big boys, and then Giannis is a big boy. I thought he played overall pretty well against him. I did, yeah.
It just felt like he was trying extra hard to prove why he should still belong. The guy is struggling to get up and down the court. Well, he hit a couple of threes late, which is good because, I'm very critical of him late in games in terms of shooting. They're right. Melton was excellent. He's been excellent.
Yeah.
He's worked really, really hard. He's a scrappy defender. He gets to his spots on the floor. I mean, he's clearly a valuable piece for this team.
And I can't wait for him to be, because eventually he will be a starter. I know that they have him on a minutes restriction right now, 25, and Steve Kerr's talked about it. Eventually he'll get up to 30 minutes a game. And once he gets up to that, I think he should be the starting two guard of this team.
And of course, we just gloss over it, but Steph was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
And
Steph-effortless.
I mean, he was. And Jimmy Butler, I thought, was really, really impactful. Some of the lineups they play with Jimmy Butler are just yuck.
Post and Horford together?
Well, I mean, Horford hits a couple threes, and everyone's like, see, he's good. Dude, he's had 3 games this year where he's hit a couple of threes, one of them on Christmas. The totality of his Warrior tenure has been atrocious.
That was one of his better games. I'll give him that. It was, yes.
Because what did he do? Because he hit a couple threes.
And he had 6 assists, 10 boards. Joe, I know you don't want to hear it.
He also threw one into the front.
He had a good game yesterday. I'm not crushing Al Horford. I thought him and Melton.
So that's 4 on the year now.
Exactly. That's all I'm saying.
But we got to celebrate the wins. Come on. Give him some credit there. Maybe it's the start of something new. Shout out High School Musical.
Joe, you need to do positive contributions over a 3 or 4 game stretch. Why
has to start somewhere, though.
But let me just say, why am I giving Al Horford this long leeway? He has no equity with me. He has no equity.
I'm not saying he's been
when
good.
Podziemski has a great floor game, okay, quietly with no turnovers,
plus 19,
and he just played really well yesterday. No one gives him credit. So why would I give Al Horford credit when he's been way worse than Podziemski?
It's okay to give multiple people credit for a good game.
No, I know, but my criticisms and my praise are very equal. I'm an equitable watcher when it comes to sports. You play well, I give you love. You play poorly, I call you out. One good game or decent game does not oh my God, he's turning the tide. You have to have equity. When you're Draymond Green, you built up 12, 13 years of equity, right?
Sure.
So when I come out and I criticize you, it's warranted because you're a minus 1,000 with you on the floor and the team's a plus 1,000 with you off the floor. Again, another minus game for Draymond Green, but I actually thought Draymond played well yesterday.
I did too.
This is where plus minus, I don't think it always jives. Quentin Post, I thought, had a pretty decent game yesterday. Guy Santos had a pretty decent game yesterday. Plus minus to me is just a statistic that people hang on to and they use it to prop up or go against one of their grievances. I look at, are you playing good ball right now? And there's a couple of guys on the Warriors that are playing good ball. Moses Moody had a much better game yesterday than he's had in the past. But Moses, he's reached the Jordan Poole part of his career. He's slip and slide.
Yeah.
How many times do I need to watch Moses Moody just fall on the ground?
I know.
Just fall on the ground. He's not only is he slippery in terms of his ability to stay on his feet, he has evaded criticism this year. Moses has been utterly unwatchable for weeks at a time.
Oh, you can say that about the entire Golden State Warriors team, quite frankly. And last night wasn't exactly a sexy watch. You had sexy names, like Giannis is doing his thing. 15 of 22, 2 of 4. He had 34 points. He was a Greek freak.
Giannis is amazing.
He was signing the fan. I saw he was signing autographs for fans. I saw the Bonte tweet. He's like, oh, Giannis signing for his future fans here in Golden State. I was like, come on.
No, we're going to always.
We're still doing that, guys.
Yes, we're going to do that.
We're still going to do that.
Yes, of course we're going to do that.
Till when?
Till whenever they're done. The two of them, Curry and Giannis, It's so obvious. Both guys need tons of help. And one of these two organizations is going to cave in and make some sort of a deal, a big deal at some point. So, yeah, both these guys need each other.
Well, only one of them has like made it publicly known that he needs help. That's Giannis Antetokounmpo. Steph says they got the answers to the test. And
no one believes
He's got Draymond.
No one believes
Steph wants Draymond and Jimmy. Those are his guys. He doesn't need Giannis. He doesn't need him. Steph will tell you that.
You don't even believe what you're saying.
No, Steph tells you that. I don't believe it.
Do you believe it?
Do I believe that Steph believes that? Actually, I kind of do. That's the problem. I actually believe Steph wants those two guys over Giannis. I know, but the fans don't. I'm just telling you. I think that's what he feels. And that's a problem. That's why I asked Nick a couple months ago, Nick Friedel, who joined us yesterday, our Odyssey NBA insider, covers the team for the Athletic. I was like, could Dunleavy ever go over this guy's head and just like trade Draymond and like just be like, hey, we're going to trade this guy? Like, no, they'd never do that. They have to clear everything with Steph. It's like, well, if you could go over LeBron James's head down in Los Angeles, you can go over Steph's head if you want to like make a game-changing type of move. And any game-changing type of move for this roster would probably have to include Draymond Green. I just don't think they're going to do that.
I don't know if LeBron has the same equity in LA that Steph has here, though. Steph is homegrown, literally the king of the Bay Area. LeBron went to LA.
That was the only other type of situation like that where you're going over a superstar's head. Not like for like the same thing. It caught everyone by surprise. And I'm just saying that would catch everyone by surprise.
Many times in sports. Aaron Rodgers having Jordan Love drafted, a Jimmy Garoppolo situation in New England.
I'm talking about trades, like big time trades over someone's head, like over a superstar's head. Like that doesn't happen that often.
They traded up to go get Jordan Love.
Yeah, Jordan Love is on the same as Luka Doncic level of trading up.
I know, but I mean,
we're talking about trading. We're talking about trading an all-timer and Draymond Green potentially. Again,
yeah, but I'm with Sam. Like in terms of like equity with a fan base, like LeBron has equity everywhere, but like compared to where he's at with Steph, it's just
sure. That's fine. I don't care. That we're nitpicking stuff that doesn't even need to be nitpicked right now this morning. What do you want to say? The final touch on the Golden State Warriors win last night.
Well, just Draymond Green auditioning for why he should still be here. Now, the funny thing is he tried so hard yesterday, and he was just struggling to get up and down.
Well, because he was a game time. He's hurt, man. Like, he's hurt.
You think?
Should he even played in that game? They needed him. Like, I felt like, right?
Joe, my bigger takeaway, thank God for the NFL playoffs and that the Niners are in it, because this Warrior team is very difficult to watch.
It is a struggle to watch.
The NBA product in the regular season is a tough watch right now. It just is.
What's a tougher watch right now? The Philadelphia Eagles offense or the Golden State Warriors offense?
I don't think that the Eagles offense, I don't care what they did in the regular season. When you win a championship, you immediately become a team like the Warriors in 2018 or whatever, like the Dodgers last year. When you win, you earn the right to coast through the regular season. And I'm not going to, hold you accountable like that. Like you've earned it. You've earned benefit of the doubt.
I just asked if it's a tough watch. I didn't say if they're good or not.
The Eagles?
They're just a tough watch. There's a lot of 3-and-outs. It's not very cohesive.
Yeah, but I really love their defense when Jalen's out there.
I love the personnel. Like, that's the thing. I think you and I are in agreement on here. I love the personnel of the team. Something's amiss. And I think it's obvious. Like, no one just wants to just flat out say it. They missed their offensive coordinator.
Well, yeah.
He's gone. We just don't bring that up enough.
They do.
They clearly, Kellen Moore is the guy. He's obviously the head coach now in New Orleans. Whoever they got here is not getting the job done.
I mean, they said this after they lost Shane Steichen, and then, they went out and they fired their offensive coordinator and brought in Kellen Moore, who you referenced. Right. And then, he leaves to go to New Orleans. And the guy that they have now, it's not Pachulia, but however you pronounce his name. Patullo, thank you. Yeah. I mean, everybody's saying he's basically coaching for his job this weekend. That's what all of WIP, which is the radio station in Philadelphia. There's another radio station that I think our boss actually worked at.
He did.
There's a couple of ducks that are on that station. Very old. I mean, it's like when they say that's my dad's radio station.
It's a legacy station.
That's like my grandfather's radio station. I mean, transistor radios look down on that station. And yeah, but they
play oldies in between their segments.
Yeah, they're all scoffed. WIP is basically saying this guy might be coaching for his job this weekend.
It's funny. You look up, I just type in, right, Eagles, because I was looking up his name because I was with you. It's Kevin Patullo, something like that. So it is. Eagles offensive coordinator in Google search. First thing that pops up, article, Another perfect potential Kevin Patullo replacement just fell into the Eagles' laps. This is from a day ago. Hasn't even been fired yet. The team's in the playoffs. They could go on a run, but they've already found his replacement. It just, and it's a blog.
But that's what we did with Steve Wilkes. That's what we did with Nick Sorensen.
Yeah.
Like that. It's so funny. Like, one thing that is pretty evident to me is, Philly tries to bust their chest out like they're the top dogs when it comes to sports radio. And just because everyone on the East Coast literally has a Nielsen's box, which there's not one person I know. I want to be real here. For a second.
You're doing deep inside radio. Explain
so in
what
radio,
explain.
Like a Nielsen rating system, it's like this little box that you put near your phone or you connect it to your phone, and it judges like how long you're listening to something. There's not a human in my life who even knows what I'm talking about. And I find it to be the most uncalculated way we do ratings. Basically, this would be a better, more accurate way to do ratings. Cover my eyes, throw a dart at a giant 50-foot wall and try to nail it. Like we see on the YouTube, you guys see the numbers. You see where we stack up against, other people in this market. And look, there are some other content creators. Like Grant Cohn crushes it on YouTube. Yeah. Like I'm not faking the funk. The guy is... It's inspirational how well that guy does. David Lombardi, for as crazy as I see some of the stuff that he puts out there, I'm surprised at how large the audience is. I give the guy credit. Yeah. He puts out a lot of stuff. Larry Krueger, Damon, there's all these guys that are doing great work on there. But you see what our ratings are compared to our competitors. I don't need a Nielsen rating to let you know. I run into people at Niner games. Like, I see you guys up in the Bud Light section. My point being is that Philly tries to stick their chest out like they invented sports talk, and then maybe they did. Look, we had a lot of softies running this market for 25 years. And I love Radnich. Radnich, is not diehard. No. And I grew up on Radnich. Ralph was a little more of my particular tongue. But where I'm going at with this is they think they're more critical of their teams than we are. When I think the exact opposite. Do you feel Warrior fans' anger?
Oh, yeah. Trust me, Joe. There's a video went viral. I feel their anger. Yes,
Warrior fans ran, and he did it to himself. We kind of ran Klay Thompson out of town.
Yes,
ran Jordan Poole out of town.
Oh yeah.
All right, Andrew Wiggins. We maybe didn't run him out of town, but we
wanted to.
Yeah.
What about Jonathan Kuminga? Show me a 7th or 8th man in the league who is talked about on radio with the fervor, the way our fans and our radio station does more than here.
I gave you the stat before. It's not even a stat. It's just the facts. So the game log of Jonathan Kuminga and how many games he's played compared to Thanasis Antetokounmpo, who's Giannis's brother, who historically never plays. He's just on the team because he's Giannis's brother. They've played in the same amount of games since Thanksgiving.
I mean, it's just Steve Kerr.
Five of them. Thanasis and Kuminga have the same equity within both of their teams.
Last time, you cannot convince me there's not something more than on the floor fit with Kerr and Kuminga. That's my opinion. I've got no sources or anything like that. It's absurd. The whole thing, I can't wait for the 30 for 30.
Do you think the Philadelphia sports fandom is like the gold standard or now?
What do you mean?
A lot of people I like how you're asking that and say they think they're God's gift to criticizing and sports. They think they're the gold standard when it comes to sports fandom in the United States of America.
I think their behavior at games, I isolate. So the small few people who behave poorly at games, I throw that to the side. I'm talking about support of the team, how you call into the radio stations, how you consume it. Think about this. 49er fans, on YouTube alone, how many thriving channels are there?
Oh, for the 49ers content?
Yes.
A lot, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
How many Instagram accounts are thriving with 49er content?
Oh, yeah.
Now, I'm sure the Eagles have the same thing.
Sure.
But then I look at ticket sales and I look at road attendance. The Niners are at the top of everything. There is a fervor for this team that is as good as any team in North American sports, correct?
Yes.
All right. How about the Warriors? On the same metrics.
I would argue, I think we brought this up with Bonte the other day, Warriors fans, yes. Stephen Curry alone.
Exactly.
Stephen Curry alone as an entity has his own entire fan base. Now that rivals some teams.
Now let's think about Monday morning. The quarterback throws 2 interceptions, but the team wins by 1.
Yeah.
Philly's going to be lining up the lights, right? So are Niner fans.
So to Monday Night Football against the Carolina Panthers.
Joe, if Brock Purdy throws 4 picks on Sunday and the Niners lose going away, what do you think the entire chatter is going to be all offseason? We got Mac Jones, we got Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think they're going to talk about?
Demarcus Robinson.
Stop. I know.
Okay. Kyle Shanahan is wildly successful. There are 26, 27 teams in the league that would die to have him. He loses this weekend, no matter what happens, whether they lose a close one, get blown out, heaven forbid he blows a lead in Philadelphia.
Oh, no.
What is going to be the rhetoric all offseason in this market? So this thing that they're holier than thou when it comes to creating sports radio, look, I listen and I have a lot of respect. Like, Giglio and DeCamera and Spike and all the guys that
John
run things
Ritchie.
and
I always
all the
love
different
John
people
Ritchie.
that are over there. Dude, these guys work their asses off, all right? And I have a lot of respect for them. I may not think that their style is as good as mine, and that's just my own hubris, but that's fine, whatever. I'm as rabid, and I know we, as a fan base, are as rabid in any given sport. Maybe the Giants, we've ticked it down lately because they haven't warranted it. They haven't warranted it. We are as rabid as they are. And so I want to prove today, when I'm going to play some sounds to you, all right, of some of the way that they talk about their quarterback, and we're going to think about how we discuss our quarterback. They have rated their quarterback in every single playoff game. I was listening to it yesterday, and I think about how our Niner fans rip apart our quarterback, and I'm guilty of it too. And I think we're exactly the same, Niner fan and Eagle fans.
Let's get into that on the other side. I love it. 888-957-9570. We are guest-free today. The people are the guests leading into this massive showdown this Sunday in Philadelphia. Eagles, Niners, wild card weekend. Let's dive right into it. We are coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios, and this segment is brought to you by Fremont Bank, which is here for you and here for good.
That's Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel, one man to beat. He's going to feed him. Touchdown 49ers. And he waves goodbye to the fans in Philly.
Come on, man. You got Larry June in the building. You listen to the Morning Roast, and we're doing numbers, man. Good job, Morning Roast. So I can tell you. Hey. Yeah.
Kevin Burkhardt on the call. That's Fox Sports. That was back on December 3rd, 2023, year of our Lord. 42-19 the final on that one, and Deebo had a field day. Not only did he have 4 receptions, 116 yards, he had 2 touchdowns. He had 3 carries, 22 yards, another touchdown. That's 3 touchdowns for Deebo Samuel in that game. Brock Purdy was 19-27 with 4 touchdowns, 314 yards, and that basically ended the Philadelphia Eagles season. That is, they ended up going to the playoffs, but they were one and done against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and obviously the 49ers reached the Super Bowl in that season. So that's the last time the Eagles and Niners have played, Joe, back on December 3rd, 2023. I would like a similar performance, but there's a lot of players that are missing from that team. That's not going to be there this Sunday. No Deebo. No Brandon Ayuk. Is Trent Williams going to be there? I don't know. I do know you have George Kittle. You have Christian McCaffrey. No Fred Warner. No Nick Bosa. So it's gonna be a lot different. I don't like. Yes, you can hate the fan base. You can hate that there's a rivalry there between them. As far as like the players on the field and the head coach and all that, I don't know if they're really feeling it. It's a playoff game. You don't need anything other than motivation. They're in. Like, it's a playoff game. Win or go home. That's it. You're on the road, hostile territory. Just do what you got to do to win. That's all Niner fans care about. But it was nice listening to that highlight heading in here. Kevin Burkhardt, baby. Who's going to be on the call, correct? It's going to be Burkhardt and Tom Brady? I would assume. Right? I would assume.
I believe so.
Okay, sweet. Let's go. TB12, baby. He's gotten better. I'm actually like, he's gotten a lot better from last year to this year. I will give him that.
I'm a Brady guy. You know that.
Yeah.
I was listening to WIP yesterday.
Where's that?
It's the Philadelphia radio station that is absolutely dominating in that particular market. And Joe Giglio, who I've done a variety of hits for over the years, where like I'll call in, and I'm like one of their guests, if you will. Sharp guy, really knows his stuff. And I'm listening to him basically give a letter grade for every Jalen Hurts playoff game. Because in my mind, from afar, I think Jalen Hurts is a big game player. I've been just watching. Again, he's not my quarterback. Not that I like the Eagles. I probably root against the Eagles when I watch them on television, if I'm being just 100% candid.
Sure.
And I was listening to him give a letter grade for every single Jalen Hurts playoff game. And I found it to be interesting on a variety of levels. Hey, this is what a diehard who's, living, eat, breathing every single snap, this is how he's evaluating his guy. And then I was like juxtaposing that with how Niner fans who live, eat, sleep, breathe their quarterback, how harsh they are on their guy. So, I don't know, do you have the sound ready to go for me? It's a little long here, all right? But I want you guys to hear him lay it out, and then we will do a similar exercise. But before we do it with Brock Purdy, just listen to how harsh the grading is, and it's his prerogative on each playoff game for Jalen Hurts. It's a little long, so bear with us. This is WIP in Philadelphia. Joe Giglio breaking down a letter grade for every Jalen Hurts playoff game.
His first playoff game on the road in Tampa Bay in January 2022, obviously the 2021 season. He was awful, right? That was his first playoff game. That was the one where the clip came out with the Bucs defense saying he can't read the field.
Yeah.
He was bad. I mean, we all know that. He was bad that day. He re-injured his ankle. They didn't have many weapons. They got blown out. Okay. We give him an F for that one. His first playoff game, an F. Second playoff game, which was the first one of the year they went to the Super Bowl in 22. Giants came in. Eagles blew him out. I thought Jalen played well. Now they blew them out, so the second half he didn't have to do much. He was 16-24, 2 touchdowns throwing, 1 rushing. I thought he got off to a big start. Hit Devontae with a big throw early in the game. I gave him a B+ for that game. So that was good. NFC Championship game over the 49ers here in Philadelphia. I mean, what is that, a C game? C-? He was 15 to 25 for 60%.
Yeah, because that's when
Purdy got hurt.
Yeah.
So that was one where they didn't ask him to do much. He didn't have to. Right, the game was basically over when Purdy got hurt. So I'll give him a C for that one. Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs. He obviously was excellent, right? We all saw it. We thought he was the driving force of the team. He almost won the MVP in the game. I give him an A- for that game because of the fumble. Other than that, he was awesome. Let's go to his next playoff game. You remember that one? Tampa Bay, a few years ago. 25-35. The Eagles scored 9 points. He took a safety. That's a D. It's a D performance in that playoff game. So far, we have an F, a B+, a C, an A-, a D. Right? Some great, some not so good. Let's go to last year, right? The 4 playoff games last year. Green Bay, 13-21 for 131 yards. I don't know. B? B-? Is that fair?
That's deep.
Okay.
That's I think that's decent.
Rams playoff game last year. 15-20, 128 yards. He did run for the big touchdown to start the game, which was a huge play. Also took 7 sacks. What's that one? A C? Last year against the Rams. C?
7 sacks. Yeah, I get that. C.
C, C-?
The 7 sacks hurt him.
It does. Now, the rushing touchdown was a big one. That's a big play. But they didn't move the ball for long stretches or score for long stretches, and Saquon won the game.
Yeah. I know it was snowing, but also, how many? Stafford put up
300-something
numbers.
Yeah, against the Eagles defense. All right, so let's call that a C. NFC title game last year against the Commanders, I say that's an A. He played really well. And the Super Bowl last year, A- because he had the pick in the first quarter, but he won Super Bowl MVP. He was good in the game. So as I look at my grades here, 9 games he played in the playoffs, I see 3 A's or A-, 3 excellent games. I see an F, a D, a few C-. I mean, he's as likely in the playoffs to play an A game as he is a C game.
So then what do you put it overall?
B+?
I was about to say probably a B. I'd take a B.
If we grade the Super Bowls higher, right? If we weigh them like final exams, B+, good. But like this idea that he's just like, oh my God, he's this playoff riser. His passer rating in the playoffs is 95.4. It's basically the same as Mark Sanchez.
Wow. What did you think when you were listening to that? That is Joe Giglio, WIP, breaking down, giving a letter grade for every single Hurts performance.
What did I think?
Yeah, just give me some of your thoughts.
I knew immediately when he said that his first ever playoff game against Tampa Bay at Tampa Bay, because Tom Brady was the quarterback then, was an F. I was like, all right, we're in for a wild ride here. An F in his first ever game when they were even supposed to make the playoffs? Stop! It's a tough one. Like, you're giving him an F. Like, that's where I start. And listen, the notion that he's not a big game player because we look at the box score, and that's basically what he did that entire thing. They're looking at the box score. He listed all the box. I hate when we do that. Now, I fall victim to it sometimes too. And I'm not going to act like I wasn't the guy a couple days ago saying, hey, Brock Purdy didn't have a great game because the team only scored 3 points. There's a lot of that in what Joe Giglio was saying. And I understand that at the end of the day, like, the point is to score points. You're the quarterback. You have to get the ball down the field and matriculate the offense. That being said, I feel like you could do that for every quarterback, right? Mm-hmm. Like every single, like who out there, like has Mahomes, like if we do this with Patrick Mahomes the last couple of years, who we all think is the gold standard of quarterback play in the NFL right now. This is the Mahomes era. Has he been amazing in the playoffs the last couple of years? Like amazing.
No, but it's again in the playoffs. I don't think you're going to be amazing because you're going up against the best of the best of the best.
There you go.
And you're going to have moments and plays that are going to be way more heavily rated than others. So, for example, you bring up Mahomes.
Yes.
In that Super Bowl, was he an A++? No. But in the second half, he threw for almost 200 some odd yards, including overtime.
Against the Niners.
Against the Niners. And he was their leading rusher. Yeah. And then led multiple game-tying drives and game-winning drives.
Right. And if you go to his losses, where he gets blown out, so Philly last year and then against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers once upon a time, like did I come away from those games saying, man, Mahomes is the major, he's getting an F for this.
Like the game they lost to the Bucs where he's running for his life, I actually came away loving Mahomes more, even though I hate his guts.
There were so many throws he had in that game where he had no business like attempting to like even get those off, and it clanked off some of the receivers' hands, Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce.
Yeah. So he says B+, and that basically Jalen Hurts is more than likely to have an A game as he is a C game. Basically, he's got similar probabilities, which I find to be very, very interesting from their point of view. I thought he played much better in the Rams game in the snow than he's giving him credit for. But again, this is their product. This is the guy they watch every single week. So they have a better feel for him. This would be like when you see national talking head X talking about Brock Purdy, you get a little like, sensitive when you hear it. So I find this to be interesting.
I do too, and I would love to do this exercise with Brock Purdy.
I have it right here.
Okay, cool. So we have a couple minutes here real quick. I want to squeeze in Ryan and San Bernardino.
All right, we'll do it on the other side then with Brock.
We'll do it on the other side of before we get to Ryan. Ride guy, what's up, man? You're on the Morning Roast.
My brothers, Happy New Year. I'm going to get right into it. Hey, Shanahan needs to go deeper in his bag than Santa this year, man, because Salah also, he needs to get into the zone read, the run-pass option. We need that half second to freeze the defense with the talent gap. We have to move the pocket. We have to keep Fangio guessing. For Salah, Upton Stout needs to hit those slot blitzes, the QB spies. We need to stop the run. We need our team to play through injuries with Pearsall, Trent, and D. Winters. We need to convert third downs and stop third downs. No turnovers, forced turnovers. We need our special teams to gain field position and not give up any. We need our red zone to score touchdowns and force field goals. So in other words, it's only the wild card game, but we need to play our perfect game just to get by these Eagles, man.
Ryan and Saber, I would agree with you. You need to have yourself buttoned up in all three phases. Who do I count on in this game? I'm not sure. I think my mind is still very skewed to what I saw last Saturday. And I know the Seahawks are not the Eagles and the Eagles are not the Seahawks, but I think a lot of fans are feeling like I'm feeling right now, saying like, God, I don't know how I can wash that bad taste out of my mouth. It is lingering badly. And I think that's why everyone damn near, whether it's Baldy, whether it's any national media person, whether it's, hell, Bonte Hill, everyone, everyone's picking the Eagles in this game, which actually I kind of like. If I'm a Niner fan, it's like, good. Everyone, I want us to be us against the world. That's what we want, right? That would be great. I want to grade Brock Purdy's playoff performances on the other side, a la Joe Giglio of 94 WIP, who did with Jalen Hurts. And I wonder if we'll also come to a similar conclusion with him on the other side. 888-957-9570 is the number. It's Spadoni, it's Shasky, it's the Morning Roast, and it's brought to you by Fairmont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
he's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibbs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
As a mom, comforting my family is what I do best. Vicks Vapor Stick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors in an easy-to-apply stick, and it dries fast, so there's no mess. I use it to comfort myself and my family.
Thanks, Mom.
Vicks Vapo Stick, soothing comfort for the whole family. And try Vicks Vapo Shower Max for steamy Vicks Vapors when you need more comfort for yourself. Use as directed.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
This is as formidable defense as there is across the entire league.
A lot of fake pressure coming. Purdy, deck, floating in the air. It is. Is it picked? No, hit the ground.
Hey, this your boy Frank Gore. Now back to 95-7 the game.
Let's go, Niner fans. Get fired up.
Oh, wow.
We're playing the Eagles.
I thought you were going to say, let's go Miami fans. Frank Gore right there on the rejoin. Miami with a big one tonight versus Ole Miss. Sam Lubman wearing his Ed Reed jersey in the back. He's fired up. You're fired up. Let's freaking go, baby. I'm fired up. We're talking Niners-Eagles. Does it get any bigger than that?
No.
In the wild card weekend. It's the matchup of the weekend. I'm just saying it right now. It is the sexiest matchup of the weekend. Miss me with Bills, Jaguars. Miss me with Rams, Panthers. Miss me with Patriots, Chargers. I mean, Texans, Steelers? No. There's history here, baby, this weekend between the San Francisco 49ers and the Philadelphia Eagles. The only one that comes close would probably be Bears, Packers. That's historical. That is something. But it also has Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit on the call. We got Kevin Burkhardt, Tom Brady on the call. Fox Sports will be locked and loaded at 1:30. How are you watching this game real quick, Joe? Like this Sunday? What are you going to be doing? Are you going to be like in your own layer? Are you icing everyone out? Why are you smirking at me?
I watch the game at home the same way I watch the game every time.
How about you tell the audience?
Downstairs by myself. Maybe LJ will come downstairs and throw the football around.
Okay.
And I will sit on the couch, stand, sit.
He's been doing the Michael Irvin in his
The phone will ring.
my
Exactly.
God.
That's exactly it. The phone will ring. Like, if I invite someone over, it is a select few. I can only watch big playoff games with a handful of people.
Only trusted agents that know the game and as locked in as you are on the team.
Like, Rocco watches the game like I watch the game.
I can't.
JP Money watches the game like I watch the game. Uncle Danny watches the game like I watch the game. There's only a select few. You've got to be inside the circle.
I've only witnessed one game. Thank you. We'll have one of those today or tomorrow. Spinoni Circle of Trust playoff edition. I've only witnessed you watching a playoff game one time, and that was the Super Bowl back in 2019.
That doesn't even count. It was such a terrible experience.
I watched him watch the last Super Bowl too.
You did?
Yes, we've both been able to watch Joe Shasky watch a Super Bowl.
That was a little more different. You were actually in the stadium when it was happening.
You know, I'm still bitter about that one too, because everyone's like, you can't celebrate you can't wear this, you can't do that. And yet all these frauds who aren't even from Northern California out of the Sacramento area are like rooting and cheering, and I'm like, you guys don't even know.
Hold on.
Jerry Rice could walk up and shake you in the hand and even know who he is.
I love that. All these frauds that claim to be from Northern California than from the Sacramento area.
No, they're not even from Sacramento. They're like from Sacramento by way of Minnesota or New Orleans or something. It's ridiculous.
One of my favorite things of watching the game with Shasky that day is like during overtime, I wanted to catch a video of them like celebrating when the Niners won in overtime because it could happen in any play. So then, especially on that defensive drive, the last drive, obviously we don't need to talk about how it ended. I'm every single play. I didn't tell you guys this, but I'm videoing you guys because I want to see how you guys react. And instead, what I got was a series of videos of you guys just getting sadder and sadder and sadder as that drive went on. I kept it for a while. I think I still have them. I don't know. I can show you them at some point. But
the entire time I'm yelling at Bonte.
See it now.
Steve Wilkes can't get a stop. How does Bosa not know that's an RPO?
It wasn't Steve Wilkes' fault. Come on. They held Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs to one touchdown in regulation. That's a fact. They held Patrick Mahomes to one touchdown in regulation.
If they don't knock Kelsey out at the 2 or 3 yard line, they win that game in regulation.
But they didn't. It's a great song, isn't it? You don't want to be feeling that come Monday. We want more energy. We want more enthusiasm. You know what I want before we grade Brock Purdy's playoff performances, a la Joe Giglio, 94 WIP in Philadelphia, like he did with Jalen Hurts? I want Nick and Berkeley to fire me up, baby. What's up, Nick?
Badone Capone and Butcher Boy Shasky, what's happening, y'all? Hey, check this out, man. We don't care who the Eagles are. We don't care. Fat Dom, stay off the field, first of all, fat boy. Don't be trying to touch our players like you did before. It's not your party, bro. It's a football players' party. And we about to let the Eagles have it. Last I checked, we got one more victory than them. Who are they? We got two more teams in our division in the playoffs, too. So I don't know what all this Philadelphia hype is. I mean, these fans are, man, they're not going to even want to eat cheesesteaks by the time we're going to roll them up like when Minnesota came in with Chris Carter and torched us that year. That disgusting loss that we had at Candlestick, and I know you remember it, Shasky. We were favored heavily to win, and they give Minnesota not much of a chance, and that's what they're talking about us. We've been like the underdogs we love the underdog role this year. And you know what, Saleh, you better have a game plan, Saleh, because you know what? If you're trying to use this as a trampoline for your little audition, well, you better tighten up the little springs on your trampoline, buddy, and have your defense out there on point. Because we're not on point. I don't even 30-17. Come on, man. Niners, if you're listening to me, man, right now, Nick and Berkeley is telling you right now, go in there and knock their beak off that little eagle, man. Clip his wings, put him in the cage, shake it up like a little Tweety bird. We don't care what the Eagle fans are talking about, man. Y'all don't want none of this. It's Niner time. It's Niner time right now.
Let's go, Nick.
Week. Let's go.
Let's go,
I don't want to
Nick.
hear no soft shoeing, no beating around the bush. Let's go. Let's go.
There he goes. That's Nick in Berserkly, going berserk this morning on the Morning Roast.
I'm with him.
888-957-9570. And if you missed what we were talking about last segment, we're going to play this little shortened version. Joe Giglio, 94 WIP, our sister station out in Philadelphia, they graded every single Jalen Hurts playoff performance. They just gave it A, B, C, D, F. And this is the condensed version. We're going to do the same thing with Brock Purdy. But take a listen.
as I look at my grades here, 9 games he played in the playoffs, I see 3 A's or A minuses, 3 excellent games. I see an F, a D, a few C minuses. I mean, he's as likely in the playoffs to play an A game as he is a C game.
So then what do you put it overall?
B plus?
Yeah, I was about to say probably a B. I'd take a B.
If we grade the Super Bowls higher, right? If we weigh them like final exams, B plus, good. But like this idea that he's just like, oh my God, he's this playoff riser. His passer rating in the playoffs is 95.4. It's basically the same as Mark Sanchez.
So B plus. That's pretty good. Like, I would take that if that's my playoff resume.
Yeah.
It's very few where you have an A. Like, I can think of a handful of guys off the top of my head that I could think of an A performer in the come playoff time. Tom Brady. And again, Mahomes, but again, if you go off box score alone, it's going to be difficult, but we'll try to have some nuance when we do this. Can I get some NFL primetime music if we're going to start grading Brock Purdy's playoff performance? And let's go back to 2022, Joe.
Well, 2023. So I've got it all right here. You ready?
Okay, are we doing his first full season or his first?
So 2022 is his first season, but in January of 23 is the 22 playoffs. So January 14, 2023, it's the Seattle Seahawks versus the San Francisco 49ers. And remember, the Niners had home field advantage all the way throughout in that one. Niners are down 17-16 at half. They gave up 17 points in the second quarter. And to me, it was a fourth quarter performance to remember. And in particular, it was Brock Purdy. And in your first ever playoff game to do what he did in that one, he had a throw to Debo that Debo broke and ended up going. I thought Brock was outstanding. 18 of 30, 3 touchdowns, 332 yards. Remember the Brandon Ayuk touchdown that didn't count at the end of that game? He could have had 4. He had a rushing touchdown as well. Elijah Mitchell quietly was good in this game. People forget about Elijah Mitchell. CMC having 120 yards. Debo, 133 yards, the 75-yarder that I referenced. But to me, it was the way they exploded in the second half. I had Brock Purdy, again, forget the numbers, for your first ever playoff game, and to do that being down at halftime going in to the locker room, I had an A-plus performance.
I would agree with you there. I'm going A. I don't think you could go lower than that. A, I mean, if you hit Ayuk, A+, if Ayuk gets his feet in bounds. But you couldn't have asked for more in that game, and it flipped. I think you mentioned it when Nick Bosa had that strip sack fumble on Geno Smith. Yeah, Geno Smith was dealing in that game too.
So let's agree here. A+, A. What do you want to go? A?
We'll go A.
We'll go A. All right. We'll go A. Next week, Dallas. Dallas was a elite defense.
They were.
Not a good defense, an elite defense.
That was a hard-hitting game.
This is a classic playoff game in the sense that you can't turn the ball over. You can't make mistakes. So people are going to look at the box score, and they're going to be thoroughly underwhelmed. They're going to see 19-12 is the final score, Niners versus Cowboys. He was good in this game. Yeah. He didn't make any big mistakes. Only 2 sacks. He moved around a little. I thought his ability to throw the ball away was key in this one. Again, not going to show up in the box score. He was 19-29 for only 200 yards. CMC only had 55 total yards. Mitchell, again, Eli Mitchell ended up being the big player in this game. But the throw that saved this game was the third down throw across his body over the middle of the field to George Kittle. I had this as a B+ game for Brock Purdy.
Ooh, I'm not going to go that strong. I'll probably go B-. The reason I go B-, had they lost that game, I think we would talk about the performance of Brock Purdy and him maybe not doing enough. My takeaway from that game isn't even about Brock. It's what Dak Prescott didn't do. And he did turn the ball over, which Brock did not.
Yep.
And that was the main difference of the game.
Tony Pollard got hurt in the first quarter.
That changed,
Ward tackle,
that changed
broke his
everything.
leg.
That changed everything for that team.
So you're okay. Let's meet in the middle.
B-.
Let's go B.
Sure.
All right,
go B
game. I think it was better because those playoff games against elite defenses can be unique. Game 3. It's the NFC Championship game, the game that we've referenced all week. Eagles-Niners. 4-4, but, a couple of those were after he got hurt. It was kind of like flick plays. He had the 1 sack, the 1 fumble. I think it's an incomplete. I don't think you can grade that performance.
You can't give it an F?
He got hurt. What do you think?
Do they do incompletes in college still?
Look, what's fair here? Let's go around the room. Is it an F? Is it an incomplete? Can you even grade it? Sam Lubman, can you even grade this performance?
When Brock got knocked out.
That's a hard one there.
I have incomplete. I don't think it's fair.
I think it is incomplete that whole game is incomplete because I just remember watching that game in real time when he went down. like, I was upset that he went down, but I was also upset because, like, I feel like we were robbed of what could have been a very special game. So I have a hard time grading him for whatever happened.
You know who I'm giving an F to? It's Kyle Shanahan for putting a tight end on Hassan Reddick. Does that make everyone feel better?
So for right now, let's put that game to the side before we rate it.
Sure.
All right, let's go Eagles game to the side.
And right now we're grading Brock Purdy's playoff performances up to this point.
All right, the next year, again, you're the number 1 seed.
Yep.
You're hosting Green Bay. They're coming off the Cowboy win that they beat. The game is raining. Debo leaves early with a concussion, rib thing. Remember, he had multiple kind of injuries. Game-winning drive in the rain after the Jordan Love interception. He was 23 of 39, 252, 1 touchdown, 1 sack. He moved around a lot. He was kind of erratic. Could have had 3 interceptions in this game. We have to be fair here. I have it at a B- C+. Christian was the best player on offense. Ayuk made plays down the stretch. Christian was 17 for 98 yards and 2 touchdowns. The big broken tackle run to set them up. This was a second half game as well. This is a theme now for Brock Purdy. Better in the second half in the playoffs. What do you give him?
I'll give him a C+ as well, because it went on that final drive. It was going from an F or a D. Like, if he didn't have that final drive, he was getting an F or a D for that game. That's how much that final drive meant, bumping up a whole letter grade and a half for Brock Purdy. And remember, that's the only time that Kyle Shanahan has come back from 7 points down heading into the fourth quarter in his career.
I know.
Pretty insane.
So
C+.
C+. I'll meet you in the middle because I said B-, C+.
Yeah.
C+, that's fine. Detroit. Now, this is the game everyone's going to remember, and this is where legends are made. All right? The Niners head into the locker room down 24-7.
Yeah.
They come out, they get a field goal to start the second half on a really good drive. And then they're getting stops left and right. All right? Obviously, there were some turnovers involved here. The Brock Purdy pass to Brandon Ayuk, and then the Brock Purdy touchdown pass to Brandon Ayuk. You get the Christian McCaffrey 1-yard run, another Jake Moody field goal, another Elijah Mitchell touchdown. Like, they just exploded.
Yeah.
But to me, lost in the sauce in this game, Brock Purdy's movement changed this game. And when I contrast that to Jared Goff, who couldn't move at all, I thought Purdy was excellent in the third and fourth quarters of this game. To me, I think this is at minimum a B+ game for Brock Purdy. Now, he did have an interception in this one.
He did.
He was part of why they kind of dug a hole. How do you rate this one? NFC Championship game.
I'll go B+ as well for Brock
48
Purdy.
yards running.
It was big, and you brought it up, the compare and contrast with the quarterbacks there. And really the game flipped when Dan Campbell, as he does, rolled the dice. He went for it.
Reynolds should have, I'm rewatching those highlights. Reynolds dropped a fourth down pass he could have caught.
Changed the game right there.
I mean, it's huge.
The momentum switched so fast, and that's what we're going to see in games like this Sunday. You'll see games like that where it could just snap like that, and it did. That was their playoff hopes. And after the game, it's kind of crazy how we're revisiting this whole game too, because after the game, Dan Campbell's like, yeah, I don't know if we'll ever get back to this point. And they're looking further and further and further away from getting back to the NFC Championship game as they didn't even make the playoffs this year. So I think we're both in agreement with Brock Purdy's performance in this game. Incredible second half comeback, and you have to lean on your quarterback in these type of situations. The leader of the team, leader of the offense, and he was that when it mattered most. Punched the ticket to the Super Bowl. B+ performance from Brock Purdy.
All right, Super Bowl. Obviously, had the Christian fumble on the first drive. Niners are up 10-3 at halftime. It didn't look as good in the second half and in overtime. He's 23 of 38, 255. He has the touchdown. Remember, the big play in this game was the Jawan Jennings kind of end-around pass where he threw it over. He had the sack. He couldn't use his legs. He was only 3 for 12 yards. Didn't connect on the Brandon Ayuk play because of the overtime, because of the blown assignment up front. It felt like one of the two guys was going to get through. How do you grade the Super Bowl? This one, I don't even know.
I'm giving him a C. I'm giving him a C.
It is the Super Bowl, though.
It is the Super Bowl, and I needed to have more for my quarterback. This is a similar type of performance from what I saw last Saturday, where, hey, he might not have been the reason you lost, but he wasn't going to be the solution, the reason why you won in the game. If that was going to be Jawan Jennings, he was probably going to be the MVP. Hell, there was a guy, who was it? Chris whoever, the receiver. Who am I thinking of? That was like out of nowhere. former Kansas City Chief receiver. He was on the Niners for a second. He was making plays.
Chris Conley?
Chris Conley, there you go.
Yeah.
I couldn't even remember the name. There you
Purdy
go.
made a great throw to him.
He did. But 23 of 38 overall. He was very,
He missed a couple plays in this one. Debo over the top. He just missed them.
He did.
It's really hard in these games.
C. I'm going C performance. And let's be honest, Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce took the game over when it mattered most.
One thing that I'm noticing throughout all of these is that other guys stepped up on offense as well. This isn't taking anything away from Purdy. No. Christian has been a big factor in a variety of games. He's also been a non-factor in a couple of them.
You know who else is a non-factor in this game? Debo Samuel, George Kittle.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I'm with you. And Brandon Ayuk, too. Brandon Ayuk only had the 3 catches for 49 yards. So I got an A in the Seattle game, a B in the Cowboy game. Eagles, we're going to leave that to the side, incomplete. C+ in Green Bay, B+ versus Detroit NFC Championship game, and a C. That's 2 C's, 2 B's, and an A. Where are we going to fall on this one?
2 C's, 2 B's, and an A.
Probably in the B to B- range?
Yeah, I think that's about right. Yeah. I think Brock Purdy's been a B performer in the playoffs. I think that's about right. And I'll take that. He's a 4-2 record thus far. And you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live in the free Odyssey app, coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. We're grading Brock Purdy's performances from years past in comparison to what Jalen Hurts has been able to do, because 94 WIP in Philadelphia seem to think he is also a B+ B performer come playoffs. And Jalen Hurts' career record, 6-3. So they're both, have the same percentage in the playoffs, 6-3, 4-2.
So what do we make of this? I'm looking at this now, and I go to myself, I say, all right, you've heard how Philly feels about their quarterback, and they're obviously very critical of him. They have a lot of weapons. They don't feel like they've really put anything together this year. He's not the bus driver. He's the passenger, but he is the quarterback. And I think higher of him than maybe the general consensus is of Jalen Hurts. I think about the Niners, and look, I've been all over the map on Brock. My biggest question marks aren't even about, is he good? We know he's good. It's, can he stay healthy? If he wins this game this weekend on the road, you may not have your left tackle. You may. If he plays, Trent Williams, he's going to be compromised. You're probably not going to have Ricky Pearsall. That's one of your top weapons. George Kittle is compromised. We know this, even if he plays this weekend. I think if I look at that defense that they have, it might be the worst defense the Niners have ever had rolling into a playoff in my lifetime. In my lifetime. He wins this game on the road versus the defending champs. He's earned every single penny of the extension and then some. I don't care what they do moving forward. Every single 49er fan has to feel the exact same way as me. He wins this game on the road in that environment against that team who just hoisted that Lombardi, given all of the negative injury history the Niners have been enduring all year off the dud he just had against Seattle. And as this team looks to their leader, their captain, if he pulls this game off, I don't care if they win 3-0. Joe, he will have earned every single nickel on that extension.
888-957-9570 is the number. Niner fans, you just heard Joe Shasky say it. If they pull off this upset and Brock Purdy's the starting quarterback who just got paid a boatload of money, would he have earned his entire contract with one win in Philadelphia against the defending champs when you are 4.5 point underdogs heading into Philly? 888-957-9570. Man,
Joe, I've watched this team. I've watched this team pay the Gravedigger as I listen to Greg Papa. The Gravedigger. The Gravedigger was awful. It was awful.
Well, he dug his own grave.
We just paid Brandon Ayuk $50 million basically guaranteed. Who knows how much they're going to steal more back from him? Like for a handful of games. Yeah. I've watched this team pay Jonas Jennings 20 years ago for 3 starts. All right, Nate Clements.
Vance McDonald?
This guy, you get paid to win playoff games. You get paid when the chips are up against in the middle of the table and your back is up against the wall. That's what I'm paying franchise quarterbacks to do. When my starting first-round wide receiver can't sniff getting on the field because his knee feels like it's shredded all year. When I got another wide receiver who'd rather do videos driving 85 miles an hour by the stadium, not play in the stadium, drive by the stadium and do Instagrams. When I got a Hall of Fame left tackle who's probably not going to play, and I got a Hall of Fame tight end who's clearly compromised and is in kind of a lost year, and I got a bunch of other journeymen as weapons, and I got CMC, who's coming off of 400 touches. He cannot be feeling good. Christian cannot be feeling like 100%.
No.
And you have zero rest, and you just lost to Seattle at home. You got to lick your wounds. This is when I look to my franchise quarterback, who I've paid the $200 million to, or whatever the exact amount is. You win this game. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care what it looks like. We know the story. Montana, multiple interceptions, multiple turnovers, but he beat Dallas when it mattered. All right? All people care about is, did you win or did you lose? All I want is for Brock Purdy and the 49ers offense to find a way to score enough points for whatever's on the defensive side of the ball, salvage it, win the game. You justify every single penny.
888-957-9570. Could Brock Purdy justify his entire contract with just one win in Philadelphia? You could also make the argument, and I hear you, this would be the most impressive win in his career. Yeah, and I'm including the NFC Championship game at home against the Detroit Lions. I am viewing this Eagles team as neck and neck almost to what you faced against the Kansas City Chiefs in the Super Bowl. This is going to be your toughest opponent you've ever faced, Brock Purdy. Like this weekend in Philadelphia is going to be the toughest task outside of a Super Bowl against the Kansas City Chiefs you are ever going to have.
Joe, this is what we remember. We remember playoff games. They stand taller than other games. It's how the sport is talked about. And look, teams win and lose. I want to make this very clear because I know at some point the boss or somebody behind the scenes is going to clip what I just said, and there's not going to be enough nuance to it. Teams win and lose. Yeah. Teams win and lose. But when you're at the helm and you're making twice as much as everyone else on the team, essentially, when it comes to, the amount of money that you're owed over X amount of years, it does fall on your shoulders. And I don't care what it looks like. Find a way to win this game, whether it's game management, whether it's dropping 30, whether it's finding a way to scrap together a game-winning drive and Eddie Pinheiro kicks a field goal to win the game. Teams win and lose. But I need my quarterback to be the leader this weekend.
Let's pick this up on the other side. Joe Shasky just said it. Hey, Brock Purdy wins this game. He justifies his entire contract. I'll give my answer on the other side. Let's hear you. 888-957-9570. It's going to be sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Doors and loading dock equipment are a crucial part of your business, and one you probably don't think much about until they break. A broken door or dock leveler can be a real security threat, along with disturbing the flow of goods in your business. Luckily, RNS is here for all your commercial door, dock, and gate needs. From overhead doors and security shutters to fire-rated and personnel doors, RNS can provide your business with safety and security. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR to schedule a free estimate, or visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Let's go! You still got it, but your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Check the back seat. Check the back seat.
Gets in your head, right? Good, because every year dozens of children are forgotten in the back seat. Cars get hot fast and can be deadly, so get it in your head. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
It's your boy Ricky Antonio, the winner of the Listener Knockout Champion. You feel me? Shout out to Spadonian Chats, man, on 95.7 The Game. Could I get a water though?
Ooh, there you go. 40 going to be there in Lincoln Financial Field? E40? Big Niner fan. Big Niner fan. Hey, if you're going to the game, call in. 888-957-9570. God love you. I don't think there's rain in the forecast. The last time I checked, I know East Coast, Midwest, like their weather's all crazy. We kind of know on the West Coast like what it's going to be, but over there you never know. It could be raining, it could be hailing, it could be snowing. God knows. But I know there's a football game and it's going to be played no matter what. And it's going to be between the 49ers and Eagles. And if you miss Shasky, Last segment, he said, hey, Brock Purdy wins this game this Sunday. He's justified his entire contract. It's a little strong, Joe. Well, I'm justifying his entire contract with a wild card weekend win? Wow.
Yeah, that like you pay your quarterback to win the big games. And this is a huge game. And you pay your quarterback to win when things are adverse. Are they not adverse right now?
Yeah, they're adverse. They're Jared adverse. You didn't like that one? Come on. That's a 4. Come on. But they are. No, their backs are against the wall. They don't have a good defense.
The Niners probably have the worst defense if we rank them all heading into the playoffs.
Yeah, it's them or the Panthers. I don't think much of the Panthers defense, but the Panthers defense also had 3 picks against you a couple weeks ago. So yeah, I'm probably saying the Niners have the worst defense. Them or the Bears.
All right. And then let's look at their offensive personnel. If Ricky Pearsall doesn't play. Now, we all acknowledge like George Kittle is a Hall of Famer, but he doesn't look like himself right now. And I'm not knocking him, but like let's just call it what it is. He's really banged up.
Is this an all-pro version of George Kittle?
Probably not.
There you go.
And look, we say that and he'll have a big weekend and make us look bad.
Because he's a Hall of Famer. Yeah. And they could have the Hall of Fame game no matter what because they're that damn good.
And then I look at like Trent Williams. Like even if Trent plays, he's going to be compromised. And I've seen what Trent looks like when he's compromised. NFC Championship game against the Rams. He had a tough time moving. And I'm not knocking him. He was just gassed at the end of the 2021 season.
What happened on the last play of the game that decided it?
Yeah, he couldn't rotate over and seal that block.
Nope. By the way,
Eric Weddle, I believe, made the tackle.
God, that's the name.
Playing linebacker, not even safety.
You're right, and he was like 40 years old. Sunday weather in Philadelphia, high of 47, 17-mile-an-hour winds, 24% chance of rain. So there you go.
Guys, we can't do this thing with all these other quarterbacks. It's all about winning. Like Josh Allen, monster game. Team loses. He can't win anything. Like, yeah, I get it. You win 3-0. I'm being absurd, obviously, and a little exaggerative. Like, you win 3-0. Like, okay, but if you have a game-winning drive to set everything up at the end,
that matters.
That's all that matters.
That matters. That's how you remember people.
Does anyone remember that Stafford threw for like 350 yards in the snow last year?
No, he was incredible.
Yeah, but they lost.
They did.
Right? He was incredible. I agree with you. He was unbelievably incredible. History remembers the winners. Just go around. And I'm not just talking sports. We remember the winners. We don't remember the losers. Unless you're Napoleon.
Thank you. John Elway's The Drive. That wasn't even in a Super Bowl.
No.
That was in a divisional round? I don't even know. Was it an AFC champion? Doesn't matter. It was against the Cleveland Browns. I think they end up going and losing. It was a 1986 AFC championship game.
I was going to AFC championship game at the old Cleveland Stadium, and they did go on to the Super Bowl, and then they lost.
They got destroyed.
Yeah.
So they like
he was 0-3 in Super Bowls before getting Shanahan.
Exactly. And did people think he's like was a choker and he was awful and he's like, you're not Joe Montana.
Well, there
You'll
were
never
bigger
be
questions.
Joe.
There were bigger questions, but no, everyone loved it. He was amazing.
Yeah, but he didn't win the big one.
No,
exactly. And real quick, I'm not saying Brock Purdy is John Elway. Relax, people. I'm not saying that.
Playoffs. So,
but that's an example of what you're talking about. You like even in a wild card game, you could establish yourself. You could have a big time performance. Just because it's not the Super Bowl doesn't mean you still can't have tremendous, moments.
So
I feel like we get caught up in that. Is what I'm saying.
I would agree. So Sam came in and he brought up Eli Manning. And obviously, when you win 2 Super Bowls in the fashion that he did, people are going to remember you a certain way. But every time we bring up Eli Manning, you obviously don't care much for Eli Manning, and I get that.
Yeah.
But as a Niner fan, I sat there and I watched this guy play in an NFC Championship game against the best defense in my life of the 49ers. And the stats will never explain how good he was in that game. He should have took 15 sacks in that game. And he found a way to will that team to a win. Now, I have a lot of different grievances. The Kyle Williams, multiple fumbles, throwing to Brett Swain on 1,000 third downs. Alex was not good. I thought Bradshaw fumbled. I have a million different grievances. But I came away from that game, and I can't hate on Eli Manning at any point. As much as it pains me because I watched that guy put together winning plays that were the difference in his team advancing and my team losing. And I look at Brock Purdy this weekend similarly. You guys all want the 5-touchdown game with 400 yards. Those don't happen often in the playoffs. The Niners, when they won it all in 94, January 95, they averaged like 40 points in the playoffs. Like, very rarely do all the stars align. You got the best defense and the best offense, and you blow everyone out. The playoffs are hard.
By the way, that season, that you're referring to, Eli Manning, 2011, 2012, still has the record for the most passing yards in a single postseason, 1,219.
And that NFC Championship game came in the rain.
Yes,
came in the rain.
Mud.
Yeah. So,
gross.
I'm looking at all the different teams that have found a way, 3 road playoff games and then a Super Bowl. The 2005 Steelers, the 2007 Giants, the 2010 Packers, the 2020 Bucks. I mean, what the Niners would have to do if it were to go that route would be, close to unprecedented.
So I think clearly you think he has a lot to gain. Brock Purdy. If he wins this game, he has a lot to gain.
The team as a whole, right, is the huge, clear underdog for a variety of reasons, and they've earned that status. I'm talking about Philly. Philly has earned the right to be the favorite.
Yeah.
They're the defending champs. They've got the better defense. They've got the healthier, better personnel on offense.
They're at home.
I think they've got the better offensive line. They're at home. They've got a crazy, raucous environment, which I, fear and respect simultaneously. So, yeah, win the games, man. Just find a way to win this game, and that's all that matters. And look, if you disagree, great. That's fine. You're going to still hate at every single turn, and I get that. We pay these quarterbacks to win adverse games in adverse situations.
Listen, I'm in agreement with you. I do think it matters somewhat how they win the game, but you just need to win the game. And if you win the game, I'm not going to come here next morning and saying, well, Brock, he needs to be a lot better than this. I was like, no, just win the damn game. It's playoff. I was going to say basketball. It's playoff football. Just win, baby. That's all you need to do as a quarterback. Tom Brady, Peyton Manning, the greats of the greats. It doesn't matter. Because you know what? I've seen a guy like Aaron Rodgers win MVP after MVP after MVP, and he's won a Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
He has. But since that Super Bowl win, guys had a lot of stinkers in the playoffs. And the Niners have smoked him a couple times, or once, and then the other one, it didn't do anything, and he was at home. Mm-hmm. Like, that's another game. Like Jimmy Garoppolo, did he have a great game in that? When they won into Lambeau Field and won that game? Was Jimmy Garoppolo good?
They didn't score an offensive touchdown.
So no, right?
No.
Does anyone care?
No.
Why?
I've heard Colin Cowherd multiple times, and he says this all, and I'm like, no, that didn't happen. He goes, Jimmy Garoppolo outdueled Aaron Rodgers in Lambeau in that playoff game. Outdueled?
That just shows what people think about them.
That's my point.
You'll say, this is the quarterback that won. This is the quarterback that lost. There you go.
So, and I go to Alex Smith, and, if you bring up Alex Smith in a Niner uniform, very few people bring up the New York Giants NFC Championship game. You know what his, hang your hat moment was?
Saints.
It's against the Saints.
Yes.
And honestly, he wasn't that good in that game. We should have won by 3 touchdowns. That's how good the offense was on that day. The defense was on that day. They got turnovers and everything. Alex is remembered for the final 6 minutes, the 2 drives, which are the greatest drives, greatest moments of his entire career. But that defense and that offense, they should have been better. They should have won. I look at this team. I don't view this team that way. That's why it would be an elevating performance for Brock Purdy. When Jimmy Garoppolo rolled into the 2019 playoffs, I knew they had a great defense. I knew they had superior personnel to the Vikings. Did you?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, there were questions on how they would play, but I thought that was one of the best defenses in the NFL that year.
Remember, the conversation was, wow, the Saints lost in the what? That was the only team that we, Niner fans, the Saints, maybe if you have to go to the Superdome or what have you, or I don't know, it didn't matter. The Saints got one and done. It was Kirk. No one thought Kirk Cousins, because remember the narrative heading into that playoffs, he can't win the big one.
Yeah.
He can't win the playoffs. He can't win a primetime game. And Kirk freaking Cousins with Mike Zimmer won in the Superdome, and everyone was shocked. And then it was just oh, great. We get to play Kirk Cousins and the Minnesota Vikings, baby. And they got trounced in that game. Nick Bosa was incredible. So, yes, to your point. And I want to talk about this, too. I was listening to Steiny and Guru when I was leaving the city yesterday. I thought it was very interesting, the points that Steiny was bringing up. He was like, hey, Niner fans, how could we go from we could win the Super Bowl last week? If we could win the Super Bowl last week and have home field throughout, but after one loss, we could say, oh, well, we're just happy to be here, and it'd be a miracle if we beat the Philadelphia Eagles. I thought it was pretty interesting how he's kind of juxtaposing how fans feel just after 1 week. And Steiny had a problem with it. And the more I thought about it, I was like, I don't have a problem with it.
What was his problem?
His problem is how Niner fans went from one loss that we could win the Super Bowl to we're just happy to beat the Eagles.
I think it's
Maybe
way more nuanced than that. So, for example,
Yeah.
in 2019, if I would have said week 1, hey, Niners are going to lose the Super Bowl, you'd be like, what? We're going to the Super Bowl?
There you go.
Are you kidding me?
Be insane.
Yeah, but as the year goes on, you recalibrate, right? And you change.
Did you at any point in this season think they were did you think they were winning a Super Bowl at any point?
This year?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, exactly.
But then I started to dream after the Bears game, hey, if you get the number 1 seed, there is a path.
There's a path.
Yeah, and the things would still have to break your way, right? As we've learned many, many, many times.
And that's what I want to say. There's a difference between me thinking they could actually win a Super Bowl and there being a path to do so. Had they won on Saturday, there was a clear path to do it that would have been the path of least resistance, meaning you don't have to go on the road anymore. You get a game off. You get a bye week. You get weeks of rest. So guys like Trent Williams, guys like Ricky Pearsall, Kittle, McCaffrey, Purdy, everyone can get healthier. Maybe you get Fred Warner back. That was the recipe. That'll change after the loss. And it is a soul-crushing and defeating loss. Why do you think Troy Aikman on the broadcast was saying it throughout the entire game? The loser of this game might not have anything left mentally the next week.
Let's go cross-sport analogy. Before the Warriors acquired Jimmy Butler, how did we think of them?
Oh, they'd be lucky to get the play-in game.
Okay. A month later, how did we think about them?
They could win a couple series, maybe. Maybe they got a shot.
Okay.
In the West.
And then after Curry went down, what did we think?
They're cooked.
Exactly. Yeah. One player.
Yes.
All right, now that sport's unique. Like, you can only lose so many guys. You know, that's the other thing. When you have cluster injuries, and the Eagles are a great example of this. They had cluster injuries in their secondary and at linebacker.
Right.
The year that the Niners knocked them off in the regular season and they went on this tailspin, they had huge cluster injuries. Now, you could say those guys weren't good. That's fine. At secondary and at linebacker, and it decimated their defense. They were just not the same. They were done. They needed a complete rebuild on defense. And so that's a nuance. They were a 10-1 team before the Niners played them. How do we view them after that?
They were done.
Yeah. And I still think that was a really good team. They for whatever reason, things happened, and they were a completely different team come playoff time than they were during the regular season.
And again, we learned coordinators matter, especially with a guy like Nick Sirianni, who's not calling the plays. You know, you had a guy who God, I can't even think who it was. The defensive, it doesn't even matter. They're gone. And they brought in Kellen Moore. They brought in Vic Fangio. The rest is history. Then they won, and then now Kellen Moore left, and they're realizing this past year, again in Philadelphia, how important an offensive coordinator is, because they're not happy with Kevin Patullo and what they've been doing offensively. A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Saquon Barkley, Jalen Hurts, all of them. And by the way, the latest from Adam Schefter, I guess, he was talking about it yesterday, ESPN senior insider, saying that he'd be shocked if Lane Johnson, the starting right tackle for Philadelphia Eagles, who's been hurt with the Liz Frank injury, he'd be shocked if he didn't play on Sunday. So it's looking like Lane Johnson's probably going to be there and good to go. Jalen Carter, who had surgery a while ago, I guess he's feeling healthy, he told Baldy. And one more time, Brian Baldinger on with us this week, Joe, talking about that matchup with the Philadelphia Eagles. Is it the worst matchup, Baldy?
Yes, it's the worst matchup. It's a 4:30 game on Sunday. The crowd will be juiced out of their minds. I was just there on Sunday doing the game against Washington. There's people in the building, in the Eagles building, that were pissed that they sat all their key starters to be ready for this game. The whole offensive line rested. The receivers rested. The quarterback, the running back. You're going to get a very rested. Jalen Carter is rested. Like he told me, he's healthy. His shoulder's been bothering him all year. He had some procedures done. Jalen Phillips rested. Like they're going to be full. Cooper DeJean, Quinyon Mitchell. Everybody took the week off to get ready for this game. You're going to see the Eagles fully rested. I mean, I would think that Trent will be back and Pearsall will be back, which will help. They don't have Seattle's scheme, which is good.
You can hit it, Carter. You got the breaking news sounder.
What happened? What?
The latest from the NFL coaching circle, another coach has been fired. Mike McDaniel out in Miami.
You guys
that is 8. No, Joe.
I know.
That's 8 head coach openings. That's a fourth of the league. That's insane.
And there could be more after this weekend, too.
Wow.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. Like, if Sirianni loses this game, they're talking about going to get John Harbaugh.
Well, that's the latest right now. Josina Anderson, Yahoo Sports, saying the Dolphins have been in touch with John Harbaugh. Miami. Oh my!
You could be looking at also Packers this weekend, Steelers this weekend, Bills this weekend
a lot
on top of the
LaFleur to
Eagles.
Atlanta rumors.
Really?
Yeah.
What's the most head coach openings that there's ever been in one off season?
This might be it.
8 is the most.
We could literally be looking at 11, 12 come Monday, Tuesday.
Real quick, why do you think that is? Like what? Like why now? Like what's going
What do
on?
you mean? Why? There's not a lot of good. I think there's a lot of coordinators that are good coordinators who get elevated. Everyone wants the next McVay or the next Shanahan. Those guys are rare. You know how rare it is to be really good in your late 30s? Like Liam Cohen, this is rare. And even Liam Cohen, like, let's give it a couple years. Remember, at one point, McDaniels did take them to the playoffs. You know, so it's just, I think it's really hard to be a successful NFL coach. It's just difficult. It's hard to win.
It's funny that as we're talking about the coaches, this coaching matchup is fascinating. Between Sirianni and Kyle Shanahan.
One more second, real quick.
Oh yeah, sure.
Also, the gobs and gobs of money that the league makes it more. It makes it easier for you to pay someone to go away and hire someone else. Never at a time have owners had more money. When you didn't have the resources, you know, like. There was a point in time the Raiders literally didn't have enough money to put in escrow for Khalil
Mack. That was the whole thing, right?
But am I wrong?
No, you're not. And now they have it. And now they can afford to fire all these coaches that they fired.
You know, part of why John Gruden was traded, they didn't want to pay him. Yeah. You know, and so now, like, paying a coach, like, only Cincinnati is that cheap. You know, even the Chargers, who have been notoriously one of the cheapest teams on the planet when it comes to paying coaches, paid Jim Harbaugh. So I think it's more of a sign of the times of how much money we have. But continue.
So, well, it just leads us back into this conversation as we're previewing this matchup, a big deal, and a lot of people are making about it. And I heard Willard and Dibbs, I've heard Steiny and Goo. You know, everyone's going back and forth. The coaching matchup, it always comes down to the coach, and who would you rather have?
You
and
have players too.
Who has the edge? Absolutely, right? Like, and we talked about it yesterday. There's the CEO type head coach, right? That's not calling offense or defense. They put those players in position to succeed. They know what they're doing. They're players coaches. They got the pulse of the team. Maybe they'll throw the challenge flag. Maybe they'll get into the ear of the OC or DC like, hey, maybe we should blitz here. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should run the ball here. Maybe we shouldn't. Like, that's what they do. And I think Sirianni is more of that mold, right? He's more of the Mike Tomlin, John Harbaugh. He's not calling the plays one way or the other, which is fine. He won a Super Bowl that way. He's been to 2 of them. But you have got to have the coordinators on lock in that scenario. And something we've learned with the 49ers this year is they have that. And they didn't have that the last couple seasons. The fan base felt it. Like, you know Kyle Shanahan's going to be your OC. That's what makes him so damn valuable here. And that's what makes him one of the top guys in the NFL. His offensive play calling, personnel, what he's able to do is incredible. Their special teams has sucked for a decade. Prior to this year, sucked. It's been awful. They have not had a positive play from the special teams in like a decade. And the amount of times that Sky Moore now has like made positive contributions to this team. Eddie Pinheiro, are you kidding me? I don't think we talk about Eddie Money enough. Hell, and it could come down to a kick in Philadelphia. And you know what?
It's going to come down to special teams.
And you know what's crazy?
At some point, but they also have to tackle.
Jake Elliott on the other sideline, he has been a little shaky, the Eagles kicker. He's won Super Bowls. But I don't trust him. I trust Eddie Money. I trust Eddie Pinheiro, which is crazy. So I go to Brant Boyer, the special teams coach. He's been incredible this year. He's been a revelation. And then bringing back Robert Saleh, Joe. As another head coach, like opportunity comes for him maybe, like the job he has been able to do. So I credit Kyle Shanahan for making the right move, ripping the Band-Aid off with Nick Sorensen. It was a risk. Didn't work out. Night, see you later. First time DC, gone. He ripped the Band-Aid off with Steve Wilkes. There was the whole Boothgate. Is he up there? Is he down here? Whatever. He's gone. You bring back Robert Saleh now. And what he's been able to do has been incredible. I ask you, Joe, what team has the head coach upper hand here heading into Sunday in Philadelphia? Nick Sirianni with the Eagles or Kyle Shanahan with the San Francisco 49ers? One guy is coming off a Super Bowl win, but I don't think we give him the credit for that. We give Howie Roseman, the GM, the credit for that. And is that fair?
I mean, the coach can only do so much. It is up to guys to execute. You know what I mean? Like, you can only do so much. Who has the edge? I mean, you know, I'm going to be the homer and be, Kyle Shanahan has the edge. Like Sirianni is really good. Like you don't get to 2 Super Bowls without being good. And I had to completely back off all my anti-Sirianni stuff last year because he did it. I mean, he won the Super Bowl. He has done what Shanahan has failed to accomplish. So in this scenario, because of the Super Bowl, and I know it's a simplistic way of doing these things, you got to give a slight edge to Sirianni. And I would say that with that edge, the personnel is a big factor in that. He's got the better team, too. He does.
Well,
he does. He has the better team.
And
right now.
It's interesting because I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday, and Willard always brings up, hey, if these guys were both on the open market, it's not even close. All the other teams would take Kyle Shanahan over Nick Sirianni.
You're coaching your team, and he's coaching his team.
But I would argue, you think Kyle Shanahan would work in Philadelphia, the coach? You think he would fit in Philadelphia?
I don't know. I mean,
I'm just asking.
If he won, maybe,
It's something we don't bring it up enough, I think, is the personality of these coaches and why it matters. Nick Sirianni, he does feel Philly. Like, that's a Philadelphia Eagle type of head coach. Love him or hate him, he's up there, he's yelling at the camera, he's doing his thing, he's showboating, he's talking his crap to Chiefs fans once upon a time in the tunnel. I think the Eagle fans eat that up. And when I think Kyle Shanahan, I think the narrative around Kyle Shanahan is, oh, this is a guy, his dad was a head coach, he's been a football lifer, he's a Nepo baby in the NFL, even though he's cut his teeth. This is the narrative I'm saying. This isn't Joe Spadoni saying it. This is the narrative around him. He's kind of a jerk. He thinks he's smarter than you. He's this boy genius, yada, 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 my way or the highway. And I think that rubs a lot of, the blue-collar fan bases, if you will, the wrong way. And I question whether or not Kyle Shanahan, the head coach, would work in Philadelphia. And that's where I feel like we get lost when it comes to expectations from certain coaches in certain markets. Kyle Shanahan's perfect for San Francisco. Yeah. He's going to stay here. We love him. The fans love him. It's perfect. And I think Sirianni's perfect for Philly. And that's okay to say both.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah. And I wouldn't.
Do you think
want
Sirianni could work out here?
See, that's a good question. I don't know.
I don't know. Who's his coordinators? Where's Howie?
Can you bring Howie Roseman? That's who Joe really wants.
Put Sirianni on this coaching staff. Everybody else is the same. John Lynch, Robert Saleh, everybody.
Look, we're going to sound like we're disrespecting Nick Sirianni. The fact of the matter is he has a Super Bowl, and Kyle doesn't. And we want to go as straight up as like, well, he can't do what Kyle can do on the whiteboard. Well, he's done on the field what the Niners have failed to do for 30-something years. So it's really difficult for me this morning to criticize Nick Sirianni. Now, if we beat him this weekend, he'll never hear the end of it.
Oh, of course. But I'm actually defending Sirianni in this because I do think that is an unenviable job to be the head coach of the Philadelphia Eagles. Just look at Andy Reid. Got into 4 straight NFC championships. He flamed out there, the dream team, if you will.
I mean, look at Doug Peterson. He won a Super Bowl in
2 years. He's gone.
Yeah,
2 years.
So,
first ever Super Bowl there, and they kicked him to the curb.
Here's a question that I have for you, as you're kind of comparing and contrasting. Back to Hurts versus Purdy. Who's got the more incredible Disney story? Because the Jalen Hurts story, I think, is actually unbelievable. He played for Bama at the height of Bama, had one of the most historic freshman seasons we've ever seen, lost in the title game. His sophomore year, he got benched for Tua. Tua took his spot and went on to win the national championship.
Yes.
And he ended up staying. If the portal was the way it is now, there's not a chance in hell he stays, right?
No chance. By the way, the portal's insane right now. College football's
And then in his junior year, again, staying his junior year after getting replaced his sophomore year, goes in and relieves Tua and leads them to a victory against Georgia in the SEC championship game.
Yeah.
And then is that one of the most incredible on-field interviews of all time. Goes to Oklahoma. Everyone's like, oh, he needs to be a running back, Goes to Oklahoma.
Lincoln Riley.
Yeah, and then had a monster year. I believe he replaced Baker. And then Kyler.
Yeah, correct. I believe that. Yes. So
back-to-back number 1 picks.
And back-to-back Heismans.
Just incredible. And then goes on. He's a second-round pick. And Carson Wentz was established there. And people were questioning, why would you take a quarterback in the second round when you go there? It's just his rise to prominence has really been the complete opposite of Purdy in the sense that, his whole career has played out on the national stage.
When I think mental toughness, I do think Jalen Hurts. I do. I don't think he gets enough credit for how mentally tough he is. Both these quarterbacks, quite frankly, you have to have mental toughness.
They're the only two guys not drafted in the first round of all the playoff quarterbacks.
You went through the exercise yesterday, and it's a great point. That
he's just a winner.
He's a winner. Both these guys are. They've won in big games and big moments, and I don't think they get enough credit because what we do is we like to pick apart. This guy has that guy. This guy has that guy. He has Kyle Shanahan. But Jalen Hurts has Howie Roseman, so he can bring in A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, and he's really just a passenger on the bus. He doesn't elevate others around him. You sure? I saw in the Super Bowl him outperform Patrick Mahomes a couple times. Looked pretty good there. I know Patrick Mahomes had Travis Kelce. I know he had Andy Reid calling plays for him. Did Jalen Hurts have Andy Reid calling plays for him? No, he did not. So, I hate when we pick. And same with Brock Purdy. Did Jimmy Garoppolo look as good in the offense that Brock Purdy has? No. No. If we did the playoff game performance exercise and grading of Jimmy Garoppolo, what would he get? A C-? He wouldn't get a B like we gave Brock Purdy earlier in the show. Right? I know you're chuckling. You want to give him an F+ for Jimmy Garoppolo. You're like, I don't want to give him any grade. So I'm with you. And who's the better story? That's the question you asked. I mean, you pick one, I'll take the other. I hate that I'm going to sound like a hater right now on Brock Purdy. Kurt Warner kind of was the story already with him, and Kurt Warner was undrafted, and he was back in groceries, and he's kind of very similar with that. He had arena football. They made a movie about him. Kurt Warner is the poster child for overcoming the height of adversity and going to not two Super Bowls, but to 3 Super Bowls. Won one of them, took the freaking Cardinals to one, the only one they've ever been to.
One thing that Montana and Brady shared was that in college, they had to fight for their job.
Yeah.
Right? Really hard. Now, everyone fights for their job, but I'm saying we're replaced, brought back in. Both Brady and Montana had that similar kind of thing about them. And I view Hurts similarly. He had to fight for his job at multiple spots. And to sit on the sidelines in this era that we're in now, where everyone just bounces and leaves and goes, hey, I'm not playing, I'm going. Joe Burrow, hey, I'm not going to play here, I'm going to LSU. And I'm not faulting people for running to opportunities. It's just we're in a different sports landscape at the college level. Very few guys sit on the sideline and fight for their job. Like what Arch Manning did watching Quinn Ewers. A lot of guys don't do that anymore. I actually do think Arch Manning today is obviously better for having gone through those trials and tribulations. And there is something very unique about the Jalen Hurts story. We might not see something like that, play out ever again.
It's interesting, too, when you compare both of the stories because a lot of people are waiting for Brock Purdy to turn back into a pumpkin. That was the narrative. It's it's a cute story, it's like Disney, but come on. This is Mr. Irrelevant. He's an Iowa State guy. He's undersized. Come on. Jalen Hurts, he's been under pressure for his entire collegiate and professional career.
Yeah.
He's been counted against. People are wanting him to fail. He's got his job taken from Tua. People are waiting for him to fail this weekend so they can try to move on from him and the offensive coordinator. He has been under significantly more pressure through college and the pros than Brock Purdy. He has. You make the argument he's probably been under the most pressure. It's a short list of guys that are under the most pressure. He's might be the number one, given the market, given the team, given the expectations, going up against Patrick Mahomes, losing the Super Bowl the first time, having the dropped fumble, it getting picked up for a touchdown. That was basically the deciding factor of the game, but he played incredible throughout it. Bounces back last year. People had question marks throughout the postseason run last year. Oh, his knee. I don't know. It's not very good. You got this Jaden Daniels, Matt Stafford. Oh, now you're going against Mahomes. I don't know. He's been counted against so many different times, and he keeps showing up. And you know what? I don't think he gets the credit he deserves, and I think that's what we're talking about here. Conversely, I don't think Brock Purdy gets the credit he deserves. And I think we're both doing that right now, and it's okay. And I know everyone wants us to hate the quarterback and hate the opposition. I respect them. And you know what? Nick Sirianni yesterday, talking to the media, he's got a lot of respect for Shanahan and the 49ers too.
I have so much respect for this football team. They've had sustained success. Kyle's done an unbelievable job there, and a ton of respect for him and then their players. There is a lot of familiar faces. There are a bunch of guys that are really good players, which is why they're still playing there. And so Can't tell you how much respect I have for this football team. You can see how well coached they are. You can see, again, how talented their players are. You see how hard they play, physical, fundamentally sound. So, I can't say enough about, this team. And, we got to do what the things that we know we need to do to be able to go in there and have success.
That's Nick Sirianni yesterday speaking to the media and talking about his respect for the 49ers. John in San Rafael has an idea that he wants to run by you, Joe Shasky.
All right.
John, good morning. You're on the Morning Roast.
Yeah, good morning, fellas. As you commented about the number of open head coaching positions in the NFL, Kyle Shanahan's coaching tree has certainly fed a lot of those openings in the past, right? So Saleh, DeMeco, Mike McDaniels. And candidly, I mean, Kyle's record as a head coach is impeccable, absent a Super Bowl. And the fact that he probably doesn't get appreciated enough for the amount of his staff turnover that he has at the highest level.
Agreed.
And has done as well as he has. So let's just flip it around on a second derivative here. If there are head coaches that have now been moved, might some of those then be opportunities for Kyle to repopulate? Does Saleh leave? Right? Do we need to plug there? Does he need more offensive help? Does he bring McDaniel back? Right? Like maybe this Kyle Shanahan seeding of head coaching or quality coordinators elsewhere, maybe that flow turns the other direction and comes back here.
Interesting thought. Bringing back Mike McDaniel. Joe, he's out there. He just got fired. If you're just joining us, Dolphins have fired head coach Mike McDaniel, former OC.
I mean,
San Francisco 49ers.
It sounds like the Kubiak who's on the Niners staff is going to be a big hot commodity next year. That was the big rumor and talking point.
His brother's one right now that's for the Seattle Seahawks.
That was the big talking point yesterday, apparently, all over the place. I don't know. Like, I'm always open to that. Back to Hurts versus Purdy.
Sure.
Who's coming into the playoffs hotter? I've been looking at Jalen Hurts' statistics. They lost an overtime game where he threw 4 picks to the Chargers, and it's obviously one of the low points of his career. That was at the beginning of December. So let's just go the next 3 games after the 4-pick performance, 3 touchdowns passing. I mean, he was only 12 of 15. They just destroyed the Raiders. Then they face Washington. They win again, and he throws for 2 more touchdowns. He hasn't been this big runner this year. That's kind of been the element that he's not doing, and I expect him to do in this game. But then against Buffalo, which was that tightly contested game, I know the offense looked bad. I thought he didn't play so bad. I hated the play calling. They're throwing a lot of deep fades and whatnot. 13-27, 1 touchdown. But they have won 3 in a row that he started. And then we know what Purdy's done, being lights out until the Seattle game. Who's the hotter quarterback going into this matchup?
I guess I'll take Hurts only because Purdy was as hot as you could be. I mean, he was the Human Torch going towards the sun. He was that hot with those performances against the Colts and the Bears. But, Joe, that might have been the worst game I've ever seen him play. Like not like worse when it comes to, he didn't throw 3 picks, but he couldn't do anything. Like the offense itself was just awful. Like I'm trying to wash that bad taste out of my mouth with some mouthwash, but it's hard. Like I guess I just have to go Hurts. Not that he's been amazing by any stretch of the imagination. It's just how poor the offense played with the 49ers. But prior to that, I mean, he was as hot as anyone. He had 10 touchdowns in the 2 games prior combined.
Yeah, I would probably lean Purdy.
Okay.
He's playing better ball right now. Look, the one-off game last week.
But it was a big game.
Yeah, but the offense didn't play well. And then, my boy Baldy said he played great. I told you, my personal point of view, watching that game, I didn't think he played bad. I thought he played okay.
This is what Baldy had to say.
There just wasn't anything out there to be made.
As you're mentioning, Brock had a great game, according to Baldy.
You know what's wild is Brock Purdy actually played great. He played great, and they scored 3 points, which means Seattle's defense, it's just a bad matchup. McCaffrey doesn't have that ball go through his hands at the goal line. They probably score a touchdown right there. Maybe it's a different game. Come down the field. They had 1 play of 20 yards to Kittle. There's no holes to get the ball. I mean, he's making all the right reads. He's doing everything he's supposed to do. That's the best defense. I mean, Houston's good, but what they do is they're different than Houston in that they sit back in this cover 2 shell. You could run all the motions and shifts you want. They just sit there. They just let you do all your things. And then they match you up. And the ball can't, it's almost impossible to get the ball over their heads. And so there is no, now maybe Pearsall, if he was out there, maybe they find a way to get the ball. Maybe if Trent's there, they have an extra tick to get the ball down the field, whatever. But they're very difficult to penetrate.
Tell you this right now, if you have that same performance this week against Philadelphia Eagles, you're losing. So I don't want to hear the great game if he does the same thing he did last week, this week in Philadelphia. You can't.
Well, I think he means great game in the sense that he didn't turn the ball over. He didn't take huge negative plays. He made plays where there were none. And, like part of being the quarterback isn't like you can't just run around and make plays on 11 guys.
Sure.
You need others to help.
Did he need to be more risky, though? Should he have been a little more? Was he too risk averse on that game?
I'm watching. You're not supposed to. You can't turn the ball over on a short field. They had really bad field position.
You can't. And this goes
the majority
to
of that game.
This goes to the head coach too. Maybe go for it early on in the game. Again, hindsight's always 20/20.
I would agree on the head coach. That's not on the quarterback.
That's not on the quarterback, and that goes back to the trust factor.
Here's the element in this game that I think is going to be the big one. Like obviously tackling Saquon Barkley, stopping those deep receivers and those slants.
Anyone. That's like Saquon. Yes, they can't tackle anyone last week.
Purdy's ability to get out of the pocket with his feet are going to be the game breaker for them on offense. It's going to be the difference of them being able to move the pocket, get him out, use his legs. Conversely, can they stop Jalen's legs? Because I think Jalen's legs are going to be a big part of this particular offense. I think there's going to be a lot of RPO stuff. How many times have we seen a Niner guy on the edge come crashing down on the wrong dude?
Oh, yeah.
I think Jalen's legs on the outside reads are going to be huge in this one. I think they're busting that out.
Well, last week, he didn't do it a lot, but there was a big scramble from Sam Darnold. Like, that's a guy that has just enough speed that could do a quick juke there and you know what? Pick up a first down. I thought Caleb Williams didn't use his legs enough because he's a guy that stands in the pocket, He's got speed. He didn't use it enough, in my opinion. Obviously, prior to that, he played Phillip Rivers. The guy can't run for anything. But I'm with you. The legs are going to be huge for both these quarterbacks in this game, especially if the elements are going to get involved. Because that's going to make things a little more difficult. They play on grass, right? Could the field get muddy? I don't know.
Well, and I wonder this one, we talk about the hostile environment for the road team. It could get ugly for the home team. And I can see them getting tight too, or getting frustrated. And if you can get a couple of stops somehow, some way, the boo birds start coming out. And you could take the crowd out of the game in terms of impacting you when you're on offense. I don't know. This could go in a variety of ways.
They need a lead. They need a lead. No. Like, they need to start this game off with a lead. I know Kyle Shanahan loves to do the deferring. Maybe you go on offense first to get the I
like to get the ball to start the second half.
I know he does, but again, this team needs a lead. The last thing I want is to give the Eagles the ball immediately, and what do? They have a 80-yard drive for a touchdown. And then how demoralized are you as a team in Philadelphia? They're nuts. You're down 7-0.
Yeah.
So, again, we're splitting hairs here. That's what they do. That's what they do. Anthony in San Francisco, before we hit the injury report. What's up, Anthony?
Good morning, gentlemen. Hope you guys are well. I just want to say that I think we needed to lose one of the 3 games. Just because we didn't expect them to go like in a 10 run.
Yeah.
So they needed to lose one of those. And then because they do like a little 5-game, they lose one, then go for another with 4 games, and they lose one. So I was expecting to lose one of the 3. Go Niners.
I'm confused. He was
basically saying it's really hard to go on like an 11-game win streak, which was what they would have had to have done if they wanted to win it all.
I mean, I guess they needed to lose the game. No, they needed to win the game to get the number 1 overall seed. I understand the fan logic where it's like, oh, we're eventually going to lose. Well, it's like, no, you need to keep stacking the wins so you don't have to play a wild card round. That's the whole damn point. I love fan logic, how we try to jump through these hoops mentally to justify why they needed to lose.
I kind of hear what he's coming.
Oh my God.
I'm kind of with him too, honestly.
I get it.
You guys are
fan logic is not logical.
No, that was illogical. Shout out Spock.
It's like, hey, if I'm gonna hit one out of bounds off the tee, I might as well do it on the front 9.
I mean,
get out of the way early,
right? Exactly.
Yeah, I would have much rather. You're right. I didn't want the bye anyways. Who wants the bye week? Let's make it
what
harder.
I want is the injury.
Of course, we wanted the bye week.
Clearly, you didn't.
No, now I'm switching my logic.
Oh my. That's some, what is it, big brain energy right there. By the way, this hour is brought to you by Fremont Bank. It's here for you, here for good. Trent Williams did not practice yesterday as he continues to deal with a hamstring injury. Williams usually gets the Wednesday practice off, and Kyle Shanahan said hopefully Trent will be better and can practice tomorrow, a.k.a. today. Ricky Pearsall, who re-aggravated his PCL injury and also did not practice, is in the same boat as Trent, and Shanahan is hopeful to have him on the field today. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always on the Free Odyssey app, coming live from Laughing Monk Studios. Spadoni, Shasky, halfway home here on a Thursday on the Morning Roast. 888-957-9570 is the number. We are guest-free. The people are the guests. Hey, this is a massive game. Niner fans, where are you at mentally after that loss? Are we over that loss already? It swept that on the rug. You got to move on. All right.
What's on the line for the Niners? Obviously, the season is on the line, but big picture, what's on the line for the Niners? You can pick whoever you want.
I think there's a lot on the line for Brock Purdy and how we talk about him and discuss him this summer. I think Brock Purdy, it always starts with the quarterback as far as I'm concerned. You cannot go into this offseason with having two stinkers in a row in the biggest games of the year. Like you can't have that as far as I'm concerned. There's a lot on the line for Brock Purdy and how we talk about him this summer.
As in what? Like, can you drill down a couple?
Yeah, like, is that the guy for the future? If you can't win big games when it matters most after we just paid you against your division rival and then one of your conference rivals in their building, I got question marks. I do. Conversely,
I think a lot of people would.
Conversely, Joe,
I get that.
Conversely, if he has an incredible game this Sunday, I think that does a lot for his stock in the fan base and going forward. As you're saying, he earns his entire contract if he can win and have a good performance this Sunday in Philadelphia. It's pretty incredible. And you're the biggest Niner fan I know.
If he can't get through this game, I mean, and they have to, for whatever reason, because of injury, go to Mac Jones,
that's a problem.
That's a whole separate can of worms that I don't even want to put out into the ethos.
Well, that's a problem. And if Mac Jones comes in that game and somehow they win it, just that would be incredible in and of itself. I mean, just because
people's heads would explode.
Well, because it's just the season that is. It's craziness. So there's a lot on the line, I think, for Brock Purdy. I don't know if there's a lot on the line for Kyle Shanahan this Sunday. I don't know. I think a lot of people already feel like he did his job this season. Wow, Kyle, you lost Nick Bosa, you lost Fred Warner. You didn't have a lot of expectations heading into this year. You won 12 games. Wow, what a season. How incredible. I think that's what a lot of people are saying. I do. Is that fair? You're kind of looking at me like that perplexed look.
I just think there's always scrutiny on coach and quarterback, fair or not. It's just how we do these evaluations. And so, like, house money, like, you know what it'll be? It'll be, oh, see, he can't win the big one. His back-to-back weeks, his big ones, he fell short, which I always push back on.
Well,
but
it'd be the only time he'd be one and done in the history of his tenure as head coach in the playoffs. He's never been one and done before, ever. He's only gotten to the conference title game.
I mean, and like, then we will but this is how we talk about these things. Like, oh, see, couldn't win the big one. Well, like the Bears game wasn't a big one. I was talking to my buddy Travis yesterday. Shout out San Francisco Baseball Academy. They're celebrating 15 years. 15 years as a business on Gary. We were over there yesterday. It was really cool. The little guy was getting his swings.
Is that the one you post where you're like in the batting cages?
Yeah.
Cool.
The little guy was swinging.
You're decked out. Are you wearing St. Louis Cardinal gear? That's what it looks like.
Flame gear,
You're a
bro.
Cardinal fan?
Yeah, this is our little Flame team. So he was saying that the Bears game, and he's been to a ton of Niner games, it's one of the best games he's ever been to in his life, period. He's like, it was a huge game, but it was one of the best games ever that he's been to. And that held weight with me. So, like, okay, they lose it's just hypothetical. They lose these two games, even if they're stinkers. Look, that Bears game didn't matter. It was everything at that point. Now, there are other games down the line that are bigger, but to that point, it was huge. It was everything. So I always push back on the can't win the big one stuff. All these games are big.
The Bears defense stinks.
Was it a big game?
Sure.
All right. Like we could do this this Bears, they just won the division.
They're among the league leaders in interceptions. How can you say they stink when they force interceptions?
Come on.
You can say they allowed yards and maybe not good there, but a team that gets a lot of interceptions, that's a defense to be reckoned with.
Stop it. You guys fear the Chicago Bears defense, yes or no?
Well, they may not be the best unit, but they're better than our unit.
Barely.
The number 2 seed.
Barely. The Niners defense might be better than the Bears. They had to stop at the end of the game.
All right, but this
they
is
had 2 3 and outs in that game.
Okay, this is where I push back. So you tell me which opponents are credible and which ones aren't.
I'll tell you what defenses are credible. The Seahawks and the Eagles. They have credible
what about their
defenses.
offense? You're playing teams. What about the Chicago offense? It's pretty explosive.
It's very good.
Okay.
And you showed
so that wasn't a big game.
And you stopped them twice. You had 2 3 and outs, and you stopped them at the end of the game. That's all you needed to do.
Yes.
And that was the game. Because they couldn't stop a nosebleed defensively in that game. They couldn't. That's just a fact. The Colts were in shambles when you played them on Monday Night Football. They had to call in a 45-year-old grandpa quarterback in Phillip Rivers. It's an all-time collapse. So, yes.
So you think there's a lot on the line for Shanahan?
There was important wins, Joe. And no, I'm actually saying I don't think there's a lot on the line for Kyle Shanahan this week. Well, I think he's playing with house money. I think Kyle Shanahan is playing with house money.
When you're a non-Super Bowl winning head coach, there's always a litany of fans that are coming with pitchforks when you lose.
He was literally being talked about last week as Coach of the Year. Last week he was Coach of the Year.
I'm well aware, but you know how these pendulums swing. I mean, look, 2023 was one of the more special seasons of all time. All anyone cares about is him not knowing the overtime rules.
Well, sure. But again, as we talked about it, nationally, the narrative is, God, you'd love to have a Kyle Shanahan. What has he done with this team and all these injuries? Oh, my God, he's on the short list. Could you imagine if Shanahan was out there in this head coaching carousel? He'd be the number 1 sought-after coach. Wouldn't even be close. And I kind of like the question at 888-957-9570.
So you don't think there's anything on the line for Kyle? Do you agree with that, Barry fans?
I don't think Kyle. I think Kyle Shanahan's playing with house money. Dude, Niner fans agree. 888-957-9570. Is there a lot on the line for the head coach of the 49ers this Sunday in Philadelphia going up against the defending champs?
Can you be playing with house money after 9 seasons and not winning a Super Bowl anytime you go into the playoffs?
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Like all these playoff wins and all these playoff games, I think there's stakes for everyone all the time. Even if you are Andy Reid, even if you're Kyle Shanahan, like forget Super Bowl or not. All these guys have like big egos and hubris. Every year is like you're threatening and I don't know, man. I get what you're saying in terms of house, but like Kyle has his own. Kyle inside of himself is an unbelievable competitor. If you don't think that he's thinking like I gotta win this game, I have to win this game. That's just how he is. That's how he's wired.
Absolutely. He could feel that way, and the team's feeling that way, and the team is definitely not going to say we are playing with house money. That can't be the mentality you have. I'm saying it for him. He might not agree, but that's how I feel with what he's done this season. And yes, I think you could play with house money if you're missing everyone on defense and your 2 best players, Nick Bosa and Fred Warner. I think if the Eagles were missing their 2 best players, like I would feel the same way about them. Like, but they wouldn't, and I understand that. But there's a difference between how we think about Philadelphia and how we think about San Francisco. And Kyle Shanahan is unique in that he has been to 2 Super Bowls. He's been to one recently. Like the other guys that aren't playing with house money, like Matt LaFleur is not playing with house money. He's had a lot of success with the Green Bay Packers and getting the playoffs. He's never been to a Super Bowl. They need to get to one. Doug McDermott, right? Doug McDermott? Right? Doug McDermott?
Doug McDermott is, I thought, a basketball player.
Whatever is it? Sean McDermott. Excuse me, Doug McDermott. I was like, so I'm thinking of the Dougie Buckets. Yeah. There you go, Creighton.
Who gets more buckets in the NBA.
There you go. He's probably playing more than Kuminga. But McDermott, he's not playing with house money. Like, they need to win.
All these coaches, but Joe, my pushback would be all these coaches, like, everything's held against you year to year. That's, like, look at how many openings right now?
8. It's insane. By the way, for just joining us, Mike McDaniel
like,
gone.
All these guys have,
yeah.
And I'm not saying we're firing Kyle, he loses the game. I'm just saying there's always internal pressure. We don't know what Jed York is thinking. We don't know what's going on with John Lynch and maybe future would-be extensions or not.
You just mentioned a name that I think is under a lot of pressure this week, and not a lot of people might agree with me. John Lynch.
You think John Lynch has a lot of pressure?
I think John Lynch does because
I would agree with that.
He's the GM. Whether you think it's Kyle Shanahan has the final say or whatever, he's the GM. So I'm gonna give him credit where it's due, and I'm gonna give him demerits when it's also due. And right now, the depth of this team is in a major question mark.
If they get outclassed big time by the Eagles, I do believe we will spend all offseason picking apart what the roster is or isn't.
Correct.
Would you agree with that?
No, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
Because
I think what moves he didn't make at deadline.
The conversation will shift from, Shanahan, it's like, okay, but he needs the players, right? You're only as good as the players you have. And with the deadline, and I know you were astonished at you're like, go get someone. Jalen Phillips. That's what the Eagles have. You couldn't have gotten Jalen Phillips. I don't know if you got Quinnen Williams, but you could have gotten someone, right? Yeah, Keon White, who's hurt right now. You brought in Cleve Ferrell.
I don't even know who the linebackers are.
Garrett Wallow and Eric Kendricks, by the way.
Great.
Those are probably going to be your starting linebackers. And how do you feel about that? You brought in Kaiser White.
How could I feel anything other than misery over that? Come on. We're down to LB 6 and 7. 6, 7.
You had number. Who's number 49? It's Garrett Wallow. Who's 49 on the 49ers? Exactly. It
used to be Jeff Fuller.
Exactly. 888-957-9570.
Who's got the most on the line, man? I mean, the lines are lighting up now.
People I don't think like that I said that Kyle Shanahan's playing with house money this Sunday.
Yeah,
he absolutely
You're the coach
is.
of the Niners. Yeah. The Niner coach will always be under scrutiny. Just period.
Not for me. Not for Spadoni. I think he's done a hell of a job. In fact, I still think he should get Coach of the Year. I don't care about Mike McDonald and Mike Vrabel. I think what he has done has been the most impressive coaching job this season. RJ in Fairfield, Don and Hayward, Zion San Diego. We'll get to all of you. 888-957-9570. Speaking of the coaching in this game, Brian Baldinger joined us, and we asked him, who's got the edge for the head coaching this weekend? I had it, and it's right here.
Kyle's is an elite coach, but Philadelphia has a more talented roster. They did win the Super Bowl last year. They're just more talented. They've got 2,000-yard receivers. They got a running back that ran for 2,000 yards last year. Their offensive line, Lane Johnson probably won't go. I saw him last week. It didn't look like he was ready to go. You look at the defensive players that they have. Maybe Alfred Collins becomes one of these guys, whatever. But, you pick Jalen Carter in the first round, pick Jordan Davis in the first round, you pick Quinyon Mitchell in the first round, you signed Zach Bond, and could have been the defensive player of the year last year. You picked Jahad Campbell in the first round. They just have elite players, elite talent. Jalen Phillips was a top 15 pick in the first round. They just have a more talented roster.
It just comes down to the roster at the end of the day. Who's got the more bodies? Who's got the players? You can coach as well as you want. You got to have someone. And I think that's, why I'm talking about, who has the most to gain this Sunday. I think it's Brock Purdy. I think maybe it's John Lynch. Christian McCaffrey, if he has a performance.
Yeah.
But, I don't think Kyle Shanahan has a lot to, gain from this, because I think he's won so many big games in the past where I'm like, hey, if you win, great. That's incredible. It's a feather in his cap. But I'm not going to sit here Monday morning and say, Kyle Shanahan, how dare you? You need to fire this guy. I think he's playing with house money. I really do. I do.
I just don't think there's any such thing as house money in the NFL in the modern day. I think all these guys have incredible pressure internally and externally.
Okay. 888.
That's just my belief.
888-957-9570. Who has the most?
You don't get to be Kyle Shanahan without being a competitionaholic.
Who has the most to lose this Sunday in Philadelphia? Who's got the most to lose, Niner fans? 888-957-9570. I'm saying Kyle Shanahan has nothing to lose. Do you agree or disagree? RJ in Fairfield, Don and Hayward, Zion in San Diego, plus all your text. 888-957-9570 on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. It's Spadoni and Shasky. It's the Morning Gross, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a Monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our Happy New Year from The Floor Store. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Cats are masters at using up their 9 lives, like chasing laser pointers into walls or jumping onto high shelves. But the one thing cats never do, text while driving. So be like a cat and protect your one and only life. Don't text and drive.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
Italian Philly coach.
Oh, yeah. Roasters, what's happening? It's Chewy Gomez from 102 Jams. I got you covered every afternoon from 3 to 7. And you know my boys Joe Spadoni and Joe Shasky. Well, they got you all morning long right here on the Morning Roast. Take it away, Spadoni.
He's an Italian.
What's up, Chewy? Fired up, baby. Niners Eagles 1:30 this Sunday in Philadelphia.
Can you grant me 10 seconds?
I'll allow it.
I walked by and it was nice and warm in the corner over there. Somebody had a heater going.
Oh.
My bill this month for the PG&E was $600.
Wow. It's a lot.
No, it's ridiculous.
It was a very chilly December.
No, it was, but it's ridiculous.
It's
ridiculous.
Yeah. I'm not even going to, It's a problem. It's a major problem.
Screw that.
Thankfully, it rained for a little bit. Which
$600.
The rain actually allowed it to have like some humidity, so it wasn't as cold, and I kind of want it back because last night was freezing, and this morning was very cold and very windy, just like it'll be in Philadelphia this Sunday. Joe, what do you think the PG&E bill over is there?
I don't know.
Or their equivalent?
I love you. I love you, Michelle. I had
My wife.
It was 43 or whatever degrees this morning when I woke up. It was cold in the house. And I flipped on the heater for 10 minutes. So when I get out of the shower, it's like, it's a little toasty.
Sure. Yeah.
She had the gall to basically say to me, do you know how expensive the bill was? I go, no, how much? $600. I go, Michelle, you're the one that turns on the heater.
I was going to say.
Like all day, every day. Like, I'm the guy that wants to sleep when it's cold. But like when I wake up, I have no problem. For the whole family, turning the heater on.
It is a constant battle through time between men and women when it comes to being hot or being cold. When you're in the car, what do we want, Joe?
I want the AC.
We want
all
the
day.
AC blasting. What do they want? They want the heat. It's this yin and yang push-pull effect. And you know what? At the end of the day, PG&E wins. So there you go. Can the 49ers win this Sunday? There's a lot of nervous energy from Niner fans. I don't want nervous energy.
The bill might be due.
The bill might be due?
Yeah.
No, it's going to be $600?
Well,
I
who's
hope
ready
not.
to pay it? Some people have those kind of pockets.
I want Brock Purdy to pay it for me. Can he pay it? Please. 888-957-9570. Leading into this segment, we asked the question, who's got the most to lose this Sunday? And I said, not Kyle Shanahan. I actually think Kyle Shanahan has nothing to lose. I think he's playing with house money. People didn't like that. I don't think Don and Hayward liked that very much. Don, good morning. We'll get to you in 1 second. Sam's got he's double duty back there. Before I get to Don and Hayward, let me revisit what Brian Baldinger had to say, not only in our station, Joe, but Baldy's cheating on us. He's also going on 94 WIP in Philadelphia. Just kidding. We love you, Baldy. He goes everywhere. He's our Odyssey NFL insider, so all our Odyssey stations talk to Baldy. So Baldy joined us on Tuesday, and we were talking about the coaching edge. Do the 49ers have the coaching edge, Baldy?
Kyle's is an elite coach, but Philadelphia has a more talented roster. They did win the Super Bowl last year. They're just more talented. They've got 2,000-yard receivers. They got a running back that ran for 2,000 yards last year. Their offensive line, Lane Johnson probably won't go. I saw him last week. It didn't look like he was ready to go. You look at the defensive players that they have, maybe Alfred Collins becomes one of these guys, whatever, but, you pick Jalen Carter in the first round, pick Jordan Davis in the first round, you pick Quinyon Mitchell in the first round, you signed Zach Bond, and could have been the defensive player of the year last year. You picked Jahad Campbell in the first round. They just have elite players, elite talent. Jalen Phillips was a top 15 pick in the first round. They just have a more talented roster.
Okay, so he didn't really say that they have the coaching edge. He just said, hey, they just got the bodies. Niners don't have the bodies. It just is what it is. So as great as a coach Kyle Shanahan is, maybe he can't even do enough to elevate the talent of the roster. All right, so that was with us a couple days ago. This is what Baldy had to say. What was this, yesterday with 94 WIP in Philadelphia on whether or not he takes Sirianni and Hurts over Shanahan and Brock?
I wouldn't even be close. Be Sirianni and Hurts. We're talking about, two guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and been to other big games and been in the playoffs every single year together. Yeah, that's not even. I wouldn't even have a debate with that.
Really? You wouldn't even have a debate?
No, not even a debate.
So how
One
much?
guy's done it.
What's that?
One guy's done it. One guy's trying to do it. One guy's trying to get over the hump. One guy's trying to. No, when you've done it and you've been there, they never take that away. It never goes off your resume. That's what it's all about.
Wow, Baldy coming in hot, saying it's not even close.
Well, I think what he's saying is that is like
what he said.
It's the ultimate prize. It's what everyone's trying to strive for. And when you get it, you become a made man. I mean, like that's just how it works.
Real quick, would you take that tandem? Would you take Sirianni and Hurts over Shanahan and Purdy right now?
No, I'm taking Shanahan and Purdy.
Okay.
You're talking about just in a vacuum?
If you're Team X and you have the pick of the litter.
Yeah, give me Shanahan and Purdy over Hurts. But that sounds disrespectful to them. That's
how highly you think of Shanahan and Purdy
yes.
together. Okay.
And
fine.
also, like, if Shanahan had himself a Howie, 75% of Howie, I think he'd already have that Super Bowl.
Let me make it abundantly clear. I do think Kyle Shanahan is a better head coach than Nick Sirianni. But it doesn't matter. He hasn't won a Super Bowl. Nick Sirianni has. He's been to 2. And it's interesting because both of Nick Sirianni's opponents in the Super Bowl were the same opponents from Kyle Shanahan in the Super Bowl. It's very interesting.
Yeah, that first Super Bowl team that they had, their offense was unreal. And the Niners held them down till the 4-minute mark and then just imploded.
And then the third and forever to Tyreek Hill, that changed everything.
The second one that the Niners were in, comparable teams to the ones they had.
Absolutely. Let's go to Don in Hayward. Don doesn't think the Niners are playing with house money this Sunday. What's up, Don?
Hey, what's up, Spadoni? What's up, Kuyashasky? How you guys doing?
Doing great, man. What you got?
What's up?
Yeah, you know what? When the Niners first lost, our guys earlier in the season, like the games coming after that were house money. But when they started winning towards the end and they had that winning streak, expectations started to come. So I don't think it's house money anymore because the expectation is for them to win now. You know what I mean?
Well, hold on, Don. What is the expectation? Winning, obviously, for every team, you want to win. But like Super Bowl, right. NFC Championship game, what was your expectations during the winning streak?
I was expecting to win at least a playoff game.
Okay. So, you know what? That's totally fair. Just a playoff game. If that was his bar, totally respectable.
This would be one of the tougher ones.
No, it would be. But I think that is a reasonable take. Say, hey, during the winning streak, it was great. It was fun, just to get to over 500, get to 9-8, then wow, we got 10 wins, and then you clinch a playoff spot, then you can think bigger. Okay, I realize no Nick Bosa, no Fred Warner, it's going to be tough, but can you win a playoff game? I think that's reasonable.
If I said in September, hey, Niners, Eagles, no Bosa, no Pearsall, no Warner,
no maybe Trent Williams,
and you win in Philadelphia round 1, you'd be like, oh my God, sign me up.
You'll take that in a heartbeat. Yeah. Absolutely. I think I know you've said it. I think most Niner fans would take that. If that's what you end up doing and that's it, you'll take that win over Philly. This is the
worst defense the Niners have rolled into the playoffs in my adult life, without a doubt.
I still think, though, given everything and my expectations after seeing what took place last week, I have a hard time being mad at this team if they can't win this Sunday. Just given what I saw last week against also an elite defense in the Seattle Seahawks.
But they could play better than what they did last week. That's the thing, guys. I know I've seen them play better than what they did last week. Yes, Seattle outplayed them, but they also didn't execute. Like, they can play better. They just can.
It's interesting how I'm viewing this team, though, too. Who do you think has the better weapons offensively, the Seahawks or the Eagles? Just on paper. Who do you think has the better weapons overall?
Yeah, the Eagles.
The Eagles, right?
Yeah.
I think we're sleeping on that offense. I do think the way we talk about the Eagles offense, like they're Scribinis.
But they haven't put it together this year. That's why.
But when do good teams usually put it together?
Oh, yeah. That's right. In the playoffs.
In the playoffs.
Look, Joe, I think still to this time, the way I look at it, the Eagles are the team to beat coming out of the NFC for me.
Okay.
They are.
Not the Seahawks.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
No.
Not the Rams. Okay.
No. They have the best team for me on both ends of the ball. So they're still the team to beat for me coming out. They are the champs. And until they're knocked off, I'm giving them the credit that they've earned and deserve. Their team is good.
Who's got a lot to lose for you this Sunday, Joe? Who's got a lot to lose on the 49ers?
John Lynch, I think there's if you get blown out in this game, I do think that we're going to have an amplified John Lynch conversation just about the whole front office as a whole. I'm blown away how many guys in our front office are being, interviewed throughout the league. I don't think it's warranted.
Really?
Yeah, no.
Why not?
Look at their drafting and developing. It has not been that good.
Yeah, but I mean, they're thinking of like, hey, these are the guys that brought in
Well, is
Kittle.
Kyle coming with them? How'd that work for Ron Catharin or whatever the heck his
Rand
name
Carthon?
was? Yeah, like, come on. Like, Adam Peters, like, year 1 was great. Year 2, they got an older defense than the Niners.
Yeah, got injured. It was tough. Jane Daniels, their star quarterback, got hurt. It was tough.
This is the same way I view when I see, like, the Dan Quinns of the world or, Gus Bradley's. The guy who created that defense in Seattle was Pete. Now, look, has Robert Saleh been successful at times? Yeah, no doubt. All these other people trying to replicate what Pete brought to the table. That was Pete's side of the ball.
It was also one of the greatest defenses and names you've ever seen collected ever in the history of the NFL.
Andy Reid's side of the ball. I'm not hiring a lot of guys on that. Like, Andy's the architect of everything. Is Andy coming with these guys?
So you think Matt Nagy is getting interviews?
I'm not saying those guys can't be successful in certain roles. Brian Flores is great as a DC. Is Belichick coming with him to coach the team?
That's a good point. RJ in Fairfield, long time no hear. RJ, what's up, man?
Hey, Shasky, if you need some money for PG&E, I got you, bro. Just send me your at. But hey, question, guys. If I was to take Shanahan or Sirianni, I'll take Sirianni. Sirianni at least gets his offense and defense ready for a football game. Shanahan, time and time again, whenever he faces great defenses such as the Seahawks, Baltimore Ravens, call it, the Vikings against Flores, he shrinks. His offense shrinks. His inability to get the offensive line ready for that pass rush, it's stressful. He does it every time. He did it in the Super Bowl, and that's what my thing against Shanahan is his inability to get his offense and defense ready in a big game. And this is a big game, and I see I'm scared, guys. I'm scared of this game. This ain't. I don't know.
What are you scared of most? What are you scared of most in this matchup, RJ?
I'm scared of Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter and the two guards, I'm scared of him putting Purdy getting no time to throw the ball. And our defense, man, if you look, I watched the All-22 from YouTube, and the breakdown of that, I mean, you had the free safeties hitting the wrong gap, over pursuing. You had the D-line not hitting their gaps. You had the offensive line not holding up. Oh, my God, guys. That game was hurtful. I'm still hurting, and this is not going to be good for us, man. So if we win, it's because Purdy and his legs. And but I don't trust Kyle Shanahan in these big moments. Say what you want. I'm a Niner fan, but Kyle Shanahan against a great defense like that, I'm gonna take the Seahawks. I'm gonna take the Eagles.
Can I ask you a question? What big games was the Dallas Cowboy playoff game? A big game a couple years ago.
Yeah, but they're not known for their.
That was a great defense, though. They had Micah.
Come on.
They had Micah, but look at the AFC. Look at the AFC. Look at the Baltimore. I mean, that's one game. Shasky, can you name another? Because I can't think of another game.
Putting it together in the second half against Detroit was pretty special in the NFC Championship game.
All right. Well, Detroit had a good pass rush, but we had a great look at our offense at that time. I'm looking at now, though. You know what I'm saying? This year he hasn't done it.
Thanks, RJ. That's RJ in Fairfield.
To move the goalposts.
Well, but that's what a lot of fans feel. Like when push comes to shove in the two biggest games against the Kansas City Chiefs, they didn't feel like their offense did enough.
I guess where I'm coming at, and I will always push back.
And never forget
all big games.
Remember, never forget 28-3 too, because that's still on Kyle Shanahan according to some people. It's the stupidest thing.
These
ever.
are all big games.
I agree. That's why I think he's playing with house money. But some people don't. They say there's a lot on the line for Kyle Shanahan. He better win this game. He better. Was that going to So he wins this game. Okay. Does that now validate the entire season?
Well, okay.
For some people, it does. Because Steiny was saying that yesterday. If the Niners lose this game, then he's just going to say, yeah, they had an easy schedule. It wasn't a great year for them.
Yeah, that's too flippant for me. And that's his prerogative, but I completely disagree with that. That doesn't dismantle and disvalidate everything that you did or invalidate everything that you did throughout the regular season. No, still a great year. But I want to win this game, and this would be a huge game for them. Look, Saturday night was a big game.
It was.
All right? So was the Sunday night prior to that.
Sure.
Was a big game. So was the Monday night before that against Indy. That was a big game.
But you'll agree, the big game, it kept getting bigger and bigger.
Well, yeah, that's how it works. The stakes get larger and larger and larger.
Correct.
But they're all big games.
But as RJ was saying there was levels to those defenses in all three of those games.
Agreed.
The Seahawks might have the best defense in the NFL. You're supposed to be an offensive guy. You scored 3 points. I understand the frustration there.
In the history of sports, show me a coach who coached for a decade anywhere, and they're not going to have big-time losses and big-time wins.
No, absolutely. But you and I are in agreement. That might have been the worst offensive performance we've ever seen from Kyle Shanahan as a head coach.
Yeah, and we're lucky it didn't end their season.
Absolutely.
Right?
They earned the right to play this game in Philadelphia.
Yeah.
They've clinched a playoff spot for weeks now.
And look, if they find a way to win this game, and then they somehow lose the following week, are we going to be like, oh, no, Philly wasn't a big game? That was a huge game.
No, it'd be huge.
Yeah.
It'd be huge. This is like, again, I think if Brock Purdy comes away from this win and he plays well, you can make the argument it's the most impressive win of his career, given the circumstances.
So, like, I always think back to, the year everybody laughs at, like, when they played the Texans, right? They lose the game against the Texans. They don't make the playoffs. They win that game. That's a big game. Forget who the quarterback was.
Davis Mills.
Yeah, all right. Then they had to play again against the Rams on week 18 after that Texans game. Was that a big game? Because win or go in.
Yeah.
They won in overtime.
Yep,
all right?
I remember.
Then they went on the road to Dallas. Was that a big game?
Yes, it was.
Huge game. They won that game. And somehow we've forgotten all the big games leading up to that. Then they went to Green Bay. They won that game. And then, they lost a 10-point lead in the NFC Championship game. They played like 5 consecutive huge games.
Yeah.
Just to get to that point.
What have you done for me lately? I'm just saying.
And what I'm saying is
that's
we
what
gotta have
it is.
a little more nuance.
We're not allowed to in football,
No,
Joe.
come
We're
on.
not. This isn't the Morning Nuance. They're not changing the name of the title of the show to the Morning Nuance.
No, but can we just
the
be
Morning
a little
Roast?
more, less than 7 years old with how we talk about sports?
No, we can't. We're not allowed to. We're not allowed to. Either Draymond Green sucks or he's great or he's not somewhere in between. Either Stephen Curry's the greatest thing ever or he sucks. All right? That's what we do. Either Brock Purdy's amazing or he sucks. Unfortunately, that's how we talk about sports. OG in San Jose. What's up, OG?
Hey, what's up, guys? Yeah, look, I think Seattle was a tough game. My concern was maybe they had the wrong game plan there, and I hope they don't do it again this week. Vic Fangio likes to do a 4-man front. Get Brock out of the pocket.
Yes.
Move him around. And also borrow from Sean McVay. Put in 3 tight end sets and run the ball at the perimeter so that, you get away from Jalen Carter. You get away from Jordan Davis. And I think if they do that, I think they've got a shot. And defensively, I want to see an 8-9-man front. If they get beat deep, I don't care. Just don't let Saquon Barkley run wild and win the game. Thanks, guys.
That's OG in San Jose. 888-957-9570 is the number. Speaking of Saquon Barkley.
Can I just ask you a question? Because it feels like...
Ask it.
I know we're fresh off this game, so I get it. Like, we're feeling a certain way about the way they played against the Seahawks. Did you look at Sean McVay a week later after he lost to Belichick the way he did in that Super Bowl? Did you look at him as some blundering fool?
No, because he was like 32 years old. Like, I knew he had like so many years in front of him to be so damn good. I thought that was more of a masterclass from Bill Belichick. And I was like, you know what, Sean, you're young. You'll learn from this.
So why can't we apply similar logic to, he lost, what was it, 13-3?
Yeah, it was like something like that. 10-3, 13-3.
I believe, yeah. He scored 3 points.
It's one of the worst Super Bowls I've ever seen in my life.
He had 2 weeks to prepare.
Yeah.
And a much healthier team, even though they were missing Todd Gurley, than what the Niners had, and not against a common opponent.
Yeah.
Yet, we didn't talk about Sean McVay like that.
Well, what was that? Was that Sean McVay's second full season in the NFL? He got to the Super Bowl?
Yes.
I mean, it's pretty incredible. How could you be mad at him for doing that? That's what I'm saying.
But he's got a resume. Shanahan has a resume that's pretty robust.
Sean McVay was 30 when he was the head coach in that Super Bowl. 30, the youngest in NFL history. That's insane. Oh, sorry, 33. Excuse me. He was 30 when he was hired. Oh, my God. But I'm with you in that you should celebrate the wins and what he was able to accomplish thus far. But the more and more we're removed from those, Joe, that's when fans start to get like, okay, it's been a couple years now, Kyle. It's been a couple years now.
Which isn't fair. You're blown away. Like, McVay, he went to the Super Bowl his second year. Kyle did it his third year.
He did.
You know what I mean? I guess what I'm saying is a lot of people just don't like Kyle. I don't
love
understand.
Kyle.
I'm not saying
like
you.
him.
I'm saying people, and I just don't get it. Is it the Shanahan name? Like,
I actually think that's a part of it. I think there's people that think it's nepotism.
McVay's grandfather is one of the great executives of all time.
I agree, but like the
you
name.
don't think Gruden gave him an opportunity because he's McVay's kid?
Absolutely, and they're both from like Ohio, in the same area.
Show me a person in America who didn't have someone recommend them for a job.
Nepotism is abound. I'm not saying it's not. I just think there's a way of Kyle Shanahan, the way he speaks, and the way he acts on the sideline that is off-putting to some people. I think that's dumb. Okay. I think that's stupid. Sean McVay's he has the smile, he wears the khakis, he's got the supermodel wife, I just had a baby, I'm running on the sidelines and I'm rah-rah kind of a guy. I remember all these plays from memory and I say them to the media. Like, I'm telling you why people like Sean McVay. And then he plays in LA and he's an LA guy now. So I'm telling you why it is. I like Kyle Shanahan. I do.
I just think the results should speak for themselves over, especially a long period of time.
Do you think people like Nick Sirianni nationally? I think people think he's a blowhard.
Yeah, but when you win as much as he has, like I think you have to just kind of. He might be a blowhard, but he's also pretty good.
Exactly, and that's what people say about Shanahan. Like not to the level of Sirianni, but people say that. You don't think nationally people are guffawing over Kyle Shanahan? Absolutely, they are.
Yeah, I don't know. I see a lot of wild opinions on Shanahan.
WIP was shocked that like Baldy was taking with Sirianni over Shanahan. I think most of the people at 94 WIP would take Shanahan over Sirianni, quite frankly, even though Sirianni's won a Super Bowl.
I don't know.
And he's won a playoff game over Shanahan.
I remember at one point, Nick the camera came on our station, and again, maybe his opinion has evolved over time, but he thought Shanahan was just a straight up choker.
And maybe it's evolved because he's gone to a Super Bowl since then, obviously. So another one. Let's go to Austin and San Francisco.
The not knowing the overtime rules is going to help him in his case.
I know. I think we're way harder on him about that than they are nationally.
Every fan base is harder on their own than they are on the others.
Austin and San Francisco on the other side.
Austin.
Ross on the other side. We'll get to him. Okay. Ross and Benicia, Allen Fairfield. People are fired up about this conversation on who's got the most to lose. Does anyone have nothing to lose this Sunday or to gain, if you will? We can get into that. And Baldy said he's taken Sirianni and Hurts over Shanahan and Brock. Niner fans, you agree with that? If you had a team, let's just say Team X was out there and they had the pick of the litter and it was picking between Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni or Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy, who are you taking? 888-957-9570. I'll give my answer on the other side. Shasky will give his answer on the other side. Is Sam Lovin going to give his answer? Is Carter Chickering going to give his answer? I don't know. Sam's locked in. Dude, it's a big game for Miami tonight. Like, playoff football officially starts tonight. And it's going to be today, tomorrow, Saturday, and Sunday. We got college football playoffs. We got the NFL playoffs. We've got Kings Warriors on Friday. That doesn't really hit the same. But I tried to sell it. I tried to. It's going to be a good way. Come on. The Kings beat the Warriors last time they played them, did they not? That was in Golden One Center. It's a big one. They won 7 in the last 10. I guess Giannis is saying, I want to retire a buck. Great. This is where we're at. We're still on Giannis watch for the Golden State.
We'll always be on Giannis watch.
We'll always be on Giannis watch.
Remember that.
Okay. We're going to be on Giannis watch.
Always.
Always.
It's kind of like with Brady, I was always on Brady watch. Brady wanted to come to you, you take him.
He's going to be there in Philadelphia calling the game.
Yeah.
You think he could suit up still for one of the, if Tom Brady at like 47 years old told you I could go for today, you think he's a better quarterback than either of the ones going on Sunday?
Not Purdy or Hurts necessarily, but he's better than Phillip.
Oh, that's true.
I'm convinced he could still be a Pro Bowler.
Okay. I actually
got to be on the right team though.
I'm actually in agreement. We'll pick all that up on the other side.
More than Jacoby Brissett.
More review text brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi.
Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Elevate your kitchen at the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with autopay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence Data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. After an incredible final week of the football season, the playoff field is set. There are some newer faces in the running this year, as Chicago and Denver have put together some incredible seasons. However, perennial powerhouse teams like New England and Seattle will look to continue their march to the big game. Who will be the final 2 teams standing in February? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ETHOS.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
face.
Guys,
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. My mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
Let's be real and face reality in its face.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
You really are. There you go. By the way, the whole, can we talk about it real quick, Joe? We're talking about Niners-Eagles, 1:30 this Sunday in Philadelphia. We're fired up. Who's got the most to gain? Who's got the most to lose for the 49ers? 888-957-9570. Austin, Ross, Al, drop of that, Matt. We'll get to all of you.
I don't know.
Did you see what was circulating the interwebs yesterday? Whether it was on Instagram, whether it was on X, whether it was on whatever the hell you're on. This electromagnetic injury thing that people are trying to say, the reason the Niners are getting hurt all the time is because they practice near electricity in a power plant station.
I hate you, Kyle.
That's exactly what oh my God. And the tweet that
that would be more on Jed.
The amount of people that I actually respect, in the media game, that quote tweeted it and said, oh, wow, you guys got to read this thread. I had to backtrack and say, oh my God, I look at these people that quote tweeted it differently.
I don't know if it's crackpot or not. Here's what I would say to you, though,
Most
Joe.
ridiculous thing ever. Because the guy that tweeted it, I looked at his background. He's not a doctor of anything, people. Just
Dr. Dre.
No,
he's a doctor of beat making.
He created a blog. He's like, I got this this program, and I went through this program, and I got this degree in this. I was like, great, I can do that too. Stop.
Here's what I would say. It doesn't matter whether it's real or not, or if one player on the team buys in on it, then we might have a problem. What?
They've been doing it. They've been practicing near there for 30 plus years.
Yeah. And they've been the most injured team for 20 of them.
But on the first 10.
Maybe we didn't keep the statistics accordingly.
Oh my God.
I don't know.
I hate where we're at.
Joe, here's what I would say to you.
I hate where we are. The holistic
Irregardless of whatever is happening there regarding that tinfoil hat theory, there might be some truth to it. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know anything about injuries and was it a nuclear reactor or an electrical reactor? I don't even know what it is. Is it a power plant?
I trust Dr. Nirav Pandya, who's gone to school and got guys his doctorates.
The science does get it wrong too, though.
No, hold on. There's been legit studies in this. And again, this is the problem when you say science does get it wrong. When you have real studies that show no correlation to it, and we need to believe those real studies, not the fake ones. I'm done. There we go.
I'm not science thought the world was flat at one point, and then we found out it was not. So science can get things wrong. Believe me, I believe in science.
Trial and error.
I'm also a big art guy too, so I believe in both, and you got to blend them.
Sure.
If you had the amount of injuries that this team has had relative to the rest of the league for this long of a period, and I will say it till I'm blue in the face, I would hire an outside firm to come in and investigate and audit us. What are we doing? Strength, conditioning, prevention, diagnosis, recovery, all of it. I would have them literally audit every facet of my organization relative to the rest of the league, and then send me the results, and then make my, some sort of decisions based off that. Now, part of that might be, I can't even say it out loud, might be the electrical whatever that's going on. And look, if people want to believe that, sure.
Bill Romanowski joined us yesterday. He just said, you know what? Just see what they're doing recovery-wise. Just see how they're lifting their weights. Just do that. Just see what they're doing nutritionally. Go through all of that, and then maybe we have a better, clearer answer. Just do that. He had a whole team behind him, he said. He's like, a lot of these guys do. They have their own trainers. They have their own this. That was a big problem with the Brandon Ayuk recovery, right? He had his own team. He didn't want to, I'm not going to go down that road. But just, you know what? I just thought that was laughable. It just came across my timeline yesterday. I was like, I can't. We have the biggest game of the year, and we're talking about electricity near the practice facility. Austin and San Francisco. It says
I'm more interested in the conspiracy theories of whether the moon is hollow, whether the pyramids were an actual power plant than the power plant next door to Levi Stadium. I'm more worried about the ancient Amazonian civilizations where we keep finding pyramids. I'm more interested in that than I am whatever this injury thing is.
You're more into Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Where's that at, right? Where's the Ark of the Covenant, if you will? Yes. There you go. I'm more interested in Austin and San Francisco.
They think that they found that at Göbekli Tepe. which is a historical site where we actually found out science was wrong. We thought society started 5,000 years ago when in reality it started 12,000 years ago at Göbekli Tepe, which it's just civilization was significantly older than we thought.
Yeah.
That's new science.
There you go. Exactly. There you go. It's archaeologists doing their job and doing studies. It's great. Austin in San Francisco. Hey, Austin, you been studying this game? Are you scared?
Hey, yeah, I'm scared. I'm definitely scared, but I feel like Philadelphia got more to lose since they're already champs and whatnot. You got a diva over there with Adrian Brown. I think if they lose, I think Adrian Brown gonna want to trade or something. And then not only that, Brock Purdy. I'm scared for Brock Purdy. He barely made it out of that Seattle game, and then now we're going against the rematch against the Philly, and they already laid him out the game last time we played them in the playoffs. Took him out. I'm scared. Our offensive line, no Trent out there. They take McCaffrey away and putting the ball in Brock Purdy's hand. I don't know with that offensive line. Maybe go with Mac Jones. Get the ball out quick.
Whoa, Austin, I love you, but come on.
Hey, but he won the playoff game, though. Mac Jones won the playoff
Purdy's
game.
won a bunch of playoff games.
That.
Wait, when did Mac Jones ever win a playoff game?
I think they lost that game.
His rookie year.
No, he did not. They lost.
Rookie year.
They lost.
He made it to the playoffs.
There you go. Yeah. Close, but not really. Just come on. Now we're making things. Yeah, he won a game, and I was like, no, he didn't. They got destroyed in that playoff game. What are we doing here? He won the college football playoff.
He won a bunch of big games leading up to that.
Yes. No, he had a great rookie season when he had competent coaching around him. I've been a Mac Jones guy. I've been very impressed with what Mac Jones was able to do. Probably the most fun story of the season was the Mac Jones rise. That's
the most
great
improbable win of the year was the Ram game.
Absolutely. That was probably the win of the year, quite frankly, and like this one to overcome that.
They lost the Bills 47-17.
Could you imagine Shanahan today? We were thinking about going with Brock, but in hindsight, we're going to go with Mac. We think he gives us a better chance. Wild card.
Well, that of all the scenarios that could take place Sunday, the craziest would be Brock struggling, and then at halftime, them putting in Mac Jones. Then you can't go. Then
Joe, that happened with Joe Montana. They had lost to the Giants in back-to-back years. All right, so 85 and 86. Yeah. They lost 17-3 and then 49-3. He got knocked out. Jim Burt. He went to the hospital. They made the trade for Steve Young because they didn't even know if he was going to be ready. He had the back injury. Some say extracurriculars off the field.
Electrical fields?
No. Okay. Cocaine. But hanging out with Huey Lewis.
White Mike.
Stop with the white Mike. And then they trade for Steve Young, and they were down to Minnesota. This is a famous game where Anthony Carter was going absolutely ballistic against us. I mean, he looked like Jerry Rice in that game. And the Minnesota Vikings were killing the Niners, and he benched Joe Montana to go to Steve Young.
And how'd it go?
Steve fought valiantly in the second half to fight them back into it. And all the Viking guys were being interviewed coming off the field. And they're like, that's the future. That's the guy talking about Steve Young. And it was just totally different. It was crazy.
You don't see Mac Jones coming in relief and Jalen Hurts and Nick Sirianni after the game saying, man, Mac Jones is the future of that team.
Exactly.
That sounds laughable.
Well, and then in the very next year, to open up training camp, Bill Walsh says, there's no one around him. He's got the microphone, and he's like, we have a quarterback controversy.
We have two quarterbacks we really like.
Yeah, we have a controversy. He said, we have a controversy.
He said it. Remember we were talking about that the regular season, if there's a controversy or not. Vic Fangio doesn't see a big difference between Brock and Mac Jones. Vic Fangio, defensive coordinator of the Philadelphia Eagles.
Not that much. They were very successful with Mac playing. I think he started 8 games, if I'm not mistaken, and they won 5 or 6 of those. Mac's a really good quarterback, and he's where he should have been from the start.
There you go. Oh, is that a shot saying they should have taken Mac Jones instead of Trey Lance all along? Vic Fangio?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
I mean, look, in hindsight, he's probably right.
Probably. Trey Lance did not look good last Sunday, but again, that's, this is only start of the season. Ross in Benicia wants to talk about the 49ers Eagles. What's up, Ross?
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Great,
you
man.
Got a great voice. What's up, my man?
Hey, Hey, Sasky, I met you out in Martinez when you and Bonte did the little thing in the morning at the breakfast spot in Martinez.
Very cool.
Yeah, you guys are awesome.
Is that Copper Skillet?
But
Yeah,
I was
Copper
calling
Skillet.
Because, Copper Skillet.
That place is
yeah.
good.
What I was calling for is it seems like you guys are laying the foundation almost for a loss. You know what I'm saying? It's like a soft landing spot for a loss. I'm hearing guys call up on the radio. They're scared, this, that, and the other.
Very scary.
I'm just saying this, man. Keep the same energy, man. When y'all was whooping up on JV teams all year, man, it was, we this, we that, we go here, we go
Who's your team?
here.
Who's your team? Who's your team? Who's your team?
I'm an NFL fan, man. I just don't. I follow NFL.
So
man.
you're a displaced
I'm an
Raider
NFL
fan?
Guy. Huh?
Displaced Raider
What'd
fan?
you say?
Displaced Raider fan?
No. Actually, man, to keep it real, when I was young, there was no cable, man. So all we could watch was the Steelers or the Cowboys. So I gravitated towards the Steelers.
I get it.
You know what I'm saying?
There's nothing wrong with that.
So I'm just saying, man, just keep the same energy. Don't
Ross,
cower down now.
I'm telling you right now, there was at no point in this season where I said the 49ers are winning the Super Bowl. So is that what you're
No, I know that.
I let myself believe
that.
they could get the number one seed.
They had a chance.
No.
Yeah.
I get it. I'm just saying it's been a lot of bravado, a lot of chest poking out. You know what I'm saying?
For sure. And Ross,
when Mac Jones was doing his thing, and I get it. But now that when they got whooped up on last weekend, and now we're kind of backtracking on that.
Well, I think it was very humbling.
That's the word.
That's the way I would put it. It was a sobering, humbling loss.
Yeah.
And sometimes those are like ice bucket challenges.
That's exactly what it was. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station in the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app, coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. One more hour to go here in the Morning Roast. We're taking your calls, taking your texts. Who's got the most to gain? Who's got the most to lose this Sunday in Philadelphia for the San Francisco 49ers? I think Brock Purdy has so much to gain if he wins this. You said he'll earn his contract with a win this Sunday in Philadelphia,
I think it would
Joe.
shut up a lot of the naysayers. Like, even the biggest Brock hater would admit, we pay you to win when you don't have a left tackle, wide receiver, the defense is terrible. You win a road game in Philly? Are you kidding me?
I'll tell you what they'll say. The Brock haters still, because they're not going anywhere.
God, what are they going to say?
Jimmy would have done that too.
No.
Jimmy could have done it.
No.
They'll just give the credit to CMC or Shanahan.
Yes, that's what they'll do. That's what the haters do, Joe. They're not winning back the haters. All right? And I love the haters. If they're listening, they're listening. Hate me or love me. That's what I want. Just don't want you to feel indifferent. I want something. Hate me or love me. Don't just say, that's what you don't want.
Hate it or love it, the underdog's on top.
By the way, we had Bill Romanowski on yesterday. If you missed any of that interview, Romo's the best. It's on YouTube. It's on the Odyssey app. I could listen to that guy. I really said it. I was like, dude, I wish I could just talk with Romo another hour. Just the stories he had to say about playing in Philly, Denver, the Raiders, the Niners, all of it. Guy played in multiple Super Bowls with multiple franchises, won 4 of them. This is what he had to say about whether or not like a hostile environment, like the crowd in Philadelphia, whether it matters or not.
This is what it's all about. This playoff football. It's all or nothing. So, but at the end of the day, the hostile environments don't matter. It's about showing up on Sunday, getting the job done, executing, not turning the ball over, flying around on defense.
Exactly. Once you start playing the game, it's not going to matter. If anything, it's a home field disadvantage at times for the Philadelphia Eagles and their team because they get booed. If they got booed in the NFC Championship game a couple of years ago against the Niners off the field. You were there, Joe. Weren't they booing that team when they were going into the locker room? And they had a lead in that game.
I've seen so many. That fan base is nuts. They keep chanting the "Fly Eagles Fly" from the 1950s. It's insufferable.
Well, I remember you and Bonte did the opposite version, wasn't it? What was it? Die Eagles Die?
Cry Eagles Cry.
Yeah. That was a little extreme. It said Die Eagles
LOSERS Eagles.
Bonte was so excited to do that. I was indifferent.
He's like, whatever. Just like, whatever.
You enjoyed it a lot.
Well, of course you did at the time. Because it's fun. It's sports, baby. You need some good old-fashioned sports hatred. That's something that's this playoff bracket's missing. Like, there's going to be some sports hatred between Bears and Packers fans this Saturday night. I know that. That's great. That's awesome. I think there's going to be like like hatred with Rams fans and Panthers fans on Saturday morning.
I mean, outside of Steph Curry, I still have yet to see any other Carolina Panther fan. He was wearing like a corduroy jersey onto the plane the other day. It was the ugliest jersey I've ever seen. Steph, can we just for a brief moment?
Yeah, you better be careful.
Steph's got some bad style. He's wearing like some giant baggy pants earlier this year.
Better be careful.
Steph.
Don't clip that, Sam. Don't put it out there. Steph's got bad style.
Yikes.
Too late. Sorry there.
Some stuff I would never consider wearing.
Joe
But
Chastie's trending.
He can get away with it.
Steph, there you go.
He can get away with it. He's Steph.
Hey, Joe.
I mean, throw the record books out with the fan bases when Jags-Bills happens. I mean, that's what a rivalry.
Brooks Koepka, huge Jags fan.
He's the one.
He's the one Jaguars.
Him and me, O'Brien.
No, Mac Jones. Mac Jones is a big Jags fan growing up. Steelers-Texans. I mean, that rivalry dates back to 2004.
Well, when the Texans were founded.
Thank you. What I'm saying is here, there's not a lot of sexy matchups except for Eagles, Niners, Bears, Packers. But if you're a fan of the game, you'll watch them all. So there you go.
Gotta be on that red zone life.
It is the best matchup of the weekend, bar none, is Eagles, Niners. Everyone's going to be locked in this. It's going to get the most views. You got the primetime crew. You got Kevin Burkhardt. You got Tom Brady. You're fired up about this one. What are you eating? What are you eating, Joe? Watching this game. Your burrito? Huh?
Not eating anything. During the game?
Yeah.
Eating would resemble calmness. No. There's anxiety. You don't eat before the game. I have an 11 o'clock basketball game, which is great.
Oh.
Perfect timing there. We moved it around, and then which will kill all the anxiety leading up to it.
Okay. There you go.
Which is great.
So no burrito for you?
No.
Okay.
No. And then we're going to go live on YouTube after and do a post-game show.
Oh, are you excited about that?
Yeah, I am. Pretty pumped up.
Let's go.
Yeah.
I wonder if Alan Fairfield's pumped up about this game. He should be. It's the biggest game of the weekend. Biggest game of the year, Al. Good morning.
Good morning. How you guys doing?
Fantastic.
I'm pumped up as an NFL fan, but I'm coming from a perspective of a non-fan of.
Time out. What does that even mean as an NFL fan? You don't have a team?
Yes, I do. I was just going to say, you just said that as a fan, you should watch all the games. I am a big Rams fan. I am a Niner hater, but I'm coming in peace. I'm coming in peace.
Let's go.
I really
I'll
think
hit the peace pipe. Let's go.
Okay, the Niners have the most to gain, and here's why. You guys went 12-5 with so many injuries. You name me another team that could have lost their quarterback, their defensive stars. I mean, you guys are running out receivers who should be third receivers on other teams, and you guys had a hell of a season.
Mm-hmm.
So I listen to you guys every day, and I hear Niner fans crying about Shanahan and everything, and I just laugh in my car because, yes, you guys want to win the Super Bowl. We all do. But if you guys were to lose this game sometime in March when everything calms down, you guys will realize you guys had a hell of a season with what you had to deal with, and no one wants to hear that because we all want to win the game. I remember a couple of years ago when we barely made the playoffs and we went into Detroit and we lost, and I was throwing shit. I was sorry.
I could feel that one coming too.
Sorry.
So relaxed.
No. Oh, but that's why we love our callers. That was great. He was relaxed. We were just shooting the breeze.
He was very reasonable, though.
Yeah. He was saying you should be grateful.
Here's the problem. Reasonable and sports fan don't jive.
Yeah.
Okay, so what happens is there's a cycle. I've talked about this. The time for perspective is not within 24 to even 96 hours after the game. It takes about a week to get through the full cycle of the lowest of depression and then building yourself back up. Now, there are some losses that are deeper.
Sure.
We lost the Super Bowl. I mean, it took like a year.
I think that loss last Saturday is deep for a lot of people. That's why they're feeling the way they are right now.
I would agree. When we lost to the Seahawks in the NFC Championship game, I wasn't right for a year.
Yeah.
Like a year. So there are some losses that just stick with you forever. But he's right. We're not ready to reasonably be able to quantify how great of a year it's been, whether they lose this week in the Super Bowl in overtime or win it all. I don't think we'll be able to properly understand how great of a year is, but that's part of the beauty of sports.
And it's part of the expectations constantly changing of this season. I don't remember a season where the goalposts went from back to front, from back to front to middle to back. You lost Nick Bosa former DPOY. You lost Fred Warner, the perennial DPOY candidate, best linebacker in sports. You lost your quarterback for a huge chunk of the season. You lost your future Hall of Fame tight end for a big chunk of the season. You didn't have Brandon Ayuk all year. You weren't going to have him, or you thought maybe at some point. You lost your first-round draft pick this past year for the whole season, and you lost your first-rounder for a big chunk of the season from last year, and Ricky Pearsall, who you thought would be your number one wide receiver. Like, Trent Williams has been hurt. You've lost everything.
Yeah, but all that doesn't matter if it's a tie game in the fourth quarter and we blow an assignment and they get in field goal range and kick a field goal. And then I'm going to go back and the woulda, coulda, shoulda. So, for example, we believe most Warrior fans who are young enough, or old enough, depending on how you view it, are like, oh, we believe. It's the highlight. When people bring up we believe, yes, it was. It was amazing. You know what I think of? We should have beat the Utah Jazz. Yeah. I hate Derek Fisher. I hate Carlos Boozer. I hate Deron Williams. We should have beat the Utah Jazz. We had them. The Baron Davis dunk game was like, we ended up losing the series in 5 games or whatever it was. Should have won that series. The first playoff run with the Warriors when they knocked off Denver, okay? And again, no normal sports is like, what a great year, we believe. To this day, you bring up we believe, and I get furious that we lost to the Jazz. I can barely, be super happy over we believe because I legitimately thought had that team advanced, they could have won it all. That's how my brain works. I'm a moron, right? When I bring up the first year of Steph and Clay and Harrison Barnes was a rookie and they beat Denver, everyone's like, oh, they beat Denver. They should have beat the Spurs. Yeah. They blew a 20-point lead in game 1 when Ken Bates were not closing out on Ginobili and Richard Jefferson smoking a layup. That's how my brain works, right? So I hear you. Over time, I'll be able to be like, man, we believe it was a great year. But there's the other part of me. It's like, yeah, but we should have beat the Jazz. And I know that's just the psycho in me.
You're not a psycho. I think that's how a lot of fans feel. That's literally why we have sports talk radio and radio shows, Joe, is because of the losing. It's not because of the winning. The winning helps. What drives more calls, unfortunately? It's when the teams lose.
Dude, I just tell you how I feel. I don't care about the calls.
No. Well, I care about the people that call in. Drop that, Matt.
You know what I mean? I don't do it for calls. I do it for me.
I know you don't do it, but misery loves company. That's why there's a saying. That's why we as sports fans, we get together the most when we talk about the losses. The wins, yes, but we talk about the losses together. It's like, you raise that loss, I'll raise you another one. You raise this loss, I'll raise you that. You could be around the barbershop. That's what we love about sports. That's the best.
Debo Samuel, Debo. The whole thing that year was unreal.
Yep.
The wide back, it was unreal. I can't even enjoy that years removed from it because of how we blew that fourth quarter lead to the Rams.
Yep. Yeah. I
love that team.
I know. It was a great team. I look at that team. Is there any, that's probably the most comparable Niner team, that run, to what could potentially happen now. But even that Niner team, they were so much healthier on defense than this one is right now.
Yeah, but their corners were terrible.
They were. Yes. The safety play, Jaquaski Tartt. Line one. I know. Who was also an Eagle at one point. No, we won't get. I'm going to be better, Sam. I almost went to him. It's called growth as a host right now. As I've been doing this for a little while. So I probably shouldn't go to the caller right before we hit the break. So I'm not going to do that. I learned what I am going to do is tease this. We keep hearing a lot of scared energy from 49er fans. I want some positivity. I want some aggressive energy. I had Nick and Berkeley call in earlier. He was pumped up. He thinks the Niners got a shot this week, and they absolutely do. I don't want to get it twisted. There is a path for the Niners to win this game. There is. I also want to give you a taste of what the callers in Philadelphia are saying with this day. It might fire up Niner fans here in the Bay Area and beyond, because we had Steven Risotto, our guy, a.k.a. Pasta, here on the airwaves, dive deep into Philadelphia sports radio yesterday, and we got a lot of calls. And let's just say this. There's a lot of confidence coming from the Philadelphia fan base. We'll get into that on the other side, and it's going to be brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we could be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hi, I'm Dallas, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. You know she loves her Shane Company engagement ring, but you also want to surprise her for her birthday, anniversary, or just because she deserves it. Why not get her a bigger diamond with our easy trade-up program? We'll give you the full credit of your original natural diamond purchase toward a new one. Her new diamond only has to be $1 more. You only pay the difference. How's that for an easy trade-up? Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Because a friend wants you to win the gifting game. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson. Paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Looking for the perfect venue for your next meeting or special event? Discover History San Jose. With charming indoor spaces and beautiful outdoor settings, it's the ideal spot for meetings, weddings, corporate gatherings, or private celebrations. Nestled in the heart of History Park, you'll enjoy a unique blend of historic charm and modern amenities to make your event unforgettable. Plus, our spacious grounds offer the perfect backdrop for photos, dining, and more. Reserve your day today at History San Jose. Visit historysanjose.org or call now to book your one-of-a-kind experience.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and RNS Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Janet from Burlingame. We had such a great experience with this company, especially with our technician, Sergio. He took the time to explain what was going on, what our options were, and how to keep everything running smoothly in the future.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with RNS Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line. But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast!
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
I love bicycles. I'm also a big art guy. I love dancing.
Now back to 95.7 The Game.
We're rolling, baby. Let's go. Show has flown by.
Can I thank the Niners?
Yeah,
thank you, 49ers. You salvaged us Trae Young, Giannis, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, Pods talk.
Yikes. That's true. We would have been talking more about that today had there not been a playoff game to talk about.
Could you imagine what like the green room is right now as they're discussing what they're going to talk about, signing like, I really want to get these Trae Young takes off.
No.
I'm also a big art guy.
No, this is
I
Steiny's
believe in art and science. It's both. You can't have one or the other. To me, you have to blend them.
What do you mean believing in art?
I love dancing.
It's not something to believe in. There's just art. You just look at it.
Okay, so in golf, right?
What the hell does that even mean?
In golf, there's the science part of it, meaning like the swing plane and all that.
Sure.
And then there's the artistic value, which is like, hey, I'm gonna hit a field shot right here. So I'm a big believer in art and science.
Okay.
Me too.
Some people are all one or all the other. I mean, you meet some hippies and they're all like, yeah, man.
Sure, whatever. Okay.
That's how I feel.
It's metaphoric.
That's exactly how
you guys
I feel,
gotta think
Brian.
deeper. It's metaphoric.
So,
for example, you're all dork, right? All science.
All dork, all science? No, I believe in
Lord of the
everything.
Rings and Dungeons and Dragons.
You like Star Wars. What are we talking about?
We like Star Wars.
I don't like the sequel trilogy. Shasky liked that thing. I think it sucked ass. Here you go.
You like LARPing, though?
I don't mind LARPing. I don't mind it.
You LARP as Poe Dameron?
You know what?
You can pull that off,
I'll
actually.
LARP as a San Francisco 49ers fan this Sunday. How about that?
I'm just happy
to be here.
Rather see you as Poe Dameron.
There's so many jokes.
I mean,
Poe Dameron or Poe Scammeron, please.
Sauce 3.
Sequel trilogy stunk. Miss me with that. Oh, Luke Skywalker somehow. Oh my God, I can't overcome all the bad things that have happened. Dude, you killed your own dad, and now this is getting to you because you disappointed your nephew. Stupidest crap ever.
Technically, the
a little bit more
Emperor
nuance to that, but okay.
Yeah,
whatever.
Palpatine.
Stop. Yeah, he overcame that. He helped his father overcome the dark side, but he can't help his nephew do it. Stupid.
Yeah, he failed. That's why he's all bent out of shape. Did you even watch the movies?
I know, dude. Yoda,
No, I
says
didn't.
it.
I didn't
Failure's
want
the greatest
to.
teacher.
No, it's awful because Ryan Johnson ruined it.
What is going on
He made
here?
Luke Skywalker a crybaby.
You're right. Yeah, he doesn't appreciate art.
He doesn't. He's stick to what is it, Knives Out, like Glass Onion, like.
I'm saying you don't
whodunit.
appreciate art.
No, I don't appreciate farts. That's
You
what
and
it was.
Bonte are at the Louvre. Just be like,
Dude.
yeah, Mona Lisa's overrated.
Actually, it is. The Mona Lisa is low-key overrated.
Purdy and
Carter's been there. He knows what I'm talking about.
Purdy and Shanahan winning with all of the adversity around them in Philadelphia versus this team.
Would that be his Mona Lisa?
No, it would be his Death Star moment where he blew up the Death Star like Luke and R2-D2.
Oh, and by the way, another originality. Let's have 2 Death Stars, but in the sequel trilogy, let's have a Star Killer base.
Yeah, we didn't like
That's
that.
real original.
Real Star Wars fans.
Look, come on.
That's what it is.
Shanahan is a sequel trilogy fan for sure. Drop of the hat, Matt, San Francisco. What's up, Drop of the hat?
Hey, what's going on with you guys, man? Thanks for having me on.
Dude, where you been?
Man, you know that I've been busy, man. You know, busy taking care of family. I just had triplets, so working in daily triplets.
My uncle's got triplets. Good luck.
Congratulations.
Free-range children. It's tough, man. Woo.
Yeah, it is tough. It's a lot of work, but it's worth it at the end of the day.
God bless you.
But yeah, so, you know, coming off that Saturday loss, before that, as a Niner fan, we were so excited, you know, with all the wins and trying to get, you know, that number 1 seed, and, you know what I mean, the road to the Super Bowl is way easier with the number 1 seed. And with the loss, it's like being a boxer, man. You get knocked down, and it's hard to get up and get that next fight. You know what I mean? Your confidence level is down, right? But as a Niner fan, for me, and I'm excited, right, for this game that's coming up. But I don't know what we're going to get out of Shanahan play calling, because he was in his bag for like 7 weeks in a row. And then against Seattle, he wasn't in his bag. I mean, he lost Pearsall and Trent, and he trying to run the ball. So Seattle knew that, right? So it's easy to stop. Like in football, if you know what the team is doing, it's easy to stop you, right? And when you watch that game, it just seemed like Seattle knew what we was doing. So my thing is just like the other caller was saying, what the Rams did this year and the way that offense is so clicking, because they ran that 3 tight end set. We got Jake Tonges and Luke, and you had Kittle in there, and they could chip the defensive lineman. They can go out, and they give Purdy's a great quarterback. Why? Because his brain, he can go through his progression, right? So you don't have top receivers.
Yeah.
But you got 3 tight ends that split. You know what I mean? Shanahan, like I said, got to show us something different, because the Eagles they're gonna copy that same defensive game plan that Seattle used for this game, right or wrong, because that's what they're gonna plan for, especially if Pearsall is not playing.
Thanks, drop that, Matt. I'm just going to say this. You cannot compare and contrast the passing game concepts of a Sean McVay with Matt Stafford, Puka Nacua, and Devontae Adams to what the 49ers have. You just can't do it. I hear you where like you're asking for more 3 tight end sets. If he hasn't done it to this point, he's not going to do it. Like, he's not going to say that I've been dusting this thing off, all these secret passing schemes. Kyle Shanahan, I'm going to dust them off in Philadelphia in a playoff game. You know what the offense is, and you're going to continue to run it. Now,
they might.
Do you need to pivot faster than you did last week? I think so. If your running game's not.
Well,
there.
here's where I would actually disagree with you. I think if Kendrick Bourne is not a big part of the playbook this week, I think they're going to have a really difficult time chunking off big rip plays. Like they are. They're going to have a difficult time. They need, which is the saddest sentence ever, but they really need Kendrick Bourne to be a factor in this week's game. And I have a feeling they will be. And they need him in the slot, and they need to figure out a way to let him get loose over the middle. He is a guy that can make plays for you, and he's an energy guy. You know, he's kind of got a little GP2 in him in that he works against certain teams. This could be the kind of team. I think you do have to take Juice off the field a little and go more 3 wide receiver sets, or maybe it's Tonjes that plays a little more. I don't know, but I don't think Juice could be a huge part of the playbook this week.
You're bringing up Tonjes and Kendrick Bourne.
I know it's like run the ball. I disagree.
Well, I'm with you. They haven't been able to really run the ball all season long. They've gotten better like this second half, but they're still not great at it.
No. I think when people say run the ball, they want to run the ball with the fullback. I'm saying I would run the ball with 3 wide receivers or 2 tight ends versus the fullback. I actually think you need to get your most playmakers out there, and whether it's throwing, but get your playmakers out on the field. You need Bourne to play. If Bourne doesn't play 25, 30 snaps, I honestly don't see how they win this game. I'm dead serious.
Well,
Kendrick Bourne is an X factor for me in this game.
How many snaps is Ricky Pearsall going to play? Is Ricky Pearsall going to play?
I don't think
he's
going to play. I'm assuming he's not going to play.
See, we're talking about who's got the most to gain and most to lose. If he played in this game and produced, I think that does so much for him heading into we haven't brought him up, is why I'm bringing him up now.
Because he isn't practicing.
Well, I know. But if he plays and he practices today and he plays, he has a huge opportunity to change the narrative of his season in one game. He has a huge opportunity to do that. And I'm rooting for him. Yeah. Like, I don't want people to sit here thinking I hate Ricky Pearsall, and I'm like, it's Spadotti, you're saying he's a bust. No, he can't stay healthy. That's just a fact, which sucks. Like, just call it what it is. The guy can't stay healthy.
I know.
Oh, it's unfair to say he's injury prone. Like, guys missed 14 games in 2 years. It is what it is. I want him to play, Joe. I want him to. They miss him. They need him.
Niner fans, what's the signature George Kittle playoff moment?
Ooh, signature George Kittle playoff moment. Well, actually, you bring that up. The moment I think about is the OPI call in the Super Bowl back in 2019 in that season. Right? And then it was the bogus OPI call before the half. They could have scored. They were doing the timeout, like John Lynch in the booth. I actually think about that and that being a horrible call.
It was the best throw of Garoppolo's career, and it got negated. That's what I actually think about. Or the game-winning and game-sealing catch to ice it against the Dallas Cowboys. Okay, in that game. That's probably his best game in the playoffs, 5 for 95. So he's played in the 12 playoff games. Every Kyle playoff game, he's been in all of them. How many touchdowns?
How many touchdowns for Kittle?
In 12 games.
5.
2.
Whoa.
He's got 33 catches in those 12 games. So I'm going to give you, in Minnesota, 3 for 16. This is 2019. Green Bay, 1 for 19. 4 for 36 against Kansas City in the Super Bowl. We all would agree, like, how do you, Super Bowl, you don't even get him involved?
I know.
And then at Dallas, 1 for 18. At Green Bay, he had 4 for 63 in that game. That was the one where they didn't score an offensive touchdown and they won that game. And then against the Rams in the NFC Championship game, 2 for 27. The missed one over the top in the first drive would have been a touchdown if Jimmy just hits him. Then they play Seattle. He only goes 2 for 37. That was the Debo CMC Brock kind of explosion game. Dallas, 5 for 95. Again, the big catch you're alluding to on third down, like fingertip in it. It was just an incredible play. 3 for 32 against Philly in that NFC Championship game loss. That game, they couldn't throw the ball at all. Green Bay, in the rain, 4 for 81. He was excellent. One of his other touchdowns, okay? And then Detroit, only 2 for 27. He blocked really well in that game. And then in the Super Bowl, 2 for 4 yards. They got to get Kittle going. I don't think they can win this game given the depletion of playmakers without getting Kittle rocking and rolling. It's kind of, when you look at it on paper, like each game I can make an argument on why his numbers look as low as they are. 5 catches for 95 yards is the playoff high. That is surprising.
I need my all-pro Hall to show up in the passing game. And some of that is on the quarterback, some of that's on the play caller, some of that's on just, the feel of the game. And if they're running the ball well, what have you. He's my most reliable pass catcher, though. He is. It's not Juwan Jennings. But it's not Kendrick Bourne. It's not Demarcus Robinson. Maybe it's Christian McCaffrey because he's kind of been that guy this year. But again, that's my running back. Like, I need it to be George Kittle this week.
But what if Trent doesn't play? You got to keep him in line blocking.
Well, isn't that why you got Luke Farrell? I mean, in theory, isn't that why you paid this guy to be the blocking tight end?
But Farrell doesn't command linebacker coverage and safety coverage.
True.
Come on.
Well, then Tonjes. Tonjes
is a terrible blocker.
I know he's a terrible blocker.
It's like worse attribute.
Can he chip? Like, can he just chip and just, that's what the job of that? And I get it. But again, this goes back to if they turn into a passing offense, Joe. This is when the Jay Grudens of the world, who has been critical of Kyle Shanahan in the past, say, yeah, it's kind of a remedial passing game in San Francisco. This is when these kind of games kind of rears its head. If you don't have the running game, then how do you get creative in the passing game? Can you do that this week? Because they couldn't do that last week, Joe, and the Seattle defense suffocated them.
I agree. And you look at it, I mean, he had 5 for 29 against Seattle. It just didn't feel like he was healthy, and it didn't feel like he could break any tackles, and there was really nowhere to go.
No, there wasn't. And it's hard for me to get, how much is it on the quarterback throwing it? I know, and this is what I could always say about George Kittle is how elite of a blocker he is. Because like you said, Tonjes, if he's not catching the ball, what is he doing? Travis Kelce, if he's not catching the ball, what is he doing? Some of these guys, they're glorified big wide receivers playing the tight end position. George Kittle is an all-encompassing tight end, and we were talking with Romanowski yesterday. That's why he has such a love for the 80s and 90s tight ends, because he had to block. You couldn't just be some big receiver. You had to get in there and block. Before we go to some of the sound that we pulled yesterday from WIP, we actually have a caller from Philadelphia that wants to call in and talk about the game. Gabe in Philly. What's up, Gabe? You're on the morning roast.
How you guys doing? You guys ready for Sunday?
I am. Are you?
You don't even sound real.
Yeah, I'm feeling it. Yeah, how's it feel to know that Sirianni tanked Week 18 just as we could glide past you guys?
How you think it's going to be a blowout, Gabe? You think it's going to be 50-0?
I'll tell you what, if that spread was 21.5, it's still getting hammered like me on St. Patty's Day.
This is not a real call.
Gabe, it's true.
This is 100% either a TikToker or an Instagrammer trying to reel something up. I love it.
We have the area code. It's a Pennsylvania area code.
Sure it is, but it's laying on thick.
Listen, I'm a regular caller on WIP. I don't do none of that TikTok shit.
Who do you call? Who do you call on WIP?
1992.
Who do you call on WIP? Who do you call?
I call Jack Fritz. I call Joe the camera. I'm a morning guy on my way to work to lay concrete.
Do you see the guy on Instagram that does all the fake WIP callers?
I told you I don't do none of that TikTok shenanigans. Let me ask you something. How last week goes for you guys? You guys put up a 3-piece McNugget.
Ishkabibbles or Pats or Geno's?
Brock Purdy wasn't looking too purdy last week, was he, guys?
No, he wasn't.
That's the first I've heard that one.
Yeah, he wasn't looking too
put
good.
Put up a 3-piece McNugget. That's real nice. I'll tell you what, Quinyon Mitchell and this defense are going to lock them down like it's Alcatraz.
And Dijon?
Cooper DeJean. Well, he's got to worry about dating like 44-year-old like WWE divas.
This is 100% the Instagram guy. I've seen you in your car. You're pretty funny.
Tell you what, your guys' defense is soft. They're going to leave more lanes open than the Golden Gate Bridge. And I'll tell you what, I don't care if Big Dom's back there playing running back. He's still going to get 100 yards.
Big Dom's about to have 100 heart attacks, bro.
Gabe, I just hope for your sake they win this game, because if they don't, I know I'm not going to hear from him. He's not calling in the day after they lose the game,
100%.
Right?
That was I guarantee you, that was the Instagram guy who I follow on Instagram. He does, it's like fake WIP callers.
He was so poetic, honestly.
Yeah, no, he had his whole thing scripted, 100%. Good for him.
He's from the area code's from Pennsylvania, so I think he's calling from there.
Yeah, so I'm going to find the guy, the fake WIP caller. I'm going to show you who he is.
All right.
That was 100% him.
But I actually think that's kind of the sentiment from a lot of Philly fans, Joe. Whether you hate him or not, whether you think he's fake or not, there's a lot of people that are calling in saying, yeah, you know what? I think the Niners stink.
This guy.
Oh, it might be.
Yeah.
I can't hear him. But
Here, I'll send it to the boys.
You're showing me a video on air right now. Like, yeah, he looks great. He's wearing an Eagles jersey.
He looks just like how that guy sounds.
Yeah, exactly. We got a Philly. Someone calling from Philly that's a Niners fan.
DJ Gabriel. That's who it is.
Oh, there you go.
It was Gabe. Yeah, he was trying to watch. We'll be on his Instagram today. I guarantee it.
Oh no, he said 3-piece McNugget. And now I'm kind of want some. Sounds good.
See, he does this whole Philly sports talk radio callers. Like it's this whole thing. Part 98, Joe.
That's great.
It's a running gimmick.
Look at me. I call into the radio.
He's having a good time. That's fine. That's great. Anthony in Philly. What's up, Anthony? Says he's a Niners fan though.
How you? I'm a Niners fan. Yes, I am. How you doing?
Great. Do you know that guy that just called in, Gabe in Philly? You guys friends?
I don't know who that guy is.
They're confident out there in Philly, Anthony. They think this is going to be like a blowout or what?
There's not. There's a whole lot of us Niners fans in Philadelphia, believe it or not. There's a lot of us, and we're ready.
Okay, you're going to be at the game?
Yeah, Section 131, Row 8. I'm there.
Okay, well, how is this game going to shake out? You sound very confident. You called in. What do you want to talk about?
The crazy part is the more and more I keep thinking about it, the more confident I'm getting. I'm not going to lie, about a day or two ago, I was a little shaky, but I'm kind of feeling confident about the game. I was just listening to you guys, too. I wanted to address one thing about the Ricky Pearsall. He's only been hurt. I mean, he's been hurt this year. Last year, he got shot in the chest.
Yeah, but no. Time out. He got hurt before the season even started in training camp. Before he had hurt his labrum and his hamstring before he even got the Labor Day thing.
Gotcha. Okay. I was thinking you mean by during games got hurt in the game.
Yeah.
You know.
He was hurt last year before the season started.
Anthony.
It's okay.
That didn't help the cause of Niner fans in Philadelphia. I don't know what that was.
He'll be in 131.
Will he be? I won't notice him because he's calling. He's like, hey, what's up? I don't know. You got a take? Just here. There you go. It's Anthony in Philly, Niners fan. He's feeling better though about the chances. Hey, Willard said he wasn't scared of when he went to Lincoln Financial Field yesterday. You hear him? He says he's been there for a Eagles-Cowboys game. He said, they're fine.
In regular clothes?
Was he wearing his Cowboys jersey?
Exactly. Like, what, Willard? Come on, I love you, Willard. Stop.
Or was he one of those like press jackets, like the bulletproof vest that has press on it?
I'm just telling you
what he said. Wearing an NFL coat like he's baldy. No,
like,
I'm here to just root on the NFL.
I just want you all to have fun, brother.
Rob Lowe. He's got the hat on.
Have fun, brother. I don't think the Eagles are good or bad. Like Brock. They're not good or bad. They just are.
I was waiting for the Willard laugh, Sam.
Oh, apparently I was told that it wasn't accurate, so.
What do you mean?
Come on. It's pretty good.
Give me the Willard laugh. I don't think I heard it.
Nah, I'm having it right now.
No. Don't turtle up.
Did he scare you?
Come on. I thought it was good, Sam.
I go for authenticity, and I've since learned that it was inaccurate.
Could you imagine, though, if Willard did walk through the crowd at the Link in the parking lot with his Purdy jersey, chastising them with one finger about how good Brock is? That would be pretty funny. I would pay to see that.
It'd be Purdy funny, as Gabe and Philly said.
I'm so done with the Purdy jokes. I mean, The last time I fell off my dinosaur the last time I heard that. I mean, come on.
You want to hear from more Philly?
That one is so, ugh.
You want to hear from more Philly callers? Since we did tease it, like this is the energy from Philadelphia, from their fans. We heard it from Gabe in Philly.
His jersey's number 13, Willard, and it's, I'm smarter than you. On the back, instead of he hate me.
You feel better?
I love you, Willard. I got to get all the jokes off right now.
Numbers are numbers, and numbers are numbers.
All right. Everybody makes fun of me, too.
WIP, Philadelphia. Caller Ben says, could be a bad offensive day for the Eagles.
The only way that the Eagles will win the Super Bowl is if they are this generation's 2000 Baltimore Ravens. And as much as the defense is that good, the offense is that piss poor. So they are going to be one and done this year. And we are going to call this the Fire Kevin game.
Ooh. Wow. Wait. That caller just said we're firing Kevin Petula. This is the one and done game. We're firing Kevin Petula, the offensive coordinator.
Is that Steiny? It's a legacy game?
This is like, I was shocked. They literally just said this is the worst offense of like all time. That's how they're feeling about it. You have A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith, and Jalen Hurts, who just won the MVP. You're going to get Lane Johnson, who's also a Hall of Famer.
I love that call, though.
What are we doing?
I love that call.
We think we have it bad here talking about the Niners defense. They feel as badly as about their offense over in Philadelphia. That's crazy. All right, that's one caller. Let's hear from another.
We're going to handle the Niners this weekend, dude. I just don't feel like that offense is capable to dial up anything productive to beat a team like Chicago or Seattle, you know, in a playoff game.
Yeah.
You know, I just don't have faith in them, John, even though we've got the offensive talent.
What was that? Yeah. I do that too. That's my go-to. So he's not fearing the Niners defense, but he's saying
he's right.
The Eagles offense isn't good enough to beat the Bears defense, who I don't think much of, but I know the Bears play the Eagles.
Are they already
earlier.
ahead of us? I mean, they're already like looking past us?
I think so. Well, that caller was. The other one said it's one and done.
I don't blame them.
Here's one more.
Quite frankly, the Niners defense is bad.
Yeah, it's bad. A ton of injured guys, and they're just bad. They're bad. That's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, going into this game, I'm not scared of anybody in the NFC. The only thing I'm scared of is the Eagles itself and the Eagles on the road. Thanks to somebody resting our guys. Yeah, well, we got a bye week out of it, if you want to call it that.
Bye week. Wow.
Because they didn't play anyone last week.
Yeah, but they're thinking maybe this is another bye week over the Niners. He's not fearing anyone. He said the only thing we have to fear is fear itself in Philadelphia.
Well, that's a new one.
He's going JFK.
That one. Write that one down. We should use that next week.
JFK. He's on line one for that one.
Come on.
Okay. So pretty confident overall in Philly, I would say, that they're going to win this game. But they don't think highly of their offense. Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, I mean, they know their team better than we do.
Yeah, they're saying their offense is awful.
And I would counter with,
what's worse, their offense or the Niners defense?
Oh, the Niners defense. I mean, look at the personnel. Like, personnel does matter, right?
I agree.
You know, and so they have one of the look. You could say his year was not spectacular by any means. They have one of the most talented players to play the position in like 30 years. Like Saquon is on a short list of it's like Adrian Peterson. You know, you want those CMC in there.
Derrick Henry.
There's a reason this guy was a top 5 pick. Was he 2 overall
at Penn State? I want to say 2 or 4. What's something
Look,
around
Derrick Henry's a monster. Saquon might be able to do more on a football field, and without discrediting Derrick Henry.
What makes Derrick Henry so special is he just had a season where we're all kind of like just like glossing over it, and he's like,
what do you have? 1,200 yards.
He was insane this year. I have it right here. He had 1,600 yards and 16 touchdowns.
Down year.
He's 32.
He got benched. He did. He got benched at one point.
32.
And then they put him back out there.
That's why Derrick Henry's special. It's because he's going to keep doing this until the wheels fall
off. I told you, 1 yard from my life. There's 2 guys I'm going
to.
Marshawn and Derrick Henry.
There you go.
1 yard from my life.
I don't hate that.
I don't care who the offensive line is.
Okay, so we heard from the callers in WIP Philadelphia, our sister station. Here's what some of the hosts are saying about the matchup.
If you think Jalen Hurts had a great regular season, you're in la-la land. If you think he'll have a great postseason, then you could think that. I think he's going to be what he was all regular season. He's going to be decent. Can he have a good game? Sure. Do I expect 4 great games out of Jalen Hurts? No shot. I just don't think the offense is set up for him to do that. I don't think the way he's played this year, between his accuracy and his legs, they're not what they were at one point. Now, as far as this particular game, Hugh, of all the matchups they're going to have in the postseason, of all of them, This might be the easiest one in terms of personnel on the other side, right? If they play the Rams, they play Seattle, whoever they get to play in the next few rounds, they're going to have better players on defense. The Niners are depleted, right? Bosa's out and Warner's out. I mean, the guys that they counted on, their star players are all hurt. If we're getting a better version of Jalen than we got in the regular season.
Okay. So you're saying it's going to be the easiest matchup. That's Joe Giglio from the afternoon show in WIP in Philadelphia.
I do believe that both the similarities between both fan bases is that we just crush our own.
Yeah.
We just crush our own. I mean, Hurts has the Super Bowl that Purdy doesn't have. But when I hear them talk about him, it reminds me of listening to how we talk about Purdy at times.
Well, I think form matters in this, and they haven't really seen they blew up the Raiders and they beat the Commanders, but that was what? Okay, those teams both suck.
But they had nothing to prove in the regular season other than to stay healthy, which is what
because their division sucks.
Well, no, because they won the Super Bowl last year.
No, but also they didn't really have to exert as much because they knew the division was in the bag.
Yes.
The Cowboys flirted with the second, but the Cowboys didn't have a defense. It was awful. The Commanders lost Jaden Daniels, and the Giants are the Giants. They knew their division was sewed up a long time ago. Kind of like the Niners, where they knew they were going to be a playoff team just because they kept winning those games and they got to 10 and they solidified it early on. But form matters heading into this one, and both fan bases don't feel good about the form that they're playing in.
I meant more just the all over belief regarding the quarterback. It's just so all over.
And it's more so the offensive coordinator too, and that's another thing in this which is interesting. The offensive coordinator technically is Kubiak for the 49ers, but it's Kyle Shanahan. It's Kyle. So we're not if the offense has a bad day, we're not going to say fire Kyle Shanahan. We're not saying that, although some people might call him and say that the day after because we have those fans that do that, just like in Philadelphia.
No, but we destroy the DCs.
Right.
And when we have over the years.
It's almost like the inverse here. And I already said it. They feel just as bad about their offense as we do about the defense over here. But the defensive job that Robert Saleh has done, because they have missed, as Giglio was saying, Warner and Bosa most of the year, we've given him a pass saying hey, bend, don't break, whatever.
When you think about some of their losses, though, the day after losing to the Rams, Shanahan and Jimmy were the two guys we circled. It was not the DC.
Absolutely. And you know what? If that happens,
was not D'Amico.
If that happens, we'll probably do that on Monday. That's just...
again, how it plays out does matter.
Okay, so we heard from one of the hosts there. Here's another host, the son of Howard Eskin, Spike Eskin, one of their hosts over at WIP in Philadelphia, talking about the offensive coordinator, Kevin Patullo.
Here is the problem with continuity, is let's say they lose 17-13 on Sunday, something like that, right? We're all blaming everybody, but Patullo is getting the brunt of it. Yeah. And they decide we want continuity, we're going to keep Kevin Patullo. You tell me what happens after game 2 next year when the offense looks like it did this year. And then they are stuck. And then it's 2 years in a row where that is where I'm trying to prevent that. And I know that continuity helps. I also know the Eagles won the Super Bowl with a first-time offensive coordinator for the Eagles. Kellen Moore had been an offensive coordinator before. Yep. And I just I don't know if, regardless of whether he will be good at it or not, I don't know if it's a tenable situation. For the Philadelphia Eagles as a whole, if 2 games into next season, now it could be 2 games into next season, they're scoring 33 points a game, whatever. But the planning for the worst case scenario there is a tough one.
So they're talking about, hey, if you lose, you're fired. It's gone. It's done. Just one game, just out of there.
Well, I'm not mad at that. I knew Sorensen needed to go week 8.
It's just funny how they're talking about that was a non-playoff year last year too.
Yeah, but even if they went to the playoffs, Joe, I knew that Nick Sorensen had to go.
What if Kevin Patullo dropped?
Joe, they were the number 1 seed, and I thought Steve Wilkes should have been fired at halftime of the Viking game for the cover zero blitz. I mean, come on.
I know.
It's one of the worst calls in the history of the Niners defense.
Still not getting mad at Steve Wilkes for that the Super Bowl. Huh? He showed up.
Guys.
He showed up.
In the fourth quarter and in overtime, Shanahan was so belligerently furious with Wilkes, he fired the surface pad.
Was it Steve Wilkes that didn't know the overtime rules, or was that Kyle Shanahan?
Both can be true. If you think Wilkes was good,
he was. He held Patrick Mahomes, maybe the greatest quarterback of all time, and Andy Reid, one of the greatest offensive minds ever, to 1 touchdown in regulation. One.
So his entire tenure was just that one game?
If the measurements are insane.
Was it the most important game of the season or not? I mean, there you go.
I guess this is where we lose that nuance, I guess.
The offense or the defense in that game?
The game the week before, the Jamison Williams play it was like, what are we doing on defense? Like, do we know what we're doing here? So, like, the fact that you're sticking up for a guy who's completely unemployed and was fired again this year is
stuck up for
laughable.
the game. Well, because
Steve Wilks sucks.
I'm not having the revisionist history that he was the problem for that. Why they lost the Super Bowl? We always do that.
Just because you weren't
scapegoat Kyle, you like to do that more. Kyle's fault that they lost that one, not Steve Wilks.
Steve Wilks also wasn't good. Like this. He wasn't great. Yes, Jair Brown made a play. It wasn't because Steve was like, Jair, jump up and pick that ball.
Made a play. We'll make a play right now. Final thoughts. Let's go, baby. You know, I was watching last night. Have you ever seen the movie Hot Rod with Andy Samberg? It's like circa 2007. It's like one of his first movies he ever did. Comedian, he used to be on SNL, Brooklyn Nine-Nine. They have a lot of like songs that this band is from Europe, and it's just an all-timer. So if anyone's listening right there that also likes Hot Rod, it's on Amazon Prime currently. So there you go. Carter, Sam, Joe, final thoughts. What do we got?
My final thought is this, very short and sweet. San Francisco Baseball Academy, I said it earlier on Geary. They hosted our team last night, and my little guy got to go play and hit balls in the cage. If your son or daughter or you or anyone you know wants to go hit balls in the batting cage, indoor facility, they got launch monitors, everything, go see my boy Mike and Travis and the whole crew down there at San Francisco Baseball Academy. They are celebrating 15 years of being a business in San Francisco, in an old hotel, in an old movie theater, right there off of Geary, on Geary, and 15 years for any small business surviving COVID and thriving the way that they are. Just a remarkable resilience and business model that they put together. They're truly helping kids and the community. Just want to say, proud of you guys. I'm happy for you guys for all your success. And people out there, go support my friends and go support people that care about the youth of San Francisco.
We still doing like birthday parties in the batting cages?
Hell yeah.
We used to do that a lot when I was a kid.
Yeah,
that was always fun.
That's the third birthday party next year is going to be there.
Let's go. Let's do
Chef
it.
Spadoni's birthday party there.
Yeah, I'm down. Is someone going to be pitching 100 miles an hour to me? 90 miles an hour?
Lucas will.
Don't bring him up. What do you guys got in the back?
My final thought is the YouTube chat's been clamoring for it all morning. It's the greatness that continues to be one Macklin Celebrini. If you could, Carter.
Celebrini keeps it alive. Macklin, what a move there against Vogel. Into the middle. He scores! What a goal by Macklin Celebrini. He has done it again. He has stunned us.
Like, that was a call from Randy Hahn there, and the moves that he put on, grabbed the puck at the blue line, made two great moves around some defenders on the Kings and sniped it in. Guys, he is on a 12-game point streak. Sharks are 8-4 in that time, and don't look now, guys. They are one point out of, not the playoffs, of first place in the Pacific Division. They're at 47 points. Golden Knights, they're at 48. Just the Macklin magic, man, keeps freaking happening. And then later, we won't play the highlight, but sets up Eklund for the game winner in OT to beat the Kings in LA 4-3, man. Stay hot, San Jose Sharks. Might have to become a Shark Station once the Niners season ends.
Wow. Well, hopefully it doesn't end for another month. Macklin Celebrini, also part of Team Canada. We got the Winter Olympics next month. Let's go.
When he gets that game winner in the gold medal game, it's going to be so
as long
cool.
as it's not against USA. Sorry,
it will
Macklin.
be. It will.
No, go Team USA always. Loyal to the soil, baby. By the way, I'm looking at the Pacific Division and comparison to the Central Division in the Western Conference. Oh my God.
We are in the NFC South of the Hockey League right now.
The Avalanche have like 70 points. They're insane. They have 4 losses. Are the Avalanche, Sam? Because you're really tapped into the NHL. Are they the OKC? Oklahoma City Thunder is at the Avalanche this year?
Yeah, Nathan McKinnon's been having an unreal year.
Okay, he's the dude.
He's been that dude. Carter, what do you got?
Is Nathan McKinnon American?
I believe so.
Ah, yeah, let's go.
I've got some more positive here for Bay Area sports. In honor of the college football playoff
Canadian.
tonight, our good friend Evan Giddings texted me this morning, and
is he calling the game?
No. But he texted me. Cal, obviously, I know people have heard, got a big running back through the transfer portal about a week ago
after losing one last year.
Yeah, you're right, Shasky. But there's some positive news. Cal is ranked 12th right now for 2026 class for the transfer portal class. Could college football be returning to the Bay Area?
Tosh Lupoy getting it done.
San Jose State. Oh, you mean Cal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
I watched San Jose State versus Texas to start. It was just like, wow, what are we doing? It's just like, wow.
They really had Arch off that game, didn't they?
Oh, my goodness.
If Arch Manning declared right now, he'd be the number 1 overall pick in the NFL draft.
Did you see the Dan Orlovsky thing?
Yeah, I agree with him. He would.
He needs another year of seasoning, though.
But I think that says more about Mendoza and more with where they're at and just the upside of Arch.
Look, all these guys need a ton of reps.
Yeah.
I mean, he needs reps.
By the way, I thought you were going to bring up Cal men's basketball, who I know you were high on earlier, Carter. I looked that up. They got beat 84-60 yesterday against 23-ranked Virginia.
Yeah, we're not sure if that's legit yet. I think Spadone, obviously the record's good, but every time they play a good opponent, it seems like they're getting blown out.
It's a classic ACC rivalry, too, Virginia-Cal. I often think of that one.
We actually have something we wanted to share with you both, though. This is a cut that Nahegan sent us of Shasky prior to Super Bowl in 2023, and this is him game planning the Super Bowl.
I think the greatest formation that the Niners have is CMC on the left, Deebo Samuel on the right, and I'm creating space. And Jawan Jennings and Ayuk and Kittle are going to go flush downfield, and we're going to open up all the underneath stuff. You know exactly what I'm talking about. They ran it to perfection over and over and over again against Philadelphia. Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
Okay.
He didn't run that play once. He didn't run that play once.
Yeah, Nahegan followed that up with he expects Shasky to come in tomorrow with that type
same
of energy.
We'll see. Let's
Putting
see.
the pressure on.
We're putting the pressure on the callers, too, tomorrow. I want that energy and enthusiasm and expectation for tomorrow's game because you have to have that. It's win or go home, baby. There's no tying. No. You go to overtime, you go to double overtime, you go to quadruple overtime. You got to keep going, baby. We're going to keep going here on 95.7 The Game. Steiny and Goon next. Brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for good.
Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
I'm David. I'm John. And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
You still thinking job change in the new year?
Yeah, I need something that's in high demand and more stable in this economy.
IT?
Yeah, cybersecurity, maybe even AI.
That's what I did.
Really? How?
Went to My Computer Career. You don't need any prior experience, and you could start your new career in a matter of months. A lot of IT pros go to school there, too, to level up.
Sweet. Are classes online or on campus?
Both.
Wow, I'll check it out. Thanks.
Make this your year. Take the free career evaluation now at mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS4KIDS, or go to cars4kids.com. That's cars with a K.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
It's the RV Mega Show and Sale. January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
What's up? It's Draymond Green. I'm back for my 14th NBA season, and my podcast, The Draymond Green Show, is back too. This season, I'm breaking down games, reacting to the biggest NBA stories, and sitting down with teammates, rivals, and culture shapers. And trust me, I'm not holding back, on the court or on the mic. 2 new episodes every week, new segments, big conversations, real basketball talk for the real hoop heads. Listen to and follow The Draymond Green Show wherever you get your podcasts. We're back, we're better, let's get it.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I took the gas hose out of my car's tank. Ooh, not smart. And I drove off while still attached to pump number 3.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Hi, I'm Maria, salon owner. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic, made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco, on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is whack. Oh, my God.
Oh. And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
I was just a pig in heaven.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All right, man, we are getting closer to Sunday, which means we put last Saturday behind us. Start thinking about the Philadelphia Eagles.
We tried to.
The Seattle Seahawks games in the past.
I keep watching it.
It's like dust. It's gone now. They're all gone now.
I would have did something.
All the wins and the losses are gone now.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Oh, hold on.
What happened?
Yeah, it's just my. We're good. We're good.
Well,
we'll see.
We're really not.
I had my volume on my computer.
And if people want to know, I'm dealing with something voice-wise, but we'll get through it. And you're smiling. Shasky said I sound terrible, but I'm here. Let's go. We got Acho joining us today, and this is a big-ass game.
Oh, you think?
Yeah, playoffs.
You know, I was thinking about a lot of stuff regarding this game, and we're going to touch on what Brian Baldinger said at least.
Was it Baldy or me?
Well, that's I don't usually play. We don't usually play sound right off the top. But what the hell? We may as well get it started. I just thought it was incredible. Yesterday, Guru and I were talking about this game, and I said the 49ers absolutely can win this game. I said they have a coaching advantage, and I thought you wouldn't fight me, and you ended up saying, well, because people say what they say about Sirianni, and you said, I could be disrespect because Sirianni's won one, and Kyle hasn't, and
right?
Sirianni's this, that, and the other thing, and I just knew you wouldn't have said that, 8 weeks ago.
I told you I'm growing,
but no, you were sticking up for Sirianni yesterday.
But I told you and Evan in the green room, I'm sticking up for the accomplishment of one with a ring and the bling. So it wasn't Sirianni, really. It was the fact that Sirianni and Hurts have got it done. That's all.
Right. Okay. But to me, it's still noteworthy.
Okay.
This is with Brian Baldinger. He's our Odyssey NFL insider.
Baldy.
Keep in mind, this is in Philly. On WIP. He doesn't just do shows for us. He does shows for other stations. All on the Odyssey Network, though, by the way. Here you go.
I wouldn't even be close. He's Sirianni and Hurts. We're talking about, two guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and been to other big games and been in the playoffs every single year together. Yeah, that's not even I wouldn't even have a debate with that.
Really? You wouldn't even have a debate?
No, not even a debate.
So how much?
One guy's done it.
What's that?
One guy's done it. One guy's trying to do it. One guy's trying to get over the hump. One guy's trying to. No, when you've done it and you've been there, they never take that away. It never goes off your resume. That's what it's all about.
All right, so I'm gonna actually do that again and set it up much better. But this is Brian Baldinger. He's on with Spike Eskin yesterday of WIP, and the question was, would you take Sirianni and Hurts or Kyle Shanahan and Brock Purdy?
Yes, sir.
And he said the former.
I wouldn't even be close. He's Sirianni and Hurts. We're talking about, 2 guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and been to other big games and been in the playoffs every single year together. Yeah, that's not even I wouldn't even have a debate with that.
Really? You wouldn't even have a debate?
No, not even a debate.
So how
One
much?
Guy's done it.
What's that?
One guy's done it. One guy's trying to do it. One guy's trying to get over the hump. One guy's trying to. No, when you've done it and you've been there, they never take that away. It never goes off your resume. That's what it's all about.
Now I need you.
Fascinating that we had that discussion yesterday, and I said, okay, well then who's your boy from the Cowboys last year?
McCarthy.
Mike McCarthy.
Yeah.
I was like, well, then Mark McCarthy's a better coach than Shanahan and everybody else. And I said that, we can go on resumes and that's how we can make the decision. But so, okay, it's Sirianni, but I was like, we got to look closer than that. But what I'm getting at is Baldy said the same thing as you. Is like, how can Shanahan and Hurts be better than Sirianni and Purdy? Sirianni's going to the playoffs 5 out of 5 years and has a Super Bowl.
And been to it twice. Well, yeah, got you. But I do want to say this to you. Been to it twice.
Yep.
You used a word I didn't give you credit before I left, but when I got in the caddy, you were the context police. You hit me with that. And I said, damn, I'm feeling that because if you watch what the Niners are doing with what Kyle's has at his disposal, that to me should give him some more points as opposed to just bling, bling, no bling. So I'm asking you to be to Baldy what you were to me yesterday, the context police, because and Baldy's its prerogative, Bobby Brown, but to say it's not close, Kyle's been there twice, one with Jimmy and the other with Mr. Irrelevant. So we got to put some. But if you feel how you feel, Brian, and Baldy's the guy, but to say it's not close, I think it's going to be a close game Sunday.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. Let me make it clear about yesterday. I just felt like, over the course of the last, let's say, 5 years, since Sirianni's been there and what the Eagles have done and stuff like that, it felt to me, I get it. We're in San Francisco. And Kyle Shanahan, his name as a football mind comes up way more than Sirianni.
There we go.
There's just no doubt.
Right.
I mean, if Sirianni got fired tomorrow and Shanahan got fired tomorrow, who'd get hired first?
I think Kyle.
Okay.
All right.
So, from that context, I thought most people would have taken Shanahan and Purdy.
Yeah, but his brilliance offensively, if I told you outside of being a leader of men, which is important, what's Sirianni's claim to fame? He don't have one.
Well,
Kellen Moore left. He was a coordinator, and now they're saying that's why the offense is sputtering. But you know what? Kyle's known like Andy Reid and McVay. Offense.
Yeah, but if you look, this is the thing. It was easy for me yesterday to say, you got to be kidding. Sirianni isn't in Kyle's league, and nobody would have ever thought that, for the last 5 years. Okay, here we go. Sirianni. This is his 5th year with the Eagles. He's gotten to the playoffs all 5 years. He's 5 for 5. Sirianni, this is fascinating to me. Sirianni in the playoffs, 6-3. Shanahan in the playoffs, 8-4. Same winning percentage. Jalen Hurts, postseason, 6-3. Brock Purdy, postseason, 4-2. Same winning percentage. So I'm kind of with you. I'm surprised that he would take Sirianni and Hurts. But then again, I also think what he's looking at is clearly the Super Bowl, that they've got one. But I also think it might be about what Sirianni and Hurts have done together for 5 years. Not that Purdy and Kyle haven't, but I think Baldy's putting a lot of emphasis onto the relationship of Sirianni and Hurts and how over the 5-year period they've had ups and downs, but that union together might be stronger.
Yeah.
Or better.
I'm not mad at that. We're all different. You, Willard, Dibbs, Spadoni, Shasky. So none of us have played in the NFL. Baldy has, and he is a former player. And to me, it sounds like he's putting so much respect on the fact that they got it done. Kyle/Jimmy didn't get it done. And that's all I was trying to bring up yesterday in regard to how can a guy and a quarterback that haven't gotten it done supersede a guy, even though we feel like Sirianni looks like, I don't know what's going on. His resume is his resume.
You know what? And this is a great example, perhaps, and I'm just asking 49er fans, of perception maybe over reality.
Man.
We've been out here for 9 years watching Kyle Shanahan, way more ups than downs, way more highs than lows, way more creativity than blandness, and they just haven't gotten over the top. Meanwhile, we kind of look at Philadelphia, and whether it's their fan base or their media, maybe their problems are overblown and that the Eagles are really overcoming stuff. But I mean, what I'm getting at is,
I'm there.
Here's what I'm getting at. I guess Sirianni's not a laughingstock around the league, and I guess Shanahan's not a top 3 coach in the NFL, because I think Hurts and Purdy are pretty equal, but I would take Shanahan over Sirianni. I'm just saying, Baldy's saying no. And hold your horses now.
Who was that?
Of Monsters and Men.
Stop! Now, I read Of Mice and Men.
That's Steinbeck. That's a novel.
But no doubt, I read it. Who sings that? Of Monster and Men.
That's the name of the band, Of Monsters and Men, and that.
Now, why would
hold your horses now?
Real
the
quick.
song is called The Mountain Song.
Right. Why would you Couldn't you just ditch Of and it just be Monsters and Men?
I guess so.
Evan, why the Of?
You know,
I never thought about that, but that's a great point.
That's one for Marcy. Why don't you ask Marcy? That's her genre.
Yeah.
She would understand that. I think they're from Ireland.
And I want to give a shout out to a coworker on the radio.
No chance.
Next segment.
No.
Yep.
Disallowed.
Yep.
By the way, we're working on something special down the road, and I'm going to tell you on the other side.
And you owe the boss an apology.
No chance. 888-957-9570 is the number. Come on, let's go. Eagles, Sunday in Philly. What do you think of what Baldy said? Is he pandering in Philadelphia? Was he pandering? We should get him on today, just special, and ask. Just try to fake it and just act as though you're just asking the question. All right, 888-957-9570. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon.
And now, your Live Nation lineup.
MXPX at the Fillmore, January 24th. Warren Haynes solo at the Fillmore, February 13th.
Spots of time like windows appear. You can look out or in. You can't get to the future I'm in.
That was your Live Nation lineup.
For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Paid non-attorney spokesperson, paid for by Reliable Legal Marketing.
Attention California residents. Non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, including chronic lymphocytic leukemia, a common subtype, is one of the most common cancers in the United States. If you or loved one was diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup weed killer, you could be entitled to cash compensation. Bayer, the owner of Roundup, has agreed to pay more than $10 billion to cancer victims linked to the weed killer. Call our Weed Killer Cancer Hotline now to see if you're entitled to cash compensation. If you or someone you love has been diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or chronic lymphocytic leukemia and were exposed to Roundup, call now. Our attorneys have the experience and specialize in fighting for everyday people to get the compensation you deserve. If you or a loved one was diagnosed, even if a loved one has passed away, call 800-341-4933 now. But hurry, time is limited. Call 800-341-4933. 800-341-4933.
Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome. Will Trial Law, LLC, 1001 Bannock Street, Denver, Colorado, 80204.
Blue and Gold fans, let's get engaged. Cast your vote in our Expo online before every basketball game on Willard and Dibs. Brought to you by Shane Co., your friend and jeweler, where you'll find the Bay Area's best selection of unique engagement rings and their unmatched free lifetime warranty. Visit Shane Co. today.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 2/22/26, new customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You sort through tons of resumes and you get too many so-so applicants. You're just waiting for someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now, there's a place where you can meet them fast. ZipRecruiter.
Need to hire right away. Start your search for strong candidates. The right fit awaits. Build your team. Build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. And you're on your way to meeting your match. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. So try it now. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Hola, amigos! It's a big noise. Brad Evans from BetMGM tonight. Listen Monday through Friday starting at 6 p.m. Eastern on Westwood One Sports as we cover the biggest sports stories from coast to coast. Get insights on the NFL playoffs, college basketball conference races, and more. Download the Odyssey app now and listen from anywhere. BetMGM tonight, live and interactive, presented by BetMGM. Tune in, Team Huevos.
Welcome back to Winter Hack Radio, the place for clever hacks to survive the season. Icy driveway? Well, try spreading sand or birdseed to help with traction. Snowy puppy paws? Well, grab a whisk, brush it off, done. Catch COVID-19? Well, just get...
Actually, there's no hack for COVID-19. But if you test positive, prescription medications for COVID exist. Ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Yeah, Saul absolutely got a raw deal.
Definitely wasn't on my bingo card.
We're not a championship level team right now.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty. It's playoff week, ladies and gentlemen, and the Niners are going to be in Philadelphia for a game at 1:30. They call it the Link back in Philly.
Yeah, where you watching?
Lincoln Financial. That's a great question.
I'm solo in the lab.
Yeah, this is one of those where I wouldn't mind watching it with a few people. What?
Evan, can you help me? I lobbied for that last week. Because this particular matchup. Last
we
week,
asked you about it. And
you did like,
you said no.
I want to be by myself.
That was Seattle.
Yeah.
This is Philly. One other reason was because that game was at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
I didn't want anybody in my house at 8 o'clock.
It's a Saturday.
Exactly. Exactly.
We can get after it.
So now you're trying to meet, well, it's a school night. It's Sunday.
But it's a school day.
Well, it would go
hopefully Dana will open, as they say.
Yeah.
The big fella.
Yeah.
By the way, I teased something earlier that we're working on something. Guru and I just had an impromptu conversation. And I just said, how's Norm doing? Guru said, Norm's doing pretty well. Norm, of course, Guru's father. And Guru said, I should try to get him in here.
And
I was like, well, of course. Absolutely get him in here. I said, my dad was in here 5 years ago.
He got on the mic.
He made a fool of himself. Norm will be...
He called Bonte and I the ethnic.
I know he did. And I'm surprised I still have a job.
We know what he meant, though.
He's trying to be progressive.
Yeah. Mom's was embarrassed.
Well, that wasn't the first time Mom's been embarrassed by Dad. So you'll be in the lab?
Yeah, I'll be in the lab.
All right.
Oh, my baby, my darling. Am I going to embarrass you now with all your fans out there?
All your fans.
I think you wanted to say something, too, didn't you? You had...
I don't know why I yell, and my voice is cracking. Why I think I've had a successful corporate career outside of radio and where I learned my principles of surviving, Evan and Steiny, is you got to be polite. And when people when they come your way or you interact, getting coffee, what have you, the fact that you're just smiling, people gravitate to that. And I thought I've mastered that. But here lately I've been slipping. But I have to shout out our coworker, one Joe Hawks. This dude has mastered just being positive and saying hello when he really means it. And Evan, you used to have that slot, but here lately, I've come in and we've gotten into it.
Oh, my gosh.
So, Joe Hawks, I just want to say thank you for always smiling and saying, like you said, I should be a mall greeter. I'll never forget that. But he should be the mall greeter. He's just always in a good mood.
Always.
And he put me in one this morning, and I needed it.
Always.
So, Evan, you're number 2 now.
No, I have nothing on Joe Hawks.
Okay.
There's some people that have a natural glow all the time. They're just positive, and it just emits. And some people, it rubs off on them. I'm not that guy.
And some days I want to say, Joe, just stop your crap. But he just, it's him.
So
love you, Joe.
I won't say the person, but one of my best friends is a guy named Dave. That's all you need to know, Dave. And I had a friend back in the day, and I introduced him to Dave, and Evan knows Dave, and met him for, they hung out for a couple months, and then one day Dave's not around, and the guy goes, you know what, I don't really like Dave. And I'm like, what?
Come on!
He's like, I'm like, everybody likes Dave. He goes, there's something about him. He's just too nice. There's no way he's that nice of a guy.
And I know
I'm
Dave.
like, are you serious?
I know who you're talking about. Oh.
Yeah, there's something. I don't know. Something doesn't add up.
Oh, boy.
I'm like, all right.
There's a few of those people that if you don't like them,
something's wrong
you're
with
the problem.
No doubt. Yeah. Absolutely.
I tell Shasky that
I'm
all
one of those,
the time.
probably.
Yeah, I tell Shasky that. Shasky's got a list. Oh, man.
The Hawk.
Yeah.
All right.
What about the Sharks? Dude, they're the first wild card right now.
Hey. Do they have wild cards in the NHL?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. They do. Wild card.
It's 1 through 8.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah. It says wild card 1, and then the Kings are right behind them at 2.
That might be Western Conference.
No, I'm looking at both. Wild card right now, guys. So to Evan, your point, if you want to do it the traditional, the 3, 6, they're the 7th seed.
Yeah, and I think they're a point out of, it's either 5th or 4th.
Dude, what's going on?
What the hell?
They're 22 and 18.
Apparently, Evan looked up the numbers. He's second, odds-wise, to win the MVP.
Macklin
Celebrini.
We took his radio virginity, dude. His first radio interview was right here on this show.
The problem is like...
What? We got to get there.
I mean, you know what?
To the tank.
We absolutely do.
This is Macklin Celebrini, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru.
Isn't it amazing,
and I
guy?
asked him to do it.
Isn't it interesting, a guy like just of normal stature? Like some of the greatest hockey players are just,
but he ain't
they look
built
like regular guys. That's what I'm saying.
He's like Steph, Allen Iverson.
I mean, Gretzky was almost skinny, right? Yeah. All right. Anyway, Sharks started out a little slow, but
man,
incoming, as they would say. All right, we're talking about this game Sunday. Obviously, a big game, 1:30. And this is what we're talking about. We're talking about Shanahan and Purdy and Sirianni and Hurts. And Brian Baldinger said he's got to take Sirianni and Hurts, and it's not even close.
It wouldn't even be close. Be Sirianni and Hurts. We're talking about, two guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and been to other big games and been in the playoffs every single year together. Yeah, that's not even. I wouldn't even have a debate with that.
Really? You wouldn't even have a debate?
No, not even a debate.
So how
One
much?
guy's done it.
What's that?
One guy's done it. One guy's trying to do it. One guy's trying to get over the hump. One guy's trying to. No, when you've done it and you've been there, they never take that away. It never goes off your resume. That's what it's all about.
I'll say this: the guys in Philly might not even think Baldy. You know what I mean? They wanted to give Kyle some points. It sounded like in Brock, like not even close was. Not ludicrous to them, but they're like, hey.
Well, I mean,
we haven't played, Baldy has.
I mean, what I thought of immediately, and 49er fans can weigh in at 888-957-9570. I mean, what I heard, what resonated with me is maybe we overrate Shanahan and Purdy out here. And there's a feeling among the NFL people that, Shanahan and Purdy are fine, but they haven't broken through, and Philadelphia's been more consistent over the last 5 years. They've certainly won more regular season games than the Niners over the last 5 years. So for all those reasons, people are taking Sirianni and Hurts, or Baldy was. And yesterday, I'm sitting here thinking, well, Kyle's the better mind, right?
Offensive
He's the better mind,
Offensive,
right?
Yes.
And so I'm surprised. I thought it was kind of universal that everybody felt the way I know we all feel about Sirianni, and maybe that's not the case. And maybe Shanahan is the one who we're misjudging, giving him too much.
And maybe it's not even that. There is a possibility, and Niner fans don't want to hear this, but it's on the bingo card of the NFL playoffs. He could possibly be on his way to his third Super Bowl, Sirianni.
Mm-hmm.
So what if that has nothing to do, it's all to do with Sirianni and nothing to do with Kyle? Because Kyle's been to 2, and you're not a bum when you get to 2. I just hate that I blame him for one of the losses and had his hand in 2 of them. Just me.
Yeah. 650 Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Shanahan all day over Nick Sirianni. See what Kyle would do with the talent and stability of Philadelphia. Coaching matters, but players on the field, the Niners players lost the last Super Bowl, brought a C-plus effort to the champ, needed a game Sunday. So what he's saying is Kyle have a Super Bowl ring if he were in Philly the last 5 years. I think that's what he's saying, don't you?
Well, I'll say this to that. I don't know where I'm at on that, but what if he goes to 2-0 over Kyle in the playoffs?
Exactly.
That means, like the Baldies of the world, that means something.
Then again, if the Eagles win 2019, they don't play great, and the Niners, you can tell, played as well as they could under the circumstances. Then you got to put that into the equation too. That, Sirianni's 2-0 against Shanahan, but let's be realistic.
Yeah.
The 49ers are underdogs. People think they're going to lose.
Man.
That's for another day.
But I'm saying that for Niner fans. No. The ones I know.
Why do you do that? You see, you're doing it again.
Kyle's so great.
Oh my God.
He built something. Okay. He should have the hardware for one of them.
49er
and I can make
fans.
a case for 2.
49er fans. He does this all the time, and I want to know how you feel about it.
What I do?
Out of nowhere, in the middle of a conversation about the San Francisco 49ers against the Eagles, and this isn't the only time he does it. He does it a couple times a week.
I'm trying to see
We're
what.
out of nowhere, just out of nowhere, talking about Purdy and McCaffrey and Sunday at the Link for no reason at all. Completely irrelevant. Steiny, the 49ers should have 2 Super Bowl rings. They just should. That's the way I feel. I think 49, it's like, what? That's an old wound.
But do you understand? They'll never. Old wounds, they don't go away. They're like scars.
Right. And you know what you do? You pick at it twice a week and peel the scab off by reminding everybody that the 49ers have come up short. I got to believe 49er fans out there, you just got to be fuming at that.
No, they know it. They know it. 49er Frankie's never gotten over it, and he never will.
Look,
call it like you see it. Thank you.
Look, I don't know what to say.
I'm doing it out of love. I think you think I'm doing it to.
You are. I know you are.
I'm in no position. I'm from the Bay, so I love the Bay. What I'm telling you is, had Kyle cashed in one of those Super Bowl visits,
Baldy, but when you say it makes people.
And I'm going to get off this.
Get their dauber down.
Baldy wouldn't be able to say it's not even close.
Kidding. No kidding.
So that's why I'm like, Baldy is closer than you say.
I mean, if the Eagles don't win a Super Bowl.
Kyle's built something here.
What?
Sirianni inherited a great
they didn't make the playoffs the year before Sirianni got there.
Yeah, but you know what I mean. You had a quarter.
Okay, I got to be honest. You're doing it.
What?
Like, you're flip-flopping now. You are.
Well, Mark Abanya said I do
it. All the time.
But how am I flip-flopping? The Sirianni inherited a good. Yeah, they didn't make the playoffs, but you had something in the cupboards. Kyle had to go through mincemeat at quarterback, and then Jimmy Garoppolo. All that, like, they built something so that infrastructure. Steiny, there was a time that the Niners were the best team in the league.
When?
On both sides of the ball.
Never at the right time. They were never the best team at the moment they needed to be the best team. So
I was going to say 19 when they just ran through the NFC, but there was Kansas City, and you're right. But they were up 10 in that Super Bowl. But I'm just telling you, I think it's closer. But I love Baldy Hammer, and my point, this is why I'm growing, Steiny, early in 2026 is I think we omit sometimes guys and gals getting it done. How much does that play into it?
One more time.
Guys and gals actually getting it done rather than our our bias, our personal bias. I look at Sirianni and that beard, and I'm like, this dude's but I'm profiling. He's got a Super Bowl and been to 2, might go to 3. And Kyle might be on his way to his 3rd one.
What?
There's an opportunity for Kyle, if they go on a run, to get to his 3rd Super Bowl just like Sirianni.
I got you. But
Sirianni's won one. And my point is that means a lot, man.
Right.
And I think we omit it.
Well, you make sure to not omit it by making sure Niner fans know that
it's a
they've had 2 chances. We always look forward to the call, especially in big weeks. Let's go to Jan,
our girl
in Mountain View. Hi, Jan. How are you?
Well, I'm getting over a cold, and I think it was from that loss on Saturday night, but I'm getting better.
Good for you.
I'll tell you, I was telling Carter, Shanahan needs to mix it up. And I mean, maybe have CMC throw a ball deep to Kittle, maybe have a special trick play on special teams like that game in Chicago against Chicago. I mean, Philadelphia has seen enough of 49ers that they have Shanahan's number, and if he doesn't scramble it up more and play more man defense, he's not going to get it. I'm sorry, but he needs to make the game play a lot more trickier and keep Sirianni off of his game plan. I mean, you want that Super Bowl and you want to advance. Well, you need to start there.
You know what, Jan?
Yeah,
real quick. Can you mind if I ask you a question? But first of all, I don't disagree with you. Like, Jan, how do you watch the game? Like, how will you watch the game on Sunday?
Oh gosh, I'm right in front of my set, screaming and hoping I don't lose my voice again.
Now,
Is
it just you?
I want, and they probably know that he's going to be on RTO and he's going to get out of the pocket, and defense is going to be right on Purdy's tail, and he needs to, and hopefully our what's his name plays be a
Trent Williams or
Pearsall.
Hey, Jan, last one. Daryl, my partner Guru, when there's a big game, he almost needs to watch it alone. Do you watch it alone or with others?
I watch it alone because I'm screaming and I'm hollering and I'm like, scramble it around, darn it, get out of the pocket.
Yeah. Hey, Jan, before you go, give us a score. What's your gut tell you?
Oh, dear. Well, I hope it's a close one, but I hope the Niners pull it out, and I'm going to say 35-31.
Wow. Thank you, Jan.
Look at Jan.
And thanks for listening as always. I tell you what we need to do.
Tell me.
If the Niners win on Sunday,
Jan.
We got Guru who needs to watch games alone, and apparently Jan too. I say they have their own watch party.
I'm losing it.
Why? Like, we should get Jan. We should do something. Where's Laughing Monk? Right down near Mountain View.
Sunnyvale,
yeah.
Right off Oakmead Parkway.
So we should go down there to watch next week's game with Jan, and I guarantee you we'll have twice as many people because people will come for Jan.
By the way, Steiny, a couple of updates. Emmanuel Acho of Speakeasy will join us at 12 o'clock.
Sweet.
And Mike Quick with the Eagles radio network does color analysis, obviously used to play for Philly. He'll join us at 1:30.
Sweet, Evan.
He was bad.
He was really good.
And tall. I think his number was 87.
It wasn't. It was 82.
Look at my man. I'm about to check.
I was a season ticket holder back then. Well, I wasn't, but Joe Fenlon was. And his dad, who was a doctor, had 8 season tickets. So we just used all his tickets.
Good get, Evan. Oh, Evan, you won't be at the Monk. You and Lo will be here. It's a road game, duh.
Yeah,
Okay.
we'll be in studio for pregame.
Yeah. All right. Well, Jan, stay in touch, especially if they win.
Anything
the 49ers.
Having anything on Pearsall and Trent?
They didn't practice yesterday.
All right, we're one day closer.
We'll obviously have updates as the show goes along.
Well, here's the other thing. Let me tell you what is going on down in Santa Clara today, real quick. I went and looked at the schedule.
Okay. He was 82,
and I know Saleh is talking today for the Niners, and I'm still looking for my computer shot. Anyway, we'll have sound from Santa Clara tonight. I don't think there's any doubt. Okay, here it is. 9:30, Robert Saleh talks. Following Saleh, Clay Kubiak will talk, the offensive coordinator. Brock Purdy will talk today at 11:05. Then the locker room opens to the media at 11:10.
Give me Kyle.
And then no Kyle today. It doesn't sound, unless he does it every day. I'm sure
It'll be the coordinators.
Yeah.
Kyle will talk tomorrow.
Yeah, okay.
Brock probably will speak today.
Yeah, Brock is speaking today at 11:05.
How much, if you're Brock Purdy, both of you, think he's thinking about last time he was in the playoffs?
I don't think he's thinking that.
Evan, you think that's correct? Well,
I don't think it's crossed his mind.
Oh, man. I mean, it would be a footnote, though. I want to go in here slay these MFers after what they did to me in Reddick.
Well, I'm not saying he's not going to be motivated, but I mean, he's got to put that out of his head. Plus, that game was an outlier. We all know it. Once
they run out of quarterbacks.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Let's go to Brandon in Livermore. Hey, Brandon, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing?
Doing well, thanks.
Hey, so I'm actually born and raised in the Bay, but I'm actually an Eagles fan.
All right.
Quick story behind that. I didn't like people telling me which team to root for, so I just chose the Eagles when I was a kid and stuck with it.
All right.
Wow.
So, in regards to the matchup, honestly, on paper, the Eagles are, pretty common sense that should be they're the better team. The only thing that can get in front of the Eagles' way to winning is their offensive coordinator. It's pretty blatant on how incompetent he's been with the play calling and all that stuff, given to, last year's Super Bowl champs, number one rushing offense, all that stuff. But other than that, I really can't see the Eagles losing, except if they shoot themselves in the foot. So I want to know what you guys think.
Look, I don't think any 49er fan would tell you that going into this game, the 49ers have more talent.
Right.
So, look, they're an underdog. 3.5 to 4.5 is all I will.
Second largest of the weekend, as Evan pointed out yesterday.
Yeah, those are the numbers I've seen. And that tells you 3.5, 4.5 on the road in a playoff game, if you're telling me the home field's worth 3. So that's a game I think the 49ers can win. They're not supposed to win it. So this is one of those games where I was thinking about this. What's at stake for the 49ers? Yeah. And to me, I was listening to Joe Shasky this morning, and he ain't wrong when he was talking about, if Brock Purdy Sunday can go into Philly and win this game with this undermanned team against those defending champions, it's one of the best playoff wins in 49er history.
Oh, wow.
Is what he was getting at.
Right.
And I'm thinking, I'm thinking, you know what? Okay, I'll buy it. So think about the difference between winning that game, one of the biggest wins in 49er history on the road in the playoffs, as opposed to losing the game, especially if it looks like Seattle.
Right.
And now we go into the offseason
with the bear.
What in the hell is going on? So it's like, this is why I love football more than basketball in this instance. It's all or nothing in football. You either win Sunday and Brock Purdy will be hailed, or the 49ers will lose Sunday and people will understand. They will understand.
Yeah.
But
this will be Kyle's biggest road victory in his tenure in the playoffs. This will supersede, to me, Dallas, Green Bay, the block kick. So to me, that one stands out. But I'm feeling what Butch is putting down. But what I will say before we get out of here is, Stoney, that bear of a to-do list is still looming and waiting on the Niners, even if they win it all. You know what I mean? There's some stuff here they got to get fixed with the Rams in Seattle in their division.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. Eagles 49ers Sunday at 1:30. We're going to get into a lot of sound about the advantages either team has over one another, but we're going to get into a lot of 49ers Eagles today. We are going to sprinkle in some Warriors. Don't think we won't. They beat the Milwaukee Bucks last night, 120-113, and maybe that's going to be all we talk about. We'll see. What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Safeway.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed Mega Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Dan Daly, the administrator of Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, thanks his staff for earning Newsweek's top Bay Area facility recognition. Lawton, in San Francisco's Sunset District, provides top-tier therapies and partners with UCSF Medical Center. With a 5-star rating and Dr. Darby Clayson as medical director, it's also listed among the best by U.S. News. For skilled nursing, call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-497-8091. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-497-8091. That's 800-497-8091.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb chops?
Or that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial. Member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
Looking for something smart, soulful, and full of heart? I'm Jen Hatmaker, host of For the Love, the podcast where we talk about what really matters. Love and family, faith and purpose. Every week, I'm joined by incredible guests for honest conversations that invite all of us to live with more intention, more laughter, and more connection. Join us on For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
We're going to get to some Niners talk, faux show.
It's the Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
Yes, sir. Playoffs are coming. They're kind of here.
And we got college tonight, Miami and Ole Miss.
Miami. That's a tough one for me. Who to root for.
But you always got to make it about you. Huh?
Yeah. Well, do you have a preference?
I want Miami.
Okay, so you're making it about you.
Yeah, but I ain't doing this whole breakdown. Go ahead.
I'm not doing a breakdown.
Well, how it's about you both ways. Go ahead.
Well, why do you want Miami to win?
Michael Irvin.
Okay.
Sam Lubman.
Yeah, and that's my dilemma. We got a guy in here, Sam Lubman, big Miami fan.
Yes.
And I like Sam.
Yeah.
If I didn't like Sam, it'd be an easy decision. But I like Sam.
Wave. Now, Ole Miss.
But then it's that old thing about if Ole Miss wins it all, they had to get through Tulane first.
You guys were cheese.
Wow.
And they were a knife.
Like a nice watch.
You know what?
Swiss.
Depending on the cheese, mouth. Some cheese can be hard to cut.
There's
American
only one cheese.
No, you want to say brie. They went through like brie cheese, the soft kind.
With a saw.
There's only one cheese, guys, right? Pepper Jack.
What?
Pepper Jack is the best cheese out.
Oh.
I'm a cheddar guy.
You like
Provolone.
Provolone.
It's underrated.
Yeah. Swiss second for me.
So I noticed there's some sound on our board, and I think we can have some fun with this for this segment, and I'll take your calls during it. But so our sister station in Philadelphia, WIP, obviously is talking about this game every bit as much as we are.
Right.
And I love this because we got a lot of sound here from some of their shows. And
behind enemy lines.
Right. And so Philadelphia fans have a reputation. And I haven't listened to any of this sound of some of their callers or some of their hosts. Yeah. But let me just give you a little sampling. All right, this is a host, Joe Giglio, and this is what he says about the matchup between the Eagles and the 49ers.
If you think Jalen Hurts had a great regular season, you're in la-la land. If you think he'll have a great postseason, then you could think that. I think he's going to be what he was all regular season. He's going to be decent. Can he have a good game? Sure. Do I expect 4 great games out of Jalen Hurts? No shot. I just don't think the offense is set up for him to do that. I don't think the way he's played this year, between his accuracy and his legs, they're not what they were at one point. Now, as far as this particular game, Hugh, of all the matchups they're going to have in the postseason, of all of them, this might be the easiest one in terms of personnel on the other side, right? When they play the Rams, they play Seattle, whoever they get to play in the next few rounds, they're going to have better players on defense. The Niners are depleted, right? Bosa's out and Warner's out. I mean, the guys that they counted on, their star players are all hurt. If we're getting a better version of Jalen than we got in the regular season.
I mean, I don't see anything incendiary there. Do you?
Well, it sounds like he doesn't believe in Jalen against top-tier teams, and he doesn't think the Niners fit that bill in regard to top tier.
Right.
But I will say this. What scares me about this game, Steiny, is the fact that everybody's throwing bananas, oranges, whatever, rocks at Philly and that offense, and they can really just be like, after a week off, a week off, Steiny, with them sitting just – we're defending champs, and that part of this puzzle scares me about this game.
But, what? Yeah,
Hurts is not a bum, but they have been an enigma. Their offense.
But in a way, like, I always feel like one of two things is going to happen. And to my way of thinking, we've seen both the same amount of time. And here's what I'm talking about. Let's say the Eagles, they treated last week like a bye. Okay?
Yeah.
Oh, they're going to be rested and ready.
Against Chicago, whoever.
Okay.
That's what they said.
Well, as many times as the team with the bye or the team that rested is ready to go, they're also rusty.
Yeah.
And it also may take them a quarter, maybe a little more, to get into the game.
But
we'll see. Like, if look, I'm just telling you, 49ers get up 10-0 after the first quarter, people are going to say the Eagles are rusty.
Oh, man.
So it's like that's an outlook that can happen.
And doubt would then creep in. If you get up 3-0, 7-0. So I like that from a Niner perspective. What I don't like about this game is what you just said, the name recognition. Jalen Carter had the two-shoulder situation, procedures, and now he's ready to go. Had a week off. That secondary, oh my gosh. So we know what Philly is defensively. They might be Seattle or better. Just think about that. I'll leave that there. But then on the other side, you got a dude who was just MVP in Barkley. You got, on a good day, Jalen Hurts. You got Devontae, like Steiny and my guy, the quarterback that reads the books, the big boy. Like, that's why they won the Super Bowl. So they have all the ingredients in the football gumbo pot to win it. Will it be upstairs where they just will forget, omit, maybe be rusty, and then Kyle's in his bag, and not just Kyle, Robert Saleh.
Oh, that's what I wanted to jump on what Jan had said. And I actually agree with her. She was talking about some trick plays. I actually think a trick play or two, this is the game that would call for it. But almost more so than that, is there anybody that wants Kyle Shanahan to play conservatively Sunday? Like, they can't play conservatively. You don't
win the game.
Right? You get a 4th and 3. You get a 4th and 3 at midfield. You're down 7-0 midway through the second.
That's normal. I think you need to go for it.
Okay.
You're trying to knock off.
That's my point.
Yeah.
That's my point. Like, I think he punted early in the Seattle game.
I saw that.
Same situation.
I saw that.
Like, if they have that.
If he had to do that again, would he have done it? Knowing that they were going to get.
Well, he better not do it against Philly. Right? You gotta go for stuff like that against Philly. Evan, you do me a quick little favor here.
Mike Quick?
Mike Quick, he's coming up at 1:30. Great Eagles receiver. Can you find out the score and situation? I think it was the first quarter.
7-0.
When the 7-0 when the Niners had a 4th, I think, and 3, and they punted.
Yep, it was 7-0.
Like what yard line that was.
Yeah, I'll check.
And what point of the game that was.
Do you think he regrets that? If he could see in a crystal ball.
Well, yeah.
Like, you got to go. Your defense is not your positive right now. It's your offense. And we said that, and Seattle choked them out. So what if Philly does that? I'm not trying to be nervous. I'm just like, nobody would be, well, how surprised would you be, partner?
They were at their own 43.
Okay.
And they pinned them inside the 20.
Okay. So think about that. So okay. Let's say they're in the exact same position against Philly on Sunday. They're down 7-0. They're at their own 43.
I'm putting the ball. I'm putting the ball.
How much? First quarter, second quarter?
This was in the first quarter, 2 minutes left, 4th and 2 at your own 43.
4th and 2?
I would have punted that.
Yeah, I'm with you.
No. I agree. I agree. At that
I would
time.
do it this weekend,
Would
too.
you do the same? Let's say you're in the same situation
hell yeah.
in Philly.
Give them a short field.
That was probably their second drive of the game.
Give them a short
third,
field,
maybe.
Stoney. Then they score and things just get out of hand from that and an avalanche.
Yeah, I think it's
Colorado.
another game where I'm with Goo. You kind of have to play the field position game.
Really?
Yeah. You would go for it.
I think you're going to have to play very aggressive.
But that's too aggressive.
Okay.
Or if you have no confidence
I'm not saying you guys are wrong.
Evan, if you have no confidence in your defense, to hell with it. I'm going to try to be
That's why
aggressive.
you also pin them back.
But then you're forcing yourself to win a shootout against a very good defense. I think that's tough. And I know that your defense isn't great, and Seattle's offense was good. Philly's is lesser, but you're asking them to go 80-plus yards.
Yeah, I'm interested, 49er fans, just kind of in general. You want to see, I mean, we know what Kyle Shanahan's track record is going into this game. Like, let's put it this way. If Kyle Shanahan has a template that he, just a way he coaches and some ideas on, when you go for it, when you don't, taking chances with interesting plays, all that kind of stuff. I got to believe Niner fans might be expecting Shanahan to throw the kitchen sink, anything. I know they're not going to win the game through gimmicks, but they've got to make some big plays,
But you got to be smart.
Of course.
You know they will come for his head, the Jackals, the fans, if you go for a 4th and 3 on your 40, and let's just say it's a play that just gets snuffed out. You don't get it. Oh, Stoney, then it'll be like, come on, man, make them drive the field, and if it's slow death, we die slow death, but we could get a fumble, anything, to take that off the board and give them a short field at home. And you know what I mean? Like, that's what you don't want to me.
Yeah, I mean.
Now, if the game's getting out of hand and you've been down, it's late third, fourth, Stoney, 4th and 3, what the hell?
I'm a little surprised, and maybe that situation is a little too iffy. But, I mean, what if you're on their 43 and it's 4th and 3? Like, you got to go for that, right?
That I could see.
And I get you're giving them a little bit of a short.
For that either.
But, well, we're only talking about, what, 10, 14 yards?
Yeah, but you're in your territory, other side of the
what if you're on their 49 and it's 4th and 3?
It wouldn't be egregious.
Yeah, and obviously there's different levels of risk, but I'm surprised.
Analytics tell you to go for it.
I know. I'm surprised, though.
Go for it.
I would think the conventional wisdom is Kyle's got to be in his bag, try to get a touch tricky without gimmicky, and just they got to figure out a way to keep them off balance with their play calling.
But this is
you
why.
You got to run when they think you're going to pass. You got to pass when they think you're going to run, that kind of stuff.
But this is why Bonte, and I can't speak for him, we talked about his video yesterday, and he used the word impossible, and not speaking for him. Stoney, do you know, like in 19, and even when they were going to went to the NFC Championship game, the Niners, that is, against the Rams in 2021, their defense was a strong point. This is the worst defense Kyle's had in forever, I believe, in the playoffs with the state of the team. But just think how much of a disadvantage they are at defensively. You know what I mean? Like, maybe you are right. We're going to see ultra-aggressive offensively Kyle Shanahan, because I'm asking you, that's my biggest concern in this game. I could see the Niners moving the ball like I've seen other teams. Now, the playoffs hadn't started against Philly's great defense. I saw Dallas. A lot of teams do it. But, man, Stoney, to go in a playoff game where your strength is not your defense, it's truly your Achilles heel, I mean, how are they going to pull this off? You don't sack the quarterback.
They're going to pull it off by creating a couple turnovers.
Yeah, no doubt.
By having some big plays and catching Philly off balance. And they're going to have to play a really good game. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But I would tell you this. Somebody in Philly might say, our offense stinks. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. We're an Odyssey sports station, always live in the free Odyssey app, broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios.
It'll be interesting to talk to former Eagle wide receiver Mike Quick when he joins us.
You know what? You know who I'm going to ask him about?
Harold Carmichael.
No.
Who?
Brandon Ayuk. I look at a guy like Mike Quick. Look at his numbers.
Everything.
He had 3 straight. 1 year he led the league in receptions.
He's a bad
I'm sorry,
boy.
receptions and yardage.
Okay. He was a bad dude.
3 straight years over 1,000, and then a 4th year of like 980. And I don't know. I'm just curious about the guy on the other side of the country who was tough and was a money receiver.
And he was catching passes to cop out Randall.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Man, that team was.
And Jaws.
Jaws.
It must have been late Jaws.
Yeah, but his best season as a receiver is with Ron Jaworski.
Yeah,
Where's he been? He used to be all on TV.
They fired him after he said Kaepernick was going to be the greatest quarterback of all time.
Well, for a moment in time.
No, but he said it after.
I got you.
He said it after. All right, this is here's another little flavor of Philadelphia. This is Spike Eskin talking about what happens if the Eagles lose. So this is a team that's been to the playoffs 5 straight years. Now they do have a first-year coordinator, but what if they lose?
Here is the problem with continuity, is let's say they lose 17-13 on Sunday. Something like that, right? We're all blaming everybody, but Patullo is getting the brunt of it. Yeah. And they decide, we want continuity, we're going to keep Kevin Patullo. You tell me what happens after Game 2 next year when the offense looks like it did this year. And then they are stuck. And then it's 2 years in a row where that is where I'm trying to prevent that. And I know that continuity helps. I also know the Eagles won the Super Bowl with a first-time offensive coordinator for the Eagles. Kellen Moore had been an offensive coordinator before. Yep. And I don't know if, regardless of whether he will be good at it or not, I don't know if it's a tenable situation. Like for the Philadelphia Eagles as a whole, if 2 games into next season, now it could be 2 games into next season, they're scoring 33 points a game, whatever. But the planning for the worst case scenario there is a tough one.
All right, that was Spike Eskin on WIP. They think their offense
I got you.
is not very good.
Underperforming.
Exactly. So
they got talent. It's just not operating at high optimum levels at all.
Exactly. So I don't know. I'm just this is one of those games, Goo, I'm torn. It's a little bit like Seattle in that when you look at it.
That's what's crazy about it is go ahead. That I can't get that game out of my head.
I mean, yeah, like when you look at it, we were going into the Seattle game saying, Seattle's got a great defense. Okay, Philly's got a great defense. There's some similarities between Seattle and Philadelphia, and so I've watched Shanahan hang in games and then win games kind of all year, but this is the Eagles, this is the playoffs, and it's going to be tough. There's no doubt about it, but it's also one of those games where it's like it might be 27-13.
And
just the 49ers have run out of gas. They're depleted. They're decimated, and that's the way most seasons end. When you don't have enough good players anymore.
Yeah, and I'll say this because I was on the wrong end of the Super Bowl betting component last year because I thought Kansas City was going to win, but we're not even talking about the surprise in Seattle Seahawks and what they did Saturday. Okay, forget that. Delete that footage. We're talking about Steiny. These are facts. The defending Super Bowl champs in the Philadelphia Eagles. But it brings me to what we had some fun with yesterday. If you're Kyle, I mean this, Donnie, and you win the flip, you receiving or you deferring? Because you know where me and Evan are at.
You know what I would do? I'm not changing my mind. We know all sides of this debate, so we don't have to hammer it into the ground. Right. Yeah, if the 49ers win the tip, I would take the ball. I win the coin flip. Okay. I would take the ball. If I were the Niners.
Best unit out there.
I would.
And then what if you go 3 and out? But that's going to happen.
Then you're going to go 3 and out the second possession. That's the way I look at it.
The rough seas are going to happen regardless.
But
you want to set a tone here, man. You want
to set a tone with your defense?
No, just in the game. However you do that, they went 3 and out against Seattle, and that was like we didn't know at the time. Oh, this is going to be a long-ass day offensively.
What's more likely, the Eagles getting the ball and scoring on their first drive, or the 49ers getting points on their first drive?
I love that. I'm going Eagles. And the reason I say that is when last Saturday, I keep saying delete the footage, but third down, he threw it to Jennings in the flat, and it went it sailed over his head. And I was like, I'm not used to that. Just one series. It's early, Steiny, but I got to believe that would be nightmare on Niner Street if Philly can show they can take advantage of everything that you talked about in regard to the Niner defense. Now you got two problems. Can you score on them, and can you stop them from scoring?
I mean, look, the defense has to play well enough that they make the Eagles resemble their offense of the regular season.
No doubt. And that's why
Can
you
they
call
do
it
that?
mental.
Can they do that? I don't know.
And let me ask you this.
Yeah.
What letter grade, I'm being real, would you give them for Saturday, the Niners defense? Forget the point total.
Well, it's so hard. It's impossible. Like,
can I say D? I'm going to say D.
Yeah, see, I would. I don't.
They were doing whatever. Yeah, they didn't get the points. I'll give you something. But you know what? I saw what I saw.
I actually would give them a B.
Stoney, that first drive, because where it didn't culminate in points,
Right. I get all that, but the bottom line is, how do you win the game? You have to score more points than the other team, and like that is one where that defense, that situation against that team, I get it. They were lucky. They were lucky. Sometimes, you know what? You take a test, and it's multiple choice, and you don't know the answers, and you get 3 right.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
2.8.
That's kind of the way I look at that. And by the way, this is from the 650, and I'll just correct this person because I've been corrected on it. Shanahan doesn't always defer.
Right.
He defers most of the time, but there have been, I think we came up with 2 examples this year where he took the ball because of, I guess we can say, conditions with wind and stuff. So we'll see how that plays out.
No doubt.
Let's go to Grant. Grant's in Alameda. What's up, Grant? How you doing?
Hello.
Yeah.
Steiny.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I know we're talking Niners right now.
Okay.
I think the most important thing is they got a real chance. We could talk to Dubs, too, because I'm a Niners and Dubs fan. I love listening to you guys. And what I think is this. At least we got a chance. The hard road's the good road if you get it done. And that's what forget about it. It doesn't even matter.
Yeah,
whatever it is.
No, I appreciate that, Grant.
I mean?
Yeah, no, and I'll tell you what, I'll expound on it right now.
Thanks for the call.
The 49ers absolutely have a shot. If they win 4 games, they win the Super Bowl. The Warriors have no shot. The Warriors have no shot.
I'm not there.
They have no shot.
But you haven't. The cake
They
is
have
not
no
done baked.
shot.
None.
None.
The cake is still baking.
No, it's not. See, the Warriors have no shot because the team doesn't believe they have a shot.
That's speculation.
That's watching the NBA for as many years as I have, and I see a team that knows and a coach that knows they have no shot to win a title this year.
Did you see them last night?
They played the Milwaukee Bucks, and this is I'm telling you right now, Warriors are going to win 5 out of their next 7, maybe 6 out of their next 7.
Right.
But I'm going to tell you right now, and you think I'm kidding, and we're not talking about the Warriors, and I'm glad we're up against it. Warriors can't do anything on this homestand. They have an 8-game homestand. There's nothing they can do to make me change my impression of who they are.
Wow.
You know when I'll change my impression of who they are?
The deadline.
After that homestand, or as we get to the end of the homestand and move. But you beat Milwaukee. First of all, they've won 7 of 10, and before the game last night, we're all thinking they're playing terrible ball.
Well, you lost to the Clippers. You gave that one away, or however you look at that. Then
they won 7 of 10.
I still haven't shit Toronto. Yeah. That loss.
When the hell was that?
A couple Sundays ago.
Jesus.
I had heard.
I mean, that's just absolutely crazy. 888-957-9570 is the number. Talking about the Eagles and the 49ers. How conservative or aggressive should Kyle Shanahan be in this game? Or should he just stick to his overall general philosophy? Or is this a game where you might try to dial up a couple trick plays and and take some chances on fourth down. I would have thought that most people would say you got to play very, very aggressively, but Guru and
you don't want to be reckless.
Yeah, of course not. But you play it safe, and you may get what you got in Seattle. All right. What do we got here? What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Covering Bay Area sports for as long as I have, athletes go through it all. Highs, lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. So whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is a local company, and they win. Millions have been recovered for clients across the region, and it's why SF Weekly has voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com. It's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Miele, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Miele kitchen package. Visit the Miele Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
That hit the center divide.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
Where the 2 right lanes are blocked
Brought
off.
to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. Award-winning efficiency and great deals. There's a Honda for that. The Honda Civic Hybrid from your Northern California Honda dealers.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our Happy New Year from The Floor Store. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband Ryan died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
I should be in a Napa State white jacket because I'm crazy.
Oh. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I think I'm going to root for Miami, but it's a tough call. Of course, my daughter goes to Tulane, and they got beat by Ole Miss. So do you want to get beat by the national champ? Also, wouldn't it be an indictment a little bit on Lane Kiffin if Ole Miss wins the national championship?
That's why I think they're not going to win. That's just me. That's how I think. But Miami, man, their defense has been stellar. And
I'm going with Lubman.
Yeah,
I'm going to try to support Lubman.
Yeah.
Go Canes.
Maybe Tulane's coach should have left.
Why would you say that?
Because he stuck around to coach the team and they lost, and Ole Miss lost their coach and they're winning.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Evan. And I'll let it there. On 95.7 The Game. We're talking about the big game coming up at 1:30 at the Link.
Man.
You know what? You guys can call it the Link if you want. I'll let you. As a guy who's familiar with both coasts.
I'll say Philly.
I'm stuck in the middle on this one.
And you know that damn song, huh?
I don't.
Fly, Eagles, fly.
I know. Yeah, you know what I know?
I hate that.
Here's the only thing I know about the song. EAGLES, Eagles. I don't know the words.
Oh, okay.
I don't know when they started
that.
I don't remember them playing that in the mid-'80s when I was going to games. Yeah. I think it's
hopefully that is not played this week.
A new phenomenon.
This weekend.
So we got wild card game, 49ers at Philly. All right, so we've been having some fun with some of this conversation that they're having on WIP in Philly. We talk a lot about the Eagles and their fans and what, how they fan versus the 49ers fans and all that stuff. So I'm just playing a bunch of stuff from WIP, our Odyssey sister station in Philly, so you guys can get a feel of what they're saying there and make your own judgments about what these guys say. This is, what is this?
What we got?
This is a WIP caller on the Eagles and where they stand right now as they approach the Niners. This is a caller. It's their Jan in Mountain View.
The only way that the Eagles will win the Super Bowl is if they are this generation's 2000 Baltimore Ravens. And as much as the defense is that good, the offense is that piss poor. So they are going to be one and done this year. And we are going to call this the Fire Kevin game.
Ooh.
I take it Patullo's
he's just, man,
first name is
Public
Kevin.
enemy number one.
All right, so there's a Philly caller that thinks they're going to get by. So, like, they're not. It's not a fan base that's like, we're going to win it all. We're better than you. Like, they almost troll the home team while they're kind of cheering them on. Like, they can't win it. They're not going to. And then when they win it, if they win it, no harm, no foul.
I got to tell you this, because I know you remember this guy, the great defensive player for the Eagles.
Reggie White.
Seth Joyner.
Yeah.
Okay, he got down with Reggie. Bonte and I have stumbled upon Seth Joyner's podcast. And Steiny, he is just raw and uncut after every Eagle game. And we tune in, he'll call me, and he's on YouTube. And the ire from the Eagle fans, these are after victory, Steiny. You would think that they lost. So I bring that up only because, yeah, they're winning, but it's ugly. It's like, you got up 14 points on Buffalo or 7, and you didn't score again. You're up 21-0 on Dallas. But can the Niners defense make them tap into that insecurity? Or
how's Buffalo's defense?
I think it's raggedy as all outdoors, and that's why I think Josh Allen's going to be Superman.
It's a good sign then for the 49ers, right?
Well, there were conditions and it was cold, but they didn't score in the second half.
Okay. I'm just saying.
Can you tap into if there are any insecurities or doubts from Hurts, him reading the field, all that, and they can't somehow run the ball like Steiny, if you're the Eagles, wouldn't you give Barkley the ball 30 effing times after what Seattle had success doing? I thought Seattle didn't run it enough.
I just think so much of football is the 49ers couldn't run the ball against Seattle, so they're going to figure out a way how to better run the football against the Eagles. And maybe the Eagles look at that game last week and say, well, they won't be able to run on us, but that's where Kyle might have something up his sleeve, and that's how you're going to have to win the game, right?
Who do you guys think is going to be the scapegoat for each team? Because when I was listening to that caller, it sounded to me like the Eagles have one built in. Yeah, it's their
Absolutely.
OC. And because Sirianni doesn't have a specialty, defense or offense, he kind of skates.
Yep.
He obviously won the Super Bowl, but it feels like there's less pressure on him than there is on Shanahan because Kyle calls the plays. Like, if the offense doesn't do well, people will put his head in the guillotine. I don't know. Do you guys think that that's a fair scapegoating method?
Like, when you said scapegoat, I automatically said their OC, clearly. That's who's on the line for Philly. No, there's not a name that jumped
it's into my mind. Not even Salah. It's just, am I wrong for that?
No.
If Kyle, they only get 6 points, and we don't know the availability of Pearsall or Trent, it matters to me, Steiny. What if I said nothing can happen in that game, even if they get snuffed out, to where I'll come in here and say, oh, Kyle, oh, boy, you see that choke job. Now I need the old Steiny to tell me, that's a pass.
No,
but I'm looking at it in totality. What they're not what they don't have at their disposal, man.
We're answering it the same way. I agree. Like, the defense will get scapegoated, but there's no individual. The reason that the defense will get scapegoated is because they're decimated. Yeah. Everybody knows they are. They're undermanned. And look, there's a feeling. And tell me if I'm wrong, Niner fans. You guys are the fans. There's a feeling that a shoe's going to drop with this defense at some point against a good team.
And maybe that happened last Saturday, and this could be a continuance. I don't want to be negative.
I mean, I'll tell you what.
I just think it's the irony of the Niners and what they had done prior to the Seattle game and the adjectives and superlatives that were coming not out of just my mouth. They earned that, but there was, Donnie, I'm being real, a degree of who were you playing, but it looked beautiful. 10 touchdowns for Purdy. What bothers me just about a possible L is you ran out of gas offensively against 2 top-tier defenses. So it is fair to say, how prolific were you really?
Well, and
if you go up against Tyson and Foreman, but you're knocking out Pee Wee Herman.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where I think the big boy veterans kind of come in for the Niners. And I get it. Pearsall may not play, but to me, let's talk about McCaffrey, Kittle, and Trent Williams. All I'm saying is if they have trouble putting points up on the board, to my way of thinking, then we're going to have to talk about the age and the usage that these veterans have taken on over the years.
And that's on John Lynch, no doubt about it.
If McCaffrey doesn't have a great game, it's probably because Trent's not as good as he was, and then Kittle, he can't get a lot of yards. Then maybe we got to start thinking about if those guys, when we know Trent's on the decline, McCaffrey sure staved off a lot of stuff this year. You're going to have to worry about him next year after this year. So, all I'm saying is I think if the offense sputters Sunday, then it's time to look at some personnel, including Williams, Kittle, and McCaffrey.
And I'm being real.
We all know they need receivers.
There. Yeah, okay. But I'm already there to take inventory. But what about this? And again, I'm trying to be positive, but we're being real. The right on the table, we hadn't had one all week, I don't believe. The right on the table brought to you by, Austin San Jose put one out. But the right on the table, Stoney, brought to you by Atco Pest Control is, look at me when I'm talking to you, and I'll tell you this because I mean it. They technically haven't run the ball at all year. Do we expect them to run it at Philly in the offs?
No, I don't.
So if that goes like we think it is, and that's a net zero, but you got to watch Kittle and McCaffrey out the backfield.
If the game goes how we think it's going to go, the Niners are going to lose. Like that's the point. Like, right? How are the Niners going to run against this Eagles defense? Like, I don't know. But it's sure within the realm of possibility they could pull it off.
Yeah.
So, but yes, they're underdogs, and that's a good defense. But I can't believe I'm saying this. It's any given Sunday.
Yeah.
All the 49ers have to do is play better than the Eagles from 1:30 to 5 o'clock on Sunday in Philly, and they're going to play another round.
Yeah. And before you hit that button, Seattle had no self-doubt.
Exactly.
In a crazy way, this is the 3 seed. But Stoney, if there's something really going on with Philly and their offense or something in the locker room, maybe the Niners can use that to their advantage.
Definitely. Absolutely. I think
if it's 6-3 at half or the Niners are up 10-7, game is on. Because now Philly's looking like, this is not how this was supposed to go.
I said it before. The 49ers, they may be undermanned, but they are less fragile than the Eagles.
Right.
I think they're more together, and I absolutely think if the longer the game would go and be a one-score game.
Man, you got them right where you want them almost.
Let's go to back to WIP. This is a caller talking about the Niners and the Eagles. We had one guy say the Eagles are going to have trouble against the Niners. One guy said they'll beat the Niners but not win anymore. What does this caller say?
Quite frankly, the Niners defense is bad.
Yeah, it's bad. They have a ton of injured guys, and they're just bad. They're bad. That's the best way to put it. Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But going into this game, I'm not scared of anybody in the scene. The only thing I'm scared of is the Eagles itself and the Eagles on the road. Thanks to somebody resting our guys. Yeah. Well, we got a bye week out of it, if you want to call it that.
I think he's talking last week. They had a bye week. Not this week's a bye week.
But he said he's afraid of his own team. And their, if their mindset is small and like you said, they're not together, just from a fan perspective, we'll be able to see it because it'll play out right in front of us.
Yeah, exactly. And maybe the Bears game was the high point for the San Francisco 49ers.
Good call.
It's possible. And could anybody blame them if they fizzle out, given the circumstances of this year? All right, this is the one I want to hear. This is a Philly morning show, and they are going back and forth about Shanahan and Sirianni. I have no idea.
So this is their Steiny and Goo.
I guess so. So you're two Philly guys talking about Shanahan and Nick Sirianni.
Kyle Shanahan, who's never won a Super Bowl, by the way. His father has.
So you're saying he's not a good coach?
I didn't say that. It's not either.
What's your
he's
problem?
saying
He is a better coach than our coach.
No,
He's
I
a better
disagree.
offensive
No,
coach than
A lot
our
of people
offensive
disagree with you on
coaches.
that. You say it like it's a fact. The majority of this show, all the people on this
You
show would
are
take Sirianni
biased.
over. All the people on this show would take Sirianni over.
Yeah.
Well, one
you're
is a
wrong.
Super Bowl
Shanahan. You are
champion,
biased.
and one is
You are
not.
being
biased.
homers.
One's got a better
Kyle
record,
Shanahan,
dude.
I don't care.
Kyle Shanahan has blown so many big games.
That
All
Nick
that guy does is
Sirianni
blow
has
big
worked
games.
with is superior. Kyle Shanahan,
Shanahan has so much talent on
by
offense.
anyone's estimation,
Are you
who knows
kidding me?
anything about this game, will say Kyle Shanahan is the superior offensive mind.
Sure, I'm not arguing that. I'm saying who's a better
That's
head coach.
all I'm saying.
I'm talking about who's a better head coach.
No, that's not what you're saying,
what you're
John.
saying
You're
now.
saying you'd
I
rather
want
have
an
him be the head
offensive
coach.
head coach who can call plays.
He has called some plays and
He
games
can't.
that have. He has
Blown
blown
it.
games
Yeah.
for his team in huge moments. That is not to say that he's not a very good offensive mind.
Totally.
He is, John.
He
He's
keeps
got,
doing
he's
it
got way
because
less
he's
talent
one
than
of
the
the
Eagles.
best in the
He's
game.
got way less talent on offense than the Eagles does and schemes them open.
What do you
They're
think?
more toxic than us. Wow.
888-957-9570 is the number. I mean, it's not dissimilar from the conversations we're having out there.
The only thing is,
I think Evan said the one guy was DeCamera, and the guy who was saying, he thought Shanahan was better.
Yeah.
Something I would say back in Philly.
But he
said every listener to their show, or 95%, would take Sirianni over Shanahan.
Oh, wow.
And it's clear that.
But they got in there
the
and said it,
perception.
when it comes to offense, that's where you would take Kyle.
Right, but they're saying the overall better coach is Sirianni.
And sound like Baldy thinks the same thing because of that bling.
Yeah. I guess maybe outside. It's not just inside the Bay, it's outside the Bay.
And you know what?
Kyle's got a reputation for not winning the big one.
But it just goes to our bias, our personal bias. Do you remember? I'm ashamed of myself now because I told you guys I'm growing. Remember the Super Bowl? They lost to Kansas City, the Eagles. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And the national anthem's playing and Sirianni's crying.
Yeah.
I got mad at him.
Of course you did.
Who am I?
Fake outrage, but you're doing it for the show.
Those were
I said that at the
crocodile
time. It was such a crock of
Evan,
BS.
you got the biggest game of your life, and you're crying during the anthem. Dude, you're playing it up, but who am I to say he wasn't emotional, dude?
And that's some of the
I
stuff
hated on him for that.
you get caught up in that you believe matters, and it matters not.
Dude lad crying at the anthem for his country, and I'm bashing him.
Now, you know what? Let me tell you how things are in our country right now.
Well, you don't have to. I'm watching every night.
Sirianni crying during the national anthem equals he's a joke of a coach. That's really what people believe.
No, it was more like a phony
Hey,
study
listen, man.
as a
Hey, listen,
person.
man. I remember the conversation that day after he was crying. Everybody was making a D out of him. You know it.
Oh, it wasn't just me.
Everybody.
Yeah, I just was like, dude, come on.
Last one. This is host Jim Kempski on the biggest Eagles concern.
My biggest concern is like what we saw in 3 different games this year, where they got leads and then they went ultra conservative and they gave them up, and then we saw them lose a game at home to Denver. When they did that, we saw them lose on the road to the Cowboys game we just mentioned when they were up 21-0. I thought they got conservative in that game, and they should have lost to the Bills, man. like
it was close.
They
that
did
pass,
not deserve to win that game, and then they did, and they did the same thing in that game where the second half, I think it was 5 out of their 6 drives. Their first 2 plays were run.
Yeah,
and
now
then,
one of them they're at the 1-yard line. Not that you have to run it there, but
yeah, and then they throw an incomplete pass on 3rd down and they're punting. So
yes,
yeah, my concern would be that they get a lead, they're content. It's funny that you mentioned the stat about earlier in the show with Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, 1 in 38 or whatever.
Never having comeback wins in the fourth quarter. But I think that's a risk here. They have an offense that can score points. If the Eagles take their foot off the gas in this game, that'd be a concern for me.
All right. That was Jimmy Kempski talking about the Niners. A couple things there that were interesting, but go ahead, Goo, to start.
So the world thinks, and we got Mike Quick, the former Eagle receiver, coming up here shortly, Stoney, to join us. but the world thinks the Eagles, the 3rd seed, have something going on in their locker room. Do you like that you're playing that team and hoping that that is really going on? Or would you rather play the Bears with that leaky D? Like, I don't like the fact that part of the, and it's not the Niner game plan, but there's some confidence coming from they might not be together. Because if they are together, that's why they're defending champs. You know what I mean? Like, they got the throne right now.
Right.
I don't like the fact that a lot of how we're going to take them down is predicated on maybe they'll short circuit and do what these hosts are saying that they've seen them do, and dysfunctional-wise offensively.
I mean,
I don't like that component.
But
I would
every
like to say
team's
hurt.
got that.
Well, the Niners got injuries.
You ever watch the NBA playoffs and a team gets beat in a 7-game series and everyone knows exactly why they got beat and exactly how
Minnesota, Golden State.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's not like the 49ers are going in there relying on the Eagles to fall apart. But if the 49ers win the game, and similarly, if the Eagles win the game, it's going to expose the biggest problems with each team. And with the Eagles, it sounds to me like
it would be a myth. It would be. Go ahead, I'm cutting you off. They would be together.
It sounds to me like if the Eagles get beat on Sunday, it will have something to do with chemistry and what's going on in that locker room. That's just me from afar. I don't know that, but I've just heard everybody talking about the receivers aren't. And here's the other thing. You say, why wouldn't you just run Saquon Barkley 30 times? Well, they're telling you right there on that last clip that they ran Barkley a lot and they couldn't get any yards. Like they didn't run the ball well this year, the Philadelphia Eagles. So, yeah, on paper, Saquon should have a big game, but he hasn't had as many big games as he has, obviously, in the past. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation, let's go to George in Los Altos. Hey, George, how you doing, man? What's going on?
Well, I got to take my cry rag out of my eyes because you guys are so gloom and doom. I've been crying for 5 minutes. Come on, fellas. I love you to death. The game is not even, we haven't even played the game yet. And let me just give you my perspective on this thing.
Go ahead.
First of all, if we get Trent Williams, like fully functioning Trent Williams, and it'd be great to have Ricky, but if we get Trent Williams back, I think it's going to make a huge difference, number one. Number two, as to McCaffrey not being, the McCaffrey of old in the comments, you got to understand, what did he come up 80 yards short of the only player in NFL history to have 2 seasons of 1,000 yards rushing and 1,000 yards receiving? He has not tailed off. The offensive line didn't start playing well until recently. Okay, number 3, Kittle is going to be fine, but I think more importantly than anything, Kyle Shanahan we had 178 yards of total offense in the last game, which is the lowest total against us in his entire coaching career. You don't think he's pissed off? You don't think he's got something to prove? You don't think he is working 10 times as hard as he normally does preparing for a game? I think he is, number one. And number 2, Philly, they have a great defense, okay? But their offense has sputtered a bunch this year. So let's not just give up. I think we got a shot. I really do. I mean, we're not going to roll anybody over, but I also think we have a shot to beat those guys because they have sputtered quite a bit on offense. And, we'll see what happens on Sunday, but I think it really comes down to Trent Williams.
Let me ask you this, because I heard this yesterday, and it doesn't sit well with me. Do I sound like I'm giving the Niners no chance?
You sound like it. I don't.
I want the caller to answer. Am I setting it up like that? Is that how it's sounding?
I believe so, brother. I love you, Goo, but I have to say that you do sound like you're giving up on them.
Wow. I appreciate
it, George. Thanks for the call.
Donnie, I'm giving them a chance. Talk to me.
It seems like it's just lip service, though. Like, I believe the Niners have a chance.
And I do, too.
Well, but you keep saying, what if the Eagles why wouldn't you hand Barkley 30 times? And I'm coming to you and saying, They haven't run the ball well this year.
Right.
It's not automatic that he carries 30 times for 150 yards.
But this is a playoff game now, and I'm not defending Philly.
Have the 49ers not been in the playoffs? They've been there. They've got veterans there.
Yeah,
like they know what to expect on Sunday.
All right, let me ask you this.
Nobody's saying it's not going to be uphill, but I agree with George that, they may get blown out. Who knows?
It's not about that. It's about, because we want them to win, and we want to keep talking football. My question to you all is, and maybe, again, Stoney, I give myself an F because it's not coming out right. I don't like the fact that I know for a fact the Niners' Achilles heel going into this game for Darryl Johnson is their defense. I can't look you in the face with your specs on, Stoney, and tell you I know Philly's weakness. Their weakness is allegedly they're not together.
Well, their offense hasn't been good.
But it's good enough to win games.
Right, but they're only averaging 22 a game.
Yeah, but...
All right, here's what's going on the rest of the show. We've got, at noon, of Speakeasy, Emmanuel Acho. We've had him on before. He's terrific. And then at 1:30, we got Mike Quick, 5-time Pro Bowler who played with the Eagles in the 80s. Great player, and now he... is an Eagles color analyst. Mike Quick was a great player. Looking forward to talking to him. And that segment was brought to you by LifeSource Water Systems.
Do you really know what's in your tap water? LifeSource believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade to a LifeSource whole house water system. Clean water from every tap, no salt, no hassle. Call 1-800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Warranty limitations apply.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center, under the medical direction of UCSF-affiliated physician Dr. Darby Clayson and Administrator Dan Daly, would like to congratulate Lynn Hamakawa as 2024's Caring for a Lifetime recipient. Lawton, located in San Francisco's Sunset District, is a 5-star facility and is also a U.S. News and World Report, as well as a Newsweek's top-rated nursing facility. If you or a loved one are in need of physical or occupational therapy, don't hesitate to call Dan Daly at 415-566-1200.
Are you interested in being an install or service technician? Good news! R&S Doors and Gates is hiring. If you have good mechanical skills and a knowledge of power tools, welding, and motor controls, you should apply today. R&S Doors has openings to repair and install commercial overhead doors, entry doors, and loading dock equipment. You must be able to work in a professional, fast-paced environment. Call 800-FIX-A-DOOR and apply today. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR, or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
Join History San Jose for South Bay Flashback, Riffs, Rhythms, and Revolution. This new exhibit celebrates San Jose's forgotten music scene of the 1960s through over 200 show posters, artifacts, and stories. Whether you danced to these beats the first time around or you're discovering the roots of rock history, this free exhibit will take you back to this psychedelic moment. Now open select weekends at the Paseta House in History Park. Visit historysanjose.org or 408-287-2290 to plan your visit.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kind of like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter. Try it free.
Sunny in San Francisco, high temperature 54.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
You guys are New Year's Eve every day from 10 to 2.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, Emmanuel Acho coming up at noon. That's in 10 minutes. So that'll be during this segment. He's up to a lot of stuff. He's the creator of Speakeasy with LaShawn McCoy, but he's working on a lot of stuff we'll talk to him about, but mostly the game Sunday.
He played for the Eagles, too.
Mostly the game Sunday against the Eagles against the 49ers. And then at 1:30, we got Mike Quick. He's the Eagles color analyst and former All-Pro wide receiver for the Eagles. He played 9 seasons there. We're going to get him at 1:30. We're talking San Francisco 49ers today against the Eagles. And here's one thing that I was thinking about. All right, and I'm not going to penalize them too much. But what have the 49ers proven this year? To me, if you just look at the facts.
Next man up.
The facts. With all the injuries, who are the Niners? All they are right now, to me, is there's 32 teams in football, and all I know about them right now is they're in the top 16. That's it. They're in the top half of the league, but that's it. And if the Philadelphia Eagles beat the San Francisco 49ers this Sunday, then doesn't that mean that at least this year, despite the record, the 49ers were an average team?
I have no problem with that.
Okay.
Now, what if I told you they were a shocking average team to me because I thought they were going to, with the injuries, be below average and have no shot at the playoffs? Now, you could be a smart ass and say, because I've been with you every day, 5 days a week, Steiny, since football, week one, you never once said, you know, Goo, I'm going to take that from you, the fact that the next man up thing worked out and they damn near perfected it to where they're sitting in this position to be taking on the Eagles.
Right, but I'm not talking about the talent level. I'm not talking about.
You're talking about the season.
Yes, I know they've had injuries.
I got no problem.
I know
with
they've had injuries, and they worked their way to a 12-5 schedule or 12-5 record with an easy ass schedule, which is fine. They did what they did, but they got handled by Seattle, and now they made the playoffs, so they're one of 14 teams. So they're in the top 16 or so of the league, upper half. But if you get beat by you get beat by the Eagles, okay.
The defending champs, by the way.
Great. You're the 15th best team. You were the 15th best team in the league this year, and then you better work on getting better.
And they're going to do that anyway. My question to you is, what would be egregious? What would you say, you know what, you can't say that about this Niners season?
What do you mean?
Like, if you say it's average, I totally agree with you.
Well, I'm just looking at numbers. That's why nobody can come down my road. There's 14 playoff teams, okay? There's 32 teams in the league. If the 49ers lose, then they're just a middling type of team between 12 and 18. The 12th best team, the 18th, at least this year.
Right.
Now, they get Bosa and Warner back. Maybe
you got to draft
maybe
free
they
agency.
jump up. Maybe they jump up to 8 by maybe they jump up to 8 just because those guys are coming back. And here's the other thing I was thinking about in terms of dangerous thinking. So I'm worried that if let's say the 49ers get beat 24-10.
Yeah.
All right. But they kind of get handled. I think there's going to be some people that'll blame the injuries. They'll absolutely, blame the injuries and say, it wasn't meant to be.
Fair fight.
This, that, and the other thing. But I think that kind of thinking is a fan thinking this team is actually better than it is. In other words, if they get beat by the Eagles and the number one reason is injury and Pearsall and Trent and Ayuk we're still talking about, and Warner and Bosa, I think people are missing the boat thinking, well, we'll just get those guys back and we'll be humming again next year. I don't believe that if this team gets beat in the first round of the playoffs, that they're that good. And now you may say, well, they're getting those guys back next year, so that's going to make them better. Yeah, maybe. But I'll tell you this. Here's the other thing. You lose this game on Sunday, and people are going to say, well, we don't even know what Bosa and Warner are going to be like next year.
But go ahead.
My point is, I don't think this team, you can automatically say this team is close, even if you factor in next year they're going to have the guys they didn't have.
Well,
I don't think they are.
I hear you, and I'm going to use one of your phrases because I do care what you're saying, but it really truly doesn't matter. And the fact that they took advantage of a weak schedule and 12 wins, there's no way in hell I'm not saying when they make the pit stop to pick up Bosa and Warner that John Lynch and Kyle, we know they can build something. They're smart enough to know they still need more. And now you're right about the availability and what those two guys are going to be when they come back. But if we're talking about the Niners advancing and Fred Warner might be available for the next round, you kind of feel like he's on the right track. My point is, Steiny, you got free agency, a draft, but better yet, and the reason I'm bringing this up, you got a whole damn NFL season next year to where those two dudes will be back, and plus your additions, there'll be some subtractions to where you got to feel like you won 12 with this and all these injuries. I got to believe we got some major action if those dudes go, if their rehab goes right. Plus,
wait, even if you get beat this year, see, I think this is what I think.
See, I already kind of said to you and the masses, I already don't care what's going to happen Sunday. I know they got a big project. They have to look themselves in the mirror and know that they're not a slave to these 60 minutes. They got issues. I said it. I mean it.
Again, now, but
they
didn't have issues when they were 12-5. You know what I mean? Even without their guys. So I get it. All I'm saying is, if this team loses,
right?
If this team loses, I want to ask 49ers, what's at stake? what is at stake for this game? And this is what I think. They lose this game Sunday. They go into the offseason on a downer, not knowing what they have, being shut down by two teams at the end of the year. If they win this game, then it becomes, first of all, we're still playing. Secondly, now we have had a hell of a season, an unbelievable season. And 3, now we can say, and we get Bosa and Warner back. If they lose Sunday, I think people say, boy, I hope Warner and Bosa can come back and be the same player. Like, I actually think this game will set a tone one way or the other for not the approach of the offseason, but for kind of how fans are going to go into the offseason.
Okay, give me this, because I know I almost feel like I got you trapped, and that's not what I'm trying to do. How many times have I come in here in the last month and said, I just feel like this Niners season in totality, I get We Believe vibes?
Yeah, they've had a great regular season.
But Steiny, We Believe in it, not in a chip.
You look at We Believe as, are you comparing the Niners to We Believe?
With all these injuries, yes.
Okay, fine.
Then
then you're coming into this season and this game with no expectations.
And that's what I said to you, Nazi. They're playing with house money.
And that's why people are saying that, that's doom and gloom. Because the 49ers, you can't tell me it's all about Super Bowls with the Niners and then say if they have a We Believe moment. Like,
they've had their moment.
I thought that wasn't good enough for 49er fans. I'm not saying that.
I get what when you're healthy, it's not good enough. And when you got Bosa and Warner, it's not good enough. But what part of the goalpost have moved when we watch
They're
guys
in the playoffs?
drop like
That's what's moved.
And that's magical.
Okay.
And you didn't think that,
what are you talking about? This is what you do.
No.
I said 10 wins. They lose Bosa, Warner. I said, I'm not coming off my number.
Okay.
You go down to 8. Like, I thought they were going to make the playoffs.
But you would be
healthy.
a fool and a liar to sit here and ignore the injuries that this team has had to overcome to make the offs.
And you would be a fool
asking you
to look at that schedule and actually think
Steiny,
this is a 12-win team.
The schedule is different than overcoming the loss of bodies.
It's just like you fell for the okey doke of the Warriors last year at 23-8. And this is exactly what's going on with the Niners.
But what was the okey doke? Their best player went down.
The okey doke is that you said 23-8. They got action. They got action. They got action.
No,
they didn't.
But you're acting like you were in the bushes saying, one of the star players is going to get hurt. You didn't. You weren't doing that.
No, but
we didn't know.
No,
and the Niners didn't know their guys were going down.
I just didn't know. I didn't know we weren't playing for Super Bowls anymore because we're down a couple players on defense.
I don't know why you're not giving the Niners credit for getting to this plateau.
I said they had a great regular season. If they get beat by the Eagles, they didn't have a great year. They had a good regular season. Think about it. They finished 6th in the conference, and they lost in the first round.
But you're ignoring how they got to the playoffs.
Right,
to me.
And you're making excuses. Like, we can go back and forth. And I'm just saying, like, this is what I mean. Like, Eagles fans are looking at their team like there are no excuses.
Right, because they're healthy too.
Well, but they think their offense stinks.
Now that's different. They're whole and something's not happening. That's all.
I want this kind of assessment of my performance. If I have a bad show tomorrow,
no, you're cooking the books. You're being negative, and you're trying to say I'm being negative.
We got out show. Right. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey sports station, always live on the free Odyssey app, and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Let's go out to the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. Let's get to Emmanuel Acho. How you doing, Emmanuel? What's going on? What are you up to these days?
Yo, my guy. It has been too long.
Yes,
it has been too long. Your boy has been creating. I got a new nightly show called Speak Easy. Myself, LaShawn McCoy, we come on after every primetime game, playoff games included, youtube.com/@SpeakEasy, 7:15 p.m. Pacific every night, really Sunday to Thursday or after primetime games, but that's neither here nor there. But the show's been lit. It's been live. Let's get to it, fellas.
All right.
Let's go.
Initial thoughts. 49ers at Eagles, 1:30 on Sunday. What are some of your thoughts to start off the conversation?
First thought, Eagles made a huge mistake not playing their starters for long enough in Week 18 to win that game. If you don't have to play the 49ers, don't play the freaking 49ers. If you can play the Packers, you play the Green Bay Packers. So overarching, non-biased, non-49er-centric thoughts, just NFL macro thoughts. Eagles, Sirianni, what are you doing? If you want to play Devontae Smith so he can hit 1,000 yards in that game, then you should be willing to play all your players to avoid the 49ers. Now, let's zoom into the game itself. I actually think it's a really good matchup for both teams. The Eagles have struggled running the ball. The Niners have struggled stopping the run. So it's kind of fair out there. I think the Niners are going to be about as pissed off as possible given their Week 18 performance. A lot of stuff with the Niners is injury-based, bro. You got third and fourth linebackers. I saw a white linebacker I've never seen before on tape last week, number 49. Never seen him. I've never seen him in my life, Matt. Never seen him. So I think a lot of stuff is injury-based for the 49ers. It's not even like it's gap integrity-based, but it's injury-based.
Acho, man, excuse my voice, man. Excited to have you on, and you're killing it. Speak easy. But my partner and I want to radio wrestle him because my words are misconstrued. I'm giving the Niners action this Sunday, but I feel like this season in totality, with all the injuries, the fact that they were in a game last Saturday with the number 1 seed against the Seahawks and they got handled. Ocho, if somehow the Eagles beat them, and I kind of expect it, I'm not coming in here Monday saying the Niners season was a failure. Do I sound like I'm handing out Capri Suns and Skittles with that to you?
Hell no. I actually think that's an accurate take. If we're being honest, all things considered, the Niners overachieved this year by leaps and bounds. Everybody thought it was a rebuild, bro. Don't let the success of Kyle Shanahan allow us to move our expectations so high that now we view things as disappointments. You feel me? Ooh. If your 6-month-old is walking, but at 1-year-old he's not sprinting, all of a sudden we're pissed that he's not sprinting. No, he overachieved at 6 months. Don't move the goalpost now. He wasn't supposed to be walking until he was 1. So the Niners weren't supposed to be this good this year, and we know that for several reasons. Now, after Brock got hurt and Bosa got hurt early, they sure as hell weren't supposed to be this good this year. Then when Fred got hurt, we know they weren't supposed to be this good this year. So either way, I view this as a successful season for the Niners. I'm an all-pro voter. I'm a Coach of the Year and MVP award voter. I voted Kyle Shanahan for my Coach of the Year. I did. I'm not going to apologize for it. I think this was the most impressive season Kyle Shanahan has ever had.
Emmanuel Acho joining us on 95.7 The Game, creator of Speakeasy with LaShawn McCoy. And I guess here's first of all, my partner has never accurately described how I feel accurately. This is what I'm saying. It absolutely has been a successful season for the Niners. But if they go into Philly and they kind of look like they looked against Seattle, like, don't tell me they're a good team. They had a successful season. They might have overachieved, but, like, you can't tell me they're an elite or top 10 team with this year. I'm not talking about next year when Bosa and Warner come back. That's all I'm saying.
So I would agree that they're not elite. I would agree with that. But we got a wrap, fellas. Who the hell is elite this year? Tell me. Eagles aren't elite. Hell no. The Packers aren't elite. Bears sure as hell aren't elite. Who's elite? Who's elite?
And that's kind of my point. So if you can't break through with no elite teams, then, like, where does that really leave you?
I think the Niners are a good team this year that have a great player and an elite coach in Shanahan. The question becomes, fellas, how far can Shanahan take you? How far can Saleh take you? Eventually, linebackers got to get off blocks and make tackles. Saleh can't do that for you. Eventually, Bryce Huff has to win. Saleh can't do that for you. Eventually, Renardo Green has to step up, see a wide receiver crack blocking Mustafa when he comes downhill at safety, and Green has to show up and be willing to make that tackle. Saleh can't do that for him. Now, what Saleh can do is put number 27, my dog Jair, put him in positions to not have to butt shed a block from a tight end, and Zach Charbonnet doesn't skate off for a 37-yard touchdown. Like, Saleh can do that, but eventually players have to make plays. What I love about the NFL and what I love about the show I do, LaShawn McCoy is probably a future Hall of Famer. I was a special teams player, backup linebacker. Players make plays. You're only going to win so many games with a whole bunch of Emmanuel Achos, respectfully. Eventually, you need some Fred Warners. Eventually, you need some Dre Greenlaws. Eventually, you need some Hufungas. Eventually, you need some Charvarius Wards. Shout out to the smart, hardworking Emmanuel Achos of the world. But eventually, you need some freakazoids. And though Bethune is a hard worker, he's not a freakazoid. D. Winters is a hard worker. He's not a freakazoid. Good player, but not a freakazoid. And eventually, you need a couple freakazoids. And the Niners freakazoids are on IR and in the training room. So eventually, I just don't know how far can McCaffrey take you. He's a freakazoid. Trent Williams, freakazoid. Crazy enough, I think Pearsall has the ability to have freakazoid moments, but he always hurt. You need freakazoids, fellas. You need them.
Now, you played the game, and I always hear the NFL is a copycat league. As excited as we were about the showdown with Seattle, the Niner offense, Acho, had been on a bender. I mean, prolific. I didn't expect that. Can Philly duplicate that? Like, what's your gut telling you offensively? And I'm being proactive. Let's say Pearsall's out there and Trent play. How concerned is Kyle? Because McDonald won that matchup.
Philly can do exactly what McDonald. Well, you know what, bro? Honestly, it was more about the Niners than it was about the Seahawks. Shout out to the Seahawks. But if Trent is out there and if Pearsall's out there, bro, it's a different game. You realize Pearsall had 5 for 85 a week before last. Like, Pearsall is good for 50 yards a game. If on average you have 300 yards a game, 350 yards a game, bro, it's 15% of your offense. Like, that's a 15% offensive improvement, and I'm going on the low side. Pearsall is good for 50 to 100 yards a game. So if you miss Pearsall, you just got about 15% worse. At least.
So let me ask you this. So, like, if let's, in your mind, you don't allow for the scenario that Pearsall plays against Seattle, but they're still so good that he's not much of a factor? You know what I mean? Because they were really good. Like,
man, here's my thing, bro. Players got to make plays. So, like, Seattle is great. Make no mistake about it. But Pearsall, I believe, has the ability to win over Emanwari, Seattle slot back. Like, I'm not sure that a 31-year-old Kendrick Bourne's my dog, but, like, does he have the same gas that a 22, 23-year-old Pearsall has? You feel me?
Yeah.
Like, does what's number the fourth-string receiver?
For Demarcus Robinson?
DeMarcus Robinson, exactly. He just ain't got the same gas that Pearsall has. Those dudes are 30 and 31. Like, they're vets. Pearsall can take a slant route 35-50. I've seen him do it. You feel me?
Yeah.
Everything's about matchups. So now all of a sudden, Jawan Jennings becomes your number one. Bro, and I like Jawan Jennings' game based on what he did in the playoffs 2 years ago. Jawan Jennings was getting strapped 2 weeks ago by Jalen Johnson. Strapped. And then last week, Jawan Jennings liked his game, but he's not as quick twitch as Pearsall is. So it just matters, bro. Like, if you go out there without Pearsall against the Eagles, right? Jawan Jennings is going to get strapped by Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon's elite. He's just going to get strapped. Whereas I think Pearsall could win on occasion versus Cooper DeJean. He ain't going to win every time, but can he win twice? That matters.
We were having some fun with the quarterback and the head coach combo. Acho, if I asked you and put you on the spot, would you take Sirianni and Hurts, who have both won a Super Bowl, or Kyle and Purdy? Who's Acho going with?
Man, I'm taking Geez, that's a good question.
One won a
honestly,
Super
bro,
Bowl. Acho, shouldn't that be the suit? Shouldn't that win out?
That's why so here's the thing. Because they won a Super Bowl, I will give reverence to that Super Bowl. Shout out to Sirianni. And more than anything, shout out to Hurts. In the biggest games, Hurts shows up. But to me, context matters. Context matters. Kyle Shanahan, I believe, is the second greatest coach of the last 15 years to Andy Reid. My bad. Active coach. Bill Belichick is amazing. I believe it is Andy Reid. I believe it is Kyle Shanahan. And then I believe it is Sean McVay. Kyle Shanahan has only ever had almost afterthought quarterbacks as his starters. Sean McVay has only ever coached number 1 overall picks. Number 1 overall picks. So with that being said, I think Kyle Shanahan's a GOAT.
Emmanuel Acho joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the creator of Speakeasy with LaShawn McCoy, and he's been generous enough to give us his time. What happened with the Eagles' running game this year, Emmanuel? Was it I almost feel like after last year, do you think a team would maybe protect Barkley a little bit during the regular season, and might we see a different running football team in Philadelphia?
A different one this weekend?
Yes.
Hell
or do you think they are what they are?
You are who the hell you are, bro.
All right.
You are who you are. The playoffs don't change you. They just make you more of what you are. The playoffs are like money. Money don't change nobody, bro. Money just puts a microscope on you. You become more of who you are. The Eagles' running issues are this. Their center has been hurt, Cam Jurgens. He's been playing through the injury, but he hasn't played well. Left guard, he's been hurt. He's been playing through the injury, but he hasn't played well. They miss Mekhi Becton desperately. He went off to the Chargers. Lane Johnson's been hurt, and then Kevin Patullo's running schemes are about as basic as a high school offense that you'll find outside of the Bay Area. So it's a combination of their offensive line has been injured, and the running schemes they're just basic. They're basic. Like, I could go out there right now and call all the Eagles running plays. So the Eagles aren't going to change. The Niners are not going to see some like dynamic freaking Eagles running offense. No, but the Niners are what you call light in the ass on the defensive front. Those dudes get moved around, bruh. They get moved around like it's nothing. Like it's crazy how much the Niners defensive line gets moved around.
Wow, Acho, I can't have you make an appearance on Steiny and Guru and let you leave without asking you, who do you have coming out the NFC? And if it's not the Niners, why is it not the Niners?
It's not the Niners because the Niners do not have the talent. They have the heart, they have the desire, they have the coaching staff, but they just don't have the talent from a very sober-minded perspective. Eventually, players make plays. It's not about the X's and O's. It's about the Jims and the Joes, and they don't have enough Jims and Joes as it stands right now. Who do I have coming out? In order to beat the champ, you got to beat the champ. I'm going to say the Philadelphia Eagles. Because I think the second best team would be the Rams. But in order to beat them, you got to beat them. And I got to see the Rams do it.
Gotcha. Hey, Emmanuel, as always, you're so generous with your time. Great stuff. Appreciate you, and good luck with Speakeasy with LaShawn McCoy.
My dogs, hey, it's always a pleasure. Thank y'all for having me. Bang, bang.
Yes, sir. Emmanuel Acho talking about that game.
Yeah, he used your word context when it comes to that. Who would you take?
It's
just amazing.
It's one of those. To me, might be a 50-50 the more I look at it. But
not enough freakazoids.
But I do think
that was the
I do think
Jimmy Joe's and
Kyle's a better coach than Sirianni,
and I agree with you.
But Sirianni's resume, by the way, start off this. But 888-957-9570 is the number. 602. That's a BS take, Steiny. No one had the 49ers in the playoffs. Okay.
Well, I think that person might be saying after the injuries.
Doesn't matter. Like, okay. So, okay. I'm just saying, like, why did I think they were going to make the playoffs at 10 wins?
We were assuming health. And when you got Bosa and Fred Warner, your defense does not become a liability. It becomes a strength, as we've been accustomed to here.
All right. I mean,
But you sound like, go ahead. You sound like that's an excuse.
Well,
I hate
if you had the Niners
with
with 10 regular season wins, Steiny, right? You didn't come off that number.
Yeah.
They wouldn't have been in the playoffs with 10 wins.
Yeah, and I would have been wrong but I would have been right on my prediction.
We thought that they would be a playoff team, but 10 wins was good enough. 10 wins was not good enough.
The goal was the playoffs, right?
Yeah, and they had to win 12.
Okay, but I'm just saying, and that's why I picked 10, because I thought they'd make the playoffs, and 10 didn't get it done this year, but that's how many wins I thought they'd be around.
But that's the point, is they've exceeded expectations. They've overachieved.
Right. They've had a great regular season. Nobody is questioning that they won all the games they should have, and that they finished 12-5, and that they were better than we thought they were going to be, particularly after the injuries. Like, there's no doubt about that.
But I'm waiting for you to throw in your schedule. Like they took advantage of a weak schedule.
They did, and that's all I'm saying. They went 12-5. They beat everybody they should beat, but I can't get Seattle out of my head. They have another playoff game. This is obviously subject to change, but if they get beat by Philly, like, it's a great season, but it doesn't mean they're a great team or even a really good team. That's all I'm saying.
And you got cute with that too, Steiny.
No, I didn't. I'm saying the same thing.
No, you asked Acho, like you said it.
They can have a successful season, and it doesn't mean they're a really good team.
And nobody's those words haven't come out of my mouth
all night, all day.
Like, I never got a chance to answer that question. I never told you, watch out for the future. I'm the dude telling you I'm concerned regardless what happens in Philly. They got issues because they got two studs, two damn good teams on both sides of the ball in their division. But you asked him, like, where the Niners right, and I wasn't saying you were bringing me in it, but I'm like, I've never said, watch out if the Niners do this or that. The future is theirs.
What are you talking about? Like, what did I ask him?
You said you were making a point to Acho that the Niners aren't one of the glamorous teams moving forward if they don't beat Philly. And I never once told you they were top tier or upper echelon. I was just looking at it through the prism of this season and how I feel like they're playing with house money because of where they've gotten with what they had to endure.
All right, and I'm not necessarily
that's fair.
I'm not necessarily disagreeing that they're playing with house money. I'm just telling you that in other markets, that that's another phrase that doesn't come up. House money. Like, are you? We're going to find out how good a team they are. That's all I'm saying. And you know what? Like 12-5. It doesn't mean anything right now because of that schedule.
Well, it means you're playing this game to Evan's point.
No doubt. Yeah. And it means you got to the playoffs with a young, banged up team.
Right.
And this is why it's a successful season. You stayed. We had 1 year where you didn't make the playoffs, and then you got right back into the playoffs. Like, that's big. It's also big because you had a big rookie draft class on the defensive side, and they played sporadically over the course of the year, and obviously some guys got hurt. But all I'm saying is, yes, you can have a successful season, but, it shouldn't make you think that this team is, if they get beat by Philly, I mean, how far away are they? If they get beat by Philly, how far away are they, would you say?
I would need to see the rehab and what they do this offseason coming into next season. And that's why I want to pull my hair out, Stoney, that people think I'm giving the Niners no chance. I'm giving them a chance. I just think that the death of the Niners, and I've said this before the playoffs started, is going to be the back end of that defense. And hopefully I'm wrong.
I mean, we'll see. Yeah. I mean, according to Acho, the Eagles can't run the ball. They can't. So it's like
that bodes well.
Exactly. Coach in Vallejo.
Our man.
What's up, Coach?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Happy New Year, baby.
Happy New Year to you both. May it be a successful and happy New Year.
Yes, sir.
Along, and I was kind of agreeing with Steiny, about injuries. I'd never like to talk injuries because it's an art to staying healthy. That's part of being a professional. That's one of the things I take away from someone like Anthony Davis or Joel Embiid. If they're always hurt, you can't help the team. So it is an art to stay healthy. And someone, like Deebo Samuels, what hurt him the most in his career? Reckless, abandoned football, okay? He didn't take care of himself. He didn't protect himself on the field. So I kind of like not take away from the success of a team because one team knows how to stay healthy and the other team gets hurt all the time, So that's kind of from a gambler's point of view. So that's just my take on injuries. But one last little addendum I want to add. One of the saddest things in my 70 years of watching sports is seeing someone like Jonathan Kuminga sitting at the end of the bench in a black sweatshirt, knowing that he's not going to play.
Right.
That is so sad to see that. I hate seeing that. It's not a good look, but thank you for letting me get that.
We love it, man.
Really
appreciate you, Coach. 510 Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line. Steiny, you're harping on the Niners schedule. Are you doing the same about the Patriots? Absolutely. In fact, they had the one and two easiest schedules. In fact, even though both have an easier schedule, like I give the 49ers a better chance to win against the Eagles than the Patriots do against the Chargers.
Yeah. Because
that's experience.
But they don't pick their schedule either.
I know, but do you think the Patriots are like really good?
No, I told Evan I could see them losing.
Wait,
I could
what?
too.
You think they have the Niners have a better chance as 4.5-point dogs?
That's right. That's right. I do. The Patriots
I love the Chargers, but seriously, what have they proven?
I'm looking at the New England Patriots.
You're looking at the Patriots, but you also have to look at the team they're playing.
Okay.
And I think they're pretty good. You're really down on Philly if you believe that.
No, when's the last time the Patriots have been to the playoffs? Has Drake May? It's all about the experience.
Yeah. Right.
That's all I'm saying.
But they're riding high.
The Chargers haven't won a playoff game.
But they've been in the playoffs. Yeah. How many playoff games
has blown a 28-point lead and thrown 4 picks in one?
You're right. You're right. So you expect Drake May to have the same mentality and the same as Herbert.
I'm allowing for the possibility.
Drake May's playing his first NFL playoff game. Herbert's been there before, but you don't take that into account? I do.
Brock Purdy scored 4 touchdowns his first playoff game.
I know. It's possible.
But he's playing an inferior opponent.
Evan, how many first-time playoff quarterbacks play well as opposed to struggle? I bet more guys struggle in their first playoff game.
True.
That's why I think the Patriots are going to lose. And I also think this is where, yes, the schedule is going to catch up to them because the Chargers are good.
I'm not arguing.
Not Philly good.
Yeah, I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying.
Well, now Philly's good.
They're defending champs.
Okay.
With talent on both sides of the ball.
Just say that's more. So to you, them being defending champions is more important than the way they've played this year.
I love that. I would just say I don't have the Chargers in the same talent category as the defending champ Eagles. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And to Evan's point, Brock Purdy did his first playoff game, and I'm sure you're right, with the rookie quarterback, but he balled out.
Who?
Brock, in his first time in the playoffs, beating Seattle at home, Dallas.
But I guess what I'm saying is, so the reason I'm taking the Chargers. I'm taking the Chargers because the Patriots have never been there yet.
But the Chargers, it's been a long time, Steiny.
But I weigh heavily a first-time appearance from a rookie quarterback. Like, he could go out and do a Purdy. And guess what?
Right.
They beat him, and I was wrong. I'm just saying, I've seen, we've seen this movie, and sometimes Drake May might not look like the quarterback that he looked like in the regular season. Here's the other thing. 25? All right, well, I'll bring it up on the other side. But
what about Coach saying that's one of the worst things he's ever seen? Next
question.
You could disagree, but that's heavy.
Remind me.
For him saying watching Kuminga not be a part of the team.
I didn't even hear that. I love Kuminga. I tune out once I hear that name right now.
You love him. Dude.
All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. If you want to jump into the conversation. And I'm gonna make a little analogy about why I don't want to hear it about Ricky Pearsall on the other side.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon. Hey, it's Willard. You ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? The legends, the dynasties, they're systematic warriors. Disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing catches them off guard. If you've been injured and you want to win, visit HabasLaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right. Habas and Associates, with offices throughout Northern California, including San Jose.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed Test Intelligence Data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's. February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy. Football season is rolling toward the end. Christian McCaffrey is rolling towards some major stats. Let's get in on this, root for it, maybe make some money too. With Underdog Unwrapped, you're going to unwrap a bunch of promos going on right now, boosts, gimme picks, even some surprises sprinkled in. You should check it out because you can make picks and win money right now in California. Playing on Underdog is easy. You pick whether your favorite players are going to go higher or lower on stats, rushing yards, receiving yards with CMC. You get the idea. So play with me, download the Underdog app, and use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code is Willard. Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go online at ncpgambling.org.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
He looked like Steph Curry always has, so he still got it. I mean, I think the biggest thing when you're 37 is maintaining the level over the course of 82 games.
And he joins Willard and Dibs every week during the NBA season.
We have a blueprint that everybody's feeling confident with.
Steve Kerr is presented by Great Clips. In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
This is the story of the one. As an HVAC technician, he and his digital multimeter are in high demand. So when a noisy office HVAC turns out to be a failing blower motor, he doesn't break a sweat. With Grainger's easy-to-use website and product information, he selects the product he needs to keep everything humming right along. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. I mean, mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats. It's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A. And a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
I checked Allstate first and saved hundreds on my car insurance. Really smart. Unfortunately, I didn't check if I left the pizza box on top of my car before driving home. Not smart. Oh, and a semi just turned my deep dish into a thin crust.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Potential savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate North American Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
They came to your house, ate your chicken, opened your refrigerator, took a shower, and laid butt naked on your couch with a remote.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty.
Yeah.
Mike Quick, former, what is he, five All-Pros? What does it mean when they have a star next to your name on Pro Football Reference? He's got 5 of them. Either All-Pro or Pro Bowl. Regardless, great receiver.
Yeah, he was good.
Great receiver.
What a last name for a receiver. It's like a point guard being, if I was a point guard, Daryl Handel. That's not a last name.
So
we got to keep it real. I got something show related.
Okay, let's do that after I make a point.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No,
I said what I said.
Go ahead.
No, we harp on the Warriors, and I come in here every day after a loss like I need a shrink. Steiny, we've been here 2 hours, almost 3, and we ain't mentioned them after a win. I get why, but that's not fair. They won a game.
That doesn't mean we have to talk about
it. You
right.
too, boy. I'm just saying.
We can certainly talk about them.
That was a nice
win. We can
win.
no longer talk about them as contenders because the coach doesn't believe they are.
It doesn't feel that way.
Well, it feels that way to me.
Right now, they're not out of it.
They're done. Here's what I'm getting at, and one of the reasons I love Bob Fitzgerald is because I've worked with him and I know what kind of teammate he is, which is one of the best teammates I've ever had in the business. Rivals you almost.
I hope he's listening. That's big.
Well, but there's going to be a but.
What is going on here?
So last night, Fitzy, last night, I think it was about midway through the first quarter, Fitz goes, well, the Warriors tonight, they're going to have to do it without Gary Payton II. Gary Payton II will not be available tonight.
And he's been playing well.
I'm in front of my TV, and I'm like, you can't do that. You cannot do that. You can't do it.
Why?
Because he's
been playing well.
Not available frequently. So my point on Ricky Pearsall is you can't do it if he doesn't play. Like, really miss Ricky Pearsall. He doesn't, he misses half the games. That's part of who he is.
But it doesn't make it okay.
I know it doesn't make it okay.
And it doesn't make their job easier. Did you hear Acho, who joined us from Speak Easy, say he believed had Trent and Ricky played in Saturday's game, then maybe it goes different. And that's just being real, not taking anything away from Seattle. But, Steiny, they got a major problem.
Yeah.
This is their dude that you drafted and might have pissed off
it's
IU.
It's the 10th time this year they're going to play without him.
My point is it gets worse as you get down the road. And if he's not available.
Know that.
Herm said you got to protect Ricky from Ricky.
Let me ask you this.
What did that mean? I think we know.
Let me ask you this.
And I love Coach
Ricky Pearsall's going to be on the team this year. next year? You expect him to play 17 games?
No.
Okay.
And now
then
I might have to go use some resources to double back to do something that I didn't think I had to use expenditures on because we thought you were going to be the dude.
When he plays 10 games next year, in the 7 he doesn't play, are we going to be like, well, they don't have Pearsall?
No, you got to go fix it.
No kidding. They have him every other game. They've had him every other game.
They fixed it
but
on
that's
the
my point. It's like, give me a break with Warner and Bosa are one thing.
Yeah.
Freak injuries.
Right.
Ricky Pearsall, you can't do it with Ricky Pearsall.
To fans, it doesn't make it any better, though, that you're saying expect it. They're still with that, hey.
Right, and that's an excuse. Using Ricky Pearsall for the Eagles game is an excuse because you haven't had Ricky Pearsall in half the games, okay? And now you're going I get it, it's a playoff game. But,
it makes it worse.
You need to go in every game. You don't know if Ricky Pearsall is going to play. So if he doesn't play, okay, go ahead and use it as an excuse. But great, you got a wide receiver that plays 9 games a year.
Do you think it's fair if I
that's
say
who he is.
if Niner fans want to question the pick? That could be on the table.
Sure, but
Steph had injuries early on. I'm not comparing them to Steph, and they went away with the ankles. But you're too young to be out this much.
They knew he was injury prone when they drafted him.
Herm Edwards was on to something.
I guess that's.
No, I hear you.
That's what I'm.
He told Willard and Dibbs, you got to protect Ricky from himself. I think we know what that means.
I get
when he's out there, he balls.
They'd rather have Ricky than not have Ricky,
yes.
But they haven't had Ricky for half his NFL games. So guess what? I go into it saying, well, you know what? If we happen to play 2 playoff games, Ricky's going to miss one. Period.
Can I have you honestly answer? Because I thought and assumed, even through all the riffraff and the reports, Ricky, there was no way in hell he was missing the Seattle game.
Of course,
so you're saying
why is there no way?
Yeah.
Why would you say there's no way he'd miss the Seattle game when he's injury prone?
Yeah.
It's like saying
pain tolerance and pain management, Stoney.
You think the Dallas Mavericks are saying, hey, Anthony Davis.
Well, that's different.
Well, it is, but
we got so many years.
It's the same principle. Yeah. He's got a track record already, Ricky Pearsall. And I'm not saying he's not good.
I don't think this team's good enough, Stoney, at the wide receiver position. I'm not saying you're saying this, but I'm keeping it real. And you're excited. I get it. But the bottom line is him being out still is there is a default. It hurts the team. Far as being surprised, I get what you're saying, but now Ayuk went bad, and this dude can't stick. Your young stud, Ferrari out there, is in and out, and I've never seen a receiver do a one-handed catch, go to the ground, my neck, my back, get back up, hop off. So it's the whole, for me, Ricky Pearsall experience of, he toughed it out, and then he's not available.
Of course he's not available.
When you need him most.
Well, you might need him, if you win, you might need him more next week. That's possible.
If you win.
But
he enhances your chances of winning this Sunday.
I understand that.
It's terrible. The whole thing is, and I know you can't.
So the bottom line is, if Ricky Pearsall plays 8 games next year and the 49ers lose 6 of them, we can just say they didn't have Pearsall.
No. There's a whole bigger story
You need
coming.
to get used to playing without him.
Yeah, and you got to catch hell for what didn't you see on the Carfax report?
Bunch of excuses.
No excuses.
Ricky Pearsall. Well, they won't have Ricky Pearsall. You know what that's called? Every other Sunday. Get used to it.
Well, let's hope
seriously.
You're wrong. Let's hope he can get
Ricky
back right.
Pearsall. Of course he's going to help. You can't count on him.
Yeah, best ability.
I'm done.
Best availability.
I'm done with that.
Yep. You didn't mean the Warriors are done, though.
Warriors have no chance. They have no chance, Goo. And you know what? I watched that game last night.
What's at the core of that? It's a wrap.
They stink.
I'm looking at
they don't
you.
stink. I mean, what do you mean?
What bothers you, or what?
They have no chance to win a title. What's your question?
I want WHY. Your big why.
I only have 2 minutes before the end of this segment.
You can do a lot in 2 minutes.
You know what? How about this? A lot of it has to do with Steph Curry.
Now that's why people think you need help.
No, I'm going to explain something to all you you people out there about Steph Curry and why he no longer has the impact that he has had in the past.
I can't wait.
Yes, you're going to love this one, Goo. It has nothing to do with Steph either. This is no shot at Steph. You guys,
you don't do radio like that.
You guys out there,
shade.
you guys out there are going to be so flummoxed by this. You're not going to know what to make of it. Is Steiny ripping Curry? I don't get. No, I don't think he is. He's saying another thing. I got a lot to say today.
All right. We got
one thing I'll never say.
1:30.
Thank you. One thing I'll say is. One thing I won't say is. 49ers would have won that game with Ricky Pearsall on
you're
last
playing,
Saturday.
Steiny, this is bad. This looks bad.
And it's been bad for a couple years.
Well, last year was different. He's an angel. He's winning in life because he got shot.
But
he's missed more games this year than when he got shot.
He got shot, and he's injury prone. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number.
I can't wait for you next thing.
What's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. And 888-957-9570 is the number. And I'm going to tell you something about Steph Curry and the league that you're going to need to hear. That segment was brought to you by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
This Sunday, it's more than a game. It's a statement.
Hey, make them feel you every round. Set your will upon them.
Eagles, Niners, history, rivalry.
Hey, tonight, remember this. We hate these boys. One game, 60 minutes, all you got.
It all happens on Sunday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
We're bringing the fire up until kickoff on the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a monk nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business. treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our Happy New Year from the Floor Store. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David. And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
face.
Guys,
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar. With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little I love Jax.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
My son loves to fly kites, but my active psoriatic arthritis can sometimes hold me back. Now with Skyrizi to treat my skin and joints, I'm ready to go. Skyrizi, Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults, helps with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. For those who also have plaque psoriasis, 90% clearer skin is possible with just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
With Skyrizi, there's nothing like clearer skin and better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi today and visit skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Steiny, he overthrew Emmanuel Sanders.
Then Steiny signed the contract. He a grown-ass man.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, a couple of updates for you. Mike Quick, former Philadelphia Eagles wide receiver. He's now their color man, and he is going to join us at 1:30.
Yes.
Great former receiver. Robert Saleh.
What's up?
There are 4 teams that have requested permission from the Niners to talk to Saleh: the Atlanta Falcons, the Titans, Baltimore, and Arizona.
Wow.
And then I'm assuming this is legit. But according to Goo, he says Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area reporting
tweeted
Trent Williams is practicing.
He is on the field in uniform during the early portion of the practice. Meanwhile, Ricky Pearsall is working on the side.
All right. Man, Trent's going to play.
Yeah.
It feels like it.
And Ricky, too.
Yeah, it feels like it.
Yeah, we'll see.
You know, I'll be honest with you. One of the good things about this show is, outside of me, is, I was a little agitated today.
You're like a spoiled brat.
Been a little agitated today. A lot of it with you. Not necessarily your doing, but I think
I'm the internet.
I think I figured out, why I came in just a little bit. Listen, I'm a happy guy, and no doubt about it. So get this, Goo. I think I know what's been eating at my craw.
Just share it. Please share it.
So, I have 3 daughters. They were home over the holidays. 2 are now gone.
Ooh.
And my middle daughter, Grace, who lives in London, is still here. She's leaving Sunday.
Yeah, oh, my gosh.
Well, she was in L.A. this week.
Okay.
She's coming
to see her.
She's coming back today.
All right.
So I say to Susan, hey, what time's Grace coming back? And she's like, I'm not sure, probably, and I'm like, oh, you know what? I'll bet you, look, I mean, she's in L.A. Yeah. They probably went out last night. They're not going to get started till noon, so she's not going to be home till about 8.
Gotcha.
And Susan goes, well, she's got to be home by 6:30. And I said, why? And she's like, well, we have reservations for dinner with some other families, or some of her friends.
Hey.
And I said, oh, where? Like, what time? And Susan goes, well, it's just the mothers.
Wow.
And daughters.
Wow.
So I get 4 days left.
Yeah, I got it. I've been there. So what was your response to Susan?
I made it up.
A lot of times what I say to you is, okay, all right.
Not once did anybody think about the old man and spending some time the last days with his daughter.
It feels like they did think about the old man and said, let's do it anyway.
And even taking it out on us.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's always some 8 years, but we're used to it.
All right. Watching some NBA last night. I told Evan this morning, and you tell me if you agree with this. I watched the Celtics game first, and then I watched the Warriors, and I see how these guys are playing, and I wrote this sentence.
Celtics lost to Denver at home.
I said, I have never seen in my entire lifetime such an advantage that the game of basketball has given to the offense.
Wow, man.
The team with the ball. The imbalance and the favoritism that the league pushes out there has made it's
a joke.
There's never been an easier time to play offense in the NBA.
Right.
It's a joke.
Can I give you this dude is phenomenal. Steiny, this is as bad as it's ever been. But listen, this dude is an NBA champion. But the poster boy for what you're saying and about to finish saying after I interrupt is SGA. Steiny is hard watching them. And he's not asking them to call it, but he knows they will. He is what's wrong with it. What happened to defense and physicality?
Well, that was half my point about how easy it is to score right now. That was half my point. But here's the other half. We have to acknowledge, right? We have to acknowledge that the way the game's been called during Steph Curry's career, okay, has enhanced his career. Like he has taken advantage of offense having the biggest advantage over defense maybe the league has ever seen.
You're one of you. Okay. All right. No, I got some. Hurry up.
There's nothing wrong with that. But the league itself, because of the way it plays, because of the way the game is played, has made Curry more elite. Okay. Here's what I'm getting at. That's not taking away from Steph Curry. But because the league is now where it's at, what Steph Curry is doing isn't one of a kind anymore. There are other guys, like other guys can do it. And I'm not saying they do it like Steph Curry.
What do you call it, Stoney?
But the reality of the situation is it's not that Steph Curry, who cares if he's lost 10, 20% of what he was? That's not the issue. He'd still be great. The issue is that every other player also benefits from this style, which makes Curry like less unique because a lot of people score a lot now. Everybody's got guys who can make threes. Everybody's got guys capable with this offensive setup. Who's the guy last night? Milwaukee. Porter Jr.
Oh yeah.
Like,
he made
what did he get, 19 last night?
Yeah, he made some good shots, though. A couple good moves.
So I'm just saying, like, here's where I'll go. Steph Curry isn't declining that much, but the league has caught up to him and the way the Warriors used to play offense. They don't play offense as well as other teams because
they don't have the weaponry to do it.
They only have one Steph Curry, and maybe another team doesn't quite have a Steph Curry, but they got 2 or 3 guys that are hell of an offensive player because of the rules.
Not mad at you with the rules, the refs, but who you really should be mad at to me is the refs. Rest in peace to your pops.
The refs are just enforcing what the league tells them. It has nothing to do with the refs.
But where Fitz
just executing
and one of your
plan.
best friends, Sal Castaneda, and your other best friend, me, would say you're wrong is don't you dare put Steph in there as a beneficiary of the whistle. I know what you're saying about where the league is at. Steiny, he's never gotten it. He still doesn't get it.
Is that what this is going to boil down to?
No.
Are we going to do this again?
You already know
then why is he shooting more free throws at 38 than he ever has in his career?
That's where you were right.
Explain that to me.
That's where you were right, where that's a league thing. But my man is not getting the James Harden whistle or the Trae Young whistle
and I don't want to argue
or the Jimmy
with you,
Butler whistle
but I disagree.
His career. And it's been on display just in the
talk
Clipper
about
game.
Excuses. This is another you got one of the greatest players in basketball, but he doesn't get any calls. Shut up. 18 years, he doesn't get calls. Everybody else gets called.
Luka does.
But Steph Curry, that's because Luka's bigger.
Wow.
And he seeks contact. I will never fall for that trope.
Dude,
it's a trope that has
Sal,
been. It is a trope. What does Sal know? What does Sal know about Steph Curry?
I saw him on Twitter
fouled?
talking about it, the whistle.
He doesn't know anything.
No, I'm gonna tell him you said
He's
it.
He's an idiot.
I'm gonna tell him you said it. And Fitz called every game. Steiny, I'm with you on where the league's at and what they're trying to do. Steph is not the dude eating off of that. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No. And you know what?
Kyrie Irving gets a better
so let me
whistle.
guess. You don't think Curry's trying to foul bait more this year?
I told you that.
Well, there you go.
But that's him doing it.
That's right.
But he's doing it because he doesn't get what the other guys
He gets everything the other guys get.
Oh, stop. You know that,
Why
Scotty.
don't you believe that? I've explained this a million times.
8 years.
Exactly.
Everybody knows Curry doesn't get the whistle. The whistle does not go with the standard that he is as a player.
Every Warrior fan knows that.
No.
You think Philly doesn't think Embiid doesn't get calls? I'm so sick of this. We're past that. He's been 18 years in the league.
Those guys.
That's right. You can't breathe on Curry either.
Yeah, you can.
Give me a break.
Yeah,
the amount of excuses in this city for guys is unbelievable. I can't believe it.
Yeah, you know I'm right.
We got to. No, you're not right. Yeah. You're not right. You can say you're right.
Never match how great Curry is. That's all. And everybody knows it.
That's because he was so skinny early in his career. He does not seek contact. Only recently has he done that.
He's improved that facet of his game, going to the rack, and his ass is on the ground night, every night, and they just Guru is right.
That's what you think.
No, people are saying.
Oh, no kidding. Warrior fans are going to believe you. It's the easiest trope to try to continue. The announcers do it. The organization does it. The front office does it. Everybody does it.
But can you meet me halfway?
No.
I'm bringing in another player, SGA. He's so great. He doesn't need to do what he's doing. He should be in basketball jail. Steiny, it's almost like we're watching you, Shay. You're good. You don't need to do this. And he's got him in his back pocket. Tell me you see it.
First of all,
there you go. That's it. I appreciate it.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander gets that bump. See, and this is the other thing. Come on, Steinmetz, you can actually understand numbers, right? Curry shoots the sixth most sixth most shots in the NBA, but he's 26th in free throws. Miss me with that.
Man.
He shoots 63% of his shots from three-point range.
All I'm asking, call a foul a foul. That's all we're doing.
They have for 18 years, and this is the player he is. This is the player he is.
I'm gonna be honest.
Pretty good.
His whistle's gotten better since Jimmy's gotten here. Go figure.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game. What a bunch of God, boy, you guys.
It's real.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now broadcasting from the Laughing Monk Studios. Go ahead, talk about the big win last night, Gu.
No, it was one.
No, talk about it.
It was one
big
we
win
needed.
over the Bucks.
Yeah, and Giannis was doing his thing. I mean, man.
One of the greatest defensive performances.
Not
by
last
Draymond
night,
Green.
but Draymond, 14 points, went to the rack. I liked the Melton. I liked everything.
I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
Let's say Steph Curry is driving. Steph Curry weighs 200 pounds, okay? And LeBron James weighs 275 pounds.
I got you.
All right, and they're making the exact same move. They're driving to the lane, and a guy's defending him.
Gotcha.
Okay? The guy who's defending Curry is 6'6", okay? But he's there. And he performs an action on Curry.
Is there contact?
And doesn't get my point is this. When you're 200 pounds, if a guy on defense exerts the same amount of contact to Steph Curry, okay, as they do to LeBron James, why should it,
But a foul's a foul. You're talking about...
if you play great defense against Steph Curry, he may be more likely to fall, to get awkward, to be impacted by the defense to a greater degree than a guy who's bigger and stronger. It's been the way the NBA's been.
There's something
that's
to
right.
That. All right.
That's right.
But can you just...
No.
I need you to do this.
I'm not going to...
You're saying Fitz,
you can talk.
You're saying myself,
yes.
Sal,
yes.
a Dub Nation.
All of you.
Allen Iverson, I love him.
Okay.
Right behind Steph.
Okay.
Lived on the floor. He got a better whistle than the chef.
That's according to you.
I understand what you're saying.
I get it. Yeah.
Eagles, he's going to the ground.
Right.
Dude, he doesn't get respect with the whistle,
just because he goes to the ground doesn't mean it's a foul.
But
what happens if give me an equal play that LeBron and Curry make, the defense makes the exact same action, but because Curry's 200 pounds, he may get knocked down.
He's added muscle.
But that's not a foul.
This
that's
is not
my point, though.
2014 Curry. This dude has put on some...
I'm not.
Yeah.
Evan, you don't need to take the calls. I'm not taking calls on this.
Why?
Because we've done it 15 times and we've already hammered into the ground too much today.
No.
Talk about the game last night. The Warriors won, and it's so unfair that we haven't talked about them. So talk about it.
Well, I did.
That's all you have to say?
Yeah, I want you to. You got me flummoxed with this. I want you to say Steph doesn't get the whistle.
I'll never say
other
that.
Dudes get.
No.
Small dudes too.
No.
I'm telling you.
I would
dudes
never say
on the
that.
ground more than a damn mop.
I would never say
and
that.
And it's like, do you know who that is? That's the chef. That should be an
and that's always your answer.
What?
You go, Steph. He's a superstar.
I'm telling you. This is people in the league. Gilbert Arenas has pointed out he doesn't get the whistle.
I'm sure you can find a lot of people. And you know what? I'll go outside the Bay Area and I'll find you just as many people that says, man, Steph gets every call in the book. You can't touch him.
Do you think he's crying too much this year for the foul?
Yes, I do. Don't you? Well,
I've noticed it a little more with the hands up to where, but we're talking about buckets going in. Not, I missed it, I'm foul. He's making them on the ground. Where's the and one?
Quit begging. And you know what?
Well, I quit because this is years in the
making. Now we're going to get into this, too. Yeah. I'm watching that Warrior game, and I'm like, who is this team? We got our two best players foul, just trying to bait people into fouls. And that's great.
Yeah, don't
you can
put
win
Steph
games
there with Jimmy.
You don't think Steph... I'm sorry. This is where I got to say you're wrong. Anybody who has objectively viewed Steph Curry for 18 years... and watched every game knows that this year he's fishing more.
But what if he knows because the league's fishing more?
That's why he's doing it. But it's also a function of age.
Jimmy is a function of age, and I know shaded Jimmy. He's lost something. Explosion, and it's okay. He is and that's why we saw the air ball game winner. When it was just, hey, it's basketball, let's see what you got. Age is, okay, Father Time got him a little bit. But don't act like Curry's 29.8, which is 30 a game, is all predicated on foul baiting. Like
I'm not saying that.
But it sounds like it.
Of course I'm not. But
I'm concerned about Jimmy needing that because that's more to his game than his game
exactly.
now.
Exactly. You think Jimmy's going to be able to do that in the playoffs?
No. And he didn't do it against Minnesota.
But they're going to the Western Conference Finals. They're done, Goo. And I think you know
well, we got a bet.
Yeah, we sure do.
Well, the Lakers helping me out.
They lost last night. I wouldn't count.
That was a back-to-back. LeBron didn't play.
I'm going to tell you this right now.
Loss.
I feel better about the Warriors not winning 50 than the Lakers finishing in the top 6.
Are you kidding? Why?
I'm just saying more of a sure thing. Like, I don't think the Warriors can win 50 this year.
Well, okay, I hear what you're saying. I thought you were saying the other way.
They could. In fact, you want to bet.
What was your clip? You said they had to go 30. What was it?
Like 31 and 30 and 14. That's a 55 win pace for the rest of the year. I don't think they can do that. But if you look at the Western Conference standings.
Can you say something nice about the team last night? Like, give me something good. I gave you Melton. No, you should always send in your heart, not on your computer screen.
I do something that's known as preparing. I don't know if you do it. Let me see.
No, dude.
You're a natural Richard.
Oh, you are, man.
Oh, you know what? I can't say anything good about last night's game. This guy is such a D. Like, let me tell you what's going to happen. They're going to go 6-1. The rest of this homestand.
That's what's eating at you.
No, and then you're going to say again that hey, blah blah blah.
And I'm react to new information.
Yeah. Well, don't this time.
No, I already told you I'm disappointed in the construct of the team. Like nothing can take that away. And I'm hoping the 15 comes and goes and Kuminga finds a new home and we get something for him. But to have
cut the cord.
Well, they got to do it. Oh, man.
And then a bunch of stuff bothered me last night with this team, and I'll just be honest. Well, did I say the part about Draymond on the air, or was I just complaining to everybody? Was I just complaining to everybody on the staff?
You got to go public. But you know your answer. That's what bothers me about you. You know what it is.
But, like, Warrior fans need to understand the double standard, just like Steph doesn't get any calls, there's another side to the story. Last night, Draymond Green takes a shot from the wing.
I saw it.
I'm watching it on television, and I'm like, that's not even close. And in fact, I'm like, it might have ticked the bottom of the net.
All right.
Okay?
I know what shot you're talking about.
Nobody says anything. Draymond starts running up the court, hit the rim, and the refs go, let's check. Warriors go over to their bench, they get a timeout, and they look at the replay, and he's like, it wasn't even close to hitting the rim.
So why'd they challenge it?
I don't know, because whatever Draymond wants, Draymond gets, I guess.
And that's old. And that's the only thing that I would like to explain.
Secondly, Miles Turner is trying to get position on Brandon Pajemski, who is doing a nice job trying to keep him out, trying to box him, trying to get physical with him. He gets called for a foul. He does the shrug. He does the extended shrug. Can't understand it. I see Draymond, won't take a play off, goes up to the official, starts talking to him about, that was good defense, blah, blah, blah. You can't call that. They show a replay, and Pods is grabbing Miles Turner's shorts.
I saw it. And Kalina pointed that out. No. And so did Bob. Now, I
got 3 minutes left. You got to fish.
My fams, I know you have your stands, and I have mine. Evan has his. But this just blew me away because you've been interrupting me all show. It's fine because I love Passionate Steiny. My fams, Guru, let Steiny finish a take. How dare you? On a day like today when you've been interrupting and stepping on me for him to write that.
Guru, stop it.
Evans right there.
I don't want to do
Evans
this.
the ref. Richard Steele. If you want to go to the ref and review it, he'll be honest and tell us who steps on who.
I
do it naturally.
You've just done it 4 times. You don't want to have that contest.
Mine's out of excitement.
It's like a guy who says, "Oh, I didn't mean to foul." It's still a foul. You still got to call it.
Unless it's Curry. Now, dude, you're going to catch hell for that.
I've said it for his whole career. I think I've watched a little bit of basketball in my lifetime. I might be wrong.
But you were right on the league. It's out of control.
It's a joke. What else was on my list of stuff to talk about? Foul him! Oh.
One piece of news.
Uh-oh.
Fred Warner was seen on the practice field today for the first time for the 49ers.
Now this is what I'm waiting for, Evan the funny man to say he was in civilian clothes.
No, he was
Full
on
pads?
the practice. No, but he was just out on the practice field. I don't know if you noticed the last time he was on a field, but his ankle went sideways.
Yeah, I know. What are you saying?
I'm saying this is the first time he's been on a football field.
And
my point is,
not
over
PTSD.
the last month, you've done just something like that and then stuck in the just kind of kidding. He had a suit and tie on.
Well, that's fair, but I wouldn't do that with Fred Warner.
Yeah. You got ETSD.
What's that?
Evan post-syndrome.
Want to try that again? Why don't you try it again, Goo? Try it again.
Like
a botch.
Evan traumatic stress disorder.
This is film on Mike, personal. Tell Steiny he know he doing too much. Steph don't get I can't say the word.
You guys are the biggest homers.
And Rollins,
this is why I hate fans.
And
I don't want to hear
it.
He had a call. He had a call. He already called.
Who did?
Don't read his text. He already called.
That's my buddy.
Right. Try to read it again. I'll just talk over it like you do me.
But you did a bad job there.
Where?
Trying to talk over me. People still hurt me.
What's Evan's thing?
ETSD, not PTSD. Post-traumatic.
Mike Quick coming up at 1:30, and I'll transition to
fouls.
To this. I've been around a while. Seen athletes like Steph Curry and Draymond Green, Kevin Durant, Joe Montana come and go. Seen it all, the highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game and when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes somebody you love, that's when Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury firm. And whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they are there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win. With millions recovered for clients across the region, that's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. So if you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555. Or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Hey, what's going on? It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you feel embarrassed, trapped, maybe even ashamed just because you own a timeshare? Well, I'm here to tell you you're not alone. Chuck McDowell here, the timeshare cancellation guy. I get over 3,000 complaints a week from all kinds of folks that feel the same way you do. Honest people, teachers, veterans, grandparents, all losing sleep over a timeshare they can't get rid of. That's why 15 years ago, I founded Wesley Financial Group to help people take their lives back. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we would want our own family to be treated. That mindset has helped us cancel over 50,000 timeshares from people just like you. So if you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377. 800-261-3377.
What's your financial future look like? At Pettinelli Financial Partners, we help you shape it. Whether you're planning for retirement, buying a home, or saving for something special, our professionals are here to provide clear guidance and smart strategies. Visit PettinelliFP.com today and take the first step toward a more secure financial future. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that need it the most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
At Big O Tires, now through January 25th, get $80 to $120 instant savings on 4 select in-stock tires with installation purchase. Disposal fees extra, not good with other offers. See your locally owned Big O Tire store for pricing and book an appointment online today.
Everyone needs to take care of their mental health, even running back Bijan Robinson.
When I'm on the field and feeling the pressure, I usually just take a deep breath. When I'm just breathing and seeing what's in front of me, everything just slows down. It just makes me feel great before I run the play.
Just like Bijan, we all need a strong mental game on and off the field. Make a game plan for your mental health at loveyourmindplaybook.org.
Love your mind.
Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Foundation, the Arthur M. Blank Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
Never have I ever called my sister from the finish line of my first marathon.
Hello?
You won't believe where I am.
Are you running?
Mile 26. I'm gonna make it.
Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e with its advanced camera system on us. Plus, 2 lines for just $30 a line.
Guys, I can't believe it.
I knew you could do it, babe.
That was amazing. Mom, how do you feel? I feel great. I can't feel my feet. Let's take a picture, and then you may carry me to the car.
Share every stride, every mile, every memory on America's best network. Switch to T-Mobile's 55 Plus plan and get iPhone 16e on us and 2 lines for just $30 a line.
With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 eligible port-ins on Essentials 55 Plus for well-qualified customers with AutoPay plus taxes, fees, and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement 128 gigabytes, $599.99 required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Got to be delicate with those calves. What's the question? I think you just answer your own question.
Oh my God. Oh my God, what?
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, coming up at 1:30, we got Eagles color analyst Mike Quick. He's a former All-Pro wide receiver for Philadelphia. Played 9 seasons with the Eagles and knows that team inside and out. And obviously the 49ers taking them on Sunday at 1:30 at Lincoln Financial. And we're talking about what's at stake for this game. What's the biggest thing that concerns you if you're a 49er fan?
I mean, I hate to be a one-trick pony, but I mean it to the core. It's the defense. It just is. And hopefully Robert Saleh, who I know has interviews lined up next week with other teams, Stoney, I hope he can pull a rabbit out of his hat. But it's the defense. And I think you're pretty hard-pressed, Stoney, to find another answer. But you asked me, and I'm just being real. Like, let's just say the Niner offense is clicking better than it was against Seattle, and they score 27. Stoney, what if the defense is not clicking? They could easily give up 30 to 40 to this team, which they haven't done, the Eagles themselves. But, you know, what if it's a good day at the office? Shout out Ice Cube.
I mean, you know, we had Emmanuel Acho on, and he seems to think once you get to this point, a team is who they are. And for whatever reason, he says the Eagles scheme is a joke. It's high schoolish, and it's part of the reason that – and they've had some offensive line issues. But, I mean, they have not been able to run the ball effectively. I got an idea for the Niners. You know what the Niners got to do, right?
I'll tell you.
They got to do the same thing with Mike McDaniel that they did with Robert Saleh. They got to get McDaniel back after he got fired today.
But what will that do for the lack of weaponry at the outside positions? Especially
I think a lot of people would say the 49ers might have been at their best when McCarthy was the OC. I mean, McDaniel, sorry.
It's interesting. I know today is not the day, but I do wonder how much Debo not being on this team has affected their run game. I mean, that's not going to help them this week. Nobody wants to hear about it, but it's something I think about, Scotty.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Vic Fangio on the difference between Brock and Mac Jones.
Not that much. You know, they were very successful with Mac playing. I think he started 8 games, if I'm not mistaken, and they won 5 or 6 of those. Mac's a really good quarterback, and he's where he should have been from the start.
Oh.
Wow. Man.
It's almost like he has, that the football world has knowledge that Mac, they did want to go with Mac. That's weird. Wow. Let me listen to that one again.
Not that much. You know, they were very successful with Mac playing. I think he started 8 games, if I'm not mistaken, and they won 5 or 6 of those. Mac's a really good quarterback, and he's where he should have been from the start.
I wonder if that means he should have been drafted at 3, or he knows that the Niners wanted to go there at 3, but for some reason didn't.
Yeah. And I know how, dude, that is wow. I know how your mind thinks, and you're going to want more, but just for the sake of this exercise, just let's dumb it down. Now, Vic Fangio, Kyle's gone up against him 4 times, Donnie. Okay. The offense, Kyle's offense has produced these points.
Okay.
11, 6, 15, and 9. I don't like. You're going to want who?
Yes. You don't know. Do you know who, what, where, when, how?
No, but I just like. I don't like that. But yeah, I'm just like. I knew you were going to give me more. But man, that's not good. But you know, I won't say this because I am. You're kind of fixated because I am. I've been watching the game all week again. Dude, that Niner offense was humming, and yet at home you put up 3. Like, wow, that can't happen again.
Why not?
When people, when you're like, oh, they're mad.
That's why this game is compelling. It's because the Niners look good all season, really good against teams they should beat. Last week, they played the best team they've played probably since the Rams' loss, and they got bounced. And now the question is, can they hang in this game and find a way to steal it? Or are we going to look like we looked kind of last week, and points are tough to come by?
Yeah. Let's hope it's not. I'll say this about my little nuggy nug. I gave you half nug. Their last matchup, Stoney, was in 2018. So nothing really recent. Fangio and Kyle.
So Jason Kelce was on the Eagles team that beat the San Francisco 49ers.
When Purdy got hurt.
Yeah, when Purdy got hurt. And he was reminiscing about that game. I don't know where this is from, but I'll figure it out.
Was there hatred?
I think definitely from the Niners standpoint. You know, I think that became hatred from our standpoint probably after that following regular season game. You know, I think we beat them up in Philadelphia. Obviously, Philadelphia. Most of the people that I hear from now are fans that we beat in the Link when they thought they were going to win the game, right? So, like, the 49ers came in, they thought that they were going to take us down, and they're mad that the game's going well, or not going well for them, and then they're also mad that, like, Philadelphia's giving them a hard time. And it's like, what did you expect? You're coming in here confident in our house, trying to throw it in our face, and now you're mad that people are upset with you? Like, you're out of your mind.
I didn't realize he seems to be saying that the Eagles thought the 49ers were going to come into that game and wax them.
Well, I'm taking it that he's talking about the fans. How would he know if the players, they ain't going to, you know what I mean? Like, how do you know if the players are confident?
Well,
one, you're supposed to be if it's about the player. I think he's thinking about the fans.
Well, the question was there hatred between the Niners and the Eagles? See, I think he is talking about the players because wasn't that the year that somebody tweeted out something about 49er player about how I didn't think Philly was all that and after the game. Like after
Debo did him and
exactly.
the DB, I forget Johnson, they were going at it. Yeah.
Exactly. This is more Jason Kelsey.
Yeah, they definitely were resentful that Brock got hurt. I still think we win the game if Brock's in there. I think our defense was incredible that year, and I think offensively, although we started a little kind of wonky in that game, we got going and we were running the ball very well. As good as they were defensively, those linebackers didn't play the RPOs very well, and they were kind of flat-footed, and that allowed us to take their strength out of the game. Fred Warner, how fast he is. All of a sudden you put him in a reading situation, and he's got to be a tick slower. And, we played well in that game. That's the bottom line.
What do you remember about that game? Do you remember anything other than Purdy getting hurt?
I'm hurt 8 years together because you know where I'm going.
I forget
Kyle
games.
challenged that catch.
What's the question?
And he threw that flag, Evan, on that Devonta Smith catch. Maybe Purdy doesn't get hurt and everything changes. So I hope he's quick on the draw this Sunday. Like Steiny, I know he wants that one back, but that's what I remember. Like,
well, I remember
that. You know how I think, Steiny, that could have changed everything.
I mean, I think what I remember isn't so much about the game, but out of that game, didn't the NFL come up with the emergency starter?
Good call, Snotty.
Can
you're
be
right.
played or not?
Yeah, you're right.
Because they only had Josh Johnson and
you're right
and Brock Purdy.
Now McCaffrey had a hell of a touchdown run in that game too, though. He skedaddled in the flat, and then went in.
Okay.
So Josh Johnson did get his revenge.
Oh, he beat somebody last week.
Philly.
Yeah. Dude, Josh is a friend of mine too, Stoney.
Who?
Josh Johnson. Remember I interviewed him at the Madden tournament over at Halftime Sports Bar?
No, I don't remember.
For the Chuck Johnson
I wasn't
Madden
there.
tournament. I sent you the video.
When? Like that was 19 years ago.
2019, 20.
You know, one thing I want to get into, we got Mike Quick coming up in 4 or 5 minutes.
You get a fanboy?
Maybe. Maybe just to piss off people in the Bay.
No, because you used to go to the vet.
I saw him play 16 games in 2 years at Veterans Stadium in the mid-'80s.
Oh,
he was
man.
incredible.
Dude, on that turf, too. That's when football was football.
Those were the days.
Yeah.
Those were the salad days. Wait, here comes something.
He's too old.
Okay. Guess what? So I went to use the facilities and leave it to Dibs to get me upset.
What? So it had to be quick, too.
He didn't mean to get me upset. He was actually talking about him and Willard. But it applied to us, too. And I wanted to take his head off when he said, I said, hey, Dibs, what's up? And he goes, meeting today. And I was like, oh, that's right. We got a meeting today after the show. And he's like, yeah, ours is before the show. But,
oh,
come on.
Let me be quiet.
What are we talking about?
Yeah. Sonny, don't last long.
That depends on you.
No, I'm not. I'm under the weather, so you know I'm a.
You know what,
I'm
dude? Hey, can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
Why don't you just say, hey, seriously, Matt, I really am not feeling good.
Because that would
Why not?
consist of doing something I don't do, and that's lie.
Well, first of all, I lie
to certain people.
You do. You said you're sick. Your voice is shut. My voice is getting messed up, too.
Dude, because you've been yelling like an infant.
I know, because I didn't realize I was doing a show with high school Homer Harry. I mean, goodness gracious.
You've been screaming, but now we know it's about your daughter and the dinner that you won't be a part of. So what you eating? They'll bring you something back.
You know what? Maybe I'll go treat myself to Kakari. Spend a couple $100 on myself.
Well, you don't want to do it like we did for our show party.
No kidding.
We ate big.
What a weasel.
I had a chicken Caesar salad.
The boss is in a meeting now, so I can call him a weasel.
Evan pointed it out.
I might too, depending on how long the meeting goes.
Yeah. Dude, we got a game tonight. Just playoff vibes. Yeah. You said who earlier?
Just like
Miami, Ole Miss. You got to come on.
That doesn't do anything for me.
This is the appetizer for the playoff weekend, and we got one tomorrow, Oregon, Indiana.
Right,
like I'm ready, and some hoops.
This is the quintessential game that I have no interest in, but maybe I'll make a bet just so I'm a little interested. You know what I mean? It's like...
unfortunately, I do, yeah.
With nothing at stake. I mean...
I'm rooting for Miami, the U.
What's the line, even though I know nothing about either of these teams, really?
Now, shockingly, I don't know.
But you're going to bet on it anyway?
No, nobody said anything about betting. I'm going to just watch with Norm.
You guys got to put some respect on my gambling.
Yeah.
I won't.
A little less than 20.
So did you see the Nuggy Nugs game?
I did.
Against the Celtics?
Boston was favored by 9 at home and lost. Boston's playing without Jokic. What's going on? Denver, without Jokic. What's going on?
Doris Burke got on my bad side last night.
What happened to her?
It's going to be too complicated to explain on the radio.
You're good with words. Do it quick.
Maybe that's
time. Don't give me a clock, man.
Maybe that's why I got off on the wrong foot with him today. Is because
you and Evan, I missed it.
Oh yeah, I know, because you're oblivious. And I said, yeah, Doris Burke got me.
I was there.
She was on the downside, and I was like, it's kind of. I said it's kind of complicated, what happened, and I said, I'll try to make it. I'll try to do it quick. And Evan was like, yeah.
Hit a button on his computer to play sound.
That'd be a first.
Don't you understand? I referee between you two, and you guys don't even know it half the time. You guys put me in situations.
You're among the most delusional people I've ever met in my entire life. And I don't
take that as an insult.
No malice.
I love to dream. Yeah. Now, what do you mean by delusional? The Warriors.
You just don't. Yeah, I don't know. You're like a.
And I'm laughing is what's so bad
you're
about
like,
it. No, I got a heart.
There's just some things where you're like a newborn baby into the world's, even though you've seen something 1,000 times, every time, no, Mike quit.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks a lot, Mike. Tell him I was from Reading.
Dude.
Maybe that's how he's not coming in. All right, well, I got time to explain the Doris Burke situation.
Go ahead.
All right. There's context in every game.
See, Mo, he's not saying I'm dumb. Go ahead.
Okay, that's one. So the Denver Nuggets are leading the... Oh.
We're in show business.
Yeah. Maybe we do have Mike Quick for 4 minutes. Okay, we'll take him. Do you want me to give him grief?
I don't think you have the cojones.
Please.
This is your hero. Mike Quick was bad.
Hero? No, not my hero. All right.
Mike.
Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Actually, I don't have to give him grief because he is on time. Let's go to the River Islands guest line, ladies and gentlemen. And never forget that all guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? Let's welcome in Mike Quick, played 9 seasons for the Philadelphia Eagles, 5-time Pro Bowler. Mike, how you doing, man? And now works for the Eagles as an analyst. Hey, Mike, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. How are you guys on the west side doing?
We're hanging in. Yeah, we're doing all right, trying to talk about this game. And I guess I just want a little perspective on the Eagles. Right out of the gate, I'll just ask you, how come they've had some trouble running the ball this year?
Right out the gate.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've had some offensive line woes this year. And I think it begins with the health or lack thereof of some of the key parts of the offensive line. I don't think the center's been completely healthy all year. The left guard, Landon Dickerson, he's had his health issues. Lane Johnson's been out of the lineup quite a bit. But even early in the season when they were healthy, the Eagles have had issues this year running the football.
Mike, let me ask you this because, I was really a detractor of Sirianni and Jalen Hurts before they won the Super Bowl. They win the Super Bowl, and now, Mike, I listen to some of your post-game shows after you guys win, and the fans act like you lost. And I say that to say, do you expect this Eagle offense to come out, hit that button, and shut everybody up? Or is there some validity to some possible concerns of how this offense has been pedestrian at times?
So I don't think there is a button at this stage that you just press the button and things start to open up and work right. It really is a lot of hard work. And this is not an offense that, like last year, they could line up and just dominate the line of scrimmage and move the ball, run the football. This team got the offensive coordinator head coaching job last year, and all the offensive coordinator had to do was call Saquon left, Saquon right, because the offensive line was so dominant last year. It's just not that way. They have to be more creative and come up with better ways of winning football games, not just dominating in the run game.
Mike Quick joining us on 95.7 The Game. He's the Eagles analyst, and he's a former All-Pro wide receiver for Philadelphia. He played 9 years there. I know it's a playoff game, and you know that the 49ers are pretty beat up on defense. They're without Warner and Bosa. I guess my question is this. Is there any – does that impact in any way, or could it psychologically, the Eagles, even though it's a playoff game?
Yeah, even though it's a playoff, you are aware of where the weaknesses are when you play in this game. You study teams. You know where the injured players are. You know where the players are that you think you can take advantage of. So when you're game planning, and I'm sure the Eagles are doing this when they're game planning, they're looking at those areas and those areas where they think they have an advantageous position. And if that's because Bosa is not there, if that's because the linebacker depth, you're playing with teams guy, or what do you call it, practice squad linebacker, and you got Eric Kendricks, who's been around a long, long time. And, when you look at things like that when you're scouting teams, you look to exploit that. Does that make you more vulnerable? Because I don't think so. I think it's a smart way to approach teams where they seem to have weaknesses. That's what you go after.
Mike, let me ask you this. What are your thoughts on Brock Purdy, just as a quarterback? When you look at, the quarterbacks in the playoffs, where do you have Brock Purdy at?
I think he's one of the more talented quarterbacks in our league, not just the playoffs. I just think he's a really good quarterback. I don't know if he gets the credit for his ability to extend plays, to make plays out of structure. I think he's a really good quarterback. And especially now in the system, the way Kyle likes to do things, I think that's a good marriage. The two of them are a real good fit.
Mike, I've likened Brock Purdy. If you want to use this on Sunday, feel free.
Give me good stuff.
I've likened Brock Purdy to like a mouse in a kitchen that you think you have him, and then he goes behind the fridge, and then he comes out and you think you have him, and he goes behind the stove, and you can never quite get him.
I like that.
All right.
I like that. I don't know if I'll use that, but I like that. I like that a lot.
All right, I appreciate it. Hey, we had a receiver out here, Brandon Ayuk.
Yep.
You know, you might not be familiar with the entire situation, but it sounds like a guy signed a contract but really didn't want to be here. It doesn't look like he's going to be a 49er next year. Just as a receiver who's accomplished what you've accomplished, he's a young receiver. He had one great season. Like, just your general take on Brandon Ayuk and what's going on here.
Yeah, it's crazy. I know the player. I think he's really talented. But when you waste a year, these years are so precious. This is such a short segment of your life when you get an opportunity. And I say opportunity. It's an opportunity to play in the National Football League. And if you're going to play 5 years, if you're going to play 10 years, 15 years, it's a short segment of your life. So to me, I think you should try and maximize each and every opportunity, each and every year that you get a chance to do it. I think Brandon Ayuk's making a huge mistake, but who am I? If I'm in that situation, maybe I do things the way he did. I don't think so. I think I want to play, even if I'm not completely satisfied in every situation. I'm not going to let an entire year almost pass me by without playing in the game. I remember when the kid was in college because he played for a teammate of mine, Herman Edwards, and I thought he was a really good football player. And, you know, I look forward to seeing him play again.
Mike, I want to, if you don't mind, give you my thoughts on Jalen Hurts, because when he runs, I feel like there's a labor, and, you know, I'm on the West Coast looking and watching at him. I feel like it hurts him at times to run, so that's why he hasn't looked like he had in years past. I do wonder with all that, you know, weaponry on the outside with Smith and Brown, why there's not more, you know, fireworks. But if my partner's going to call Purdy a mouse, what would you call Jalen at this juncture?
Well, I don't know how to put him in a box like that. But I think Jalen, a lot like Brock Purdy, has the ability to do things that when you do everything right on defense, these guys have the ability to still make a play out of nothing. They have that ability to do things outside the structure and outside of what the defense was expecting you to do. When you're doing everything that you should do defensively, they've come up with a way to beat you. That's what Jalen's been able to do with extended plays, and then they start their scramble drill and getting the ball to AJ or getting the ball to Smitty. You kind of have to have that today. It's really hard to just be a guy who stays in the pocket and operate from the pocket and win football games in this league. The defensive guys have gotten just so good at breaking down protections and then covering up receivers on the back end.
Mike Quick joining us on 95.7 The Game. Real quick, Mike, it was funny because we had this game here where of the 14 playoff teams, if I gave you the first pick in the NFL playoff draft, you know, somebody asked me, what team would I take? And I thought about it, and I'd say the Eagles, but for only one reason. It's because they're defending champs. I mean, how wide open is this playoffs?
I don't know if I've ever seen it more wide open. I think the NFL finally got it right. Well, finally got what they've wanted.
Right.
They have talked so much about parity throughout the league for this, I don't know how many years. Well, this is the first time that we get to this stage in the season, and there's no way that I could comfortably say this is the team to beat. This is the best team in the National Football League. It hasn't. So the 49ers had their run way back when. Dallas had a run when you knew that they were a dominant team. The Patriots, of course, you knew Tom Brady there. They had their dynasty. Kansas City. But we don't have such a team right now in the National Football League. If you tell me that you know the two teams that are going to be in the Super Bowl, I will tell you that you don't know what you're talking about.
Mike, I'm just thinking about the rich history with the Eagles with Jerome Brown and Reggie White and Seth Jordan. Rest in peace to those guys. Rest in peace. And I'm thinking about Jalen Carter. How much of a game record demonstrative can he be in this game?
He's all of those guys that you just mentioned. he can do all of that. Even with this year, early in the season, he was having issues with both shoulders, and he still probably has some issues, but got some time off, got some treatment on those shoulders, and going to play. But, man, this guy is so quick off the ball. He's so violent with his hands. He loves football. He loves the collisions. He loves the action. And to me, he's just fun to watch. You mentioned Jerome. You mentioned Reggie White. He is a throwback to that style of football player. He's a guy, when you line him up, you probably don't want to trust one guy to keeping him off of your quarterback. He's that dynamic.
All right, Mike, I'll get you out of here on this one. So I grew up outside of Philadelphia and saw a lot of games in the 80s at the Vet. And I now work in San Francisco, and obviously it's 49er country. And they asked me to ask you about the Joe Montana 4 touchdowns in the second half, 38-28 comeback win. You remember that game in 89?
Yeah, I remember it, but I don't want to remember it.
Well, that's what they're making me do out here.
Well, you should just say no.
There you go, Mike.
You know what?
You're another transfer. Tim Conley's out there too, huh?
Yeah, he was. He worked for the Philadelphia Daily News for sure.
Yes.
Yeah, I was at that game.
Of course, I remember that game. It was in fact, it was probably the worst game of my career because I don't ever recall a game where I had 3 drops, and I had 3 drops in that game. So thank you for reminding me.
I'm sorry. You also had some bad luck. I'm going to say a punt hit one of your guys on the helmet, and he turned about a punt.
Yep.
Mike, I can't remember the details, but I know it was a heartbreaker. And I was an Eagles fan back then, Mike. Go ahead.
Mike, I got to slip this in. I know we're going to let you go here, but you said something that hit me when you said as wide open as this field is in the playoffs. And I don't want to get you in trouble with your employer, and I know I can't. But does that mean you think less of the Eagles' chances of repeating because they beat a Chief team? I mean, knocked them out, but the Eagles are still in the field. But for you to kind of give credence to it's open, I'm wondering, because maybe what's going on with Philly that we can't see behind closed doors, have you lost a little confidence in them of going back to back?
Has nothing at all to do with that. It just has being objective and looking at the National Football League, looking at all of these teams that are in the postseason, objectively looking at them, there's not a dominant team in the run. There is not. There's not a favorite horse in this race at all. Yes, the Eagles are defending champions, and to get it, you got to come through the Eagles to get it, but there is not a dominant horse in this race.
Hey, Mike, appreciate it so much. Yeah. You brought me a lot of joy as a teenager growing up, so I seeing you play. Cool. So good luck. Good luck to the Eagles. Good luck to the Niners, and have a great call on Sunday.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir. Mike Quick,
he was cool.
Eagles analyst, former All-Pro wide receiver for Philadelphia. He played 9 years with the Eagles.
He didn't like that memory. He didn't want to remember that. In the second half, I remember Joe was bad.
I'll never forget that game.
Wow, you were there.
I was.
That's incredible, man.
I was. It's like, you remember, like I tell you, like, who can explain why certain things you remember and others you don't? But
it's like an NBA team being down 30.
There was a play where the Eagles punted to the Niners. It bounced, I want to say, hit a 49er, bounced, and then hit a 49er in the helmet and popped up. And Philadelphia, San Francisco recovered, and the rest is history.
One of their greatest comebacks.
It was Montana was so good.
What I'm fascinated with is what he said, and he explained it. He said it wasn't about his team or Philly not losing confidence. It's just wide open. What if your team's on the cusp that almost got it? This is like the worst. Okay, when the Chiefs were dominant, we didn't make the playoffs. Let's go to the lab and try to get back, but we don't got to. The fact that it's wide open and teams didn't, like Dallas and all the other teams, this is the year where you're killing yourself, right? Because if Detroit's of the world, if you got in, who knows?
See, I look at it from the other way. there was enough parity this year that if you didn't get in, you're not one of the best teams.
Damn.
And, like I said, who was if you picked the Rams out of all the teams? I think it's wide open. And the only reason I picked the Eagles was because they won it last year. And to hell, that may end up kind of working against them.
Evan, who's your pick? Who you got
to win it all?
To win it all.
You want to do this today or tomorrow?
Or did we do it today?
No, we don't.
Because I said it already.
Well, we can pick the field. Right. Who would I pick to win the Super Bowl?
Right now.
I got to go with the Seahawks. I just think they're the best team.
Steiny. So you're telling me Sam Darnold's going to hoist that Lombardi? They're that good.
We'll do that tomorrow.
Yeah, that's what we'll do.
Let me ask you this real quick. Why not Stafford? I think McVay is.
Why not the Rams?
Because there are 10 other players on the field besides the quarterback.
Wow.
At one time.
Man.
And the Seattle Seahawks, to me, are the best team in football.
And I'm not being smarty. They were getting dominated Thursday night before 2-point gate happened. You give the Rams the Rams, that game was done. It wasn't, obviously, but you don't look at that like, man.
Well, I think we see things differently. You believe that a team can play at their peak at any time, can just summon it.
Right.
And that's fair. I'm more of the belief that how you're playing in the present is going to dictate your performance.
And Mike Quick agreed with you because he said there's no button.
So did Acho, because I said, Acho was talking about their high school running and how
it's not. It is what it is.
Yeah,
it ain't getting better, but you don't know that. We don't know.
When the 49ers win, who's their likely opponent? What do they got after this? Let's look ahead.
No, that's a great call.
I think it's Seattle.
Okay.
I mean, assuming the Packers don't upset the Bears.
And that would be before the NFC Championship game.
And
you
then
would
probably have to go to L.A.
Dude, that is just losing Saturday. But focus on one thing at a time.
I'm over Saturday.
I can't stop watching the game.
49er fans are getting over it, too. Shasky's over it, and he's the bellwether.
Can I tell you the play that sticks out to me?
Which one? Which game?
It's Niners-Seattle.
From last week? I know. Let me guess.
Okay.
Because I know you.
Well, let's see. And I'm being honest.
The play that sticks, 3rd and 17.
No, that's a great guess. It's Kittle in the flat and a Seattle defender being right there for a loss of TFL. Like, Evan, that play used to go from 15 off or maybe to the house, but Seattle had it diagnosed to where this is a loss, Jack. You ain't going nuts. They caught the mouse on that play.
Well, that's when I think Acho was talking about, you can't make Salah wrap up or have replace the Green Laws or the Charvarius Wards, and it's just you look at some other teams and yeah, those are the players that make the plays when it's presented to them. Meanwhile, the Niners, sometimes they wrap up, sometimes they don't. And against the Seahawks, they missed 18 tackles.
I do wonder if Salah's going to be back here next year. And the state of Bob Myers looking at what was going on with the Warriors allegedly, and he got out. I do wonder with the state of the Niners defense and the health. And obviously he wants to coach again. Man, Steiny, if he's got those many jobs, lined up, he might really be out of here.
Let me ask you, what do you make of 18 missed tackles?
I mean, Steve said it best. You can't have that.
You can't, but how many missed tackles, and you'll never be able to know this, but how many missed tackles are because there's a talent gap? You know what I mean?
There's got to be a
defense
ratio
right now.
There's got to be a ratio.
Is struggling to to tackle. By the way, let's take a listen to one of the classiest coaches in the NFL. Asked about the opponent, San Francisco.
I have so much respect for this football team. They've had sustained success. Kyle's done an unbelievable job there, and a ton of respect for him and their players. There is a lot of familiar faces. There are, a bunch of guys that are really good players, which is why they're still playing there. And so, can't tell you how much respect I have for this football team. You can see how well coached they are. You can see, again, how talented their players are. You see how hard they play, physical, fundamentally sound. So, I can't say enough about this team, and we got to do what the things that we know we need to do to be able to go in there and have success.
Yeah, it's Nick Sirianni. He was voted first team all class this year.
Hey, we got to give him love, or Steve Kerr. He said he studied Kerr.
Yeah.
Nobody's talked about
That's
that.
That's right. Evan brought that up.
Yeah, he studied Kerr.
He was trying to find joy. Trying to find joy in this season for the Eagles.
A little tougher to do in Philly.
Man.
No doubt, and a little tougher to get that joy out of Steve Kerr now as opposed to 2022. All right. Crossover time coming up next. So what's coming up on the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Segment also brought to you by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water.
What makes Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water different? We always bottle our Alpine Spring Water less than 1.5 miles from the spring source, and all our bottles are made with 50% recycled plastic from our own recycling plants. Crystal Geyser, bottled at the spring source.
This Sunday, it's more than a game. It's a statement.
Hey, make them feel you every rep. Set your will upon them.
Eagles, Niners, history, rivalry.
Hey, tonight, remember this. We hate these boys. One game, 60 minutes, all you got.
It all happens on Sunday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
We're bringing the fire up until kickoff on the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
We've all been there, sleepless nights, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy knowing we're here for you. BayAlarm.com.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data to H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations, and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
Hi, I'm Dustin, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. I know finding a dream engagement ring can be overwhelming, but don't worry, we got you. As director of diamond sourcing, it's my job to make sure every single diamond at Shane Company is truly the best of the best. Our team travels the world to see diamonds up close, in person. We handpick each one for its unique fire, brilliance, and scintillation. Diamond buying is an art. Of course, we look at cut, color, clarity, and carat, known as the 4 C's, but that's not all. We also look at how each diamond looks on a hand, where it will be worn, how it makes you feel, and if it's worthy of a Shane Company customer. That type of expertise only comes from working for a company that's been a family business since 1929. We also think about your budget. We only pick the best in each grade in all shapes and sizes. Your diamond is guaranteed to be the most beautiful because a friend wants you to pick from only the best. Drop by your store or shaneco.com and see for yourself. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. KALSHI. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Why do they call Bird Bird? Why? Because he looked like a bird?
He cannot be that guy.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Show. Let's go.
All right, it's time for the crossover brought to you by Bay Alarm. Rest easy. We've got you covered. BayAlarm.com. And you heard the voice of Steve Kerr there. He will join Willard and Dibbs, who are joining us now at 5:30.
Should be in a good mood.
Five even.
Yeah. 5. Let's do 5.
I'm going to walk out of here right now.
No,
5
you got to
o'clock.
show me today, baby.
You know what? You promote your own guy.
Steve Kerr, 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock.
All right.
On the number.
That number's 3.5.
And
Indiana.
you ain't walking out of here anytime soon.
Yeah, we got a show meeting, baby. Now, you stayed yesterday. I want to thank you for that. You shocked a lot of people.
Yeah.
Why?
Heroic.
You never do.
No,
it was heroic.
Look at you turn red.
Let's talk about football.
How about the Warriors real quick? They won. Carl being a good mood.
Yes, they did. They won.
Yep. I mean, they won, but it's a game that they're supposed to win. And I did a whole 12-game look. And if the Warriors are real, quote unquote, then they go 8-4. They have all these games at home. They stink on the road, and you lost to the Clippers, fine. And maybe it's because of the refs, whatever you want to say. You don't win on the road right now, but these home games, if you start to look through the schedule, these are wins. It's winning season.
But Scotty made a point
better.
He said he won't let. I'm speaking for you. He won't let this record change what he thinks.
This homestand,
the homestand of the team.
Yeah, what's the 8-4 is starting when? Right, referring to what?
4 games ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know this is
it's an 8
7
They had
and 3.
10 of 12 at home.
But last night starts an 8-game homestand, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Mully said they'd win 7 of the 8.
Okay.
I got to take the under.
Okay.
I mean, that's a safe bet. I mean, they'd have to go 8-8.
But still, then you're playing
over,
ball record-wise. The record is getting fertilized.
I think 5-2 would be pretty good.
Yeah.
And Evan brought this up.
Well, it doesn't equal 8. But anyway, go ahead.
What's that? What did I say?
You said 5-2.
Well, that's because
from here on out.
Thank you, Dibs.
Okay, so
thank you very much.
So 6-2.
I got the Warriors going.
Yeah, including last night's game.
Never gets old.
Oh, hell no, I forgot what it
Never
is. The back end of the trip the back end of the homestand gets a little tough because they play the Knicks and then they have a back-to-back.
Yeah, Miami and Toronto.
Well, not easy.
Right.
Charlotte is squeezed in.
Nothing
the Knicks
easy.
is actually like 5 days before the back-to-back, but that's okay.
Oh, there's like a 4-day break after Knicks?
The Knicks on a week from tonight is Knicks. Then you get Friday off. Then you host Charlotte Saturday.
Okay.
Then you get Sunday off. Then Monday, Tuesday, back-to-back Miami, Toronto.
That's no joke.
I mean,
well, here's the other thing.
None of it's a joke. It's all real.
If you look, and I'll just throw this out. You may not mean anything, but if remember last year when the playoffs started and they had after the first 3 or 4 games, it went game off, game off, game off, game off. That's exactly what this schedule is until this back-to-back. So they're going to be coming fast, and we'll see how they handle it.
Also, between that Knicks game and the end of the homestand, many believe there will be news, which could change the calculus of this situation.
Before that day, there is a scheduled loss in the homestand, which is Portland.
Well,
you don't beat Portland.
It's true.
You don't beat Portland.
But 0-3. They're very young, and this one's at 8 o'clock at night, so it's going to be past their bedtime.
Good call.
Yeah, could help.
Good call. Good old Peacock.
Could help.
Stoney, play him that Baldy sound.
Oh, I'm ready for this.
Oh, okay.
Oh, we heard it. Yeah.
I tried to say it to you guys yesterday.
This is Baldy in Philly.
Yeah,
right?
On in Philly.
Yeah.
Okay. So Baldy on here.
Would have said this to the Joes? That's a great question.
No doubt.
Thank
and
you.
in fact, I said to Egan, hey, listen to this. And I was like, so it's going to be cool if we play it and everybody's going to rip Baldy? And he's like, yeah, fair game. Anyway, so here we go.
This is great.
Brian Baldinger, maybe not our SF Odyssey insider after this.
I wouldn't even be close. Be Sirianni and Hurts. We're talking about, 2 guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and been to other big games and been in the playoffs every single year together. Yeah, that's not even. I wouldn't even have a debate with that.
Really? You wouldn't even have a debate?
No, not even a debate.
So how
one
much?
Guy's done it.
What's that?
One guy's done it. One guy's trying to do it. One guy's trying to get over the hump. One guy's trying to. No, when you've done it and you've been there, they never take that away. It never goes off your resume. That's what it's all about.
They asked Baldy whether he would take Sirianni and Hurts or Shanahan and Purdy.
And it sounded like even the Philly hosts were like,
They were shocked.
Well, again, it's fine to pick Sirianni and Hurts.
But to say it's
not even a debate is laughable.
Right.
However,
it's objectively laughable.
Yes, however, it says more about how Baldy respects or value. You know what I mean? Like,
he played the game, maybe the ring.
That's exactly what it is.
That's what I was talking about yesterday, the ring. But that's what you guys were talking about yesterday. If you had asked which resume do you take, I'm totally with him. But that's just an odd thing. By the way, I feel like, and I love Baldy. I would love to spar with him on this because I think it's a hypocritical take. 2 years ago, he came on this station and advocated that the 49ers go into free agency and keep Sam Darnold as their starting quarterback over Brock Purdy. Sam Darnold's never won a playoff game. He's never won a playoff game. And you said you'd take him over Brock Purdy, who has 4 playoff wins, 2 NFC Championship game appearances, Super Bowl appearance, takes Patrick Mahomes to overtime. So if you're going to say, I'm always going to lean to the person who's done things over the person who has not, now I'm confused.
Well, he might say, I'm solely Super Bowl.
Okay.
Doug Peterson, Nick Foles.
Well,
where are we with that?
That's great.
Because Doug Peterson, he's been at a couple of different spots since then. Nick Foles is no longer a quarterback. So would you take Nick Foles and Doug Peterson over Kyle and Brock?
No.
So it becomes a little flawed.
Use the word context.
It is context, and I get that. And Nick, he won the bowl, so good for you.
And
that's great.
2. Right. The one I watched at your house.
Kyle been to 2 also.
You're right. So is McVay.
Right.
But you're right. If you're going to the sum of the resume, I get that. But to say it's not close, that's shocking.
Well, then maybe you should take Tomlin and Aaron Rodgers over Kyle and Brock as well.
Yep.
Because Aaron's got one, and Tomlin's got one.
They got dust on it, Aaron.
I know, but if we're talking about resume arguments, if you want to go to the resume, then we can do that. So, and that's not really the way I look at it. And also the Sirianni-Kyle comp, it's not accurate because Sirianni is not a coordinator. He's the coach. Like
Ravens also messed up. They should have fired Lamar, not John Harbaugh.
But
he's won a Super Bowl.
Well, okay.
Lamar's never even won an NFC title
no
game.
doubt. I got you.
So for sure, I would pick John Harbaugh over Lamar Jackson.
But if I'm Saleh, this out of left field, is he coming back?
I don't know.
Man, a lot of openings.
More jobs open.
He's got at least three teams.
Apparently four now.
4?
Atlanta, Arizona,
Raiders.
Baltimore, and the Raiders.
Oh, I didn't know Baltimore.
Yeah, Baltimore now
requested.
Maybe it's 5 now.
But did they officially request?
That's according to Evan. Yeah.
Okay.
And if I'm Saleh,
that sucks.
To
Because
get
that's
out of
the
here
one.
with your injuries and these young.
Oh, that's the one you want.
get out of here based on what the contract is. If you're going to give me 4 years, then yeah, I'll do it. If you're going to give me like a 2 or 3 year deal, no. Right. If you're the Raiders and you want to give me 4, if not 5, I'll do it. Yeah. And go ahead and buy me out after a year or two.
If Baltimore wants to give me a 3-year deal, I am gone. So.
Right, but if you're the Raiders in Arizona, I'm going to need 5 years plus a piece of the team.
Yeah, if I'm Saleh, I feel like he's got the juice to say no to bad ownership teams. I would say
come
no.
Back around for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think if
Ravens,
let's say,
doing that.
Let's say he's got 2 of those teams that he would coach, but they don't offer him a job, but another team does. I think if he says, you know what, I'm going to go back to defensive coordinator for a year. I think he'll get. Here's my. I shouldn't bring this up now. Here's my bigger issue is
2 days.
It sounds to me like he's got 5 requests for interviews, but like. Because of the NFL's Rooney Rule, it's like we don't even know how serious they may or may not be. I'm going to assume that they're all very serious, but
I get you.
You know, who knows? Who knows how serious a candidate that those teams really think he is, or if they're just following protocol.
If you got bad ownership and no quarterback,
right.
Arizona, Vegas,
Miami.
Well, I don't.
I mean, the roster, the ownership.
I don't hate Miami's ownership.
Tua's done.
Yes.
My man from Texas.
But if you can't answer either of those, like, do you have a good owner and do you have a good quarterback? And if the answer to that is no, both,
Talk to me about Arizona real quick. Murray and their ownership, no? Yeah.
Kyler not going to be their quarterback next
Bidwell
year.
is one of the worst owners in all of sports. And, once the Clippers got rid of Donald Sterling, he moved up the ranks into Mount Bad Owner more.
Why do you invite them to the game?
That's a 4. That was his Donald Sterling.
Oh my God, Donald Sterling.
That was elite.
Donald Sterling if he had a cold. It was Donald Sterling if he had a cold.
And the other thing too, if you're Saleh,
keep it up.
You look at like next year, who's going to be firing their coach? If you want to look at like next year's firings, well, Aaron Glenn in New York, he might be in a little bit of trouble, and there might not be as many openings next year as there are this year.
And if you take the Arizona job, keep an eye on your division. It happens to be hard.
No doubt.
And maybe they'll just.
I said that for the Niners, regardless what happens in Philly. Yeah. Where you at with Pearson?
Do you think they'll just, real quick, do you think after next year they'll just elevate Saleh as the 49ers head coach?
All right. We know when you want to leave.
Yeah, no doubt.
Just,
I'm on
we got a show season. We got
95-7 the game.
You're going to say stuff like that. Just go.
Are they the smartest show in the Bay Area?
You guys are an intellectual feast for the smart sports fan in the Bay Area.
Wow.
You're pretty much the smartest guys on the radio.
I agree.
Good Lord, how big is your ego?
Are they the funniest show in the Bay Area?
Give it a laugh. Come on. You're a funny guy. Come on. Give me a laugh.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
And them white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal. This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting a chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan,
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, let's go. Let's go.
Just say it and get it out of the way.
Let's go. Wait, which part? What do you want me to say?
Best day of the week.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And
not this week.
It is.
We got no Thursday night football.
I know, that's okay.
Sell me on why today's great.
Because we're on the other side and we're heading for the weekend, and this is an absolutely beautiful weekend. This is so good. It all became crystal clear to me today. I appreciate the three of you.
About time.
No, I'm talking to these 3 listeners. The 3 listeners.
Oh, my bad.
No, I appreciate you and Grandy and Lucas because we got somewhere today as we're talking this out. And I'm ready. I'm ready to be the bad guy here. But just hear me out. Hear me out, because everyone got really upset when I brought up a phrase a couple hours ago.
Yeah. It's a weak phrase.
It's actually a beautiful phrase. You hoped that this phrase is a part of your life. I'm going to Vegas in a couple of weeks.
Oh.
I hope this phrase is a part of my life. House money. That's a beautiful phrase. That means you're playing above. You're playing from surplus, right? All right. And I think you all get why that phrase came up this week. But here's what I want to say. Before I get into whether or not the Niners are playing with house money and everybody gets all upset, here's what I am saying. And you'll agree with me on this. We all said at various points of this season, and maybe I shouldn't say we all, but I think the very, very large majority of us said at various points throughout this season, either if you thought it was a restructure, rebuild thing at the beginning, or then when Nick goes down, or then when Mac Jones is playing 8 games, or when Fred Warner goes down, or when George Kittle goes down, or when you just look at the totality of all of that. And we said, man, it would be amazing if they would just make the playoffs. Well, here we are.
Sure.
So here we are. Now, that does not mean, who cares if they win or lose? I'm not here for oranges at halftime and cookies after the game. That's not what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying when you talk about house money.
I am saying that I am so overwhelmingly pumped that this weekend is happening. This wasn't guaranteed.
No, of course not.
This was not actually believed by many that this would happen. It was not. It was flicked by many as not possible. So that's where I have finally arrived. It does not mean I don't care if they win or lose by any stretch, but I can tell based on my conversations around town, I think a lot of the 49er fan base thinks they're on the death march.
And I'd love to hear from fans on that. 888-957-9570.
As would I, yes.
Because I heard Jan from Mountain View earlier talk about she's stressed. She's going to watch alone, but she likes their chances.
Yeah,
she got the Niners winning 34-30.
That's right.
That's what she said.
Go to the hoop, go to the route.
I love that drop.
To get some trick plays or something. Get some trick plays maybe. That's what she said. I heard the
it's
call.
Not bad, yeah. And she got racked. But the whole idea of house money is one that makes me scratch my head, because if you play blackjack and you go up $500 and, wow, I'm up 500, and so you take 100 and you put it in your pocket and you say, no matter what, that 100 is going home with me, and you take the final 400 and you play it, and you lose your house money, but you still made $100. You go back to the room and you're like, man, I'm a little disappointed.
No doubt.
I had house money. I played with house money, and I lost. I went to Philly, and I lost whatever to whatever, and now my year's over, and man, I was up 500, feeling good at 12-5, and now I lost 80% of my house money. You feel bad about it.
So don't get me wrong. I am definitely not telling anyone to not be bummed if the Niners lose this weekend, which they might not. Trent Williams.
I'm not saying that you would be like you wouldn't be as bummed as you would be if you lost 800 and you go back to your room and you won 100 and you're like, at least I won 100. And that's where the Niners are.
At a certain point, you go home and someone says, how'd you do this weekend in Vegas?
Well, I was up 500. I mean, we had a chance for the 1 seed against Seattle.
I'm sorry. I don't have time for 8 sentences. Give me one sentence.
3.
No. How'd you do in 2 words?
Well, I was up big, and then...
That's too many words.
No, it's not too many words.
I'm telling you...
You're a guy who spends 7 minutes on every story.
No doubt.
It's not too many words.
No, I'm telling you, in this conversation, what if I came up to you, if the Niners lose this weekend, and I said, in 2 words, tell me how you did this year?
All right.
I give it better than that. I give it way better than that.
Well, there's more context to that than just all right. You didn't do great. You did fine. I mean, you made the playoffs, which 14 of 32 make it,
it's way
which
better
is
than
good.
that. It's way
so
better.
almost half the league makes the playoffs, and you're in a conference where half your conference is donkey. It's terrible. So, yeah, you went 12-5, you made the playoffs, and then you went to Philly and you lost. So, it was good.
Yeah, I mean...
How was your trip to Vegas? Good. It's good.
Yeah, I won.
How much?
100.
Well, I mean... Did you struggle to win 100? No, I was up 5.
I won.
And I played with house money.
I won. I mean, it could have been better. It could have been worse.
Could have been way worse.
But I won.
Yeah. Like last year was going to Vegas and losing like 800.
Last year, the car crashed on the way to Vegas.
Yeah.
Actually, I've told you that story before. We left
San Luis Obispo. You didn't make it out of the valley.
We didn't make it.
You got that boo-boo.
We got pulled over in a half hour.
Go on.
Which I'm so thankful for. Like, I think everyone looked at each other and goes, just really, thank you, officer. We really never should have left the dorms. Yep. So we'll go back now. They're like, okay,
thank
that's a good
officer.
idea. Let's go home. Yeah. But that's what I mean. It took me a few days, and I get it. The Seattle thing was a big punch in the teeth. That wasn't fun because you went into that, and even though what I'm saying right now was true then, which was either way, no matter what happens, they're going to make the playoffs. And good Lord, if something good happens tonight, they're going to end up the 1 seed, which honestly is ridiculous.
It's crazy.
The idea of the 49ers being the 1 seed.
It's like hitting green in roulette.
It's stupid.
Yeah, you bet your money on 0 and 00, and oh my God, it hit.
Right.
Okay.
Twice in a row.
Right.
Or 3 times in a row.
That happened to us last year, by the way.
Really?
Yeah.
Had a babe.
Back to back.
Good for you.
My buddy accidentally left his money. We were all celebrating, and he left his money. They spun again, and he won again. So that was kind of fun.
Yeah.
Round on him.
I mean, we all have these moments.
Yep.
And so, I'm going to try to do this today. I'm not taking the Niners' chances away this weekend. I'm not telling you that we should all bake cookies and bring milk and make sure everybody's got a snack at the end of the game. And yay, team, good job trying. None of that. That's stupid. That's not what we're doing here. At the same time, I've heard everybody on the station all day kind of do the whole, what's on the line. I'm sorry, all of your answers are too much.
Nothing is on the line for the Niners.
Absolutely nothing. Spadoni this morning, Purdy, stop. Nothing.
Shanahan.
No.
Salah.
Everything is chill, dog. Everything is status quo.
I'm trying to think who has the most to lose on the Niners.
I guess if Purdy throws 4 picks. Again, my take is also based on the
probably
idea.
that guy Wallow.
Wait, yes. You guys are saying there's nothing on the line?
Individually.
Grandy, you're not, I know the way you think, and you're going to have a very hard time with this.
There's a lot on the line, but what individual in the organization will have his career changed if they lose in Philly? That's my question.
There's outside of a blowout. There's always, I don't know how this is going to play. If the Niners get embarrassed, if it's 41-3, if they can't get a first down for 2 quarters again, that's different. I'm going to take the intensity type results of 41-3 they win, 41-3 they lose. Put those aside for a sec. If this is a normal football game like all 17 of their games have been so far this year, there is next to nothing Monday morning where you're like, I am ripping the organization for what just happened yesterday. It doesn't exist unless you want to live in fantasy land. I'm sorry. I know if this is loser talk to you, then call us and say so. But the 49ers lost Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, George Kittle, Brock Purdy. They may or may not have Trent Williams. They probably won't have Ricky Pearsall, and 2 starting linebackers this weekend you've never heard of. And we're going to go into this game and act like, no, you have a gold helmet on, so must be awesome. Must be awesome or I'm going to rip you. Why? Why can't we put this context into play? It's real.
Yeah.
It's real.
They lose, Shanahan, he doesn't get fired. Salah doesn't get fired. Gus Bradley, you're fine. Lynch, you keep your job. York, you're not forced to sell. Purdy, you enter into your $53 million era. Kittle, you're fine. McCaffrey, you're fine. You're not cutting Trent. So, what are we doing as far as if we're going to hold somebody's feet to the fire? And let's just say that Malik Mustafa has a bad game or Jair Brown gets cooked like 3 or 4 times, well, you might lose your job going forward, but I don't think you're getting cut outright.
That's true anyway. Like we're going to go into any offseason and evaluate everything. That's what February through August are. They're going to make picks and sign new players and say that guy had a bad year. Let's make some upgrades here, there, whatever. But like, I'm sorry. Like, my point that I'm trying to make is I am so thrilled that this game is happening this weekend. This was not promised. And quite frankly, I think if you expected it, even that's a little unfair. I don't schedule
I expected
whatever.
it.
You did.
Based on who you faced and how it went and what the schedule looked like. I expected it.
Yes, before the year started, but then all of the things happened,
and I still expected it. Go out there. You can listen. You mark the tape. You can check the tape all you want. I'm not saying I thought 12. I thought 11 would be possible. And 11 would have gotten you in.
If I had said to you at the summit, and
you did.
Fred Warner's going to miss the majority of the year. Nick Bosa is going to miss practically all of the year. Brock Purdy will miss half the year.
Yeah.
George Kittle will miss half the year.
Not quite, but
pretty much.
He played like 11 or 12.
Did he?
I believe so.
Okay.
But I would have said that you should still be a playoff team.
Okay.
Based on the quarterbacks you're going to face and based on all the defense you drafted.
And 2 other teams in your division will win 12 or more games. I mean, if I threw all of that stuff at you at the summit, I know it's hard to imagine because we'll sit here today and we know what actually happened. But if I threw all of that at you at the summit, you tell me that the Niners are in? I'll be honest with you, I would not have.
Yeah, I would have.
I would not.
I mean, if you look at the 16 other team or the 15 other teams in the NFC, you've got 5 that are flat terrible. So can you be like 7th best? Or 7th or better out of the other teams who are actually decent? You should.
I would not have guessed that they would be here. And I am thrilled that they're here. That is my backdrop for watching this game. We'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Do you buy or sell that idea? Not that this is like whatever, doesn't matter who wins. But let's get a little further into how sort of, for lack of a better way of saying it, happy should the Niners be for even being here, or the fan base. How happy should we be that they made the playoffs? That was the goal for most of us. We're sponsored by the Super Bowl Experience, presented by Jersey Mike's. We'll take your calls next. Herm Edwards in 45 minutes. Steve Kerr's later today on Willard and Dibs.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area. Experience football like never before with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
We've all been there. Sleepless nights, mind racing, wondering if your business's security service is really protecting what matters. At Bay Alarm, we can put your security insecurities to bed. Video security, burglar alarms, fire alarms, access control, 24/7 monitoring, and more. Our advanced technology and personalized support ensure you can rest easy, knowing we're here for you, your people, and your business. Visit bayalarm.com to talk to a local security expert. Bay Alarm, we got you.
Want to interact with the hosts but can't call? Text the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line at 888-957-9570. Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Hey, it's your boy Guru. Every time we put a rat on the table during our show, it's brought to you by Atco Pest Control. Atco Pest Control is a family-owned local business proud to provide pest control in the Bay Area for over 35 years. Atco uses natural methods to give you a peace of mind and keep your family out of harm's way. Quality pest control doesn't have to empty your savings either. Don't wait. Go to atcopestcontrol.com for all your pest control needs. They got you covered.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
2 left lanes blocked.
Turn to the traffic leader, KCBS.
And then a second crash in the back.
Brought to you by your NorCal Honda dealers. In stock and award-winning, there's a Honda for that. The Honda CR-V from your Northern California Honda dealers.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying two phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Go to carsforkids.org. That's carsforkids.org.
I built this business the old-fashioned way. Hard work and a whole lot of spreadsheets.
Yeah, about that, I upgraded us to Odoo. Odoo puts everything we need, sales, inventory, accounting, on one connected platform. No more juggling systems, no more headaches.
So it all works together?
Exactly.
Odoo is the all-in-one business software that makes running and passing on a business easier than ever. Take your business into the next generation. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
Hey, Joy. Oh, you are glowing.
Oh, hey. More like Mirajoyed. That Miralax helped me go. I was so backed up. Tried mega coffees, prune juice, everything. Then Miralax. And hello, gentle relief without the harsh side effects.
Ooh, how does it work?
It works naturally with the water in your body for constipation relief. Find Miralax today at your local retailer.
Use as directed for occasional constipation. Febreze. It's a classic odor tale. You fried fish for dinner, cleaned up, but the smell is still in the house. And the neighbors are coming over for game night. They're on their way. And then you spray Febreze Air Mist. Febreze Air starts working instantly to fight even your toughest odors, so you go from fish to fresh like that. Now all you have to worry about is Pam cheating at charades. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Are you 50 or older? This news is for you. The CDC recommends you get vaccinated against pneumococcal pneumonia. Even if you're healthy, your age puts you at risk. People 50 or older are over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia compared to adults 18 to 49. Just one shot can help protect you. Learn more and schedule at vaxassist.com. That's VAXassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
I'm not insulting Brock Purdy, but
Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I feel bad because Grandy asked us a question and then he never got to follow up. Like, do you buy our response, or are you holding people's feet to the fire should the 49ers score fewer points than the Eagles on Sunday?
Well, there's a difference in holding people's feet to the fire, and like Dibbs was talking about, like whose job is on the line. Like that doesn't really matter to me. I'm a Niner fan, and I want them to win. And if they lose, no matter the circumstance, I'm going to be upset.
Oh,
I know that you guys say the same thing.
Yeah.
But what you're saying right now, and I'll allow you guys to kind of say it again for anybody that's just joining us right now. But it feels like excuse making ahead of the fact. It feels like you're going into this game expecting the Niners to lose.
No, not at all. Although I do think that is what most 49er fans think. I do. And that's okay. They're the underdogs. They're underdogs in the football game. And a bunch of people's favorite players are hurt. I don't think you're some sort of crazy, like, this happens in my house a lot. And I wonder if it happens in a lot of your houses. Depending on who you live with and how people are like fan out or whatever. I have a daughter who gets very, very upset at everybody if there is any semblance of anything other than total confidence that every play will be awesome.
Didn't she come down your road during the Detroit game?
100%.
When you picked her up at halftime and they were down and you were like, well, honey, sorry about this. And she said, you watch your mouth.
She got very upset.
Yeah.
And
one of my favorite stories.
I'll tell you the exact words that I said, and you tell me if this is offensive. Grandy, you can weigh in too, because if this is what we're talking about. The Niners are down 24-7 at half. Now, normally, that's like you usually lose that game, right?
They do.
It's not a rule, but like if you see someone down, if you just popped into a bar and Oregon, actually take fandom out of it. Oregon State and Washington State are playing, and Washington State's up 24-7. If you glance at that at a sports bar, is your first thought, I think the Beavers are about to come back? Or are you like, looks like it's probably Washington State's day?
Well, you didn't do a good job taking my fandom out of it. Right. No, there's no chance the Beavers come back.
All right. Washington State's playing Idaho. You know what I mean? And so all I said to her was, I think we better start wrapping our heads around the idea. And all I said is that they're probably not going to be in the Super Bowl this year. That's all. That was the Is that an offensive thing to say at halftime? It is? Grandy's nodding. Is that an offense? Is that a crazy thing to say?
Possibly.
When you're down 17 at the break?
Yes.
With Kyle Shanahan, who never comes back.
And the Lions with an offense that's pretty explosive. So, yeah. You went there, and she put you in check.
She was.
And that's kind of what Grandy's doing now with this talk of, house money, moral victory. Isn't it great?
No house money, no moral victory. I use house money as a conduit to arrive at what we did. And I know it's sports radio, so for 4 hours I will say this, and it will absolutely be misconstrued. I know that, and that's fine. What I'm saying is, in my mind, I go back often to when Fred Warner got hurt and the Niners lost and fell to 4-2 that day. And Brock Purdy was nowhere to be seen. And I go back to when the Niners couldn't win 2 in a row and they were 6-4. And we didn't know when Brock Purdy was going to be back. And we knew Fred wasn't going to be back. We knew Nick wasn't going to be back. We knew all of these things. I go back to those moments, and I vividly remember not only all of our conversations, but the thoughts in my head, which were, dude, it would be such an incredible accomplishment if this team could still make the playoffs. And they did. So I am very, very filled with gratitude that we all get to do this weekend. That does not mean that at the end, like I'm going to yell at electronics the same way we all will.
Yeah, you always do.
Like that's, yeah. I want to do it again next weekend.
Of course. And it's not like they are insurmountable underdogs.
No.
They're not Carolina at home, which is the biggest home dog in the history of the playoffs at 10.5. You're a 4.5-point dog at Philly against a team that is not the same Philly that they were last year and not the same Philly that they were 3 years ago when they knocked you out of the postseason. This is a Philly team that is really good and also really bad, depending on what day it is.
Right. I just like I think we end up in this spot as fans, kind of sort of because of the way we do sports, and everybody wants to come at things with strength, and everybody loves to make it about belief, and we believe in everything. I don't know about that word excuses. I don't know about that. I'm not supposed to say that Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Trent Williams, George Kittle, and Brock Purdy got hurt. That's not a part of this story?
It's a part of every team's story. So
no, not at this level.
The
It's
Eagles
actually not.
didn't have Lane Johnson for a long time.
So that's one person.
Right, and they didn't have Jalen Carter. He missed some games. And so you could look at every team, and do they get injured more? And is it because of electromagnetic energy?
No.
I don't even want to get into that.
No, don't.
That hook'em. But the Niners have guys who get hurt.
But they've lost foundational pieces for the season.
But they still went out and won games.
Right.
So
and
without
often,
those foundational pieces.
Right, but they often did it by, some people believe it was a soft schedule. Some will say it was by outscoring people. I think there's some truth to all of these things. But the defense has not been good because it has lost its foundational pieces for the season. And by the way, it has lost some, I love, next man up. Well, that guy's gone too. And so's the guy after him in a lot of these cases.
Well, they've got guys in uniforms who get paid to play football.
They do.
Who will be out there.
But I guess that's kind of my point. Like, some of y'all are marching around being like, we got to believe, no excuses. And if I went, cool, who's their linebacker? You don't even know.
It's that one guy.
You don't even know. If I'm in the grocery store parking lot today and everyone's like, no, bang, bang, Niner game. We go, cool. Who's the linebacker?
And you won't see.
Love the show, Mark.
Love the show.
I like to
see you in the aisles.
But
you can ask the same people, like, who is your defensive tackle, and they wouldn't know.
Well, but
your point is well made.
Come
though.
on, right?
You've got different people playing, yet here you are, 12-5, better record than Philly, and Philadelphia, 11-6, is a team that has had more losses than they've had like high quality wins. So it's not like you're going up against a real juggernaut here. You're going up against a team that I think is vulnerable.
We know that everybody in the playoffs is vulnerable.
Right.
I'm not rooting for the Niners in this game.
I know you're not, but if you want to look at their record without Fred Warner and their record without Nick Bosa, those are still winning records. They've been a winning team without those guys on the field.
Right, but this is at Philly, and this is the playoffs, and this is harder. Like, right? The Philly, you say, okay, the Niners have a better record than Philly. And a Philly fan would say, well, A, we tanked the last game of the year.
Fine.
And B, we won the Super Bowl, so we played a first-place schedule.
Yeah.
You played a fourth-place schedule.
Must have been rugged to play the Giants twice and a beleaguered Washington team twice.
Those things are real, though.
Sure.
Those are part of it, too. So that's what's funny to me. Like, if you say something that's sort of supportive of your team, then that's an excuse. But if you say something that is, quite frankly, I believe the exact same thing, but it's critical, then it's celebrated in sports media, such as Steiny has been doing all year. Schedule's a joke. Which you've been like, it's actually not, but like...
It was tougher than we thought going in. Right. The Bears were better. Jacksonville was better. Houston was better.
So if you say schedule is a joke, that is an attempt to explain the 49ers story this year. Is it not?
In part, yeah,
okay,
absolutely.
Well, then so is foundational pieces are out for lengthy periods of time, and in some cases the year. That is an attempt to explain part of the experience they're having. And to me, they have had, obviously, actually by metrics, this is mathematical fact, more of those lost games than any team in the NFL, yet they remain 12-5. We get to do this weekend. At least.
Right.
Maybe more.
We'll go out there and win. Like, I look at what they've done without those foundational pieces, and they've won games. So it's not like they were 9-1. They lost Bosa, they lost Warner, and boy, they limped into the end of it, and they barely made it in. They lost them early, and Kittle ended up playing 11 of the 17. He missed, I think, 5, and then he missed 1 more. But when he was out, Ton just stepped up, and you won games. And when Bosa went out, you brought in Keon White, you brought in Cleveland Ferrell, and you won games. And Fred Warner was out, and you had D, you had Tatum. Now you've got Kendricks and Wallow, and, I mean, who knows if they're going to be good enough, but... When you lost those guys, you still won games. Yes. That's my point.
Yes,
so you can use it as an excuse, and we can look back on Monday, and if they lose whatever to whatever, we can look back in the season and say, you know what? 12-5, 12-6, that was better than I thought they would have done, considering all of the adversity they faced, but it doesn't mean going into the game that I'm automatically thinking like, you're going to lose because you got Kendricks and Wallow.
No. There's no. Gosh, you're so right. That does really sound like a law firm.
Totally.
Every time you say it,
Kendricks and Wallow. Can I help you?
Probably not.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kendricks is unavailable right now. He's on the PUP list.
Mr. Kendricks is unavailable. He's running down the field. He's chasing somebody.
Yeah, Mr. Wallow will be with you shortly as soon as he's signed off the practice squad.
I'm trying to say this without even talking about the result of the game. I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not saying they can't win. I'm surprised they're here. How about that? Like, does that feel better?
I guess. Because I'm actually not surprised they're here.
I am.
Yeah.
I am. Like, if you, and again, I guess maybe it comes down to also, like, are you zeroing in with a really kind of fine view, or are you zooming out? If you zero in, and you watch the 49ers every week, maybe you weren't surprised because they had a winning record all year. They were in it. They had a shot.
Yeah.
Like the path, you saw the path. It was there all year. If you zoom out, I do believe, maybe you're right, maybe you wouldn't have said this. I do believe that if I had thrown out these facts at the summit, that I think most people would have said, well, that team's not going to the playoffs. I believe that. Yeah, I believe if I said, no, we're taking Bosa, I'll take Warner, I'm going to take a lot of Kittle, I'm going to take a lot of Purdy, I'm going to take a little Trent, I'm going to take
the usual amount of Pearsall.
I'm going to take what even is that?
The usual half a year Purcell.
This is second year.
Yeah.
By the way, when we get to the playoffs, I'm also going to take Fred's backup. Can't have him anymore either.
Both of them, maybe.
Right. Like, I believe if I had said that at the summit, most people would have been, well, that team's not going to the playoffs.
Yeah, and I probably wouldn't have been one, because if you look at the way things shook out in the schedule, with the second half of the year with the Giants and Arizona and Carolina and Cleveland and Tennessee was a laughingstock. Those are all games that I would look at and think, even if you had Mac Jones and no Fred, no Nick, you should still win those games. Those teams are terrible.
Well, but,
and even when you don't have those guys, your team is not terrible. But you got Shanahan,
right,
dog.
No doubt. But you've also even admitted, like, some of that is the perception of what these teams were going to be before the year, and some of them weren't that. Right? You had to play Seattle twice.
Right.
When you're looking at it before the year, you're like, they're okay.
The Giants were the Giants. Right. Cleveland was Cleveland.
Bears were not the Bears.
Correct. But like Tennessee was Tennessee.
For sure.
New Orleans was New Orleans.
No doubt.
So it was kind of a mixed bag. And as I mentioned before, going into the year, the teams you faced had a .415 win percentage the previous year, and they wound up this year at .495.
Yeah, better.
Much better.
Not great. But
20% better, though.
Yeah.
So all you Sam people, their schedule was a joke coming in, but Chicago, Jacksonville, Houston, Seattle, all better than we thought.
Grandy wants to weigh in. I can tell we've never done a show before where Grandy is like pounding his head on the microphone because I can tell that I can tell you don't like this. Granny, weigh in.
No, I absolutely don't like it. So you're talking about how, like, expectations have reset because of all the injuries.
No question.
And that's absolutely fair. Like, so I have pasted in here in our producer studio my season predictions, and this was made before the season began, and I had the Niners winning 11 games.
So did I. So did Dips.
I had them going 11-6. Yeah. And that's with,
I got the Niners going
11-5. Anyway.
And that's with, as we make predictions before a season, you expect, like, all right, average injury issues, right? You don't expect this. So if you're going off of what I expected, they exceeded that win total that I thought, and they had way more injuries than I thought. So you're absolutely right. Like, given that what happened once all the injuries occurred, specifically like post-Fred Warner injury in Tampa, they have wildly exceeded my expectations. And I didn't really expect them to make the playoffs. But my expectations can reset again. And once they go into Week 18 with a chance to be the 1 seed at home against the Seahawks, my expectations have been reset a second time.
Okay.
And now I'm going to be really disappointed if they don't even win a playoff game.
That's fine. And you know what? Maybe that's the word we should focus in on. Because when you say it, the same way like when we're talking, your shoulders get tight, mine get tight when you use the word expectations. I am completely comfortable with hope. I am beyond comfortable with hope. We should all watch Shawshank Redemption together this week. Hope is what keeps everything going. My expectations are not terribly high for this 49er playoff run.
My expectations were this: get to this, and we'll go from there.
But what are they Sunday?
My expectations.
Are you expecting them to win?
I'll let you know tomorrow.
Okay.
Because the pick is in.
Well, but they could lose and you could still, you know what I mean? Like,
they could lose and I could still cover if I took the Niners at 4.5.
Right.
Honestly, the more I've thought about it today, doing all the research about who Philly actually is, I'm a little bit more bullish on their chances. And I can break it down for you as we go.
I agree. Actually, I think there's some key things that we should pass along to people here that we'll do coming up at 3 o'clock. That I'm with you. I am having a optimism is up day. It might just be Thursday. I can't tell sometimes.
You love Thursday.
Well, I also had a migraine yesterday, and now I don't. So, like, today is just freaking awesome. But, like, that's maybe, Grandy, that's at the core, and I don't know exactly. Dibs might be somewhere in between the two of us, but that's at the core of what I'm talking about. And I have no issue if you want to have expectations. Go ahead. Sit down on Sunday at 1:30 and be like, we're freaking doing this. You know what I mean? Make popcorn and let's go. I don't care. But I am going to approach Sunday, and if this sounds foofy and weak to you, then that's also, I don't care. I am so thrilled this game is happening. This is awesome. This is awesome that we get to do a whole week of playoff stuff, and we get to go find I love the question, where are you watching the game? Yep. You know, like, we get to do that. And we might get more. But I don't like, if you're going to tell me, Grandy, that you said 11 wins before the year, and then all of this stuff happens, and then they actually exceed those, your pre-injury expectations, but then all of these realities, they sit here, and then you go into this weekend as a road dog. And I don't know, let's just say it's a really good football game. Let's say they do lose 20-17. And are you really telling me that you're going to come out of that game and be like, stupid Niners?
I do think that when you talk about like what has happened, you also have to add in the positive, which is Mac Jones, the backup quarterback, was the best backup quarterback in football. Christian McCaffrey had one of the most touchiest seasons in history and is going to maybe win OPOY. He stayed healthy the whole year. He was awesome. Jake Tonjes came in as a backup and was great. Your offensive line had injuries, but the guys who came in didn't totally give up the ship. And so there are a lot of positives that you also have to highlight of things that actually happened this season. Like the bad, sure, we all know the bad, but some of the good that came out of it, like Demarcus Robinson, he got off suspension and he was mostly good. Your special teams was amazing compared to last year.
Fantastic.
So these are all things that we also have to remember, like in the course of the 17.
Acho came on with Stein and Goose, and he is a voter for Coach of the Year, and he said publicly that he still voted for Kyle.
Oh, he's a voter.
He's a voter.
You voting?
He is.
Okay.
And he voted for Kyle.
I love it.
To win Coach of the Year. So, you know what I mean? Like, we just got a text on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line about heads better roll on this offense if they lose.
Yep. Whose head? Whose head?
Like, I guess here's where I'll challenge y'all. Go back to the halfway point of the season. Not all of you, because I know a lot of you are with me. I can see your comments. A lot of you are with me, and some of you aren't. That's the Mark with a C people. You were lying. You were a bunch of liars at the halfway point. You were lying.
You're calling me a liar.
Yeah. Well, no, because you're not. Your take is not what his take is. No, you're sitting somewhere. I can't.
I'm supposed to sit here and take this?
I can't actually put a finger on exactly where you're at yet.
I'm at is
you've been a little like it's a little.
I've been ironclad. Like no matter what has happened with Shanahan, the laminated play sheet, Mac Jones, and that schedule, you still should be a playoff team. Okay, I never got off that.
But
ever.
Right, but should win this weekend. Okay, so that's a little different.
Well, should when you're a 4.5 point dog.
That's a little different. Why are your hands flying around?
It's not about what you guys are talking about. It's not about. It's not that texture. Thanks for listening. It's not about heads should roll. It's not about your reaction to the game, win or lose. It's about going into the game with this just happy to be here mentality. That's not what it's about.
You guys are treating this like it's Tulane going into Ole Miss or James Madison going into Oregon. You're not a 30-point underdog.
Who are you talking to, you guys?
The two of you are not on the team. I'm so sorry to break this to you.
What?
None of us used a Wii.
You're not on the team. So the mindset that you have on your couch Sunday has no effect on this football game. So please, if you're not happy with the way I'm fanning, do you? Do you?
I will, gladly.
You can put eye black on if you want. You could throw a remote. You could take the paint off of your wall.
Full pads on.
Go for it. Knock yourselves out.
Then you're not allowed to be as happy as we are on Monday if the Niners win.
I can do whatever the hell I want.
We believe a little more than you, so we deserve to be happier than you.
I'm happy right now, and it's pissing you off. Like, you all lied. You lied if at the halfway point you said, I just hope we can make the playoffs. You lied. Grandy, you lied.
I pulled the goo. I reacted to new information.
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's called being a flip-flopper, which he was called earlier today on the show. You lied.
Your expectations didn't change when they're one win away from being the 1 seed in the NFC? A home game
didn't change
against a team they already beat?
Yours didn't change when Fred's foot was going south and the other one was going north?
It can change a second time.
Okay. Fine. I am only allowed to do this show with my brain. I can't do your opinion.
You could. It's written right in front of you, the script.
That's right. Thank you.
The script.
Ron Burgundy would like to tell you that we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. And 888-957-9570 is the number. And Herm Edwards is going to join us in 20 minutes. And coming up next, I think, I don't know exactly why Dibbs' optimism went up today. You can speak for that.
Oh, can I?
Yes.
Let me check the script.
Coming up next, Dibbs speaks. But I'll tell you what happened at practice today that, to me, changes the whole calculus. So that's next on Willard and Dibbs.
This Sunday, it's more than a game. It's a statement.
Hey, make them feel you every rep. Set your will upon them.
Eagles, Niners, history, rivalry.
Hey, tonight, remember this. We hate these boys. One game, 60 minutes, all you got.
It all happens on Sunday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
We're bringing the fire up until kickoff on the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
Looking for lifelong financial guidance? Look no further than Pettinelli Financial Partners, your dedicated financial coaches for every stage of life's journey. Whether you're planning for retirement, starting a family, or buying a home, we're here for you every step of the way. Visit PettinelliFP.com. The financial consultants at Pettinelli Financial Partners are registered representatives with and securities offered through LPL Financial, member FINRA SIPC. Investment advice offered through Stratos Wealth Partners, a registered investment advisor. Stratos and Pettinelli are separate entities from LPL Financial.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed Mega Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Jimmy Butler, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line.
Dub Nation, this is Stephen Curry, and you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
River Islands in Lathrop is the best-selling master plan community in all of Northern California, with its lakes, parks, trails, and collection of new home neighborhoods. The good life can be your life. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands?
Hey, Bay Area sports fans, get ready for game day with Laughing Monk Brewing. Whether you're watching with friends or heading out after the final whistle, Laughing Monk has the perfect beer for the moment. With locations in Sunnyvale, Scotts Valley, and Bayview in San Francisco, there's always a month nearby. And now, check out their newest San Francisco location in Nopa. From crisp lagers to bold IPAs, every beer is righteously brewed in San Francisco. Grab a pint, grab your crew, and make game day better at Laughing Monk Brewing. Righteously brewed in San Francisco.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
My name is Whitney Allen. I am a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought in a million years we'd have to use life insurance. The unexpected happened. With Ethos, it is so fast and easy. It's 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage, no medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage through Ethos.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
As the owner, coach, and quarterback of your small business, you call the shots. From inventory to payroll and more. Now it's time to bring in LendSeek, your funding MVP. No delay of game here. Get up to $2 million in as fast as 24 hours for business lines of credit or term loans. Let LendSeek's AI marketplace assist you in making the winning play and score that touchdown. Apply at lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment? That's a lie. Most timeshares can be bought online for $1. To find out what your timeshare is worth and to cancel it, call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit kit free with all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free exit info guide. 800-959-3388. That's 800-959-3388.
Presenting A Gain Flings Love Story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ-FM in HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Sports Station and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app and now coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Do you have to be a homer?
Everything is awesome.
Are you going to tell on yourself? Tell on yourself. Do it. Tell on yourself.
What?
Not an original idea. Give the guy credit if you're going to do this.
Yeah, the text line. Shout out to the texter on the Boxer and Gerson Work Injury Attorneys text line from the 650. Great idea.
I actually think it's 925 unless it came in twice. 925. Willard needs the Lego song Everything is Awesome as his audio bed whenever he gets like this.
No, the 650 said the Lego movie, everything is awesome.
Oh, amazing. So, a few of you had the same thought.
Yeah. So,
by the way,
in other words, if you don't win the title, then be miserable and fire people.
Right. I love that. I love that we've arrived at a spot where this is a criticism.
Your positivity.
Oh my gosh, it's nauseating.
Yeah, I've said it before.
It is nauseating that we might actually be enjoying this. Go ahead.
And it's also nauseating that maybe we have a little perspective on what the overarching feeling might be in, 5 days. If it's a nail biter and, what if Eddie Pinero has a 64-yarder and he kicks it and he doinks it off the cross and you lose 23-21?
Yeah, what about that?
He's got to go. Oh. Moody would have made it. Thank you.
That's what I'm going to be doing Sunday afternoon.
Once.
Yeah, I got a show afterwards.
I was going to say, maybe twice, but you do have a show. But I'm doing a little appearance, actually, your neck of the woods over in San Anselmo.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, for the Run TMC podcast. And to show you how big this game is, it was supposed to be a 4 o'clock event. And they're like, no. We got to move this baby to 11.
Not a babe.
So we're going to pump that thing at 11, 11:30. We'll be back home by 3:30. And my daughter, who's 3, her big phrase these days, bang, bang, Niner gang. So she is yacked in, bro.
Oh, my gosh. Can you please record that?
I will. And this morning I said, did you say gang, gang, Niner gang? And she said,
careful.
She said, no, Daddy.
Full.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. What? She's already got tattoos.
Careful.
Her two favorite colors are red and blue.
Just think it through.
I've already thought it through.
Please be careful, okay?
But yeah, because that's where we live.
You were the one. No. I'll explain it next break. Anyway.
Thank you.
Granny gets it.
I get it.
Anyway, you were the originator of this in this town. You got to get down.
Thank you.
I
recorded Quest.
Please record Mila saying bang, bang, Niner gang.
I will.
I need it. This show needs it.
She's into it. This morning, just 20-second story about breakfast. She's in a little bit of trouble, so no TV.
Oh.
So I'm watching the Warrior recap on YouTube just to refresh, and she, sit up on your lap. Okay. So she sits on my lap. I don't yike basketball. I said, what? I don't yike it. I said, what do you like? And she said, bang, bang, Niner gang. I said, that's coming Sunday, honey.
Yeah.
Yes.
I said, hold on. I mean, Moses Moody, corner 3, am I right?
She don't like it.
She doesn't like it.
I don't
like basketball. Yeah. I said, what do you like? Bang, bang, care. Niner gang is what she likes.
That's a good answer. It's a good answer. Family Feud, good answer. Good answer. Yeah, fine. No, if you all want to be miserable like Philly fans, do it. Do it. Go into the game and sit down, and right as the game's going to start, just look at it with a furrowed brow and be like, you better be awesome, number 49, whatever your name is. I don't even know who you are. Like, are you truly all going to be mad at the 49ers if they lose this game because they can't stop anyone?
It depends on how it goes.
Are you honestly going to be mad at all of Robert Saleh's backups if they give up 30 points?
You're the king of
context.
You're the king of context. So it all depends on how it looks. If you get to a spot where the Niners have the ball and they're down 4, and Shanny has no timeouts because he's had a couple of bad challenges and a sloppy timeout, and now you have no timeouts, and now your play calls aren't getting in on time and whatever. There's context to everything. So if it's a good old-fashioned, nip and tuck game and the defense, darn it, they did what they could, and Brock was good, and Philly was just a little bit better, yeah, that's different than, oh my God, Shanahan, You didn't know the rules again?
No, of course. And the offense is going to be held more accountable than the defense, as it should be. There's no question. I just want to say real quick before we go to the phones, though, that my thought process in saying why my optimism level went up a little bit. Trent Williams practiced today.
Good.
I want everyone to know that. And especially if you're the guy who I ran into in the Safeway parking lot today, I didn't get your name, but he's like, are you the dude from the radio? And I'm like, yeah. And he's like, what do you think this weekend? And we started talking, and at one point I'm like, it's not sounding great for Trent. And he's like, oh, no. I'm sorry, my friend. I was wrong. Now it's sounding much better for Trent. And that, to me, is a huge difference in this football game. because the Eagles, where you can get them is in the run game, and I don't think the Niners' run game's got a damn shot without Trent.
Yeah, and even with Trent, they have not been great much of the year, but for me, the whole year in the run game, and I could pull out all 17 games worth of notes, it hasn't been about the net yards per carry as much as it's been, even when you don't run it great, you get 2 and you get 3 and you stay ahead of the stick. So run on first and it's 2nd and 7, run on second and it's 3rd and 4. Well, you've got action.
Yeah, stick with it. And obviously they did great in the game against Chicago just a week and a half ago. Rob in Philly here on Willard and Dibs. Hi, Rob. Thank you for the call.
Hey, Mark, I actually kind of agree with you, man. Like, I don't understand why it's looked at as like a soft thing or a bad thing to just be excited that we're here, like, especially after the decimation that the team went through. Like, I'm kind of already resigned to a fate, but this is going to be good experience for Pooney. That's his first playoff game. Alfred Collins, C.J. West, Upton Stout. Like, we got kind of young guys in the foundation. They need this to go out to Philly. If anything, this is going to be the perfect first playoff experience that they could possibly have.
Rob, you're spot on.
It's okay to be excited.
Yeah, and who knows? They might win. They might win.
They better.
But, you know, Rob, here's the other, just between me and you, everybody else listening, tune out on this. Rob, it's really hard in sports radio to come with takes that actually have a calm perspective to them. It's really hard. It's not the way most of the people who call and text and YouTube and run the board think. Sorry, Grandy.
No, I'm not saying anyone can't be excited. I am excited. I'm excited for the game.
Oh, now there's happiness. No. Too late. You are not invited to my happy party. You get to go to the next room.
No.
Yep.
There are 2 separate happy parties.
Yeah. No.
You guys are happy about what has already happened.
Yes.
I am happy about the prospect of what could happen.
That's right, Grandy.
That's lame.
Everything is awful.
That's lame. No, that is absolutely part of what we're already talking about. That's absolutely part of it. It is an opportunity that this team has earned, which, by the way, is
awesome. It's awesome. And just a little bit of context for those whippersnappers in the other room. Since the year 2000, road underdogs of 4 points or more, the Niners.
Yes.
They're 41-113, a winning percentage of .259.
Okay.
So 1 in every 4 road dogs of 4 points or more in 25 years win the game.
Shanahan better have answers if this doesn't go well.
Yeah.
He better have answers.
That's a stat. And that is a stat.
Let's go to no, let's not. Okay, hang in there.
Where were you 2 hours ago?
What's that?
Didn't we talk about this?
That's why I stopped.
And I've got, on the other side, coming up, I've got the biggest reason to give Niner fans hope in this matchup coming up on Sunday.
Well, and then also coming up next is Herm Edwards.
He can wait.
That's well,
hello.
He did that to us once, right? No,
That's
actually,
right.
He can't wait. This man hung up on Jaden Daniels for us.
I love this man.
So we cannot make him wait. But if you've never heard, I think most of you have, if you've never heard Herm Edwards do a radio interview, first of all, it's pretty freaking, awesome. But Herm put on this uniform. Herm is real tight with John Lynch. Herm was Ricky Pearsall's coach. So there are some very, very specific questions that we need to ask Herm, and we'll do that next. And those of you who want to weigh in, we see you. Hang tight, and we're going to chat with Herm, and then we're going to chat with you. So B and Frank and everybody else, 888-957-9570. That is the number, and this is Willard and Dibs. We're sponsored by Kalshi. Trade on anything.
Make money predicting the college football playoff legally nationwide with Kalshi. From sports to politics, culture, and more, if it matters, you can trade on it with Kalshi, the world's largest prediction market. Use code FAN to get $20 when you trade 100. Kalshi. Kalshi. Trade on anything.
All right, hey, it's Willard for Underdog, and we're having fun with the football playoffs coming up this weekend, but also basketball every night. Last night, I bet on Steph Curry higher than 0.5 night-night gestures, and I won. No, you can't actually do that. But with all of the buzzer beaters, the basketball action, Underdog is the place to be. You can make picks and win money right now in California, and it's very easy. How it actually does work is you do pick your favorite players, favorite teams, and whether they will go higher or lower on stats, not nights, but like points and rebounds and steals, etc. If you pair them all together and get them right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. So if you want to check in on the Warrior-Kings game tomorrow night and go lower on Malik Monk minutes, no, again, you can't do that. But you get what I'm saying. You could do Steph Curry higher than 26 points, whatever it may be. Download the app today. Use my promo code Willard to score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, use my promo code to get free money. It's my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over, present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, 1-800-GAMBLER or ncpgambling.org.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
¡Listos todos! Estas son las mañanitas.
Now we just need to harmonize.
Switch today. Get 4 Samsung Galaxy S25 phones with Galaxy AI. Plus, get 4 lines for just $25 per line. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile. With 24 monthly bill credits, 4 new lines, and 4 eligible trade-ins. For well-qualified customers with auto-pay plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us. Finance agreement required.
Hi, I'm John with Jack's Restaurant and Bar. My brothers and I recorded our first commercial a while back. It got a little chaotic, so I'm here today.
What's going on here, bro?
Are
you recording a commercial without us?
Guys, no, I'm just trying
to what? Take all the credit for our half-pound all-natural burgers?
Or the best fish and chips
or
around?
7 mac and cheeses and 14 sandwiches, including a French dip that will change your life?
Or homemade meatloaf, pot roast, and next-level lamb
chops? Or
chops?
that people can order takeout and delivery by visiting ilovejacks.com?
Guys, no, I'm
just went behind our backs.
I knew he would.
Wait till we tell Mom.
Oh, please don't tell Mom.
Real family, great food, ilovejacks.com.
Injured at work? Don't wait. Every moment counts. You may be entitled to medical care and financial compensation, but time matters. The attorneys at Boxer & Gerson are here to protect your rights and fight for the treatment and support you need. Boxer & Gerson have helped thousands of people across Northern California who were hurt on the job. Don't wait, don't guess. Get answers. Call Boxer & Gerson today at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight.
From carriage house to glass aluminum doors, RNS Doors has a full line of commercial and residential garage doors and gates to suit anyone's taste and budget. Visit rsdoors.com. RNS Doors. Look for the red truck.
I bet you folks are glad to be done with your shopping. Hopefully, all your gifts went well. But there's one last store to visit, this time just for yourself. Your chance to get one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony TVs at a crazy low price. Where? At Video Only's year-end clearance sale. A great way to end the year. If you don't check out these deals at Video Only, you'll be sorry.
Hey, this is Willard and Dibs from 95.7 The Game with great news from Safeway. You can earn Safeway rewards with each purchase you make. Then use your rewards for discounts on groceries or up to 20 cents off per gallon in gas rewards at participating Chevron or Texaco stations and up to $1 off per gallon at participating Safeway fuel stations.
Not a member? Register for an account with your phone number at checkout and start earning rewards today. I personally love shopping at Safeway and saving up to 20% on my purchases for you with personalized deals, meal plans that list the ingredients needed to make shopping easy, and pet perks. There's something for everyone, including a free item every month from some of my favorite brands.
If you sign up today, you can get $5 off your first purchase of $25. Restrictions and exclusions apply. Learn more at Safeway.com/4U. That's Safeway.com/FORU, as in the letter U. We will see you at Safeway soon.
I know that hiring can be challenging. You need someone to match your role perfectly. Well, now you can meet them fast on ZipRecruiter.
Build your team, build it sooner. Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Just head to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet your match on ZipRecruiter.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with DayQuil Intense Flu. DayQuil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
DayQuil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu medicine. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
Too many tools, too much stress, and way too many bills.
Odoo replaces it all. One connected platform for every part of your business, so you can work faster, smarter, and for less. Odoo, the only software you'll ever need. Try it free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
A late interception by the Giants will preserve a Giant victory. An upset win as the Giants lead 17-12. We're inside 30 seconds. The Eagles have no timeouts. Wait a minute. Here's a free foot. I don't believe it. The Eagles pick it up, and Herman Edwards runs it in for a touchdown. An incredible development.
He just loses a snap, doesn't get it, and who's right there? Herman Edwards.
You play to win the game. Hello? You play to win the game.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I mean, there's a lot going on here behind the scenes right now. So, for those of you who don't know, that's called the Miracle at the Meadowlands. Right. It's actually like Herm Edwards' most famous moment, not his press conferences.
No.
But Lucas back here literally had the nerve. As they're playing this, he goes, "Do you know what this is? I just want to make sure you know what this is." Do I know what this is? Yes, some of us know that Herm Edwards is about the Miracle at the Meadowlands. He's not just a guy who once upon a time said you play to win the game.
Hello.
At a press conference.
Right.
But he's both of these things, and he's also on the River Islands guest line. Coach Herm Edwards here on Willard and Dibbs. Hey, Coach, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Appreciate you both. Obviously, that play kind of goes down historically. People talk about a lot, and it's interesting because I always tell people, you talk about that one play, but you don't talk about the 38 interceptions I had as a player.
Hey,
yeah.
That's another story for another time.
I love it, but just to be a part of a play that has a name, like, the Music City Miracle and the Miracle at the Meadowlands and the Catch too, that's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, what's even more unique about it, it really started it brought in the victory formation. Because if you can remember, there was no victory formation until that play happened. And then everybody went back to this victory deal where the quarterback, gets the ball and there's two running backs behind him, and there's a guy behind the running backs. I mean, it started the next week, actually. That's when the victory formation came into vogue.
Wow.
Game changer.
Yeah, unbelievable. Herm Edwards with us here on Willard and Dibbs. So, to take a look at what's going on now, Herm, I know this would be an overstatement, but in your mind, how much of a miracle would it be if the 49ers were able to go on some sort of a playoff run with everything they're dealing with?
Well, first of all, Coach Shanahan's got to be in the mix of being Coach of the Year. This football team had great resilience when it started off the season. There were so many guys beat up, and obviously for them to win 12 games in the best conference in the NFL, the NFC West, with Seattle sitting there and the Rams. I mean, you got two teams with 12 wins. You got one team with 14 wins. I mean, it's not even close to what the best division is. And with that being said, for these guys to be sitting in this position says a lot about their players, their coaches, and just what they've accomplished. And look, this is the playoffs, and this is a team that has a lot of playoff experience, like the Eagles. They have a fantastic player, McCaffrey. I mean, it all runs through him at the end of the day. Guy's got, over 1,200 yards rushing, 10 touchdowns. He has another almost 1,000 yards catching passes. So he is the guy that makes it all go for San Francisco. The thing that San Francisco doesn't have right now, and it could come back and bite them, when they rush four guys, they don't hit the quarterback. They got 20 sacks. And this is a league where you got to disrupt the quarterback. Coach Saleh does a great job of calling defenses, but he knows the only way you get these quarterbacks off their spot is you got to hit them. You got to threaten them in the pocket. So they got to find a way to rush the quarterback a little bit better.
And they do play bend but don't break, but then Philly gets in the red zone, and they're the best red zone offense in football. When you look at the two wide receivers for Philadelphia and a non-existent pass rush for the Niners, how much pressure does that put on Diamond Lenore and the other corners for San Francisco?
Lots. And they've got, A.J. Brown's a big physical guy, and you mentioned him. He's got 1,000 yards and receptions, 78 catches, and he's another one. He doesn't get enough passes. I get all that, but that's another story. Smith, obviously, another 1,000-yard receiver with 4 touchdowns. And then you got to deal with the runner. Barkley, he's a 1,000-yard guy as well. And then a lot of people lose sight of this guy, Goddard. And Goddard leads them all in touchdowns. He has 11 touchdowns.
Herm Edwards is with us talking Eagles, Niners, and much more right here on Willard and Dibbs 95.7 The Game. Herm, I want to play something for you that you said to us last September. There was some excitement because Ricky Pearsall, who you know very well, you coached, he was having a great start to the season. But I want to play this for you. This is from September 18th last year. Take a listen to what you said.
It doesn't surprise me. I mean, he's a workaholic, and I told John and him that. I said, hey, you got to protect Ricky from Ricky. I said, because he's full speed every day in practice. He just loves to compete. You got to protect him from himself because he has that mentality of how he plays and how he practices. I mean, he practices like it's a game. He's that kind of kid, and you love his success of all those guys. The guys that I had over at Arizona State.
Okay, and so now looking at the season that we've had and the story that Ricky has given everybody over the last 2 years, that sort of hits different because he does look so good, but dang it, he is having the hardest time staying on the field, Coach.
Yeah, that has always been an issue for Ricky. He's going to be nicked up a little bit. He's going to miss some time, and with Ayuk being out, and that's a whole different story there. That thing was going. I don't know where that thing went, but all of a sudden you lose 2 of your guys, and to San Francisco's credit, they just keep finding ways to win games. I mean, they just do, and they're remarkable. They really are. I say this: as long as they got the runner, they got a shot. Because the runner, boy, I tell you what, he wears the S on his chest because he is magnificent football player now, and so. Yeah, and Rick, you feel bad for him because he's one of those guys that he has one speed and it's full speed. And when he's on the field, he's an excellent football player. But I always say this, in football and in life, you got to be available. Availability is critical.
Coach, just because you mentioned his name, I want to remind everybody that you spend a lot of time with Brandon Ayuk. And I know you just said you don't know what happened there, but I kind of want to circle back to it and at least get an idea of how surprised you are that this has gone the way that it's gone with him.
Yeah, I wish it wasn't like this, but obviously it's there. And going forward, I don't know what the organization is going to do, but it's a shame. It just is because I think he's in a great spot. He's a West Coast guy. And when he's on the field, he's a good football player. There ain't no doubt about that. But I don't know where it goes from here. And I'm not in the front office. Only they know, Coach knows, and the powers that be know all that. I know there's a landing spot for him, and I know where it's at.
Did you talk to him at all through any of this, Herm?
No, I haven't bothered him. I don't want to bother him because, they're playing football, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. I just don't because, for my love for John and who he is, and I don't want to get in the middle of it. And hopefully it works out for all the parties involved. It'll be interesting to see what happens, right? I mean, it's hard. It's just hard. It's just hard to watch, because I thought that was a good place for him in that offense, but who knows?
And you mentioned a landing spot. Are you just speaking generally that a guy that talented will find a spot? And also, as somebody who's coached, if you were on the outside looking at this, would there be some reluctance to bring him in after everything we've seen?
Yeah, depending where he goes. There might be a spot for him, though. It ain't on the West Coast, boys.
Okay, is it in the Midwest?
I'll make it real easy for you. Who was his quarterback in college?
Yeah, so you're talking about Washington.
I didn't say that. I just
No,
said
you didn't. No, I like this little cat and mouse. I was going to ask it east of the Mississippi and north of the Mason-Dixon, but you made it a little bit simpler, Coach. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
So who knows? I mean, I hope he stays there. I really do. I hope they can figure it out, but I don't know. I'm not in the front office.
Yeah, no doubt. We get it. Herm Edwards with us here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, there's been a lot of talk, as there always is in a matchup like this, about sort of the coaches and the quarterback. And so there's this thing about Sirianni and Hurts, and then Shanahan and Purdy. Brian Baldinger was on in Philly and said yesterday, no doubt about it, he would take Sirianni and Hurts as a combo over Shanahan and Purdy. What's your response to that?
Well, here he is. He's a former Eagle. He got to say that, I guess. I'm a former Eagle too, so I get it. Look, I think Coach Shanahan has done a fabulous job this year. I've already said when I first came on the show, he is in the running for Coach of the Year. What he's done with this football team, and on the other side of it, in Philly, that coach don't get enough credit for what he's done. Philly's hard, boy. They were beating him up earlier in the season. They were just throwing bricks at the poor guy. And what he's been able to do with this football team, he's got them back in the playoffs. I mean, they won a Super Bowl. I mean, look, gosh, both have done excellent jobs. But I just think Coach Shanahan is remarkable. Him and the players and the coaching staff, what they've accomplished to win 12 games after all these guys were beat up earlier this season, that's a mark of good coaching and players buying in.
And Philly's 11-6, which is nothing to sneeze at, but it seems like offensively they took a little bit of a step back. What have you seen on the tape from Philly that made their offense a little bit more muted than last year, Coach?
Well, look, it's real simple, and I don't know. I lived back east, obviously, for a long time in Philly, and back east they call these things. They call them potholes. You're riding on the freeway and you hit a pothole. It's boop, boop. That's their offense. It's a pothole offense. It runs smooth for a little while, and then all of a sudden it disappears. It just flat disappears. It can disappear for a whole quarter, and you just can't figure it out. You said, what's wrong? What just happened here? And I don't know if a lot of it has to do with the sense of they have so many skilled players, how you get them all the ball. How do you distribute the football, right? How do you get it to all these guys? I think they struggle with that sometimes, and that's why this thing goes 3 plays. Look, last week's second half, they didn't score. They didn't move the ball.
Yep.
It's like, really? Now, their defense is playing really good. Their defense is playing well. I mean, they have done a nice job here of the last month of football. So credit to them. I mean, that has really, helped them a lot because they got a big front that can rush you, and they're a good football team. Now, they got a weakness at one of the corners. We know that, and Coach Shanahan probably sees it on tape. And he's going to try to probably go at it when he has to, so it'll be interesting how the chess master works.
Yeah, I mean, even listening to you, it's sort of like the Niners' strength will go against the Eagles' strength, and the Eagles' weakness will go against the Niners' weakness. Like, what do you see as kind of the deciding matchup in this one?
Anytime you get in the playoffs, teams that get in the playoffs earn their spot there. They're tested. And both these teams are perennial playoff teams. Look, these organizations have won Super Bowls, and obviously 49ers have won more than the Eagles. But that being said, I mean, these players understand the gravity of the game because they've been in these games. So it's not like if you're the Carolina Panthers, right? They're going into the playoffs. The last time they went there was 2015. So it's going to be entirely new to these guys. These two organizations have been in big games. They understand it. And it all comes down to this. For me, when you're playing games like this, and I can remember it as a player, don't beat yourself. Just don't do it. Just don't beat yourself. Don't get out of your comfort zone as a player. Don't try to do things you're incapable of doing when you get in the playoffs. Hopefully these guys don't do that either side of the football, and just play the game out. Because you're playing against a tough team. Both teams are tough. You just got to, when you have an opportunity to make the play, you got to make it. Because this is the playoffs. The loser of this is like all the rest of those teams that are at home watching. This is a funny league. Seven new division winners, right? So as soon as you think, well, we'll go back next year, not so fast, guys. That's the National Football League. So I think both these opponents know what's at stake. They're very good on both sides of the ball when they play. And I've always said this, when it's your turn to make a play as a player, you got to make the play.
Yeah, and that ultimately is what a lot of these games come down to. And the play could be made easier if they got Big 71 out there, the left tackle, Trent Williams. You've watched a lot of football, Herm. Where would you put him among the greats that you played against, with, and the guys you've seen subsequently?
Oh, he's right there. He's a big man with great balance and great bend. He's long. He has a presence about himself. You feel very comfortable when you're the quarterback. You don't worry about that backside. You go, he got it. Well, I'm good. And that's what you want. You want the quarterback when he drives, because that's the side that gets you on the blind side. It's like, oh, where's he coming? Especially right-hand quarterback. He ain't coming. I ain't got to worry about it. That guy can block out the sun when he's going. He's a big old athlete, and that's what you want. That's the prototypical. That's what an athletic tackle should look like.
Herm, as a player or a coach, can you speak to what happens to a team when they lose? I mean, everybody has injuries, but I mean like foundational pieces of what you do and what that does to a football team.
Well, you can let it affect you if you allow it. If you make excuses for it. What you have to do, and San Francisco has done this, they have slightly adjusted their plan at times, offensively and defensively. This is what we do now. We got to do this a little bit different, right? We might have to slide a little more to the left side to tackle. And if you're Salah and you're going, hey, look, there are going to be certain situations where I'm going to have to bring more than 4 guys, and I know that, and I don't want to hang these guys out here, but they got to know I got to bring pressure this time. So there's ways you can combat it. But you don't go from one extreme to another, because if you start doing that, then the players say, Coach, why are we panicking? Right? You don't want the players to think the coach is panicking, because then you got a problem.
One thing we know that they will prepare for is what's called the tush push, or the brotherly shove. Yep. They do it better than anybody now. I wonder what your thoughts are as an old school football player when that never used to be a thing. What do you think of that play, Herm?
Well, what I tell people all the time, I've said this many times on television, don't let them get 3rd and 1. Real simple. Make it 3rd and 3 or more, and you're good. Because if it's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 1, it's first down. You're already on your play sheet as a defensive coordinator. You're already going to first down. When it gets 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 1, you're already you're looking at your play sheet. They're going to convert because they're going to push us. Stay in 3rd and 3s or more. You ain't got to worry about it. That's what I say.
Okay.
That's like every series is a 1st and 7.
Not easy.
That's exactly right.
Herm, who do you think is coming out of the NFC? Where are you putting your chip?
You know what? I don't know. I mean, this is one of those deals. Since I'm a defensive guy, look, and I said this last week, and people looked at me like I was crazy. And I don't know if this is true, but I think it could be a team out of the NFC West, okay? Now, with that being said, I said this last week, and they thought I was crazy. I said, hey, and I don't know this. I'm just saying this. I'm just fooling around. I said, you know who's going? I said, Seattle is going from the NFC, and the Denver Broncos are going to go from the AFC, and the score is going to be 3-2.
There you go.
So I guess defense does win championships, right? After all.
Take that. 3-2 score. Where's Willie Mays when you need him to hit a home run for you?
Sounds like a real exciting game, Herm.
Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
We don't know. That's what's great about it. We don't know. No one knows. I mean, it's a pretty on both sides of the slate. I mean, no one knows what New England is. England's sitting there with 14 wins, and we can't figure them out, right? Jacksonville. Is Jacksonville for real? We know Houston can play defense. We know Denver plays defense. We know the Chargers, who they are. We know who the Eagles are. Chicago Bears, they're new to the dance. Green Bay Packers been there a lot. But the Packers have lost 4 in a row. Carolina Panthers in a division where 3 teams are 8-9, and actually somebody won the division. They're going to the playoffs. And then you look at the NFC West. I think it's the strongest division in football. You got Seattle, San Francisco, and the Rams. So I'm a little scared about the Rams because that quarterback they got, oh boy, when he starts spinning it now, he's pretty good. 46 touchdown passes. And you know what? And he's running out of time. He's 37 years old. He's running out of time. And he's got a good football team. So they're pretty good too now.
Yeah, they can be dangerous. And just for an informational point, the last 3-2 game, 1926, Herm, the Chicago Cardinals beat the Milwaukee Badgers.
Exactly 100 years ago.
It was October, so it's 99 and change.
I was not born then.
Yeah.
It would be fabulous, 3-2, wouldn't it?
Yeah, Chicago with an early field goal, and they held on. Red Dunn with the field goal of an unknown length. So there you go.
How about that? How about that?
Coach, we thank you so much for coming on the show.
All right, man. My pleasure. Thank you.
There he goes. Appreciate you. Herm Edwards on Willard and Dibs.
The Milwaukee Badgers, Mark, with a late safety to cut it to 1. Only 2 3-2 games ever. And you know I love the scoregami, and you look up every score ever, and 3-2. Not likely.
Did they both play to win the game?
They played to, The Badgers fell to 2-4 that day.
Oh, that's a tough break.
Yeah.
Tough break. All right. 888-957-9570. Let's go to B in the city. Hi, B. What's going on?
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, what's going on? Hey, so I got 2 things. I wanted to talk about. So I got a text message saying that there's a refereeing our game, and he's from Pennsylvania.
It's
and
true.
He's an Eagles fan, and the Eagles' record is 8-1. Is that true?
And the Niners is 3-6.
I mean, what are we doing about that? How is that not a bigger deal?
I mean, I don't know. Do you really buy that the NFL is going to put out somebody who is unprofessional and is going to, especially now that this ref knows that this has become a national story this week, and he's going to start throwing flags on the Niners right there in front of everybody?
I don't know. Yeah. Well, I mean, it's happened in the NBA, so I mean, I'm not going to put it past the NFL.
Yeah, I get it. B, thank you very much. I don't know. Do you put anything into this? You're the referee around here.
Yeah, his name is Alan Eck.
Alan Eck, yes.
And this will be his first postseason assignment as the White Hat.
Okay.
So I'm a little bit, aware of that fact. It's his 3rd postseason assignment. His first, though, as the boss, as the White Hat. So does that affect the nerves of being, the dude in the crew? I think that's more of a factor than the reality that he's from Philadelphia or the Pennsylvania area. And I don't know if he's an Eagles fan or not. He could have been a Steelers fan.
I think there are stories about how he grew up an Eagles fan or whatever. But, I don't know. I mean, are we really boy, you're going to point the finger at me for making excuses. We're going to talk about the ref and where he grew up before he's even made any calls?
Right.
And it's been a national story this week. So I actually think this ends up being a good thing. He knows everybody's watching.
Right.
For how this all looks based on his past record.
And it will be interesting to see because Philadelphia on the year their offense was the 10th most penalized. The Niners, 31st. So the Niners don't commit a lot of penalties on offense. So that'll be something to watch if you see a couple of ticky-tack holding calls early in the game.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We've been taking calls all day on how everything is awesome. 888-957-9570. In other words, the Niners are here. We all just said, I thought this was an agreement. We all said, boy, after all these injuries, if they could just make the playoffs. And so here they are. And so I've expressed that I am incredibly excited that this game is even happening. And no, that does not mean that now we don't care who wins. But you can weigh in on that, number one, 888-957-9570. But I do also, we got to do the little 1-2 punch on Brian Baldinger. He said what he said on WIP about Sirianni and Hurts. We'll play that for you, but I want to play something else for you that he said on our station over a year ago that I think kind of discredits what he said on WIP today. So we'll do that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
And it's Dan Dibley here. And you know what I love about heading to Chase Center the energy, the excitement, and doing it all without sitting in traffic. And that's why so many fans hop on Caltrain. It's the easy, stress-free way to get to the action. Instead of fighting for parking or staring at brake lights, you can just relax, scroll your phone, grab a snack, or kick back and enjoy the smooth ride. Caltrain drops you right in San Francisco, steps away from great food, entertainment, and of course, the big event at Chase Center. Skip the traffic, skip the parking, take Caltrain, your ride to what matters.
This Sunday, it's more than a game. It's a statement.
Hey, make them feel you every rep. Set your will upon them.
Eagles, Niners, history, rivalry.
Hey, tonight, remember this. We hate these boys. One game, 60 minutes, all you got.
It all happens on Sunday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
We're bringing the fire up until kickoff on the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
And now, your Live Nation lineup.
MXPX at the Fillmore, January 24th. Warren Haynes solo at the Fillmore, February 13th.
Spots of time like windows appear. You can look out or in. You can't get to the future I'm in.
That was your Live Nation lineup.
For tickets and info, hit up livenation.com.
In sports, success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. At Great Clips, we save your haircut details in clip notes, so every member of the highly skilled team knows exactly how to create your signature look. And with our easy-to-use app, you can check in from anywhere and get a ready next text when you're up next for a cut. It's the confidence of a great haircut delivered by a team you trust. Download our app today. Great Clips, it's gonna be great.
This is Larry Flick, owner of The Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin with our New Year's clearance sale. Now through January 12th, get up to 50% off store-wide on carpet, hardwood, laminate, waterproof flooring, and much more. Plus 2 years interest-free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our Happy New Year from The Floor Store. There's just one thing. It ends Monday. Go to floorstores.com to find the nearest of our 11 showrooms, from Santa Rosa to San Jose. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
Lawton Skilled Nursing and Rehabilitation Center is a 5-star facility located in the Sunset District of San Francisco and in close proximity to our preferred partner, UCSF Medical Center. At Lawton, you're in good hands with world-class nurses led by a well-known and UCSF-affiliated medical director in Dr. Darby Clayson. Contact Administrator Dan Daly at 415-566-1200. That's 415-566-1200 for any additional information.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533. 800-568-6533.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Hey, what's up, flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
What is it that makes the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid an incredible SUV? Is it the spacious interior that's comfy for the whole crew? Or the capability to go off-road? Maybe it's up to 600-plus miles of range. What if it's all of that and more? What is it then? The all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. So much more than just another SUV. Visit HyundaiUSA.com or call 562-314-4603 for more details.
This is your college football postseason update, presented by Factor. Eat like a pro. The quarterfinals delivered high drama this past weekend as championship contenders survived bowl game battles to punch their tickets to the semifinals. Razor-thin margins decided who keeps their title hopes alive and who heads home. Now the stakes rise even higher with the semifinals set for this week. Just like the athletes powering through their biggest moments of the year, Factor meals fuel performance with pro-level nutrition delivered to your door. Ready when you are. Factor. Eat like a pro.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs.
It's Uncle Scott from Sundays. We got a lot of touchdowns to watch together.
On 95.7 The Game.
I mean, I hope.
Yeah.
Last week there were, hang on, hold on one sec. I got to count them up.
Field goal, San Francisco.
Oh, that's right. There were no touchdowns.
Well, yeah.
But the game wasn't on Sunday.
No.
So maybe
It's
that
Uncle
was
Scott.
Maybe that was the problem.
Might have been.
Niners need to go into the red zone on Sunday.
Yeah.
Not Saturday.
Yeah, both teams in the red zone, they tend to score quite a bit. Philadelphia, 70% in the red area. And I love what Herm said, like, got to keep them to 3rd and 3 now. Because it's
But you want to know why you love that? Because you do that. That's such a Dan Dibley thing to say. And it's not that it's wrong. I don't ever know.
What's a Dan Dibley thing to say?
Let me give you an example. So when Herm says, like, and I don't have a real problem with the tush push, but let's say that I did. Then this whole idea of like, I don't like what the league lets them do on 3rd and 1. Well, then don't let them get to 3rd and 1.
Right.
Hold them to 3rd and 2. It's like, right. I get that, but the concept is, if you're someone who believes that the tush push is wrong, I don't. But if you did believe that, then basically you're saying it's okay for things to be unfair. You should have to just do even better. And that is a mentality. Example, when you and I argued about the goaltending thing against the Clippers.
Yeah.
Like, your immediate tweet was that even though we all admit, because it's irrefutable, this was a
blown call.
Totally blown call.
Yep.
And yes, it automatically costs the Warriors points. And then, no, Steve doesn't, it's not a rule that he has to react that way, but then it leads to more technical fouls and free throws, and so it leads to even more points. And then the Warriors lose by 1, and your response was, shoot better.
They were pretty bad.
They were bad. So you're not wrong, but it's also like, in my mind, if you just responded to everything in life that was done poorly around you and said, well, now you should just have to, you don't have to just be better than the other team. You have to be like 6 points better than the other team. It's a Dan Dibley thing to say.
In life, and that's fair, but I approach many things in my life with what my kids always made fun of me over, and that is I want a buffer. In other words, if I have to be here at work at 12:45
I get it.
for a meeting with our boss, look, I'm not going to leave my house at noon knowing it's a 35-minute drive and a 10-minute walk, and I'm going to be pushing it. I want to have a little bit of a buffer, put the knee brace on, get the lunch together, etc. So I think about that when it comes to sports as well.
Sure.
And yeah, you lost by 1, and you gave up a 2 that you shouldn't have had to give up, and then you got some T's in there, whatnot. Ultimately, very rarely does it come down to a call. And there was that New Orleans playoff game, right, about 5 or 6 years ago where it was a clear-cut PI.
That one on Alvin Kamara. Yeah,
Right.
this is a great example.
And the Armando Galarraga perfect game where Jim Joyce he absolutely kicked the call on not even a bang-bang play at first. Like, if there was review, that's a perfect game.
100%.
But it wasn't. So there aren't many of those. And so I always kind of reserve my usage of that, of like, oh, we lost because of the refs. Well, those were a couple of bad calls in the Warrior game, sure.
Well, I mean, I think this is in any sporting event. You know what I mean? Like, did Tyler Loop lose the football game for the Baltimore Ravens? No, they were allowed to already be winning. They could have made other plays. They could have stopped the Steelers and that's all true. The other way of looking at it is if Tyler kicks the ball through the uprights, they win. So I don't even know what the answer to this is. I just heard that, and I'm like, that's a Dan Dibley thing to say.
Definitely.
Yeah.
And I don't really mind the tush push. I do think that from an aesthetic standpoint, it's kind of stupid where, like, we're all going to get close to the line, and I'm going to get the ball, and I'm going to have my guys push me, and then your guys are going to try to push back. It's not very aesthetically pleasing to me, but I mean, people defend it and people like it, so have at it.
They defend it because it's not breaking any rule that we've ever known to be. But I also think sometimes in sports, you have to tweak things a little bit. I'm not even saying the tush push is one of these things, but sometimes in sports, you have to make new rules when things that are within the rules, but they're not within the spirit of the game, develop. My example would be when at a certain point, baseball teams just decided, you know what, we're going to just put all of the defense over there.
Yep.
And it's like, well, yeah, you're allowed to do that, but that's not what we're doing. That's not baseball. I'm going to put one guy at third and 12 people in right field. All right, Bryce Harper, who loves to hit the ball to right field, we could do about that. It's like, okay, can we just play the game, please?
Yeah.
So then they make a rule that's like, now you got to keep half the people over there and half the people over there, and baseball's better off for it.
And they banned the zone in the NBA,
Right.
and then they put in, okay, now you can play zone, but there's defensive 3 in the key. The one in the NBA that I'm waiting for them to enforce, and you're going to love this because it's your least favorite athlete on the planet, this Dylan Brooks stomp in the lane on a free throw thing.
Oh, God, I've seen this.
And he's done it a number of times.
Yeah, it's absurd.
Yeah, like, that's a lane violation, which we don't call. But how about you knock it off?
Which I don't understand. I mean, I don't want to get on this tangent, but I don't really understand all the things in sports that are total rules that we've just decided, but not those. Traveling in the NBA doesn't matter.
Nope.
Lane violations in the NBA don't matter.
How about being out of bounds when you inbound the ball after a basket?
There's another one.
Draymond's the king of that.
For years, you could just be sort of near second base when you caught the ball on a double play.
The neighborhood play.
And they finally got rid of that.
We
with
allow the
review,
left tackle to be half a yard off the line of scrimmage.
And if he's wearing a Chiefs uniform, he can just start.
You can go ahead and
just start blocking.
Fullback.
Just start blocking. We'll snap the ball at some point.
Delay games only delay when a 64-year-old looks at the clock and looks at the ball and then reaches into his pocket and throws the yellow. So there's a lot of that gray area stuff, but whatever. I totally get what you're saying.
Yeah. So anyway, 888-957-9570. We started off the show, and actually now, as I said, I know this is nuanced. And I'm just trying to explain my approach this weekend. So there's nothing controversial here. If it makes you mad, I don't know. Find a therapist. But the conversation started because the phrase house money was brought up. If you do go back to my text, at no point did I say the Niners are playing with house money. I asked the three of you, how do you feel about the idea of house money this weekend? And boy, the response. Lucas got mad, like right away. Lucas got all pissed off.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Do you think the 49ers are playing with house money this weekend?
Not really. Not per se the way that people use that phrase. No. Because that sort of like implies that now there's no emotion surrounding what happens going forward. And I would not describe it that way at all. How I would describe it is where we finally arrived, which is once all of these injuries happen, that changes my expectations. I like to remove expectations as much as possible anyway. They're the only thing that leads to disappointment. But I'm very, very excited that the 49ers still achieved this even when, by all rights, they probably shouldn't have. Like, when you lose that many players, I don't find it to be an excuse. When you lose that many important players, I don't find it to be an excuse to say that's part of the story. This is part of who they are right now. The Niners have lost Fred Warner and his backup, and possibly his running mate as well, it seems. Dee Winters did not practice again today. No, 98% of Niner fans do not have the first clue about who's playing linebacker this weekend, yet I'm told a Niner fan is supposed to sit down with a beer in one hand, scream at the TV, and get mad if said linebackers we don't know don't play great, like greatness, this weekend and go into Philly and tackle Saquon Barkley. I think that's silly.
I agree with that part of it.
That's all.
You look at last week against Seattle, and you had largely the same situation. You had, Bethune in there, and you had other guys who probably won't play, and you gave up 14 points, and it could have been more, missed field goals and whatnot, but the defense was able to hang in that game. And the beauty of football for me, especially in a spot where you're only a 4.5-point underdog on the road, which means in a neutral field, you're probably a 1.5 or a 2-point underdog, which they're telling you that these teams are mostly comparable. And Herm Edwards, and I love the word he used, he called the Eagles offense a pothole, where you're cruising along and all of a sudden, blah, blah, you hit a pothole, and now you got to pull over because you got a flat tire, and you get the jack out and you fix that thing, and you keep on humming down the road. So it's not like you're facing the greatest show on turf with a beleaguered defense. No. You're facing a team that is in many ways comparable to you, and the matchup, I think, on that side of the ball is similar to what Seattle was. Seattle, they ran it pretty well. I don't think that Philadelphia will run it as well because they don't coordinate like Seattle does. And then, Seattle with JSN, he was tough to cover, but beyond that, you didn't really get pummeled too much in the pass game.
No, but they held the ball. They converted on converted on third downs into first downs. They made the throws that they had to make, and the 49ers could not get off the field, and they gave up almost 40 minutes of time of possession. So I know they only gave up 13 points, but I don't think that they were very good. And this is what we do. We just, it's like, man, you can tell by listening to a lot of people how much alcohol they consume during a game.
Whoa.
No, you really can, because it's just like there's no thought at all to like what actually happens in a football game. The winner was awesome, and the coach and quarterback won, and the loser was stupid, and the coach and quarterback lost. I would look at it more like this. Like any NFL quarterback, and Herm Edwards kind of said this if you listen to this, any especially competent NFL quarterback, if his offensive line wins all the battles, he's going to complete passes, and he's going to stay on the field. And any NFL quarterback who is not granted that is going to have a really hard time. So why did Herm express some doubt about the 49ers playing well this weekend? Everybody's competent now. Everybody's good. You're in the playoffs, and you can't move the quarterback off his spot. They haven't done it for weeks. So it's like, if you're playing Cam Ward, sure, you're probably going to find a way to win that game. But no, you're playing Jalen Hurts. You're playing the Super Bowl champs, and you can't rush the quarterback. Maybe they will this weekend.
They're allowed to.
But if you look the same way that you've looked the last month and a half rushing the passer, you're putting yourself in a really rough spot. So that's all. But they've found a way to win enough of these games so that they've earned this. And it's a football game, so yes, it can go their way.
Yeah.
And so let's do this.
Absolutely, let's do this.
That's my thought.
The big problem that I'm having with the Niner defense is not the fact that they play bend but don't break, because I think they've done a great job of that since they lost Nick, and you lost Fred, and now maybe no D, and no Tatum, and all the rest of it. So your defense is rookies and guys who are practice squad who you picked up, and a guy named Wallow. So that's basically your defense. But you play bend but don't break really well. The problem is the Eagles in the red zone, they score 70% of the time. So your bend but don't break normally can limit other offenses to 3. This Philadelphia team, when they get inside the 20, they get 6. much more often than any other team.
Oh.
That is the thing that's scaring me the most.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries, always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming live from the Laughing Monk Studios. All right, you tell me if I'm being unfair here. So Jalen Hurts. Let's talk about Jalen Hurts for a second. Let's play for everybody what Baldy said on WIP. Was this morning, or was it late yesterday, or when was it? Doesn't matter, I guess. Baldy does all of his hits on our station and often with the Joes in the morning, and Baldy is royalty. He's awesome. He's a good dude. He's very good with X's and O's. I love Brian Baldinger. I don't always agree with him, and I don't agree with him here, especially the tone that he uses. It's not his answer. It's kind of the tone that he uses.
Much like Bucky Brooks when he said, it's the Rams.
Rams, duh. Like, are you stupid? So, like, he's asked, which would you take? Coach quarterback combo, Sirianni Hurts or Shanahan Purdy? Listen to his answer.
It wouldn't even be close. It'd be Sirianni and Hurts. We're talking about, two guys that have been to 2 Super Bowls, won one, and been to other big games and been in the playoffs every single year together. Yeah, that's not even. I wouldn't even have a debate with that.
Really? You wouldn't even have a debate?
No, not even a debate.
So how
One
much?
guy's done it.
What's that?
One guy's done it. One guy's trying to do it. One guy's trying to get over the hump. One guy's trying to. No, when you've done it and you've been there, they never take that away. It never goes off your resume. That's what it's all about.
Okay, so he's very gosh, it's not even close. And even the WIP hosts are like, really? Like, it's not even close? Now, I guess we need to define it. When you've done it.
You won the Lombardi.
He's talking about winning a Super Bowl.
Yep.
I grant that. But how far do we extend these kinds of comparisons? Let's go back to December of 2024.
Mm-hmm.
This is 13 months ago. And people are talking about Brock Purdy. And they're talking about a contract extension. And obviously at that time, the 49ers were mired in a pretty rough season. So Baldy says this about how the 49ers should handle the quarterback position in the offseason.
I'd say I'd go flip them for Sam Darnold right now.
Wow.
I mean,
wow.
So Minnesota, look, let's just think about Sam for a second. You sat there as a backup all year. He learned what a first-class franchise, game planning, how to build a team. He saw that for the first time in his life. Now he's with Kevin O'Connell, who's an elite play caller, with a very, very good offense that has a real style to it, and he's flourishing. Minnesota doesn't have to commit anything to him right now. All they're doing, I talked to the general manager 2 weeks ago, Quezzy, just to play it out. They've got a quarterback they drafted. They don't have to give them top-flight money, or they could trade him. I would be having a conversation with Minnesota to see what it would take to get Sam Darnold back. He's a bigger, stronger, more athletic, I don't know, but he's bigger and stronger than what Brock is. Or can you play with both of them at a modicum of salary and afford both and, I don't know, have a competition?
All right, that was December 17th. Obviously, what happened next is Sam Darnold's entire Minnesota Vikings experience cratered, and he got embarrassed in the playoffs.
And then he went to Seattle and went 14-3.
Yes, correct. Although
they went 14-3.
Yes, they went 14-3, and we've had a number of people already tell us Bucky Brooks said it yesterday. What's the one thing that might get in Seattle's way? And he goes, Sam Darnold.
Good, yeah.
Sam Darnold. I like Sam Darnold. That's not what I'm saying. I just want to know. This is what I would ask Baldy, where's the line? If you're comparing two people and you simply want to look at their resume and how far they've gone, and you're going to judge them based on that, then Brock Purdy with 4 playoff wins, 2 NFC title game appearances, a Super Bowl appearance, and taking Mahomes to overtime. But you wanted to flip him for Sam Darnold, who's never won a playoff game in his life.
Yep, but now he's the 1 seed, so he gets to chill with the bye.
Yep.
And the year he had, statistically, you could put that next to Brock's numbers, and you probably would prefer Sam Darnold's numbers. Interception rate, because Sam threw 14 picks, but he only threw a pick every 2.9% of his passes. Brock was 3.5.
You love QBR. Brock was number 2 in the league.
Right. I mean, quarterback rating, the pure rating, he's just about a 1.5 behind. QBR, he's a little further behind. So depending on which metric you like, I prefer QBR.
Okay.
And, Brock was number 2, tied for second in 9 games, and Darnold was 21st and he played all the games.
All the games, yeah. No, Sam's good.
Yeah.
I'm not, like, this isn't about that.
I would take Brock, but I don't think it's necessarily a blowout. I mean, coming off of Sam's last 2 years.
I agree. I'll buy that statement. I'm just trying to be like, why
Your
is
point about Baldy,
why
right.
is Sirianni and Hurts not even close? Because they've both been to 2 Super Bowls, but one of them won one of those games. And it's not even close, but you'd flip Brock Purdy for Sam Darnold when Brock Purdy's been to a Super Bowl. Sam Darnold's never even won a wild card game.
And that also, to be fair to Baldy, was the comment made at the tail end of the Brock 6-11 year. He didn't play all the games, and the Niners took a couple of big steps back, and Darnold was coming off a magical year in Minnesota. So there is context to the comment. Your point, though, the bigger point of resume, even at that point, Brock had 4 playoff wins and 2 Super Bowl appearances, and Sam Darnold had no playoff appearances. At that point, they were going, but that's kind of, I think, what you're getting at.
Yeah.
Like, if you're going to resume me here, why don't you resume me over there?
Right. And you and I talked about this a little bit yesterday. I honestly think, I don't know, man, if you're just going to do resume, and I love, people love to bring up I think Robert Horry, right? Is Robert Horry better than Charles Barkley?
Patrick McCaw, Kevin Durant.
Is Trent Dilfer better than, I don't know.
Dan Marino.
There you go, Dan Marino. Like, this stuff gets silly. I just think that it's, I would even say this to Baldy. I think it's a lazy take.
Ooh, and you don't like that phrase.
No, but it is.
I said that to you, and you clap back at me.
Well, it's like, can we think about this a little? I don't even mind if that's your answer. I don't mind if your answer is Sirianni and Hurts. I don't think that's crazy.
I do think part of his answer, and I'm not asking you to play it back, but he does mention the money. You could get Darnold at a modicum of what you're going to pay Brock Purdy.
Right, but now, I mean, I'm going back to the Sirianni and Hurts and, and Purdy and Shanahan thing. I think Shanahan's a better coach than Sirianni. I've been wrong on Sirianni. He's done a very good job. He's obviously is a good coach. He's been very, very accomplished. You need to give him credit for that. I need to give him credit for that. I do. I would take Shanahan over him. The Hurts-Purdy thing is a little bit more cloudy to me. They're so different in what they do. But what I prefer is somebody who is a little bit more kind of accurate with his throws and sees the field better. Jalen's a bigger body. I think his pocket presence maybe is a little better than Brock's, but Brock delivers a better ball. Whatever, we can go back and forth. I would take Shanahan or Purdy. I don't think you're crazy for saying the opposite, but don't say that it's not even close and then cite how you finished one game as the reason why it's, quote, not even. Of course it's close. Of course it's close.
I think so too, but for me, it's always difficult because the Sirianni-Shanahan comp is, for me, it's inaccurate and misguided because Sirianni is the head coach only. Shanahan's the head coach, and he's the offensive coordinator. So Sirianni has a coordinator who, by the way, is in real trouble. Even if they win this game and then they lose next weekend, he probably gets fired.
Good point.
He's in a lot of trouble. So Sirianni's more of a CEO. Shanahan's the CEO, but also the OC. And I look at, when it comes to coaching, think about the Niners staff this year where you brought a new special teams coordinator, Brant Boyer. They were awesome. You brought in Gus Bradley to help Robert Saleh, who you brought in. The defense has been really good considering who they've been actually playing on the field. So we talk about coaches, head coaches, too much. Let's talk about the staff.
Yeah.
And that's where Sirianni, he's got Vic Fangio. And
well, I think he's also got the best GM in the sport.
Right. And all these things,
yeah.
I mean, if we look at all these things, we have to take it all into account, I believe.
I agree with you. Yeah, we're sponsored by Bay Area Fast Track. 888-957-9570 is the number. We will take your calls. If you do want to get in on this matchup and kind of how you're feeling about the Niners even arriving at the playoffs, or is there still full accountability? They better move through the playoffs. We can get into that. I would suggest maybe let's get into it now. We'd love to encourage your calls now. Steve Kerr is joining us in 45 minutes. So 888-957-9570. Also, we'll play for you the question I know a lot of people wanted to hear Brock Purdy answer today, which is, do you think about the UCL injury when you go back into this building? Coming up on Sunday. So we'll play that for you coming up next as well. 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibbs.
On January 1st, Tolls went up on all the bridges except the Golden Gate. These funds will be used to maintain and rehabilitate the Bay Area's 7 state-owned bridges. Learn more at bayareafasttrack.org.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog Fantasy Football Playoffs, all on tap, ready to rock. Underdog's the best place to get in on this action, and we are all about that action, okay? You can make picks and win money right now in California. And playing on Underdog is like a snap. Super user-friendly app. You hop in there, pick your favorite sport, your favorite players, and then whether or not they're going to go higher or lower on certain stats. Blend them all together. You can win up to 5,000 times your cash. Now, I keep playing one this week where I really hope I'm wrong. Boy, I'd love the 49er defense to surprise us this weekend, but I keep looking at Jalen Hurts and going lower than 0.5 interceptions in this game. Sue me, but the Niner defense is down. I hope I'm wrong, but hop in there with me, and I got this for you. If you download the app today and use the promo code Willard, you'll score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. That's free money if you use my promo code, my last name, Willard. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for all of the details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org. Hey, what's going on? It's Willard coming up later on this afternoon on Willard and Dibs. It's a big day. After Warriors-Bucks last night, Steve Kerr will join us at 5, and we're getting closer to Niners-Eagles. How about Herm Edwards? Hello, is coming on the show as well. We'll talk to you soon.
Hi, I'm Chris.
I'm David.
And I'm John Margevisi with Jack's Restaurant and Bar.
Dude, what's with that voice?
Bro, it's my radio voice. People say I have a great voice for radio.
Bro, people say you have a great face for radio.
Oh, you have a radio
Guys,
face.
not again. We're here to talk about Jack's. Our mom taught us everything we know. Use the best ingredients. Cook everything homemade. Treat everyone like family.
Don't forget the bar.
With amazing cocktails.
Of course. Full bar. Amazing cocktails. Let's stay focused.
You're right. I'm sorry, bro.
I'm sorry, too.
That's better. Besides, you're twins. You have the same face for radio.
Why, you little
I love Jax.com.
Elevate your kitchen at the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill. Out of your dreams and into your kitchen. Select the qualifying built-in kitchen appliance package that is right for you. With unrivaled technology and luxury-grade quality, when you bring home a Mila, you're bringing home true innovation. Now, for a limited time, save up to 10% with the purchase of a qualifying Mila kitchen package. Visit the Mila Innovation Center at Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill or at friedmansappliance.com.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask
Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
The NFL is taking over the Bay Area with Super Bowl Experience presented by Jersey Mike's, February 3rd through 7th at the Moscone Center, North and South. Dive into an immersive football festival celebrating all 32 teams, plus interactive games, player autographs, photos with the Vince Lombardi Trophy, exclusive NFL shop merchandise, and much more. It's the ultimate Super Bowl week event with fun for all ages. Tickets start at just $40 and kids 12 and under attend for free. Visit superbowl.com to buy your tickets today.
The following is an attorney advertisement. If you get sidelined by your workplace injury, the workers' compensation attorneys at Boxer & Gerson can help you get back in the game. Our team of skilled attorneys will fight by your side for the treatment and compensation you deserve. We care about justice for injured workers. That's what makes us Northern California's premier workers' comp law firm. Call Boxer & Gerson at 510-835-8870 or visit boxerlaw.com for a free consultation. Boxer & Gerson, your life is worth the fight. It's the RV Mega Show and Sale, January 2nd through 11th at Cordelia RV Center. All 2025 models must go. All reasonable offers considered. Family-owned, top brands, and the best deals of the year. CordeliaRV.com. We do business with a handshake.
It's Brian Baldinger with the Journey to the Big Game, brought to you by Hyundai. After an incredible final week of the football season, the playoff field is set. There are some newer faces in the running this year, as Chicago and Denver have put together some incredible seasons. However, perennial powerhouse teams like New England and Seattle will look to continue their march to the big game. Who will be the final two teams standing in February? Brought to you by the all-new Hyundai Palisade Hybrid. Learn how it's so much more than just another SUV at HyundaiUSA.com.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Expect cooler temperatures tomorrow, but a lot more sunshine.
Weather brought to you by Staples. 2026 is here, and at Staples, deals mean business. Like up to $100 off custom print orders. Head into the new year looking good for less. Staples. That was easy. Ends 1/31.
Hey, it's Joe Shasky from the Morning Roast, and you're listening to Willard and Dibbs. If you're doing what I'm doing, then you're listening on the radio. If not, you could check them out and see what kind of hat Willard's wearing right now on YouTube.
Steve Kerr in 40 minutes. Steve Kerr.
Yep.
40 minutes.
It's been a while since we talked to Kerr.
I know.
That was stupid questions, Tiny. Stupid.
No, Steiny won't be here today. Don't worry. Yeah, he's been slippery.
Yeah.
And so have we.
And he came in when we were gone. It was, I think, the Friday, maybe last Friday. Anyway, be good to talk to Steve again.
All right, so whose playoff party are you going to? 888-957-9570. Would you like to go? And you got to tell me if you. I think you're one of the hosts of the party, so I hope you'll come.
Okay.
The Willard and Dibbs party.
Gotcha.
This weekend for Niners Eagles is like, this is so great. The Niners are in the playoffs, even with all of the crap that's happened. Let's go Niners. Isn't this awesome that we're here? Let's eat. And go Niners. Or do you want to go to the Lucas and Mark with a C party where upon arrival, furrowed brows, arms cocked, ready to throw remote controls, food will be burnt, anger will be served at halftime.
This is a misrepresentation sensation.
Not at all. Not at all. Super high expectations, super pissed if they lose. What's his name? Garrett Wallow. He better show.
Yep.
He better freaking run.
Bang, bang, Wallow gang. You're in the uniform, dog. You better go out there and make plays.
You're wearing number 49.
That's right.
That's hollowed ground. You better be amazing, Garrett.
You guys are watching the game from a bouncy house. We got a big screen and we're locked in. We're coaching our team. You guys are barely even watching the game. This is fun.
The hell's wrong with the bounce house?
Oh, okay.
What's wrong with the bounce house?
Can't even see the game from in there.
You got to put the kids somewhere. I don't want them sitting on my lap.
And you have no furniture. You're just a bunch of dudes with their arms folded, standing angrily. I'm on one of those giant light blue ergo balls working on my core. Bounce, bounce, bounce.
That's the other thing about the Lucas and Grandy party. Yes, the TV is on a big overturned box.
No furniture.
It's big, though.
It's big.
It's really big TV.
It's big. No, you spend all the money on the TV. BYO snacks.
Yeah, and the food is
goldfish,
gazpacho, and borscht. Cold soups is what we're serving.
Right.
We're serving a cold reality of shut the hell up and win. Mark and I are going to have...
Yeah, which party do you want to go to?
We got like animal-shaped chicken nuggets.
I'm going to make meat turnovers.
Oh, don't say turnover.
No, yeah, I'll put little peas on them for Philadelphia.
You can't make turnovers.
Yeah, my mom used to make little meat turnovers. They were incredible. They were great at a football party.
Yeah.
Why can't they be about the other team?
They can, but Philly doesn't usually turn it over.
No, but you eat them when the other team's got the ball.
Put some chicken in there, some sort of bird.
You don't tell my mom what to do. She's an amazing cook.
You get it? Eagles. We need them to turn the ball over.
See what he's doing in there?
I do. We.
Fans.
Yeah, we. All right. Which party are you going to? You can go to that party. Go to the party. Sounds super fun.
Yeah.
Super fun.
We're not actually having a party. Grandy and I are watching in our own room separately, locked in. Locked in.
Angry.
I'll actually be at Chase Center.
Oh, okay. That's right. The Warriors.
Man, you don't have to let facts get in the way of a good story, Grandy.
Yeah, Grandy. All right.
I'm super enthused and encouraged that they can win. And if they do win, I will be mildly surprised. And if they don't win, I'll be bummed. But by the time we get back here on Monday and we start to pick through the autopsy of a season, you and I already talked about it. Like, I'm at a 7 on satisfaction. And even if they lose 38-3, that might go down to a 6.5.
Yeah,
it's not going to go much lower.
That would suck. Maybe you just tapped into something with the way you just said that. And maybe we're doing too much talking about the Niners losing, like they're allowed to win. But if this is a loss, relax, they're an underdog. If this is a loss on Monday, and again, remove like embarrassing blowout.
Or choke job, or
right. Remove Purdy throwing 4 picks, or Eddie Pinheiro doinking a 25-yarder to win at the buzzer, or something like that. Remove that stuff. Let's say garden variety, you lose the
24-20.
There you go. You lose 24-20. On Monday, are you bummed or are you pissed?
I'm bummed. I'm more bummed than I am pissed. And again, it's all context, but if the defense is bend but don't break, and the offense is good but just not quite good enough, and you lose a clean game, they played clean, you played clean, and they just were 1 or 2 plays better, I'm bummed. I don't think I'd be pissed. That's just me.
Is that how you guys would answer that, by the way?
They're already pissed.
Would you be bummed or pissed?
Well, it depends exactly how the game ended, but
garden variety. Just
no late game interception, no terrible fumble, no missed field goal.
You played from behind the whole game. It was a close game.
And the Eagles were better.
24-20, and it largely Bobby number 49, Bobby Smith, or whatever the hell his name is, couldn't tackle Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, I think I'd be more bummed than pissed or frustrated.
Yeah, all right.
But like I said before, for me, it's so much less about how you feel after the game, and it's your mindset going into the game. And that's where I think we, at least me and you, Willard, have the biggest difference. 'Cause I'm going into the game not just happy to be here. I'm going into the game knowing that, all right, they're here, that's great, but now the next challenge begins.
Can I remove the word just? I don't mind if you say I'm happy to be here. I'm not just happy to be here.
Like, it kind of feels like you're already writing that this is going to be a loss.
No, not at all. I'm trying my darndest to describe where I'm coming from on this. It's not just happy to be here. That's like almost not caring who wins. I care who wins.
Okay, I'm just going to say at least me and Lucas back here, it doesn't sound that way.
Shut up, Lucas.
It sounds to us like you're just all right, regardless of the result, man, what a ride.
We're having a conversation right now, and I'm explaining it to you.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear more.
It's not just happy to be here. But damn it, I'm going to acknowledge the achievement that has already happened. I am going to acknowledge that, this feels a little bit like a bonus. This feels like there is at least a goal that we set for them that they nailed.
Yes, but
they achieved it.
New information, and I love the guru expression because the new information is you went 12-5 and you go to Philly. And when you really look hard at Philadelphia, as we all have over the course of the year and throughout this week, they're not that good. Their coordinator doesn't do the right things with their offense, in my opinion. Their offensive line's been up and down. Their defense is really good, but they are beatable. And I think about how we would feel if they played the exact same game against Philly that they did against Seattle, where you gave up a 37-yard touchdown run. You couldn't stop a 3rd and 17.
That'd be disappointing.
McCaffrey coughed it. I'd be more pissed if it went that way.
I'm not going to remove disappointment. That would be disappointing. If you can't even put on a show.
If you can't even score a touchdown.
Right. That would be disappointing.
And you lose 14-3, and you cough it up at the goal line, and you give up a 3rd and 17, and all the other bad things that happen. If that happens again, I would be more in the Grandy, I'm just pissed camp.
I mean,
it's all context.
I get that. By the way, quick aside, because we promised this, Brock Purdy, do you think about the building and the injury in terms of when you walk back into that building this weekend?
A little bit, but not really. You know, obviously, I'm thankful to be able to have healed up from the injury and go to a Super Bowl and have 3 more seasons after what had happened there. But, you know, more than anything, it's, you know, our 2025 season and trying to finish strong and go in and compete against a new team scheme kind of feel. That's where my mindset's at with that. Obviously, we know Philly and being there and their environment, their fans, all the things. It's getting prepared for that right now rather than having flashbacks or anything like that. I already went there in 2023 and played after what had happened in 22, so I feel like that's out of the way and ready to move on.
All right, there's Brock's answer to
and I love the answer.
Is he haunted by this, basically?
Right. I mean, you might be haunted by the arm injury, but are you buoyed by the fact that you threw for 314 and 4 touchdowns and you went to Philly and you absolutely ruined them? You broke them, and you said it going in like Philadelphia is overrated and this might break them. And in fact, it broke Philadelphia when they went there and beat the Eagles 42-19.
They won one more game the rest of the year.
Right. So that to me is as much a part of the muscle memory for Brock than the NFC Championship game.
I like that. Yeah, absolutely. So here's another. This is a perfect way to sort of like, I think, bring our conversation to the next spot on the dial here. 408 just texted in on our Boxer and Gerson work injury attorneys text line. Thank you so much for listening and engaging. We really appreciate it. 408 says exactly, he's agreeing with the other room here. Willard just gave up already. 2 things I'd love to say about this. I'm not playing this weekend. There's no give up. There's no. Do you all like get into a circle and do a pregame speech or something? Like
Grandy and Lucas doing the boombox. That tickles me.
Do you take the field when you come into the living room? Do you come downstairs like to a beat? Do you do that, Grandy?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah,
eye black.
So. I thank you. I just want to say that first of all.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
I didn't give up because I'm not doing anything. I'm a bystander this weekend. So there's no give up because I'm not holding on to anything.
You got to go out there and be tough.
I'm going to be tough, but what I'm mainly going to do is just take care of my server because like we're going to be at an establishment and eating and drinking.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's number one. But the point I'm trying to get at is not really even about whether the Niners can go on a playoff run or whether it does indeed end this weekend. This has been, and I think everyone who's joining all these shows is trying to tell you this if you listen, this has already been a great year. This has already been a great year. I know a lot of you love to Super Bowl or bust. I think I've been as consistent as I possibly can be. I don't think that way. I don't do Super Bowl or bust. I am very hopeful of the Niners winning the Super Bowl all the time. But I don't just remove context and go, damn it, Super Bowl or bust. This has already been a great season. Now we start the next season, and let's see what they can do. But if you want me to just remove the Warner, Bosa, Purdy, Kittle, Pearsall, and a sprinkling of Trent Williams injuries from this conversation, I refuse.
Well, you should.
I won't do it.
You should do it.
Why?
Because this Niner team is facing that Eagle team. And so everything that's happened through the first 17 games, and this is where you and I differ, you got into 12-5 with all of the things that have happened, all the different injuries, step-up performances, found money, Jake Tonjes, kicker switch, Morstead didn't punt for a month, whatever. All the things that happened, you are now here. This is who you have. This is who you're going to get on the plane with tomorrow, and that's who you're going to go up against Philadelphia with. And the odds makers think you have a puncher's chance. 4.5-point dogs, and that's an implied probability of a 33% chance, 1-3. So you have a 1-3 shot to go there and beat Philadelphia. So forget Fred and Nick and D and Tatum and whoever you don't have. Who you do have, the experts think that you still have a 1-in-3 chance. So that's where I'm not in expectation mode, but I'm beyond hope. I think that you have a great chance to go there, and I know you're not giving up. I'm not giving up. If you were giving up, you wouldn't even watch the game.
Have I said that today?
You haven't. But here's an example.
Have I said today that the Niners cannot win?
No, you haven't.
And so, yay, team, let's get gummy bears, and whatever happens at 1:30 on Sunday. Have I said that?
No.
Okay.
The Warriors played the Thunder, I guess that was Monday or Sunday, whenever that was. And no Steph, no Draymond, no Jimmy. And you're going up against one of the best teams in basketball. I watched it for a little while.
That was lame.
But that was one of those ones where you just, Steve Kerr coming up in a half an hour.
Yeah.
You go, and that's a give up where it's like, you're not going to win this one. Even if you had those guys, you probably still wouldn't win. But
that was a strategic give up.
Whatever it was. And I mean, the Warriors are going to Wisnowski on, 10 games a year. And we know that. This is not that. This is a playoff game. And I mentioned before, teams that are road dogs of 4 or more points, they win 26% of the time. Well, the Niners have a 34% chance to win. So of all these road dogs, they are seen as having a better chance than most in this spot.
No, but that's fine.
Yeah, and these are just numbers, and they're my numbers.
They might win. They might win. We're sort of more, and I get it. Like, in a way, this is kind of a hypothetical conversation because we keep doing the whole what if they lose, and if they lose, what if it's like this? What if they lose like that? What if I don't know that they're going to lose at all? And yes, not all losses are built the same. In a way, I'm trying, and clearly with some people failing, but I'm trying to say that this moment isn't even about what happens next. This moment is about what has already happened. That's what I'm getting at. And I am super excited that we have got this week to talk about this. I'm super excited that on Sunday afternoon, this game is happening. One of the other things where you and I don't agree, I do not believe that if this scenario had been pitched to someone before the season, I do not believe that any of you would have thought they would go 12-5 and be in the playoffs. I do not believe that. I reject it when people do what our most recent texter just did and go, every team's got injuries. Rejected. No, not every team does.
I don't know what the final tally was as far as starter games missed due to injury. They were the leaders about halfway through.
They ended the leaders. And by the way, if you just want to remove the obvious context of what we're talking about, there is no team in the NFL that has lost more games from the core of what they do. It's not just great players. It's the core of what they do. You give me another team that misses its quarterback for half of a year and loses its clear two, not just best, but foundational superstar defensive players for the entire year to catastrophic injury. Tell me the other team that's out there that faced that. You're not going to find it. That doesn't exist at 12-5. I don't even know if any other team had that happen, let alone have it happen and win. So I apologize if me acknowledging that somehow doesn't fit what you're thinking today as you get ready for a playoff game. But that's where I am. Where I am is this is incredible. This is incredible that we get to go do this weekend.
Yeah,
and then maybe they'll win.
And maybe next weekend too.
We get to do it, and then I'm going to be. By the way, next Thursday I'm going to do another freaking gratitude show.
Sure, another house money show.
I'll give up on that game too.
Another everything is awesome show. And
it'll be awesome.
And all the rest
Niners
of it.
Will be on their way to Seattle, and I'll be like, "There's no way they can win that one." But isn't it fun that we're here?
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's just not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get it.
And I think a lot of you are missing out on the point that y'all made when they were 6-4, which is that you wanted them to make the playoffs, and they did. And now you're like, you better be awesome.
Well, you can change your opinion based on new information. And so I'm not in the mode of you better, but you look at all 6 games this weekend and into Monday, there's only one that is seen as an absolute walloping and a lopsided game. You've got 3 road dogs, or home dogs, rather. You've got, Carolina 10.5-point dog at home, and then you've got this game, which is kind of almost a toss-up. 4.5 points, not quite a toss-up, but very much in play. And just looking at the two teams this year, Philadelphia, when they win the time of possession battle, undefeated. Niners, same thing. And when they run it 30 times, each team is undefeated. So if you want to talk about how this game goes, it's as simple as that. It's turnovers, obviously, but it's who possesses it and who's able to run it more.
Let's freaking go.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm Grandy. What's up?
Can I read something to you? A couple things from the YouTube chat?
It depends. Oh God, the YouTube chat. I turned them off. I told them off. I told them about an hour in the show. I said, y'all are entertaining as hell. But you guys are just you're completely out of your minds today. So anyway, go ahead.
You can join the conversation. YouTube.com/957 the game. Apollo Cruz writes, Willard is pulling a Devondre Campbell on you guys.
Okay.
And A-Change999 said Willard is pulling a Draymond and ejecting himself.
Boy, I don't know if I'm going to be able to handle criticism from, I'm sorry, was it A-Change999?
That's correct.
He
Yeah.
does have a good point, though.
You know what, though?
You're quitting on him, Willard.
You just gave two examples of people who left in the middle of their job, and I am sitting right here. So I'm right here. And you also just compared me. This is what I'm trying to say. You all just compared me to two people who play for the teams. I'm not on the team. It doesn't matter what I love that, Grandy, you used the word mindset. Your mindset doesn't matter this weekend. I'm sorry to break it to you.
We're fans of the team.
Yes, that's all we are.
But you say that, and at the same time, you all get mad when I say, "Oh, so and so's got a no-hitter going." We can't do that because now we're affecting the proceedings.
Well, yeah, because that's
a great point, Tibbs.
No, it's
Mark,
not. It's kind of like you not having an iPhone. That's the way I look at that. I'm like, will you just do what we're doing?
See, I make a good point, and then he brings it back.
I didn't like it.
Right. It's a great point, though.
I don't think it was a great point.
If your mindset and your lack of confidence in the Niners, and you don't have a total lack, but you're not as bullish on them as some, that doesn't affect how the Niners play. Much like when I tweet out, "Ooh, Blake Snell's got a perfect game going," and then he gives up the hit. That's not on me.
Of course it's not.
Right.
You've never taken my ribbing on that seriously,
No, but
have you?
people freak out.
Well, of course
on
they
that.
do. I mean, people freak out on the internet. I don't know if you've ever been there before.
Yeah, a couple times.
Yeah.
If you're not locked in on this game, like boombox on your shoulder, eye black on, that's going to affect the Niners,
Well,
Mark.
I'm trying to talk more about how we got here as opposed to then what happens next. Like, I think a lot of people lost their juice for the whole, like, I just hope we make the playoffs. I think a lot of people lost their juice. That's all. And I didn't. Like, we arrived here, and a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people forgot that this is what you were hoping for.
I do think that the way that season ended, where all of a sudden our hopes were up for the one, and it was kind of a dud in all three phases, and you lost to a rival, and now you got to go to Philly. I do think it's taken some time to get over it, and you and I and the group and the thread today, I was saying, no, I think people are more excited, and they're getting there, and you're like, you shouldn't have to get there for a playoff game.
Completely.
I do think, though, coming off of Seattle, and here we are now, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday removed from it. By tomorrow, we got a conference, we got a college game tonight, another one tomorrow, so we're starting to get a little bit more of the fever. I think by Saturday, when this all kicks off, more fans are going to be more engaged.
And in the past, when the Niners have been in the playoffs, has your experience been that it has taken till Saturday for it to feel like the playoffs? It's
a different circumstance every time.
It is, okay.
And I think the fact that they were in a spot where, oh my God, can you believe that they're going to get the one? They got Seattle at home, and then and not only but the way you played, it's like, yeah.
I get it.
So that's why I think it's taking a little bit more time.
All right, 888-957-9570. Steve Kerr in 20 minutes. If you're on hold, and Matt, you'll be first up, we would love to hear from you. We will have some time for some of your calls before Steve Kerr joins us. 888-957-9570. That is the number. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. This is Willard and Dibbs. Also, you ever study the coaches who win relentlessly? You know, the legends, the dynasties. They are systematic warriors, disciplined, obsessive. They outwork, outthink, and outlast everybody for pure domination. You know, like this Niner defense. Anyway, in the legal world, That's Omar Habas, Tarek Habas, and the Habas Law team. When Habas Law goes up against big insurance companies, they grind them to a dust. Habas Law knows every inch of the Bay Area legal playing field, and nothing is going to catch them off guard. So if you've been injured and you want to win, visit habaslaw.com. Habas Law, they fight to make it right.
This Sunday, it's more than a game. It's a statement.
Hey, make them feel you every rep. Set your will upon them.
Eagles, Niners, history, rivalry.
Hey, tonight, remember this. We hate these boys. One game, 60 minutes, all you got.
It all happens on Sunday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
We're bringing the fire up until kickoff on the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
We finally switched to T-Mobile because with them, we can be connected here and there.
Let's watch a movie.
And we have Netflix included to enjoy our favorite shows and movies.
¿Qué tal está? Bacanísima, pero ya la vi.
Now the hard part is getting them to agree on a movie.
Switch today and get the new Samsung Galaxy S25 Plus with Galaxy AI, all on America's best network. Visit a store, T-Mobile.com, or call 1-800-T-Mobile.
Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla. Speed test intelligence data 2H 2025. Receive Netflix standard with ads on us with qualifying plans.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call now, 877-CARS for Kids, or go to carsforkids.com. That's cars with a K.
This is Larry Flick, owner of the Floor Store. When the year ends, the savings begin. With our New Year's clearance sale, get up to 50% off store-wide, 2 years free financing, and we pay your sales tax. It's our way of saying Happy New Year. The Floor Store, your Bay Area flooring authority.
You know, covering Bay Area sports for years, I've seen athletes go through it all. The highs, the lows, and the pain that comes with getting knocked down. But when it's not just a game, when you're the one injured, or when tragedy strikes someone you love, that's where Beam Law comes in. Beam Law is the Bay Area's go-to personal injury law firm. Whether it's a car accident, a serious injury, or a wrongful death, they're there to shoulder the legal burden so you can focus on what truly matters: rebuilding, recovery, and taking care of your family. Beam Law is local, and they win, with millions recovered for clients across the region. That's why SF Weekly voted them Best of the Bay 4 times. If you've been hurt or lost someone because of someone else's negligence, call Beam Law at 415-523-5555. 415-523-5555. That's 415-523-5555, or visit hurtinthebay.com. That's hurtinthebay.com, because it's not whether you get knocked down, it's whether you get back up. Beam Law, they've got your back, Bay Area.
Decisions determine results. So which path do I want to take? Help people in need, or stand on the sidelines watching? Worry about how to pay for school, or have my education paid for? Push myself and learn new skills, or stay the same? My decision is to serve part-time with the Army National Guard, and my results will be life-changing. What will you decide? Go to NationalGuard.com to learn more about part-time service.
Sponsored by the California Army National Guard. Aired by the California Broadcasters.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
And we're out. Back in 60.
Hey, what are you eating?
Chimichurri filet mignon. It's a Factor meal.
Oh, nice. Wait, they let you eat like that in the pros?
Oh, they insist on it. A pro's work starts on the plate.
Oh, man, that does look good. Let me have a taste?
Get your own.
All right. Where do I find this? Is it factormeals.com?
Yep, and they've got a deal going on.
Oh, love a deal. I am so in.
Smart move. Pro move.
All right. Factor. Eat like a pro.
You're still grooving, still connecting, still loving, still turning up, still thriving. You still got it, but your immune system, it weakens as you age. That's where vaccines come in. They help train and strengthen your immune response to fight off respiratory illnesses like flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, or COVID-19. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Book in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Go to the hoop, go to the rack.
Dub Nation, it's Steve Kerr. You're listening to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game. And you never know when I'll be on the River Islands guest line. So make sure to keep it locked on 95.7 The Game.
He keeps saying that, but yes, we do.
Well, it's funny because actually, no, we don't. No, we don't.
Well, we think we know.
Around a little bit.
We think we know, but we don't know.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
And we never will.
Was it last week where, Steve, did we lose you?
That was a couple weeks ago, yeah.
Yeah.
That was right before New Year's Eve.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm here.
So he's right. You never know.
11 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I feel good about this one.
I like our chances.
Yeah.
Better chances, Kerr in 11 minutes or the Niners win in Philly?
Kerr in 11 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah. Even Mark with a C agrees with that one.
Yeah.
I mean, Steve's going to call in.
I look forward to it.
Yeah, me too. All guests on 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands in Lathrop? We're talking out wild card weekend and how the Niners are going to get their doors blown off, but it's okay because they had a wonderful season, and let's all have pretzels after the game.
Yeah, I'm just not in that same mind space right now.
Neither am I.
I know, but I'm not even thinking about the 17 that we've already seen, even though I have copious notes on all 17 games. That happened. I'm focused on this, and I understand that it's going to be tough because it's a road game. The Niners have won 7 road games in the playoffs ever.
Mm-hmm.
So we could start with that. Like, you don't just get to go on the road and win. The Niners are 7-13, I think, all time on the road.
What if I said it to you all this way? If the Niners do beat Philly this weekend, that ranks where as far as Kyle Shanahan's playoff wins?
Probably number 2. Behind Hufanga?
Yeah.
The win at Green Bay.
Well, they were underdogs by what in that game?
I'll look it up. I want to say like 4.5 or 5.
So about the same.
Right.
About the same.
In the snow, on the road, and
but they had that team had a really good defense.
Yeah.
That you know what I mean? Like I don't know, man.
13-10 was the final.
Yeah. That team was whole.
Yep. And they were 5.5-point dogs.
Okay. Yeah,
15 degrees.
Obviously, again, it all depends on the way it plays out. But to me, this might rank. If we're going to say that he's coach of the year because he went 12-5, then you have to put that same energy behind if he goes on the road and beats the Super Bowl champs the wild card weekend following that season. I think that this might be, again, got to watch the way it plays. This might be his best playoff win of all of them. I know it's not the most compelling one because it's just a wild card game. You know, I mean, erasing a 24-7 deficit in the NFC title game is at the door and would like a word. So that's a big deal. But as far as the surprise nature of it, like, this team's not whole. This team's not whole. So if they can go do something like that, then I think it ranks right up there.
I agree with you. I mean, to the extent that they're not whole and, you're a 4.5-point dog, and I'm just looking at the box score from that Green Bay game, and your guy, Jimmy Garoppolo, throws for $131 on 11 of 19. Elijah Mitchell, 17 totes for 53. Debo, 10 for 39. Not much else offensively. George Kittle with 4 catches. Debo, 3. You did nothing until Hufanga.
Right.
So you just hung in that one, and you beat Aaron Rodgers again. That's what you do.
They held Aaron Rodgers down. Yeah, they held Aaron Rodgers down.
And 15 degrees in the snow.
Right.
Mother Nature had a lot of stops in that game.
Yeah, but the Niners got the ball deep in their own territory, tied 10-10, and they went on a drive, and Jimmy barely threw the ball on that drive, but they were able to move the chains and get into field goal range, and they won the football game. So, yeah, Matt in Napa. Hey, Matt, thank you for calling. Steve Kerr in about 7 minutes. Hey, Matt, what's up?
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, man.
Quick question. It piqued my interest when you guys were talking about the two different types of coaches, Baldy's conversation, the CEO versus the play caller. So 3 questions, then I'll happily listen to your reply off air. Historically, of all the coaches who have won the Super Bowl, how many of them were CEOs versus play callers? What do you guys think? And then what's the actual fact? And then, Willard, you mentioned that you'd prefer Shanahan over Sirianni. I'm wondering, do you just prefer Shanahan over Sirianni, or do you prefer the play caller over the CEO?
Okay, Matt, thanks. That's an interesting question. I don't look at it in terms of stylistic. I'm not like, I need it to be this way. I try to look at each and every one of these, whether it's a player, whether it's a coach, whether it's a team, in their own situation and case by case. And I just happen to think the world of not only Kyle Shanahan's play calling ability, but he built this organization. He built this organization from the worst roster in the league. And I'm a big fan of the way that he goes about his business, not just calling plays and being on the sideline. To me, the most underrated part of Kyle Shanahan is the actual coach stuff, not the play calling stuff. People always, you get that criticism a lot of him. He's a good offensive coordinator, but he's not a good head coach. Well, then why his teams usually win, and why do his players all love playing for him, and why do they all run through a wall for him, and how did this thing all get built? How'd that happen if all he is a play caller?
Right.
So I just think that he's more experienced, more well-rounded, and has a bigger thumbprint on his team than Nick Sirianni does. Nick's a good coach, though.
Yeah, it just depends on how you look at it. The other thing I think about when you talk about Shanahan is his staff, and his staff usually goes out there and gets head coaching jobs, and I know they also lose head coaching jobs. Mike McDaniel today, Saleh lost his and came home. D'Amico Ryans is in the offs, and you get guys from the staff who either are ascending, they get jobs, or they're guys who stick around for a long time. And Förster's been there for a long time, and other positional coaches have stuck with him for a long time. And that, to me, is a reflection of the head coach. And I'm not trying to butter up Steve Kerr similarly, but like Kenny Atkinson, he got a job, and Mike Brown was here, and he got a job. And you've got other guys like Ron Adams who've been here, and Bruce Frazier, who's been here and he stayed. So that, to me, is a good reflection of a head coach as well.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and when I try to look at these things, I try to sort of look at it from as broad of a view as possible. The recency bias really gets people, I think. Let's have a Steve Kerr conversation for a second before he hops on. In Steve Kerr's tenure as the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, it's never been like the seat has never been hotter than it is right now. Agree?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And I don't even know if the seat is hot, but like the frustration level surrounding Steve Kerr has never been higher than it is right now. So, okay, that I understand. And if that shades a lot of people's opinions about it because the Warriors are in this frustrating spot, they're aging, there's the Kuminga thing, they're barely winning more games than they're losing. all right, I get that. And so then you'll hear a lot of people say, well, Steve Kerr is just not a good coach. And I'm like, well, then how did we get here? How did all of this stuff happen? So that's all. To a degree, it's kind of what I'm talking about with this game coming up this weekend. I'm not about to, give up on the game and kick the game, and I don't care who wins the game. But in my mind, as they're playing it, I am going to also keep in my mind the thought, how do we get here? A freaking unbelievable job to get here.
Yeah,
he might win Coach of the Year.
He might.
To get here.
It would have helped if they won that last game. I think he would have won it.
I agree.
One seed and you do that with this roster. But a lot of it, people want to look at and say, the schedule, Sam. And I did this, and I told you during the break, but I want to share with the audience because, the Niners schedule, so easy. And Steiny, I hope you're listening because this is kind of for you.
Steiny?
The Niners' opponents this year, if you take out what the Niners did against those opponents, because it's just looking at their record outside of the games in which they played the Niners. They had a winning percentage of .485, the Niners' opponents.
Okay.
The Eagles' opponents, if you take out the games that they played against those opponents, a winning percentage of .460.
Huh.
So the Eagles' schedule, based on one-loss record, easier than the 49ers. Discuss.
Wow. I mean, their division is definitely easier. That's the first place where my mind goes.
And that's largely where the discrepancy comes from because Dallas 7-9-1, you got them twice. The Washington Club almost did it. 5-12, you got them twice, and the Giants 4-13, you got them twice. But beyond that, you had the AFC West, Kansas City, down year, Vegas, a joke, and you had games against the NFC North, which is not the NFC North the Niners faced last year, by the way.
No, not at all. But at the same time, I do I think people look at teams and like the whole list of teams you beat, kind of let's sift through that, and they want your quality wins. What'd you do against really good teams? And the Niners beat the Seahawks, but that was a long time ago. And the Niners beat the Rams, and it's like, yeah, but that was Mac Jones. And then the Niners beat Chicago, and they're like, right, but Chicago scored all over the place. And the other playoff team the Niners beat was Carolina. And people are like, that's not a very good team. And Brock Purdy threw 3 picks. So you can but your way through it. I will give the Eagles the nod in terms of quote-unquote quality wins. They beat the Rams. That was that wild come-from-behind block kick at the last play. They beat the Rams. They went into Arrowhead and won a football game week 2. I know the Chiefs ended up 6-11 or whatever, but went into Arrowhead, won a football game, went into Lambeau, won a football game, beat the Detroit Lions, went into Buffalo, won a football game.
By my math, they went 3-3 against playoff teams. The Niners went 4-4.
Yep.
So comparable.
Those are facts.
And I hate to be the guy always spitting facts on this program.
Well, I'm over here just spitting, team-friendly opinions. Yeah. So you can be the fat guy.
And you have to be a homer?
That's my role.
Yeah.
All right, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Sports Station, and the home of the Golden State Warriors and Valkyries. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Coming to you live from the Laughing Monk Studios. Here we go. Out to the River Islands guest line for none other than Steve Kerr, presented by Great Clips in Sports. Success is about team effort, and the same is true for your hair. Great Clips, it's going to be great. Here it is, Steve Kerr. Hey, Coach, what's going on?
Oh, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
We're doing good. Happy New Year. How was the holiday?
Happy New Year to you guys, too. Holiday was great. Anytime you play at home on Christmas, it's a good thing. And then if you play at 2 o'clock, that means you get both a Christmas morning and a Christmas dinner. So it kind of worked out perfectly this year for us.
Strong. And speaking of being home, this is kind of the spot in the schedule that I think everyone, especially you guys, have been waiting for. So here you go, 8-game homestand, get started with a win last night. What does this mean for the organization as a whole right now?
Well, it's an opportunity to gain some momentum, get some separation from that 500 mark that we've been hovering around all year. It's the natural swing of the schedule after the initial month or so was really rough. So, yeah, it's a great opportunity for us, and it's also coming at a time where starting to get healthy. You know, Al Horford now stringing together some games, and DeAnthony Melton is back and finding his shooting stroke. So it feels like a real opportunity for us, but we've got to take advantage of it. You know, we've got 7 more home games, you know, on this homestand. So, you know, let's get on a run.
And it's probably a little easier to get on a run when you have health and now you have rotational clarity. Are you feeling better about the 10 or 11 that you're playing, knowing that if healthy, you kind of have a rotation finally?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's going to be some tweaks every night based on how guys are playing. I mean, you saw the Clipper game the other night. We didn't play Guy Santos at all for 3 quarters, and then we felt like we needed his energy, and he completely flipped the game. You know, Gary Payton can do the same thing. And so there are games where Guy or Gary might only play a handful of minutes. There's games where they might close and play 20 minutes. But, you know, that's kind of at the end of the rotation where those guys kind of expect that and understand that, you know. So at the top of the rotation, it's been good to have a regular starting lineup now for a few weeks and basically a rotation for Steph and Draymond and Jimmy that they're used to. So I think we're in about as good a place as we can be in terms of, you know, starting lineup and rotation wise.
Steve Kerr with us, Willard and Dibbs. Coach, I want to ask you a couple of Draymond Green questions, and let's start with just last night. And there was obviously some energy going back and forth between Draymond and Giannis and some hard fouls in there. And you've talked recently about how, you know, he needs to stay on the court. So as you're watching that all play out in real time, what's going through your head?
First of all, Draymond is probably the best possible matchup for Giannis that we could find. I mean, this is where, you know, his brain, his IQ, his strength, his length, physical strength, all that stuff just comes into play when you're playing a guy like Giannis. I mean, you need everything, and Draymond has everything. The battle last night was amazing, and Giannis is so good that he still ends up with whatever it was, 34, and I don't know how many boards he had, but Draymond just made everything difficult. Giannis hardly got to the line, which was one of the keys to the game going in. And at the end of the night, it's you get a win and you go, yeah, we sure needed Draymond out there tonight, and that's what he's capable of. You know, against the very best players, he's still, in my mind, the best option defensively that anybody in the league could have.
We've seen it this year. Last night, Jokic, Wemby. We've seen it this year. That said, I know you hear the talk and you see the analytics of Draymond's plus minus, which is always been a great strength of his, and it's not been so great this year. So, A, what are you seeing that's different with him this year? And B, is there any thought to, I don't know, lowering his minutes or changing and tweaking the role a little bit?
Well, we look at all that stuff every day. We watch the tape. We have 2 analytics people in the room with us every day as we watch film, so we're all connected as a group. We hash out what's meaningful, what's not. You know, one of the big themes from the analytics department is, you know, be careful with small sample sizes. So when I hear people say, well, Draymond's been a negative for, you know, the last, 10 games, I'm like, well, he's been a positive for the last 12 years. So, like, let's settle down here. Let's give it some time. But, no, I think you have to allow for all the circumstances that are involved, where the league is, how people are playing. I'm going to keep hammering home, although I'm not saying it to the team anymore, but I'm going to keep just hammering home that if we take care of the ball and we get offensive rebounds, then we're going to be a really good team. And Draymond is going to be on the plus side. And it's an adjustment that I think our team has to make, he has to make. We've talked about it. And it comes true. You know, last couple games, Draymond's been off the charts good offensively. 19 assists, 2 turnovers, making really simple decisions. And he's been on the plus side. So I don't know. I just think you can't get too carried away with the numbers. You have to study them and take them with a grain of salt too.
You said you're not going to hammer them over turnovers anymore. Is that because it's gotten better, or are you feeling kind of like a broken record?
Yeah, it's more the latter. I mean, I was hammering at home for so long, and I think the players were feeling really self-conscious, and I think it was actually kind of counterproductive in some ways. So the last couple of weeks, I don't even mention the word turnover. I just say, let's hit singles, let's make simple decisions, let's go. And meanwhile, we're also hammering home the point that the league has changed, and it really is a possession league now. Milwaukee's a great example of that. They're second best three-point shooting team in the league, but they're middle of the pack in offensive rating. And 5 years ago, if you were such a great three-point shooting team, you'd be near the top of the league automatically in offensive rating. But they don't get offensive rebounds. I think they're 30th in the league in offensive rebounds. And they don't get to the line for easy points. And as a result, all that shooting is somewhat negated by those other stats. And these are the kind of things we're trying to teach our team. As the league changes, our players need to understand it, and we got to know how to counteract that.
All right, Steve, let's talk about the Clipper game. Where did that rank on the Steve Kerr anger meter for you?
Well, I read that I've been ejected 5 times, so I'm just going to say it was top 5.
Okay. Of those ejections, or even just your memory, like, can you ever remember being more angry on a basketball court?
Well, I'm trying to think back to the other ones. I remember getting ejected in Sacramento, and as I was being led off the floor, DeMarcus Cousins, who was playing for the Kings, was laughing at me, and so that was that's never a good sign when DeMarcus is laughing at you because you got kicked out. So
that's rare.
Yeah. So that was I got mad at Kenny Mauer in Portland one year when he called a flagrant foul on Draymond, and I went nuts and got tossed. So yeah, I mean, every once in a while I snap, and it's happened a handful of times. I can't really rank them because I lose my mind, and I don't remember much. I just sometimes I just feel like I got to back up the team, and sometimes it's genuine anger and conviction. I just think you cannot miss an obvious goaltend call. You just cannot. And so a lot of that was just principle. Like, come on, guys.
I'd love to circle back to the actual X's and O's of that rule, but I also have to ask, at any of your previous ejections, have any of them ever been narrated by an iconic rapper before?
No, nor have they been in front of my mom, who was at the game in L.A.
Oh,
so
wow.
that was this. Yeah, this was the most memorable one for sure because I got the narration from Snoop, which gives me great street cred, and then I got completely shot down by my mom for my behavior. So
yeah,
it was like it's like the full circle. I got praise and I got mom's glare. So I guess I'm back to square one.
Let's play it for everybody. This is from Peacock. Here's Snoop calling Steve's ejection.
Back him up, GP, back him up. Steve ready to fire on him.
He's already gone.
Steve banging Inglewood right now. Inglewood, get him, Steve. You and Inglewood, Steve. The Arizona Wildcat that came out and look at it.
Okay. Any comments, Steve?
I mean, I'm not going to lie. That's pretty cool to have Snoop Dogg narrate my own ejection. That's awesome.
I mean, the whole sequence was just mind-boggling. And you're right, the goaltend. And last 2 minutes, you can review it. And if they called goaltending, you can review it, but you can't review that. Was that more angering, or was it the delayed call on the Steph, not an and one, or was it just a collection of all of it?
It was all included, and I don't know. I don't think Steph. I think Steph is such a different player, and so much of his game is played off ball. And I don't think that the officiating accounts for who Steph is and how he plays. I think we're so attuned to guarding pick and roll and guys driving And then, Steph comes off the ball because he'll come off screens and guys are bear hugging him. I think those are fouls, and he's not getting those calls. I think the freedom of movement that the officials were calling a few years ago has kind of gone out the window. And I don't know. I think some of my frustration with watching, Steph get bear hugged game after game and, not getting some of the calls I think he deserves, I think that frustration boiled over for me.
I'd like to ask it to you this way. I can tell you that a lot of people I talked to, when they saw that, they were like, it is about more than just that moment. And maybe this is also about just, you've called it a fading dynasty. You guys are having a hard time stacking wins. We've got this Kuminga situation over here that you're not hiding from. Was any of that sort of just an accumulation of all of these things, Steve?
No, I don't think some of those things factored in. I think that it's mostly backing up my guys. I mean, Steph gets fouled a few times. I think he deserves calls. He doesn't get them. I'm gonna go to bat for him. And this has happened a few games, and I can sense Steph's frustration. I'm gonna back him up, and that's kind of my job as the coach. I actually feel really good about where we are as a team, and I think the comments that I've made recently, maybe they were taken a little out of context. I don't know, but my point is, we just want a shot because we know we're good enough to beat anybody in a series. We know that, but it's different. You can't be 20-18 and say, and have your three best players at 37, 36, and 35, and lie to yourself and say, yeah, we're in the same class as OKC. You can't. So you have to be realistic about this. But my whole point is, if we get right, which I think we're on the way to doing, give ourselves a chance, anything can happen in the playoffs. We won a title in 22 and everybody thought we were already past our prime. So my point is, let's get ourselves that chance. But to do that, you got to make it through the regular season. You got to have good health. You've got to find your identity, and you got to find your rotations, and that's what this season is really about. And there's something really cool about that in my mind, just the honor that comes from competing and staying tough and competitive and gritty, even when you're 37 and 36 and all these young bucks are coming at you. I love it. I think the challenge is amazing, and I'm excited about it.
And it's a gauntlet, and I thought your comments on the Tom Tolbert show were maybe too honest. Was there any backlash that you got? I know externally people thought that it was soft and it was this, it was that. You were very honest, and I think you were spot on, but has anybody come to you inside the building and said, maybe we want to, dial back on the we're not good enough stuff?
No, none of the players or coaches, we understand what our goal is, and where we are. Like I said, I mean, I don't sugarcoat anything. This is where we are. I think the real challenge right now is getting through the 82 games and getting to the point where we are healthy and rolling and going into the playoffs in a good place. It's so much easier to do that when everyone's 25. I mean, it's just, I can tell you from experience. I mean, we won 67, 73. I mean, we steamrolled the league for about 5 years. We were in the upper 60s, and then you just go into the playoffs and you hope you don't get any injuries. This is totally different. And this is we've got to navigate our health. We've got to pace our team. We've got to find our way through the marathon and get there. And like I said, that message has been given to our team, and they understand it. And I think we're taking great pride in it. How many teams can say that they've had a run like we have and really just fought it out till the bitter end and kept competing? There's a lot of honor in that, and I'm very proud of that.
With all that said, Steve, does the math at a certain point start to concern you at all? Like, I know you guys, every team has their eyes on a top 6 seed. You sit 4 games out of that. We're approaching the halfway point. How realistic do you feel it currently is to still be in that top 6?
Oh, we're right in it. We're right in it. I mean, this season is so long. We've lost 4 or 5 games that we should have won. We know that. So what this means is we've got to win a few that maybe we're not supposed to win. We got to make up for it on the back end. But you just mentioned it at the top of the show. The schedule's turning around for us. We've got a string of home games. We get hot. A couple of other teams get into a little bit of a rut, and we're right there. I mean, we literally watched it a year ago. 30 games left in the season, and we trade for Jimmy Butler, and we go 23-8. We climbed from 10th to 7th. We almost got to 6th. We took it to the last day of the season. Then we win a playoff round, and so this is such a long haul, and that's why I say you can't worry about the math now. You look at it big picture, and you try to navigate the whole thing with your performance staff, with the players themselves, with the staff watching tape and finding the right rotations. That's kind of what makes this fun.
Hard to believe we're 3 games away from the halfway point, and if we did the halfway point awards, and I'm going to go Harry High School on you and say, who would you give the most improved player award to? Because you got some guys who are playing better now.
Yeah, I'm going to leave the award show to you guys. That's your job. But I think we've had a lot of guys who are hitting their stride right now, and finding their way through the season and finding their way with this team. So we're playing better, and like I said, finding a nice groove, and I think we're getting where we need to go.
So I can't ask you about least improved then, right?
Yeah. Again, you guys handle that,
okay.
And your listeners, you guys can have a poll and vote on all that stuff.
And we do, Steve. Yeah. So when you mentioned guys hitting their stride, I'd love to know if you see that being the case with DeAnthony Melton, because I bet you'd agree if you start seeing performances like last night, that's kind of a game changer for your roster.
Yeah, and I would put Al Horford in that conversation as well. I thought last night was the first time we've really seen kind of the team that we anticipated over the summer when we signed these guys. Real pros, two-way players, guys who can play in any type of game. So last night to have Melt out there for 24, 25 minutes and Al for 19 or 20, whatever it was, and to see how smooth the game looked for us and how improved some of the combinations were. I mean, Melton gives you the ball handling and passing of a point guard, but the shooting and defense of a two guard, and Al just gives us a different look with that shot blocking, and so it was exciting, and like I said, it feels like things are starting to come into place.
Steve, you've made it very clear through all of our time chatting and whatnot. We get that trades are Mike's job. I know that you've said you talk almost every day. I wonder how you go about as a coach preparing your team, emotionally even, for trade deadline season, especially when your team is it seems expected to be active.
Yeah, this is a tough time of year for everybody, but particularly for teams like ours that, maybe have underachieved a little bit, and, maybe we're not where we want to be, and a lot of names are being thrown around. These guys all, read everything and see their names, and it's a really tough spot to be in. I was in their spot many times. You got families, you got kids in school, and you read your name, and it's not easy. So I talk to guys individually. I check in with them, see how they're doing, but there's no getting around it. It's just it's a lot easier after the trade deadline when everybody can kind of settle in.
Yeah, I was reading Nick Friedell's piece today, and you were quoted about Buddy Hield, who you had to break his games played streak, and now he's clocking DNPs. Yet he hasn't changed a bit. How important is that for you and the entire locker room to have a guy who's basically third string in it, but still has that big same grin all the time?
Yeah, he's one of my favorite guys I've ever coached. Just the professionalism, the work he puts in, the joy that he brings to the building every day, and the perspective of he's playing in the NBA. And yes, things aren't going his way, but he's living a pretty good life. And I think the guys who are able to maintain that kind of perspective and approach are really beloved in the locker room, because the other players see, what's happening, what's going on. And he's was a guy who had 33 in Game 7 for us last year, won us a Game 7 on the road in Houston, and now he's out of the rotation. And we all know that things can turn for him in a second, but they're just much more likely to turn when you have an approach like Buddy's. And we all appreciate him so much. We're lucky to have him.
Steve, on this homestand, Atlanta will be here Sunday. Any reaction to the Trae Young news?
Well, Ozzie Sala, their GM, was with us the last couple of years, and he's done a great job there, amassing some picks, making some really good trades last off season, getting Walker Alexander and Porzingis, and so he's building the team in his image and building the asset base with draft picks. So it's Atlanta's doing some interesting things, and obviously a new fresh start for Trae. So hopefully it's a deal that works out for both teams.
All right, Steve, great stuff. Enjoy the homestand and start racking up some wins. And thank you so much. We'll talk to you next week.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys. Take care.
All right, you too. There it is. Steve Kerr right here on Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. What stood out to you?
A lot of things about, D'Anthony Melton, and he's rounding into shape and, defending Draymond Green, of course, but I think he's right about how he's played of late, last 2 or 3 games. And, interesting about, plus minus, everyone's saying, and, you could tell he listens to the station, because how many of us said December, Guru, he was a minus 68 in December. And yeah, like small sample plus minus is not great. Larger sample, and Steve didn't really define like what a larger sample would be to where he would look at it and go, yeah, that, that's actually a thing. But those are a couple of things that I took away from that.
Yeah, I tell you what also grabbed me is that, because he kind of, you could tell, wanted to go there. I think he wanted to reword his comments about not just the fading dynasty part, but we're not in the class of OKC and San Antonio. And look, I think that every single person listening to this show right now, and the 2 people who are hosting it and the other 2 people who are involved in doing everything we're doing right now, would all agree. When you get really honest, that can be tough. People around you aren't always going to like brutal honesty, even when it comes in that form where it's like, duh, like it's kind of obvious. But I think there's overlap too, and we're a little bit tongue in cheek and we're having fun today. But this is part of my take about the Niner Eagle thing. Like, it feels a little bit too abrupt or honest, because people want to live in the fantasy of bang bang Niner gang, we're going to go win this football game because we said so. And it's like, yeah, you might, but like, if you want to just ignore that all of these really good players aren't playing for the Niners all year, you can. And I think that there's some overlap to that and what Steve was trying to say. Like, if you want to act like Steph Curry's not 37, and you want to act like Jimmy Butler's not 36, and you want to act like Draymond's not 35, and you want to act like Kuminga's not watching basketball, if you want to act, you can. But no, the Warriors are not the Thunder, and that's not the approach they're taking. They're trying to get somewhere where then in a small sample, they might be able to catch lightning in a bottle. I think that's fair, but it's hard. You can tell that he probably took some.
Well, that's why I asked him.
Yeah, he probably took some, and I don't know if it's heat or whatever, but that got the buzzards going.
Yeah, and he said that nobody inside the building or the locker room, and I get that, because if you're Steph and you're Draymond, you're thinking, no Schmidt, Sherlock. Like, have you seen whatever? They beat San Antonio twice. Those were great wins, and Steph had to have otherworldly games. But in general, you're not in their class. Can you beat them 4 out of 7? Of course you can. So I don't think they were put off by that rhetoric. They've won 4 titles, and they've won it when they were heavy favorites, and then they won it in 22 where they were the 3 seed, and they kind of tiptoed up on some teams, and Wiggins was amazing, and you pulled the thing off. So I wonder if, some of the higher-ups, like maybe one of the owners was like, come on. I mean, really?
I bet not.
I wonder.
I bet not. I think he's probably, like, again, I actually don't think Steve, less so than the players at least, is tapped into social media and what everybody is saying or whatnot, but he clearly heard it. I mean, he can either hear it or he can tell just by the press conferences he all has when people want to ask it a 3rd way and a 4th way and a 5th way. He can tell when something hits. Yes, he talks to Raymond Ritter. Raymond is going to tell him, like, this is what's going on. This is what you're going to be asked. People are really grabbing this comment that you made. And so, yeah, he wanted to rework that a little bit. I don't think he hid from it, but he wanted to rework that a little bit. And another thing he didn't hide from, and I'm glad he didn't, because this is as obvious, it is as clear as day, but he said in there, you're damn right we're going to be making a trade or 2.
Right.
You're damn right. And yes, I'm talking to the guys individually and letting them know that this is how you keep your crap together when you might find out that next week you live on the East Coast.
Right. And, I mean, you've got a guy who's currently not playing, who's probably the prime candidate to be moved.
No
and
doubt.
All roads lead to Kuminga. And we could have come at him with 3 and 4 Kuminga questions, but I think it's more appropriate when something actually happens, or we get to next week when J.K. Day has arrived and, there's actually something to talk about on that front, because it's going to happen. How soon after the 15th, which is a week from today, we don't really know, but I would get the sense that is going to happen. And I just hope, and I know you read the Nick Friedel piece today in The Athletic on Buddy Hield, just the way everyone was talking about Buddy the guy. That's the kind of player you want on your team, even if he is the 13th man.
I love Buddy Hield, but the way you said it this morning, and I don't, you're like,
I said you can't trade Buddy Hield.
that guy. And I'm like, sure you can.
Yeah.
And I get where you're coming from, and I think you get where I'm coming from.
Totally.
And when Steve says, like you're bringing up Jonathan Kuminga, and I think it's actually likely that more than just him move. Because trades are hard.
Yeah.
And you've got to match some things up and do some things, and there might be other assets. Like what he said wasn't just targeted at Jonathan. He said trade deadline season is hard for teams like us who have underachieved.
Yeah. Yep.
Like when you are not doing well, you got to make some moves.
And also when you're a team that has an excess of mediocrity, and that's what I'm thinking about with last year, where you had Schroeder and you had Slow-Mo, you had Wiggins. He's better than mediocre, but you get the point. When this year's team, you've got 13 guys, maybe more, who are playable NBA players, and you can't do that. So can you take 3 and turn them into 1? One of your 13 right now you're not playing. Actually, 2 of them. So maybe you go from 13 playable down to 10, and you add a guy who's actually your 7th man, and now you've got more usable pieces.
I mean, it's not even the JK thing. Let's say JK wasn't even on the team. I would say that the Warriors have to be active on some front.
Yep.
Compare it to the 49ers trade deadline and how we all felt about that. You called it mediocrity. I think the 49ers were pretty mediocre at the trade deadline. Understandably, their best players were hurt on defense. And many of us wanted the Niners to be, quote unquote, more aggressive after a name. Boy, how good would it feel if you had gotten Jalen Phillips and he weren't playing against him in the playoffs this Sunday? But the 49ers thought to themselves, we don't want players who are one-year rentals, because that's not what we're doing right now, which is a little bit of a clue of how the 49ers are thinking in their process right now, which is frustrating because their fan base wants them to be all about now, always, which is kind of one of the things that I'm hearing in the conversation we've had today. Go win the Super Bowl. It's like they're at a certain spot. But the point is the Niners were kind of mediocre,
right?
But more wins than losses. So you kind of have to do something. And they did. Yeah. Little things.
Right.
But you got to do something at the deadline, because we're good enough so that, like, it makes sense for us to try, but we're not good enough to win the whole thing. So you have to do something. The Warriors are in the exact same spot.
And last year they did something big. They brought in Jimmy Butler. The thing about Jalen Phillips that probably gave them pause is he's an outside linebacker in a 3-4, and you run a completely different scheme. So I don't know if the scheme fit would have been right for him because you go with a 4-3 and the old wide 9, as we know. So, you brought in 2 guys who actually play that. Cleveland Ferrell had been here. So those made sense. And I don't know if the Warriors are going to do another Jimmy Butler-esque, like $50 million kind of player deal.
Pretty sure no.
But can you get somebody who makes between 25 and 30 who can come in, even if he's expiring, great, come in and be like a 7th or 8th man who's got a specialty skill.
That's the difference between the Niners and the Warriors. I think the Jalen Phillips thing, you're not wrong. The fit might have been one, but number 2, they openly stated, we're not getting anybody that doesn't help us beyond this year.
Right.
And Jalen Phillips is a free agent at the end of the year. Now, the Warriors are not in that spot. Absolutely, they might acquire somebody who is just about this year. I don't think that's the goal or anything, but that's on the table. I actually think the opposite is what the Warriors are trying to avoid. They don't want anybody whose contract goes beyond next year.
Right.
Which is, I think, one of the probable holdups in the whole Malik Monk, Jonathan Kuminga discussion. The salary fits perfect. Malik does not. He plays a position where the Warriors already have too many, and his contract, he has a player option he's got this year, he's got next year, and then a player option for the year after that at like $21 million. The Warriors are trying to have empty books that year.
Yeah. The other one that, would work, he's got a lot of years left, Trey Murphy, who is still a young player. What's he, 20, 25, 26?
He's target A.
Right.
I don't know if they can get him. What gets him here?
Probably Kuminga and a throw-in and a couple of firsts, I would imagine.
Picks.
And it's, probably 2 picks, staggered first, protected or unprotected, but he's a 6'8", small forward who he comes in and he's not totally polished, but he gives you what you hoped Kuminga would give you and then some.
He's a good player.
He can score.
He's a really good player, but boy, multiple first-round picks when your stars are old is really tough.
But he is under team control for 3 more years, 27, 29, and 31. And if he continues to be this player, $31 million in 4 years is a bargain.
Right, but I don't know, man. How do you build this thing? How do you build this thing down the road if you don't have any picks?
Well, when it's over, then you're going to have salary room. If Steph's gone and Jimmy's gone and Draymond's gone, that's $145 million right there.
How do you get people? What are you offering them?
Well, you're offering them Trey Murphy and, Patty Spence. Yeah. The Poughkeepsie kid. There's no easy way to have this, actually. There's no easy transition. Even when you happen to get a Kawhi like San Antonio did, that thing fell apart after 2 or 3 more years because he was off to Toronto.
Yeah. So we'll see. And that whole thing a week from today is when the Warriors can really get into this because, yes, the trade deadline season is officially already underway. Trae Young already moved yesterday. At the same time, the Warriors can't get involved until a week from today. That's when Kuminga becomes tradable.
I found the perfect target. Guy making 28.2. Hi, this is Andrew Wiggins.
Oh, God.
Got a player op for next year, and then that's it.
Who you throwing in with Kuminga to make that happen?
You have to throw in about $3 or $4 million worth of whatever.
More. They have to kind of they have to take back a little bit less than what they're sending out.
Right. So Kuminga's at 22.5. So you'd have to send out about $6
or $7 million more.
Hi, this is Guy Santos.
He doesn't make $6 or $7 million.
He makes about 1.8, but you could kind of pile it up. And Buddy makes about 9. So,
But you can't trade that guy.
You sure can't.
All right, we're going to get back to Niners real quick. We do have here. T in South Bay wanted to weigh in on the Warriors while we're on this. We'll get back to the Niners in just a second. Hey, T, thanks for the call. What's happening?
Hey, you guys got me?
We got you.
Thank you for taking my call. I think the issue with the Warriors at this point is the ratios are actually flipped. We have players that make other teams champions. We don't have enough players to make ourselves champions. In other words, if you shipped our 2 best players or 3 best players off to another team, that's on the brink, by all means, that puts them over the hump. Our prevailing issue is that we don't have enough talent to do the opposite. And so I heard you make a comment about first-round picks. I'm with you. It's tough to give those up. We're in this kind of middle ground where you don't want to be, which is good enough to make the playoffs, but not good enough to necessarily compete. I don't know. Those are just kind of my thoughts. What can you do to add to me, Steph Curry is still a top player in the NBA. I think he's still competitive enough and brings enough, especially when he's electric, to win big games. Jimmy Butler's fine. He's more of a three in terms of best players. But yeah, we're just in a tough spot because we keep drafting people that can't create their own shots or penetrate. And just our talent is low. So that's all I got. I appreciate you taking the call, and have a good night.
All right, T, thanks very much. I think you're spot on. Like, they are in a very, very tricky, tough spot where both sides of the fence they're closing in. Okay, this is like the old Star Wars movie when they're at the bottom of the pit.
Empire,
yeah, the walls are like that's
3PO.
It's a very narrow spot where they can operate, and so we'll see. They're going to do something, but
shut down the garbage compactor, 3PO. A little too much Butcher Boy in that one. 3PO. You bastard.
If you screamed it into a phone that was 2.5 inches from your face, it would have worked perfect.
I love you. Whisper scream. 3PO.
You bastard. I think maybe this is why I'm sort of preparing myself for a possible Niner loss on Sunday. If they win, what is that man going to do to his phone?
What a freaking legendary game.
LJ asleep. And he's got content.
No, not asleep. 4:30 in the afternoon.
A bunch of garbage men.
By the time the game ends, though, it's 7:42.
No, it's 4:30.
What time's the game going to end?
1:30. It's going to end at 4:30.
Yeah, man.
Right.
A little early to be going down for a little late for the nap, and it's a little bit early for the night.
Totally. I'm just saying. Anyway, all right. 888-957-9570. We were having some fun earlier. Which party do you want to go to? Okay? The Niners play at 1:30. Dibs and I are hosting a party.
Bounce house.
There's going to be a bounce house.
Cheese pizza.
There's going to be
goodie bags.
Great food.
Yeah.
Goodie bags. Niner dealy boppers.
Juice boxes for sure.
Going to celebrate the achievement of arriving at this moment. And then
everyone gets a trophy too at the party.
No doubt. Oranges at halftime will be served. However, we are in a wholesome way going to root for the Niners to win.
I just want them to play their best, and I want them to play fair.
The main thing I'm rooting for is no injuries on either side. Okay?
I want both teams to just have fun.
Right. Lucas and Grandy have a party where the toast is all burnt. The brows are all furrowed.
Yeah, and you're not invited.
Damn right.
See?
No one's invited.
I might throw myself out.
There you go. Where anger reigns. Which party are you going to? We'll have some fun with this with some calls on the way out the door.
We do have a lot of belief, though. Anger and belief.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But, well, more like, is it belief or is it like a threat?
It's temporary belief until they run that weak toss play to McCaffrey and he loses 3.
It's kind of like, I believe in you unless you piss me off.
And you better wrap up.
Right, exactly.
I'm angry, Jeff.
That's awesome.
You better wrap up. Do you mean the tacklers or us?
Both.
Okay, all right. Then we're sponsored by Safeway.
Nice.
And 888-957-9570 is the number on Willard and Dibs.
Head to Safeway this week for USDA Choice Boneless Beef Tri-Tip Roast, untrimmed Mega Twin Pack, just $5.99 per pound. Clip coupons from the weekly mailer or download them from the Safeway app. Visit Safeway.com for more details. See you in the aisles.
Hey, it's Willard for Underdog. Let's do this, okay? Here come the football playoffs. Not only are we going to have some fun with the Niners and Eagles this weekend, you can have some fun in all of the games because you can make picks and win money on Underdog right now in California. Playing is very easy. You download the app, pick your favorite players, check to see if you think they're going to go higher or lower on any given stat. Touchdowns, rushing yards, receptions, interceptions, sacks. You get the idea. You blend a few of them, get them all right, you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. This week on Underdog, I do think that Jalen Hurts, for example, is going to go lower than 0.5 interceptions. That's a play that I'll give you. I'm not rooting for it, but you get my idea. So download the app, use my promo code Willard, and get a bunch of free money, okay? You could score $75 in bonus entries when you play your first $5. Again, the promo code for that bonus money, Willard, my last name. Underdog, make picks, win money. Must be 18 or over and present in California. Terms apply. See assets.underdogfantasy.com/web/play and get terms _DFS_.html for details. If you're concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
This Sunday, it's more than a game. It's a statement.
Hey, make them feel you every rep. Set your will upon them.
Eagles, Niners, history, rivalry.
Hey, tonight, remember this. We hate these boys. One game, 60 minutes, all you got.
It all happens on Sunday.
Run that play until the other team is saying no mas.
We're bringing the fire up until kickoff on the Bay Area's football station, 95.7 The Game.
I'm David.
I'm John.
And I'm Chris. We're the three brothers that own Jack's Restaurant and Bar with 5 locations in the Bay Area.
We learned the restaurant bit.
Guys, that's my line.
Pretty sure that was my line. Guys, we don't have time for this. Jack's serves delicious breakfast, lunch, and dinner 7 days a week.
Don't forget to say we have a full bar.
I won't. Don't forget to say it's a great place to watch all the games. I won't forget. Look, we're much better at cooking great food than making commercials. So come see us at Jack's in Pleasant Hill, San Mateo, San Bruno, Newark, and now San Jose.
You forgot to mention our website, ilovejacks.com.
I knew he would.
Running a business means wearing multiple hats. So if you're like me, you probably started out using your personal phone, taking client calls and texts nonstop. As my business grew, I needed something smarter. That's when I switched to Quo, the #1 business phone system. Quo works right on your phone or computer. No carrying 2 phones, no clunky landline, just one easy app you can try for free. Your team can share one number and handle calls and texts together like a shared inbox. Any teammate can jump into the conversation, so customers get faster responses. And Quo's AI assistant summarizes your calls and responds to customers 24/7, so you never miss a lead or opportunity. All this starts at just $15 a month. That's basically 2 coffees. You can even keep your current business phone number. Find out why 90,000 businesses trust Quo. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try Quo for free at quo.com/sports. That's quo.com/sports to try Quo free. QUO.com/SPORTS.
Now it's time for the closer of the week. Presented by LiftMaster and R&S Doors. Turn your garage into the envy of the neighborhood. Visit rnsdoors.com.
This week's closer comes from Jay from San Rafael. Hector came out and fixed my garage door and was super courteous, informative, and did a fantastic job. He explained everything clearly and made sure everything worked perfectly before leaving. Couldn't be happier. Definitely recommend.
Recently, my garage door opener was not working. I was in need of a closer. I was put in touch with R&S Doors, and they hooked me up with a brand new garage door opener from LiftMaster. With LiftMaster's MyQ connectivity, my garage door opener can be controlled right from my smartphone. You'll know when a door or gate has been left open and can close it with a tap, no matter where I am. Be one of the first 10 callers and receive 20% off a LiftMaster garage door opener.
Call 1-800-FIX-A-DOOR. That's 800-FIX-A-DOOR. Or visit rsdoors.com. R&S Doors. Look for the red truck.
Pizza's here.
Oh, great. I'd love some, but I'm worried about my stomach issues.
If you're worried about having diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose, oily stools, it may not just be stomach issues. It could be a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and talk to your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
95.7 The Game and Great Clips have teamed up for the new basketball season. We want our listeners to look fresh with a great haircut from Great Clips. Each week, we'll pick a lucky winner to score a gift card. For a chance to win, courtesy of Great Clips, enter online at 957thegame.com.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Brock Purdy was god-awful.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
And then he shook it off. Yeah, there will be no ultimatums at our wild card party.
No. The only anger will be directed at the ref.
Well, yeah.
Which is why I won't be there. I think I'm going to wear my stripes as I watch it at my watch party.
No, you won't. No, you won't.
I think I'm just going to tweet after every play from the ref standpoint.
Would y'all
good non-call there by the side judge?
Would y'all come to a Super Bowl party if I do one? Would you come?
No.
Why not?
There's an old saying
don't
in
blame
Texas.
it on my kids.
An old saying in Texas. I think they have it in Tennessee too, and I know they have it in Texas. Fool me one time, shame on you.
What did we do wrong?
Can't be fooled again.
That was a great party.
Your kids were coming down my road, and I fired back too aggressively. Strike one.
Hate referee dibs.
I was accused of being in the bag by you repeatedly on the air. Not true. I drove an hour to be there.
Yeah.
And I had to fight for a seat with your
Let's
dog.
go to Dibs, half in the bag.
My dog was not there.
Somebody's dog was. I'm out.
All right. That's fine. Lucas, are you coming?
Are the Niners playing?
I don't know.
I mean, no.
I don't know. How would I know if the Niners are in it?
Well, if they're playing, I'm not there.
Oh, I don't think we'll do it if the Niners are in it. I don't want a bunch of you yahoos over if it's an emotional
You
game.
would want me there, trust me. I lock in.
I do enjoy watching a game with you. That's true.
Thank you. And IU.
But yeah, if it's an emotion, I don't think it will happen if the Niners are in it. I'm not inviting 25 people and then I got no. Then it's emotional. But if it's anybody else, you in?
I don't like committing things that far out, but a strong maybe.
Grandy, are you open to it, or do the Warriors play?
I actually don't know if the Warriors play.
They don't.
They play during the Super Bowl.
No one does.
Ideally, I will be at the game. We'll see.
Oh, that's actually a great curveball.
That's right.
There's a chance we may have a commitment.
There is definitely that chance.
So hit me up next year, Willard.
Okay.
The percentage chance based on them being, I guess they're plus 3,300 to win it. So they have a 3% chance according to the implied odds of winning it.
Here, odds to win NFC. How about just conference odds? The 49ers are
plus 1,600.
Yeah, plus 1,600.
So that puts it at about a 7% chance.
By the way, only the Carolina Panthers have longer odds to win the NFC than the 49ers.
Yeah, the 49ers would have to do what only 4 other teams have done, which is win 3 road games and then win the Super Bowl.
You don't have to be on the road, but yes, you're probably right.
Yeah.
I mean, Green Bay's got better odds to win the NFC than the Niners do.
Right. I mean, Green Bay favored against Chicago, right? They're, I think Chicago's one of them home dogs. I thought. I could have that one wrong.
I'm not sure.
It was a 1.5
it's
I saw
close.
earlier.
Yeah, it's very, very tight.
And
very,
then
very tight.
If they win, they do get Seattle. And,
Yeah, Packers minus 1.5.
So.
Minus 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing is pretty wide open.
That guy in the city on Willard and Dibs. Hi, that guy.
Hey, good afternoon, gentlemen. I appreciate you taking my call.
Yeah.
Hey, if just a couple of comments, and I'll keep it short. On the party, if it's going to be anything like the Billy Madison parties, and Dibs, if it's going to be at the Commons, count me in. But hey, and then on, I got before I forget though, for some reason I got a feeling that we're going to see Mac Jones in this game, maybe. And not because of Brock getting pulled or injury, because I think Shanahan's going to scheme up 2 or 3, go in that bag of tricks and scheme up a couple plays for him. But and then I'll finish it this way to cheer everybody up, all the Niner fans. And I'm not one of those bang bang Niner gang. And I was trying to think of X's and O's on how the Niners were going to win this. And then I had a
revelation sensation. Yeah. There you go.
Yep, exactly. Cha-ching! So I got facts for you. To throw back to the old Rice guys, that's the fact, Jack. So I'm going back 15 seasons, including this one. 14 years, the 49ers have made the playoffs 7 out of the last 14 times. And every time they've made the playoffs, they've gone to at least the NFC title game. They lost 4 NFC title games and 3 Super Bowls. So for the next couple of weeks, if you go by the football gods in history, the Niners are going to, because they made the playoffs, they either go or they don't go at all. They're going to get to at least the NFC title game. And so I have no doubts that that's not going to continue. Have a great night, guys.
Great uptick. Spanning 2 different morning shows right there.
No doubt. And yet, Kyle Shanahan with the Niners has never lost in the first round.
Yeah, and Jim Harbaugh.
He's never lost in the second round.
Harbaugh, they never lost in the first round, in the second round either. So
Right.
Interesting little wrinkle. And 7 out of 14. And this, I guess, would be year 15. So, man, stick to the trend.
Right. Then again, Kyle, correct me if I'm wrong. Let's see. What seed was he each time?
2021, they went 10-7, and that
was not division winner. That was wild card.
Correct.
But I don't remember what seed they were. And
I'll look it up.
The other 2 years,
they were 3rd in the West.